GettyImages.com studios. It's Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. It's a Tolo Tuesday, live in action after the extended holiday weekend. Glad you're waking up with us. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and Peyton Russell is running things on your home of the Cowboys and Rangers. It is NFL opening week. College football is upon us, but first, did everybody survive the weather?
I had no weather yesterday. I saw that you had hail issues.
Or Sunday, you didn't have anything.
Sunday, we had a little bit of lightning that came through, very little, but no rain. So it missed us. Like, we were in the pool on Sunday. We got out of the pool because there was lightning coming our way. But it never really got any bad weather. So we kind of got lucky yesterday or on Sunday. And then yesterday, it missed us probably by 2 miles. You could see it. You could see the rain. You could see the lightning. It was kind of cool, lit up the sky. But got lucky.
Thousands without power. I was one of them. About 132,000 customers without power. I lost it for like 4 or 5 hours on Sunday night. So that sucked. It was like a 20, 30-minute storm. And then I was like, okay, it stopped raining. Had dinner plans, was out and about pre-gaming, canceled that, had to go back home. So the babysitter was not sitting with the kiddo in the absolute dark. And then last night, the rain starts again, and it comes with hail action. Peyton, what neck of the woods are you in?
So I'm in Rockwall, but I was at LAX Sunday. So I avoided the weather. Got delayed about 20 minutes.
That's
so
it.
Was worried about that because they were like, well, it could be longer depending on how the storms are at DFW. But yeah, landed here a little after 8 o'clock and got home fine.
What'd you do in Cali? Where'd you go? What was on the what was on the to-do list?
So me and some friends just took a little getaway weekend trip before NFL started and stuff. A little free weekend. We stayed in Oceanside, California. It's about an hour 15 south of Los Angeles. So weather was still, I expected somewhere in the high 70s, low 80s during the day, but got kind of roughed up with the 90-degree weather.
Yeah, apparently it can't cause people to go outside and watch a college football game with the attendance for Lincoln Riley's debut, and UCLA was also absolutely empty. The Cali fans are responding back to the Oklahoma fans. Well, we feel every bit of this 90 out here. We feel every bit of it. Meanwhile, the stadiums in California for the opening of college football were not full. What else?
We went golfing too. Nice golf course. I don't know if you've been to Arroyo Trabuco out there, RJ. This is in, I think, Mission Viejo, is the town and stuff. Might have overpaid a little on the round. Didn't do a ton of research, but $150 for the round was a little up there. But especially when you tee off at 90 degrees.
And the partying, the socializing, and star sightings?
Well, we had I don't know. Y'all aren't really into video games, are you? Because no, we had a professional video gamer coming back on the flight, but that was it. That was nothing.
Who was it?
I think his name is Symphony.
Symphony?
Yeah, it's kind of like his...
Did you tell him GG's on the plane?
No, I didn't. He had the hood on, looking the other way. He didn't really want to be bothered, but first class.
Did the California girls melt your popsicle?
They were out there. The beach. We had to go 2 days at the beach. Had to double up on the sunscreen out there because we went one day and then we were like, hold on, we might have to go out back again.
And best place that you ate?
American Heroes in Carlsbad. They have like sandwiches and stuff that are based off of like cities and stuff. So they had like a Miami, a Reuben. They had a Philly there.
What was the Texas? What was the Dallas DFW sandwich?
I think it was like a chicken fried steak sandwich and stuff. I didn't try it. We just did the Phillies and stuff, but really good.
Was there an Omaha or like a Nashville?
Oh,
Louisville? Was there
Nashville
Louisville?
hot chicken.
Okay, it was Nashville hot chicken.
They had like a Slam Diego, they called it. It was like a burger with fries and stuff on top. They gave it to us. They said, oh, it's on the house. Y'all are out of town. So we tried it, but maybe a 5 out of 10.
Out of town discount. Nice. So hopefully everyone enjoyed the extended weekend. Hopefully you had power. Yesterday there were still some places around me that did not have power, but hail last night and rain on Sunday with a nasty, wicked storm.
Did the transformer get hit or something? Is that what they said?
No idea. Anything? Just said about 30% of the people around you have no power. I've decided my next home will be next to a hospital. That's the way to go. You're never going to lose power. You might deal with ambulances nonstop and patients whizzing in and out of your neighborhood, but better to be around that for the power grid.
Is that that's what they purposely shut it off. But if it's like a transformer, like we had a transformer blow because we're right next to like a police station and fire, and the transformer blew and everything went out. So I wonder, like, if I know when they did the rolling blackouts and everything, where they shut power down. If you were near a hospital, you were clear. I wonder though, like if there's like a lightning strike, which sounds like that's like, if it's in a storm. I wonder how that impacts it.
I really just have to buy a generator. My dad's been telling me for years. I think they're a ton of money. I've been trying to avoid it. And that's where we're going to have to eventually go. The Cowboys eventually got Jason Peters. It is a done deal, as the former Philadelphia Eagle has joined the Cowboys practice squad. It's going to be Tyler Smith to start the season on Sunday night. So he's going to start at left tackle. And then I think it's a wait and see in terms of where we go from there. Does Jason Peters step in at left tackle? How is Tyler Smith playing? How is Connor McGovern playing? Do you need to play Tyler Smith over Connor McGovern? So this line shuffling, an early storyline for the Cowboys season, but Jason Peters does have a star on the side of his helmet.
And I wonder how long before he is ready to go. Because he'll probably do some kind of a training camp ramp up where he's going to be on the practice squad, obviously, for a couple of weeks. Maybe week 2, maybe 3 weeks, who knows. And that'll give Tyler some time to figure things out, and the Cowboys will give them time to figure out if they want to play Jason Peters or not.
Of course, the media did some digging. By the way, today, Jerry Jones live at 8:30. We'll ask him what the starting offensive line is going to be, what the timeline is. We have 2 pairs of tickets to give away for the Cowboys season. One in the 7 o'clock hour, one in the 9 o'clock hour, all brought to you by Miller Lite. But the media did some digging and found this old quote from Jason Peters back in the day. This is November 2018 on why he couldn't stand America's team.
It's just the arrogance, the organization, everybody, America's team. Right now, they're not winning right now, so... let's see how many people jump off their bandwagon and stay with them. So we'll see Sunday and try to get that double.
Okay, little shot fired.
Yeah, right.
Well, over the weekend, the reporters reminded Jason of that comment and asked if he still thought the Cowboys were arrogant.
I don't really call it arrogance. They had swagger, pretty much the same thing. The swagger, they go in week in and week out with that swagger. You can tell how the defense play. Dak and Zeke, scoring and everybody showing their emotions on their shoulders. And, I like that, to be honest. That's how we did it in Philly, and that's how we're going to do it here.
Oh, now it's swagger.
Oh.
Swagger that he absolutely loves. Look, I don't care about this stuff. I know there's going to be some fans that hold this against them. Didn't want him to get signed anyway because he wore the putrid green coming out of filthy. You go and get the player that you absolutely need in order to protect your quarterback and give yourself insurance on the offensive line. That is the most important thing. That was really the only option it sounded like you had. You did not want Josh Ball out there in place of Jason Peters because Josh Ball has always been a Cowboy. Don't get your quarterback killed. Try to get the start to your season going nicely. You go and sign the guy, but it was funny with the little backtrack of arrogance that he couldn't stand turning into swagger that he liked.
It's very, very simple. It's a very simple transition. There's a fine line between love and hate, and there's a fine line between arrogance and swagger. And the difference is what jersey you're wearing. That's all it is. It's all it is. It's all it has ever been to any fan. It's all it ever been to any player. The difference between arrogance and swagger, love and hate, is the color of the jersey that you wear. Right or wrong, that's what it is.
877-881-1053 is the truckwreck.com text line. 877-881-1053. Sean and RJ back from the weekend. Glad you're waking up with us. We're live on the fan cam. We're live on Twitch. And we are live on YouTube. Bobby Belt, 720. Jerry Jones, 830. Tomorrow, absolutely loaded with Michael Irvin, Mike Tirico, Babe Laufenberg on Thursdays. Mike McCarthy will preview the Bucs opener. We have the Rams and the Bills on Thursday night. It's one of the best weeks of the entire year, and hopefully you gave the family a little bit of that final time over the weekend. But maybe you didn't because of college football. We had more college football last night, And who would have thunk it? Shorts could be another dagger to the PGA Tour and the local youth football death with a scary, scary situation that will cause everyone to think about their kids out there on the field. It's all coming up with the Tolo Tuesday edition. We got Cowboys tickets to pass out. We're just getting started right here on The Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation.
That's not going to happen after they lost their 9th straight game to the armpit yesterday right here on your home for Rangers baseball. Sean and RJ on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. They lose 1-0. They got swept in Boston. 9 straight losses as it has turned into an absolute free fall for y'all's favorite baseball team.
It doesn't matter. Like get the kids up, let them play, let them get some at bats, let them get some some innings on the mound. These results don't matter. Tony Beasley was never getting this job. He was going to be he could get it, but he was never going to get it based on the performance he had at the end of the season. It was going to be based on the interview process and all that crap. Because we've seen Tim Bogar had a really good stretch at the end, if I remember right, a couple of years back when he took over. So Who knows? Like, who knows if it would have impacted his chances at all. These results, this is extended spring training, man. Like, this is the time to get some kids up, get them playing. That's what it is.
18 games under 500. Ooh. Hunter Brown dazzled in the Major League debut. 3 hits across 6 innings as the Astros improved to 87 and 48. But the big American League story, baseball story really, Aaron Judge hits number 54, his 3rd straight game with a home run. He is literally carrying the New York Yankees on his back. As I saw some of the splits of Aaron Judge over the past month compared with the rest of the team, they're trying to, of course, avoid blowing one of the biggest division leads in the history of the entire sport. I think it was actually the biggest if they were going to choke it away, but they're still up 5 games on the Tampa Bay Rays. The Guardians are up 1 game on the Twins, 2 games on the White Sox. The Astros are 11 clear of Seattle. Over in the National League East, it's a tight race between the Mets and the Braves. 1 game separation, giving New York the lead. Cardinals are up 7.5 on the Brewers, and the Dodgers are up 19 games on the San Diego Padres. But Aaron Judge has really taken over the sport.
Yeah, he really has. His MVP odds are minus 1,100, and then Shohei is plus 750. It is. I mean, it's
over.
It should be over. There will be some people that will vote for Shohei because of the dual aspect, the two-way player, if you will, and some will vote for him. But yeah, for the most part, it should be over. Now it's just like, does he get to 62, and does he get to it before here? And then, as Bassick was talking about last week, all those seats in the outfield are sold out, pretty much sold out
in Arlington.
For the final game.
Smart,
very smart. Very smart. So, if you catch the last home run ball, which I guess the question is, what is the record? Is the record ball 62, or is it the last one? Like if he hits 68, does 62 mean anything anymore? Or does 68 mean more?
68.
Sure, I would think so.
68 means more.
And then, because the record-breaking ball will probably be the second most, right? The original record-breaking ball. But then it's like, does he even have the record? Or does Barry Bonds have the record of 73?
It's still going to sell for something big time.
Sure.
What weapon of choice do you take to Arlington? What do you walk in? What can you get through the metal detectors with weapon-wise to use in the outfield for that brawl that's going to take place? Can you walk in with brass knuckles? Do people still use brass knuckles? I don't know. What other device can you use that you can buy at the concession stand? Sporks?
We got to see what the giveaway is.
Got to see what the giveaway is.
It's a bobblehead. I went one day when it was a Corey Seager bat. That would have been something.
Oh, yeah, bat day.
It's like a 22-inch bat.
Do me a favor. Look up the giveaways in the final week.
Okay.
Look up the giveaways and see what can be turned into a weapon.
Like you could get one of those little those extended nightsticks. Like it's like it comes in you recess it down, and it goes into like a pen, and then you pull it out like an antenna, and you whip people with it. I mean, you can get one of those. I'll tell you what, I'm full masculine toxicity here. No glove.
Oh, don't catch it with a glove?
You better not catch it with a glove.
Bare hands?
If you're over the age of 12.
I think this one might call for it.
You still, look, if you can't exude that toxic masculinity, then you don't deserve that baseball.
Got to catch it barehanded. So let us know if you have tickets for that series. You're going to be out there, and then Peyton will check what the giveaways are. More college football last night. This thing was close for a while. I tweeted Dabo was going to screw me in my Clemson Jared Sandler bet that the Tigers would be in the national championship game in one of the next 2 seasons. I'm petrified and looking like I'm going to be on the losing end of that. But the number 4 team in the country ended up blowing away Georgia Tech 41-10. So there was a lot of college football. I don't know whether the college football opening weekend was that good or we're just so starved for it we hyped it up. And there's 2 or 3 things that really jumped out with endings. LSU, Florida State, the Florida Gators. So I think we're probably a little bit starved.
Oh, it was terrible. It was terrible. I went and did, I was like sitting here like, all right, what was the margin of victory of the of the top 25 games, right? Like the top 25 games. I was trying to figure out the margin of victory. And I was just typing into my calculator all the point totals, like the differentials. Man, the amount of games that were in the 50s in terms of the games decided by 50 points or more, stupid.
You said it was 28 points.
Was the average margin of victory.
28 points with games that included a top 25 team.
That's too much. Look, this is what happens. And college football has never been competitive balance. They've never had a lot of competitive balance anyway in college football. Doesn't matter what time of year it is. Doesn't matter what era it is. There's never been competitive balance. There's always been halves and everybody else. It's not even halves. It's halves and literally halves and everybody else. There's no middle ground there. The difference between number 2 and number 5 in the point spread of this weekend's game was 17 points. Ohio State, Notre Dame. The difference between number 7 and unranked Florida was 3. So the difference between 2 and 5 is greater than 7 and unranked. That's not going to get it done.
Horrible youth football tragedy right here in our state. Yahir Cancino, a junior varsity football player at Dalhart High School in West Texas, died on Saturday after suffering a head injury in a game against Sundown. This kid was a sophomore, unresponsive on the field after suffering the injury with less than 7 minutes left on the clock in the first quarter. Emergency personnel unable to revive him on the field. He was airlifted to a nearby University Medical Center in Lubbock. His mother posted over the weekend thanking everyone for their prayers and their support, noting that his organs are going to be donated. Just an incident that has to be hard to get out of your mind when your kid is getting ready to go out there and play their high school or youth football. Tomorrow is his first game. In pads. He never played a tackle football game. Luka? Yeah. So he's playing tomorrow. This is like what hitting experience have they been getting? I have no idea. The practices are at 6:30 in the morning. I can't go watch them. And every time I try to get something, how's practice? Yeah. You like football? Yeah. So it's hard to get anything out of them. But they're gonna hit. They're gonna hit tomorrow. They're gonna hit for sure tomorrow. These games are like an hour long. These middle school games, but. This kind of hit home. Awful. Truckwreck.com text line is open at 877-881-1053. A lot of times the best ideas and solutions in life are the most simple ones. Live Golf and Greg Norman just presented us one of those, as Greg Norman did a little Twitter video with the announcement that LIV is allowing shorts. Yeah. They're allowing the golfers to wear shorts, and it was like, huh? What? This has never been allowed on the PGA Tour, and will this have any type of impact whatsoever? Are the old school curmudgeon golfers, the Brandon Chamblees of the world, going to throw a hissy fit and have a major problem with this? And how much are the players going to love it? And will the viewer care whatsoever? Phil Mickelson already tweeting, hell yeah, I'm ready to go with his diamond cast. Yeah, I don't know if the viewer will care that much. I mean, there may be some that will care. I don't care either way. Obviously the pants look more professional, but the comfort of the shorts is unmatched. It's unparalleled. Yeah. I do know that. I was talking to a caddy on the tour, and he said most of the guys they think wearing pants is a good look. They like wearing pants. Like they think it looks professional. They don't mind it. They're used to it. This is what they're accustomed to. But there are some guys, like if you're just a sweaty individual in general, which you may be. And look, if you're playing in Memphis in the middle of July, where it's 100 degrees and humid, that's like the St. Jude's like the worst stop for the heat. They hate it. Then you want to wear pants. You want to wear shorts. If you're playing in Napa in November, then rock the pants all day, right? It just depends, I guess. These tournaments here in our backyard. Yeah, I mean, these are in May, so it's not like 110 degrees, so you could get by with the pants or the shorts. But yeah, I mean, look, there's certainly been times at the Nelson or at the Colonial where it's sticky, it's disgusting, it's nasty, especially after like a rainstorm that day, and it gets all humid.
So there's certainly times to do it.
Peyton, you have the giveaways for that final series. Is Aaron Judge maybe getting the home run record in Arlington?
Yeah, well, it's not looking good for the fans. The only giveaway they have so far is the last dollar dog giveaway. So if you want to throw a ketchup, mustard, relish on the dog, throw it at someone to get the ball, might be worth some money, but that's all they got.
All right, there it is. Peyton Russell is running things on your home of the Rangers and Cowboys. Jason Peters is on your football team. He explains why. The gossip papers and pages are going at Tom Brady. How sad is he going to be against the Cowboys with Giselle moving out and Jerry Jones drives with the seatbelt buckled behind him? 6 a.m. headlines on a Tolo Tuesday. Just getting started on the Fan.
Stick around. It's Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. Shout out to the 6 a.m. Club. Good to have you back with us. We are live and ready to go from the extended weekend and ready to go for the start of the NFL season. How about the Rams and the Bills Thursday night? And then, of course, Cowboys, Buccaneers on Sunday night. And the Cowboys will have Jason Peters on their football team because the deal got done over the weekend. Jason admitting kind of weird playing for the Cowboys after 12 years with the Eagles. But he said when this came up in his home state, he could not pass it up. 2 hours from his hometown. And the first couple of weeks is going to be for getting in football shape. Here's Jason with the media over the weekend on how his last month has gone, arriving to the decision to play for us.
Yeah, I had a few opportunities with some teams, but like I was telling my agent, they like to go youth over age, so I was just weighing my options. And then when this came up, my home state, I couldn't pass it up to play for the Cowboys. 2 hours from my hometown. So, and far as the shape go, I've just been doing cardio and lifting. You can't really get in football shape till you put the pads and the helmet on. So, that's what I'm gonna be doing the first couple weeks.
Big man, pictures out of practice were not with pads.
Oh.
And Jason Peters, at the age of 40, is still out there as a massive human being.
He's huge. And this is what you get out of offensive linemen. They're just, we know Mark Colombo, he is as big as it gets, right? 6'7", just this mega human. And Jason Peters is no different. And that's just, we see Tyler Smith coming in here, Tyron, doesn't matter who it is. You shake the hand of Zach Martin, you lose your hand. You lose it. It's like, where'd it go? What happened there? Peters no different.
Here's Jason on still playing. A lot of other teams saying, nope, ageist, cutting it off, going with the youth. Jason Peters on still having that ability at the age of 40.
Just trying to set the bar for the up and coming youth. If you love the game and want to keep playing, I'm just showing them you can do it instead of letting the league run you out. I'm a living testimony of you can just keep going, me and Tom. So we just setting the bar.
He also said that the meeting with Jerry just had to do with Arkansas. What was the meeting like? Love at first sight as they connected over their Razorback ties.
Mm-hmm.
John Daly was out there on the SEC pregame show. They're trying to play beer pong with him, and he's like, well, I'm just going to tell you already I'm drunk. I'm just going to put it out there. I'm drunk because Marty Smith was out there trying to play that bigger size beer pong with JD and the Razorbacks.
Marty made quite the transition from NASCAR dude to college football guy. But
he got an accent, put him in the SEC.
The SEC
Put him
network.
on SEC coverage.
There he goes. He sounds straight out of Fayetteville, North Carolina.
Here's Jason on a little bit more of what the role is going to be with his new squad.
It don't matter whatever they ask me. If Smith get in there and start rolling and they want to keep him, I'm gonna just help him along. I ain't no guy that's gonna feel some kind of way if I don't get in there and start. But if they ask me to start, I'm gonna get in there and go to work. I've been doing that since my 4th, 5th year. It don't matter if I'm starting or not. Even when I was hurt going on the Super Bowl run, I was helping Bata and Lane Johnson every day. So it really don't matter what I'm doing on and off the field. If I'm starting, I'm gonna play as a starter. If I'm off the field, I'm going to be coaching the guys up.
He just sounds like an old school, grizzled, savvy veteran dude that can't hurt to have around. Whether he's an extra assistant coach for Joe Philman and helping out Tyler Smith, that's what it's going to be early on. Michael Gelkin, Dallas Morning News, saying the expected combination this Sunday against Tampa, Tyler Smith at left tackle, McGovern at guard, Baez at center, Zach Martin, and Terrence Steele at right tackle for the Cowboys.
Yeah, he does sound like that kind of that throwback type guy. Great beard too, man. Not a gap, not a patch, nothing on that beard that doesn't just exude testosterone. Probably one of my favorite beards this team has. I love it. But if he plays at all this year, it's probably a bad thing. Let's be fair. It's probably means Tyler Smith was not good or hurt.
Or McGovern stinks.
Or McGovern stinks, and you want to move him in. But if Tyler's playing really well left tackle, you're probably not going to want to move him at all. Or maybe it means Terrence Steele stinks, and you got to switch Tyler out to the right.
Is Jason Peters completely ruled out of the first 2 weeks, big man?
I mean, you never know what will happen. Like I say, I'm ramping up. If I feel good enough, I'm gonna jump out there. I just want to get my legs up under and see how I feel. In pass with the helmet, because I hadn't been in pass or helmet since December, January. So we just gonna see.
All right, I love this from Tyler. He actually gave some exact detail on how Jason Peters has already helped technically. Quote, just having him in the building is great for me, already getting advice. He said, getting out of your stance is the most important part. Drop the hips, be accurate with the hands, how to make your core tight. Getting a little real technical and intimate here. Small things go a long way. So that could easily be taken out of context there.
That's what she said.
With Jason Peters' advice for Tyler Smith. Get out of the stance, drop the hips, be accurate with the hands, make the core tight. Small things go a long way. Jason, on the advice, what he wants to pass on to the Cowboys rookie, cut for Peyton.
Just a grit, finishing plays, technique, knowing what to do and playing fast. Keeping his nose clean and stuff, on and off the field. I'm gonna help him out. I helped him a little bit today, just trying to get his technique and all that stuff in rhythm.
So there you go. Little Cowboy recap with the new signing.
From the 501, I was in the club standing beside Peters. Pre-pandemic, girl thought I was security. I'm 6'4", 385.
Dang.
Ooh, beefy. Got lucky that night. Well, good for you, man. Riding Jason Peters' coattails as his security. Security, there you go right there.
Now you're going to be security for Jason Peters.
That's what he was, yeah. He said they thought he was security. 6'4", 385. You better be 6'4", 385 to be security for Jason Peters.
The troll, the Burger King, Howard Eskin, who joined us last week from Filthy, had to tweet a picture of handcuffs. Only Howard's old ass has this old insult that he keeps going back to. You should be in handcuffs. You should be arrested for stealing, for robbing. We're just ski mask. He tweeted, Jason Peters has done it again. He's stealing money. After Howard came on this show and
praised him,
had nonstop praise. Hall of Famer, great guy, went to the Bears, absolute Philly legend. He said he's stealing money, but it's great the Cowboys are the ones taken this time. Passing along the thoughts with handcuffs when Jerry realizes Peters has taken another team, sad for a future Hall of Famer. So there is the living, miserable soul, the troll that is Howard Eskin, insulting Jason Peters personally, and of course his move to the Cowboys. Now let's move on over to Tampa. Todd Bowles with Bucks Media, quote, everybody is trending towards playing on Sunday night. And Bobby Bell followed up with, that may mean the Cowboys do not avoid Tristan Wirfs and Chris Godwin. Godwin practiced the other day without a knee brace on. So no way he's going to be 100%, but is he going to go out there and draw more attention for the Cowboys defense? But that's Todd Bowles with an injury update on his squad.
See, we thought we were going to have a level playing field, right? No Gallup for the Cowboys, no Godwin for Tampa. Well, maybe not. The no Tyron for us, no Wirfs for them. Well, maybe not.
Yeah.
So the playing field may not be as level as we had thought.
Listen to Russell Gage. Russell Gage on the Buccaneers wide receiver group. Bobby Bell tweeted this, and I was like, he really said this?
Pick your poison, kind of how we see it.
Can't double up on anybody, right?
Right. But we understand, probably going to see a lot of zone and things like that. But, as a group, this is probably one of the best groups, maybe ever.
Maybe ever. Okay. Julio finding the fountain of youth there in Tampa.
Julio, Evans, Gage,
Godwin.
and Godwin.
Okay.
All right, that's good on paper. A lot of the names are good. Julio is I don't know, washed, maybe
done.
not washed, maybe not washed, maybe washed. Evans is still in his prime. Godwin is not 100% healthy, and Russell Gage is what?
A nobody.
Yeah, I mean,
You barely heard of Russell
you
Gage.
barely heard of him. I couldn't tell you a plays made. Couldn't tell you a stat line of his at all. I've heard, obviously we've all heard of him, but yeah, it's not like he is some superstar player. I don't know. I'm going to put the best of all time in this conversation.
And, of course, all the focus is now on Tom and page 6. That's the famous gossip page in New York. And, RJ, you got a sense of this when you saw Tom at the podium. Nobody can sense relationship upheaval like RJ Choppy. Yep. And he took one look at Tom and said, marriage problems, marriage issues.
Yep.
And now all the gossip sites have Giselle leaving their home in Tampa, hopping on the plane to Costa Rica. Tom Brady is reportedly very sad, and him and Giselle fought once again about him returning to the sport.
It's very sad. It's very sad. It's very sad. Insiders say he's focused on being the super dad. He also called a Disney dad. That's going to also be called.
What's that mean?
It's like, you get, so for me, right, I get my kids on the weekends. So you try to do everything fun with them. You try to shoehorn all the fun stuff into 2 days.
Yeah.
Because, the last thing you want is like, then they come on over here and then you just like, you put the hammer down on them and discipline them the entire time. But,
yep.
So they call it a Disney dad. But page 6, like you said, left the compound for Costa Rica. And now he's very, very sad that they had a serious disagreement. And that from time to time, Giselle, listen to this. She will say things to him like she's leaving him. She will say this in the past.
Ooh.
But in the past, they've always made up. But maybe this time is more serious. Boy, that is childish. That is some high school stuff right there.
Got to threaten.
Yeah, I'm leaving you. Oh, simmer. We're old. Don't do that. You're 45 years old. That's childish. Childish.
She is Giselle Bundchen. She is. She is the world's most known supermodel.
Yep.
And she can probably go out.
She can.
She can probably go out and get something.
Yes, she can.
Sure, he could as well.
Yes, he can.
But, how does the discussion work? I guess I'm trying to relate it to us normal people, but you see he's miserable, right? I guess just related to retirement in general. Your husband, your wife steps aside at the age of 50, 55, 60. 50, let's call it. Let's say 50. Retirement set. Trade your wealth. Got you set up. You got all the money in the bank, but you're miserable and you're bored, or your better half is at home and they want to go back to work or they want to go and do something. I can see how some arguments take place when you have all these travel plans and you talk about the day that you retire, and then all of a sudden it's a U-turn and he or she wants to go back in the office somewhere.
Yeah, not all jobs are as demanding maybe as a NFL quarterback during the season. Like he probably doesn't see them very much from early August, late July until for Tom Brady till the middle of February. So he probably doesn't see him that much, which I think most people would sign up for 6 months on of nothing but time with the family, and then 6 months where you get a lot of time away from the family. But also if you're Giselle, like you want him around. You want help with the kids, although she probably has help with the kids anyway.
Probably have help.
But, you want connection with the children.
Yeah.
That's what she wants. That's probably what Tom wants. He probably wants connection with the kids too, but on a different level.
Todd Bowles was asked about all this Brady drama with the gossip sites.
He's been all in since we got him. He's all in now, so I don't follow the off-the-field stuff. I listen to XM, The Groove, and Soul Town, and Silk Radio. So my off-the-field activities are honestly not even football-related.
All right.
Favorite Silk song?
I don't know any of them. Silk?
Yep.
Soul Town and The Groove on XM? What are we working with there, Peyton? Is this a little sample?
I think it's Soul Town. Just typed in YouTube. I have no idea what he's talking about.
Turn it up. Let's hear it. Okay.
All right. Now I was thinking Silk the band. Let me lick you up and down. You say stop.
And we're already missing Troy Hughes for that reference. That one I know. Unfortunately. But there's Todd Bowles saying everyone's trending, and he is checking out The Groove and Soul Town on satellite radio and not the Tom Brady gossip. But, I mean, you would think. Now, look, there's some cold-blooded killers. Kobe Bryant. I'll never forget the stats and the games he was having when the Eagle, Colorado stuff was taking place. I mean, that's like a cold-blooded killer. Like, I'm going to go out here. This is my refuge. This is my escape.
That's what Tom is.
Yep.
He is cold-blooded, man. Like, just when you think you've got him, that's when he is the most dangerous. I could see, with if a bad offensive line, no weapons, not a lot of practice time. I could see how people would think, man, he's gonna go out there and he's gonna stink it up, and I could see that happening. But man, if you would tell me that he's gonna go out there and he's gonna throw for 450 with 4 touchdown pass, like I could easily see Tom Brady playing pissed off.
Jerry Jones driving without a seatbelt. We got the TMZ audio that came out from his accident. Do you do this same exact thing in your car? And a little college football from opening weekend to get you ready for a Tolo Tuesday. We have 2 pairs of Cowboys tickets to give away. 7 o'clock hour, 9 o'clock hour. Jerry will join us live at 8:30. We're absolutely loaded for the start of the NFL season, and we're just getting going right here on The Fan. But I talked about Trajan Wealth
Ian Ramos, who might be the most nervous person in the Superdome right now. Roy to snap, Ramlet to hold to send it to free football. Snap, spot, blocked! Yeah! It's no good! Yeah! It's blocked! Shaheed Brown got his mitt on it! Fire up the war chant and plant the spear! Nose win! Nose win! Mike Norvell, you have your signature win!
Florida State Radio with the call. One of the most exciting games, probably the craziest game of the opening weekend of college football. Brian Kelly loses his LSU debut against the Florida State Seminoles. Special teams costing LSU throughout the entire night. Brian Kelly ticking off the Tiger fan base already in the first half. That first half interview on the sideline, he goes, I don't know if we can play a worse half. And he goes, well, this is my first game. Maybe we can play worse. I don't know. I don't know this team that well yet. But not going for two, the RJ Choppy, what do they call it? The cowardly scale? The chicken scale?
Yes, the cowardly scale. Basically, that's what it's called. The gutless wonder scale.
The gutless index?
The gutless index.
LSU not going for two. Extra point blocked, and the Florida State Seminoles are 2-0.
You just went 99 yards on that football team. They are gassed. They are dead. Do not let them get back into their sideline and rest some more and give them the ball back. Go for two, man. Go win big, lose big. And, instead of just, playing for the tie, there was no time on the clock. Instead of kicking that extra point and then giving them a chance to have the football. Because then you don't know what happens. You don't know if you have a fumble. You don't know if you have interception. You don't know if you just, whatever. I mean, a million things can happen. And things can happen on the extra point. I'm sorry, on the 2-point conversion as well. And in college, the extra point is much more guaranteed than in the pros, just because of the distance, right? You're at the 2-yard line, versus a dang near 40-yard attempt. But this was, I cannot believe, and I was so happy. I was so happy to see this over the weekend. The amount of people on social media who were killing LSU for not going for two. Stunned at the amount of people who have come to the dark side or the right side, if you will.
They also had a D lineman get hurt in this game. One of the D linemen jumped up to celebrate, came down, left leg injury.
Yep.
He's gone for a while. So not the best start for Brian Kelly there at LSU. His former team, Notre Dame. I mean, I was sitting there watching this and saying they're coming for Ryan Day. Looked like Ryan Day may have dyed the beard. Looked a little extra black. But Notre Dame, the point spread game. That's what this is known as, the point spread bowl. They led Ohio State 10-7 at the half. Ohio State ends up winning 21-10, but a little nervous for the Buckeyes in this one.
Absolutely. I mean, it was a 17-point spread, and then they wound up winning by 11. They were not prepared to play. The same thing happened last year against Oregon. Early on in the season, they were not prepared to play Oregon, and in this one, they were not prepared to play Notre Dame. Now, granted, there's no book on Marcus Freeman. We have no idea what kind of coach he is. Is he an aggressive coach? Is he a conservative coach? Does he like to throw the ball, pass the ball, run the ball, whatever? We have no book on him. And that is scary, I think, for a lot of coaches of, let's say, obviously it's a big game, right? It's a big game, 2 versus 5. That's scary for other coaches to have to not know what they're going to do going in. All that, because there's no tape. All that said, Ohio State has been, light years better than Notre Dame has in the past. And Notre Dame, and Ohio State, by the way, also is returning a great quarterback at C.J. Stroud. This was disappointing. This is a disappointing victory. You want to style point it? Go ahead. I will style point this home game for them. This left a lot to be desired for me.
What about the local teams? The Aggies win. The Sooners win, the Longhorns win, and my Texas Tech Red Raiders, although they're not going to be for too long if the SID at Texas Tech doesn't hit me back on getting Joey McGuire on this week. My Texas Tech Red Raiders also win, but we lost the quarterback. Listen to this stat about Texas Tech opening their year at QB. With this QB now missing at least 3 weeks, this will mark The 6th straight year that the quarterback that started game 1 for the Red Raiders will not start all 12 regular season games. Horrific luck over the past years for Tech injury-wise at quarterback. The 6th straight season that the week 1 quarterback will not start all 12 regular season games. And, of course, when you're talking about quarterbacks locally, the big story was Quinn Ewers, who had an interception to start off, then responded with a touchdown as the Longhorns roll over an absolute scrub. And Quinn had his car towed while he was playing in the game.
Oh, well, how does an athlete not know where to park?
Where's the parking? I don't know how it works.
They don't walk together to the stadium. They don't have a bus that picks them up from the dorm.
You would think
this is
so.
Texas, right?
Man, you would think so. You would think they would all meet at the athletic training facility, their locker room, and then walk as a team down to the stadium like every other college does in America.
I'd have to get personalized plates, like if I was, a big dog like Quinn. Park it next to Bijan Robinson's, I think Lamborghini deal or something in Austin, but just put Quinn or Ewers or QB1 or better than what's the name of the grandkid? Manning, the new
Arch?
Yeah, better than Arch. I would just put the greater sign and then Arch on my license plates, and that way they know not to touch the damn car.
It blows my mind. Like, what happened? How did this happen? But you should never. Like, you're never. And by the way, what are they've already had to have rescinded this parking ticket. Right? Had to.
The college tickets. What happened to your ticket in Oxnard from training camp?
I've been trying to pay this thing. I went on the website, pay my site, nothing. So I'm wondering if they put the wrong license plate number in there, and I'm getting myself I got a little lucky.
Did you call?
No, I didn't call. I went online.
Huh?
I went online.
Okay.
Yeah, no calling. They don't get a phone call from me.
It might. When I did that, I had a warrant put out for me in Oxnard from the beach citation, and it got up to about $500. You may want to call.
I may want to. I think I will. I think I'll call. I'll give him a shout.
Bobby says he got one too down there. What happened? You parked in the.
Was that at the rudder room where Bobby got his?
It was at the rudder room. And mine was it was like 10:15 at night, and free parking ended at 10. You couldn't park there from 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. And I was like 10:15, and I left. And I got a parking ticket on top. I'm like, what the heck is this? What is this, man?
Yeah.
But there it is. I don't know what happened. I don't know. It's on the website.
Speaking of driving and car issues and tickets, the video and audio of the Jerry Jones accident came out. And Jerry, with the interesting technique to get around wearing the seatbelt, officers, were they fanning out? Oh my God!
Oh, I had to.
Hi, Mr. Jones. I listened to the whole thing. Hi, Mr. Jones, big fan. See you on TV. Are you okay? Now, Mr. Jones, the one thing I do have to tell you, and Jerry will join us this morning at 8:30. I don't think we're going to ask him about this. They're like, were you wearing your seatbelt? Jerry's completely honest. He's not trying to be a big dog in any of this. He's pretty shaken up, right? It was a bad accident. And Jerry's like, no, I was not. And they're like, because looking inside your vehicle, it looks like you just had the seatbelt buckled behind you. So that's the Jerry strategy for driving without a seatbelt. Just have it fastened in back of you. What are you driving without a seatbelt for?
It's
I won't even be in a car with someone. First off, I'm not going to listen to that
ding. The ding is the worst.
The worst.
And that's why he buckles it behind him. There's no ding. But there is nothing more annoying. You give me that ding lasts about 4 seconds with me. I am over that.
I tell people in the car, I don't care whose car it is, put your seatbelt on. I don't care about, you want to die? Go ahead and die. Go through the windshield. I'm not listening to the ding.
I don't want the ding.
I'm not listening to the noise. Put the seatbelt on.
I will say I've gotten soft in my old age. You would not catch me dead with a seatbelt on in the back seat. You would not catch me dead with one on. But now I wear one in the back seat. I have no idea. I don't know
they wore them in Fast and the Furious. They put a seatbelt on.
I don't know. I had some friends I had a friend whose mom had died. Went through the windshield. She was in the back seat. Went right through the windshield with the front. No seatbelt. But it never occurred to me. It's like, man, I'm not gonna put the seatbelt on the back. I'm in the back seat. Come on. I'm a man.
When do you fasten though? Are you like a guy that before you get out of the driveway, you fasten, or do you have to go down the street a little bit before
in the back seat or my front seat?
When you're driving, yeah, front seat.
Oh, when I'm driving, I start the car, I put the belt on.
Okay.
What about you?
I'm a driveway. Let me get out of the driveway, then I'll put it on.
Why?
Yeah.
Hey, just say, I'm messing with the radio and stuff like that.
Why are you messing with it? Should just be on one station. You shouldn't be turning.
Well, sometimes it's on the Spotify, the Bluetooth. I got to switch it from the Bluetooth, and it depends what time of day.
The can you not reverse it and buckle at the same time?
Should try that.
No, just do one at a time.
Yeah,
just try one at a time.
Well, I mean, it's my driveway. It's not a busy street, and I got time.
You don't turn your head when you back up anymore.
No, I got the camera.
I still sometimes do a little old school. Like the wife gets furious at me. She's like, "Just follow the yellow lines. Just look at the camera. Just trust the yellow lines." And I do. When my last car had the beep for the reverse, like you're about to get close to something, and I don't have that in my Jeep. I still turn around. Like, do you turn your head when you're moving lanes in traffic?
Yeah, I look to the right.
Yeah, because you can't trust that.
No,
you can't trust the
mirror,
side
stuff,
mirror.
yeah.
Right.
No, you got the. Do you have the beeper? Like when you start to veer lanes, there's somebody there. Or when I put my blinker on,
the light that pops up and stuff that lets you know there's someone to your left or right.
Yeah.
Yeah. See, I don't have that, so
my
I got.
My car's too old for that. Yeah.
So needed. But all these technology things, they ruin you.
You got T-boned like Jerry?
I think get T-boned. I got T-boned yesterday or 2 days ago, whatever it was.
I'm sitting there reading the email out loud. I'm like, oh, RJ got in an accident at this Italian place.
Yeah.
And Amanda's like, I don't think so.
No, it was at Andretti's. We had our draft order party. So we had a race to see who was going to draft, first, so you could pick your own draft pick. This guy in front of me spun out because I don't know why he was trying to. These cars go up to 40 miles an hour, by the way. These go-karts. And I got absolutely murdered T-boned by the dude right behind me. And it jarred me. I got done with this thing. I was nauseous. I had one eye pupil larger than the other. I'm like, I have a concussion. I clearly had a small concussion. It's very, very slight.
So what place are you picking?
So I wound up picking third.
While getting T-boned.
Because it's the best lap. And I had the third best average lap, but my best lap was like eighth. But you don't always pick. You get to pick where you want. So I was able to pick third.
Is our draft is tonight?
Yeah,
tonight, 7:00.
Okay. Now, Carter is bugging me. The commissioner, power hungry commissioner.
Yeah, I saw your team name.
Yeah,
you're gonna keep it that way.
I'm gonna keep it that name.
Is it still just Team Sharif?
No, I should have named it that. He says no, you can't have generic names, and so I made it. I made it Carter Goodell. That's my name. Carter Goodell, the dictator of the Fantasy Football League, as we are going to have the station draft this evening. 877-881-1053, truckwreck.com text line to hit us up here on DFW Sports Station. Thank you for being a Tolo. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. You thought Michael Jordan versus Scottie Pippen was bad now, or was bad after The Last Dance? Scottie's rampage, it just got a whole lot worse. Wait until you hear the Pippen MJ update. Tyreek Hill sneaking into the DMs of Jake Paul's girl, and Russell Wilson with maybe the worst bedroom to bathroom ratio in the history of mansions. That's all next on a Tolo Tuesday right here on The Fan. But Tolos, was 49 years old.
I could have swore listening to that soda commercial that he said as a 49-year-old man.
49?
I think he's literally a day younger than me.
Y'all, did we hear that? Did RJ hear that correctly? Kevin, in the soda commercial, he did not say that he was a 49-year-old man. Peyton, go back and grab that. Grab that audio, and let's see. You got it?
Give me 1 second.
Okay. No way. I don't know either of their ages. I have no idea. It's like remain some type. Their ages, Dawson's age, I think they're all like secretly older than I've always thought. Dawson, I think, is closer to 50.
Yeah, I think he is
than
too.
Hagelin. Although I don't know.
Yeah, he's a couple years old. He's a couple years older than me, like 3 or 4 years older than me, I think. So I think he's like in his mid-40s, late 40s.
I'm looking for Kevin's Facebook info. I'm not seeing a date.
Want to hear it? I think we got it right here.
Okay, I just see September 21st for the birthday. Let's hear it.
It's great, and I've lost 100 pounds with their help. As a 49-year-old man, I never thought it would be this easy.
What?
And more
Wait a second. Did he get his age wrong? He's not 49.
49?
Is he talking about somebody else in the spot?
Play it again. Play it further back. He must be talking about like a testimonial.
Could be a testimonial?
I mean, someone else.
Well, I got to wait for it to go through a little bit.
Gosh.
Hey,
I know.
Troy would have had it done by now.
49 years in order to get this audio. So there's no way he's talking about himself. But Corey Majors probably is listening, so he'll go ahead and text us. 877-881-1053, chartrec.com text line. Hit it.
You can start out at sodaweightloss.com, where there are more than 6,200 Google reviews with an average score of 4.8 stars out of 5.
Also on the site, there's more than 850 stunning before and after client photos,
including me. Then there are 5-star reviews like this one from Jonathan.
There it is.
Soda is great, and I've lost 100 pounds with their help as a 49-year-old
All
man.
right. Okay. Fake news.
That's my fault.
Fake news. This may be fake news. Don't know. But all the gossip sites, they're talking about Tom Brady's marriage and how Giselle is ticked off at him, and Tom is really sad. Giselle has left the house. Is he going to be depressed for the start of football season? Well, the gossip sites are also talking about MJ versus Scottie again. You know, Scottie Pippen has like gone off the rails after The Last Dance came out. He absolutely despises Jordan. Ticked off. Michael got $10 million for the project, and the rest of the Bulls teammates got nothing. Well, now there's a report that Michael Jordan's son was out on a double date with Scottie's ex-wife, the very popular and the very social Larsa Pippen.
Larsa Pippen.
Wow.
And Marcus Jordan. Marcus, darling. They were on a double date, apparently.
Oh, man.
In Miami.
Now, Larsa Pippen is known to date around.
Oh.
Bunch of different athletes. Kim Kardashian wannabe. I think she crushes and dominates on OnlyFans. But she was dating that Minnesota Timberwolf.
Malik Beasley.
Yeah. Where it got ugly. Of course, she was married to Scottie. And now it sounds like it could be another famous person, Michael Jordan's son.
Yep, Michael Jordan's son.
When does Michael ever lose? When does he ever lose? Scottie's been going after him, been trying to trash him. Michael's never lost like a trash-talking, cutthroat back and forth. We've never heard one story from any other basketball player. No one ever has said Michael has lost in one of these battles, and now he gets the ultimate revenge on Scottie if this is true.
Yep, they obtained a pair of photos of the pair sitting down at lunch, leaving as well, with Larsa leading the way and Marcus, darling, following closely behind. They said they were there for about 45 minutes. That's a quick lunch. 45 minutes?
What are you, like an hour guy? Hour 30?
Well, if you're with somebody else, yeah, I think it takes a little bit. If I'm by myself, yeah, I'm in and out of there in no time. But if you're with somebody else, I mean, especially on a date of some kind, dates that end at 45 minutes, they go one of two ways. Either you can't take your hands off each other and you just want to get somewhere more private, or the date's going very, very poorly and you want to get the hell out of there. But, Marcus, he's got that kind of like, out of work blogger look to him. He's got that kind of like his little beard, backwards hat, kind of like one of those dad hats, some glasses. And
what do you do if you're Scottie and you open up the cell phone and this is all over your feed? You're getting all these messages. What do you do? This poor guy.
I think the only thing you could do.
And Michael opens up the iPad like Last Dance, and he's laughing with both hands on the side of the iPad, tripping.
I think the only thing you can do is now his only game now is going after who she's with. Like, you could have said you went from me to a C-level NBA player to the other son of an NBA legend. You didn't even get Michael Jr. You have Marcus. That's the only game. That's the only play he had. I can't think of another play.
Larsa Pippen is getting destroyed on social media. She has zero shame. I think we can all agree on that. She's straight up nasty.
She's going through her phase right now, which is fine. I support that.
It just never ends with her.
Yeah.
So there you go. Maybe Marcus Jordan going out on a double date with Larsa Pippen. Cold-blooded. Oh, man. What's up? I want the biggest revenge date move that Atolo has pulled off. Just out of spite. Like, you're gonna hit up this girl or this guy's friend. You're gonna slide in the DMs with it. What did you do? You didn't even want to mess with him. You didn't even want to sleep with him. But you did it just to stick the knife in.
I don't think I had any revenge dating or revenge hookups. I can't think of any. And I would think I would remember.
You would definitely remember.
I would definitely remember. I got nothing.
Your last girlfriend, you didn't try to do anything to get back through a dating move? One of her friends hit him up?
Maybe, but no. Never like with the friends. Absolutely not. No. No, I never did anything like that. I can't think of any revenge. I didn't know revenge like that.
Peyton, you? I don't peg you as a evil revenge petty person.
No, I have too much of a too much of a soft spot really for that. But I mean, if it got bad, because when me and girls break up and stuff, it's like I just let them go. There's no revenge and stuff.
You just let them go.
Yeah, it's like they walk out my life. We'll just move on to the next one.
All right, that's good. No confrontation, no drama. Maybe a petty move like Tyreek Hill. Tyreek Hill was on Jake Paul's podcast, and they were talking about Tyreek's line to slide into the DMs. And they seem to be having a good conversation. This is, Tyreek saying he would fight Jalen Ramsey if he could have any celebrity to go ahead and battle with, or any athlete to battle with. And Jake Paul said, "What's your line?" And his line is, "Don't forget about me. Don't forget about me."
That's the opening line?
He says he writes that in the DMs. It's kind of like your queso guac.
That's right.
Salsa line.
That was the first line I sent my girlfriend. I was like, you got to get rid of one of them. Queso guac or salsa.
That was the opening one.
That was the opening one. Had her hooked.
Opening message.
Which one though?
She got rid of salsa, and I almost got rid of her right then and there. I'm a huge salsa guy. Now I don't know.
So it's salsa, queso, or guac?
Yeah, you had to get rid of one forever. And I thought she was gonna say queso because, what does queso do? It does two things. It fills you up and it blocks you up.
Clogs
right?
you up.
Clogs you up and it fills you up. So I figure all girls would get rid of queso. That's the dangerous one.
Yeah.
You especially in summertime, you can't have queso in the summertime.
So after Tyreek went on Jake Paul's podcast, dropped the DM line, Jake Paul had a follow-up with this.
If you haven't seen the episode with Tyreek Hill, he said, if I'm DMing a girl, my main pickup line is, what do I say? I'd be like, don't forget about me. And that's all I gotta say. Look at this, bro. DM Julia, don't forget about me. that's a good friend of mine. Tyreek, you dirty dog.
He DM'd Jake's girl.
Jake's girl.
Jake's girl is like a co-host on the podcast or the sit down, and then Tyreek went and DM'd her. Don't forget about me.
Don't forget about me.
with the hand covering the face emoji. So that was up. Do you remember when Jake Paul was trying to figure out there was an NFL receiver who DM'd his girl?
Yep, it was Debo.
And we thought it was Debo.
That's what he said. Like, he mouthed it.
Does that mean it was Tyreek?
Maybe, or there's multiple. Once Tyreek found out about Debo getting in the DMs, Tyreek was like, well, wait a second.
I'm faster than you.
I'm faster than you. I'm better than you. Let me get in those DMs as well.
Unfortunately, the whole thing, it looks like it's a little bit of a setup. Tyreek, there's video of Tyreek like doing it And Jake Paul is kind of laughing about it. So I think it was just it was just following up on the content of his DM move. So I think this one's a little bit of a joke.
I think it is. It would have, the Debo one.
Debo sounds legit.
It sounds legit. But isn't this a badge of honor? If an NFL superstar
absolutely
slides into your girls, or at least tries to slide in.
As long as the girl,
Oh, well, yeah. If she
doesn't respond or anything.
Right. If she
well,
plays
she obviously
along.
showed.
Yeah.
She showed Jake. And plus, you're Jake, and you can beat him.
Beat him up.
Beat him up.
Yeah, you're a boxer. So you can take him down.
Like Deebo Samuel's not beating up Jake Paul.
I wouldn't think so.
Tyreek Hill's definitely not beating up Jake Paul.
Nope, absolutely not.
So you got him beat on both.
Yep.
Badge of honor. You're wearing the
gonna
belts.
What you gonna do?
Do we have any revenge moves on the Truckwork.com text line?
Let's see. By the way, it's pronounced queso. In terms of, when I said the queso thing. I slept with both of my ex's sisters after we broke up.
Dang!
My old roommate stole my TV, so I slept with his wife, and now they're divorced. I don't lose either.
I don't lose either.
This is the first time that RJ's had the good angel on his shoulder. I went on a lunch date with my ex's best friend, then my ex slept with her.
Dang.
What?
I went on a lunch date with my ex's best friend, and then what was the last
Then
one?
my ex slept with her just to mess with me.
Oh!
It turned me on.
Little girl-on-girl revenge. I think that's a walk-off.
Yeah.
I think that's a walk-off.
Wow. Oh, my God. We've got a Zach Wilson.
What? Don't tell me someone slept with someone's mom.
With her mom and best friend. Oh, my God. That's...
Love it, y'all.
Wow.
Well done. Y'all some real dirty dogs, not Tyreek Hill. All right, it's time for our highest rated segment of the show. By the way, we are going to start the expressway. So there's going to be a portion of the 7 o'clock hour with no commercials, starting at 7:20, and our first Cowboy ticket giveaway. Do we know what the game is?
It's a Sunday. Both them. Tampa Bay, the opener.
The Bucks?
Yep.
Cowboys-Bucks ticket giveaway, along with Jason Peters officially signing as a Cowboy, all next with Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan. But first, let me get you
Acura.com studios. It's Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. Hopefully you enjoyed your extended weekend. We did. Hopefully you survived the rain. And for some of us, the hail yesterday. We are back, and we're getting you ready for football season like nobody else on your home of the Cowboys. 105.3 The Fan. Jerry Jones will join us live at 8:30 this morning. Tomorrow on the show, we're going to have Mike Tirico. We're going to have Michael Irvin. I booked a Marcus Ware as well on Thursday. Trying to line up Babe Laufenberg for his weekly appearance. On Fridays, Mike McCarthy. So we are getting you ready to go for Bills, Rams. Tirico will be on that call Thursday night. Buffalo against the defending champs. And then, of course, he'll have our game with the new version of Sunday Night Football, Mike Tirico and Chris Collinsworth for Cowboys against the Buccaneers. And the Cowboys have officially obtained the services of 40-year-old offensive lineman Jason Peters. Signed and got the deal done over the weekend. Here's Peters speaking with the media, talking about how this all came about over the last month.
Yeah, I had a few opportunities with some teams, but like I was telling my agent, they like to go youth over age. So I was just weighing my options, and then when this came up, my home state, I couldn't pass it up to play for the Cowboys. 2 hours from my hometown. So, and far as the shape go, I've just been doing cardio and lifting. You can't really get in football shape till you put the pads and the helmet on. So, that's what I'm gonna be doing the first couple weeks.
Tyler Smith is going to start at left tackle against Tampa. He told the media, just having him in the building is great for me. Already getting advice on technique, getting out of my stance is the most important part. Dropping the hips, being accurate with the hands, how to make my core tight. Small things go a long way. And how did Jerry Jones sell him? You knew Jerry was going to meet with him. It was probably going to get done. We'll ask Jerry about the meeting. This was Peter's version of talking with JJ.
At the end of the day, me and Jerry go back to Arkansas. So when he called me, we sat down and talked, and it was like love at first sight. We was talking about the halls, he was talking about the national championship and how it changed his life, and me being a Razorback changed my life and gave me the opportunity to be here today.
Look, signing him was, to me at least, kind of a no-brainer. I don't usually like guys over 30, but in emergency situations, this is not a team building thing. This is a team survival thing.
Yep.
And signing Jason Peters was really a no-doubter for me. How much he plays, however, is a big question, right? Like, obviously they're going to practice squad him for now and let him get that sort of mini training camp. But how much he plays after that is a big question. And it relies on two things. One, the growth of Tyler Smith, or the ability of the others along the line, or the health of the others along the line, like Connor McGovern or Terrence Steele, where they may need some flexibility. If all things are equal, I'd rather Tyler Smith just take his lumps.
Yep.
Take your lumps, go. What are the expectations from Jerry Jones for this team? Is he have a different set of expectations this year than a normal year? Is this a year where it's a rebuild, not a rebuild, but a step back? It's a growth, a developmental year.
Well, Jerry told us in Oxnard he feels better about this team than the team that went 12-5 and lost to San Fran.
Oh, man, you're really glass half full if that's the case.
Yeah,
like a lot of
that glass is filled with something. If that's the way you're feeling right now,
could be filled with something. But I mean, look, if Jason Peters plays, it's probably because Tyler Smith did something wrong or got hurt. That's probably the reality.
Todd Bowles with an update on the Bucs says everyone is trending towards playing on Sunday night. Does that mean Tristan Wirfs and Chris Godwin? I think Godwin is definitely less likely to play than Wirfs. Godwin did practice without a knee brace on over the weekend, so that's not a great sign for us, but we will ask Bobby Belt at 7:20 about the Buccaneers' health. And Tom Brady was asked about the 2022 Cowboys. He's had some fun with us, beat us last year. Talked about the Cowboys, I think, not really being America's team. I think he may be undefeated against us. I don't know if the Cowboys have ever beaten Tom Brady.
No, they have not. They have not.
Let's see how generic this response is and complimentary I'm talking about this year's opponent.
Cowboys are very talented in all three phases. I love everything that Dak's done since he's been the quarterback. You know, I watched him his rookie year. He led the team to a great record. Never let any of the success get to his head. You know, he's done an amazing job. You know, CeeDee Lamb's a great player on offense, dynamic receiver. Zeke Elliott has been a great back in the league since his rookie year. Although he's an Ohio State guy, I got a lot of love for him too because he's a great player. And then, you know, on defense, Micah Parsons is one of the dynamic players in the NFL that is not only a linebacker, but he's a pass rusher. He does everything for that defense. They put him in tough situations with matchups. He does a great job in the pass rush. He does a great job in pass coverage. They're doing a really good job with their defensive scheme that, you know, they changed their fronts a lot. They changed their coverages. They got some guys in the secondary, Trevon Diggs, who led the league in interceptions last year. So it's a good offense that can score points, especially at home. It's a very talented defense that forces a lot of turnovers. And you're playing in Dallas, so you're playing against that home crowd of 90,000 fans. So we're challenged off the bat.
Well, he just read a scouting report.
Yeah.
That's what he did. Somebody in PR just handed him some names and scouting reports and the capacity of the stadium. I think he overshot. I don't know that it's 90,000 flat. I think it might be a little less than that.
And that was Bobby Bell getting that audio from the Let's Go podcast with Jim Gray.
Let's go.
So thank you to Bobby for getting all that info as always. Cowboys are an underdog in this one by about 1.5 for Sunday Night Football, and we will have the full preview and all the guests to lead you up to it here on DFW Sports Station. One other NFL note, Mitch Trubisky is named the starting quarterback for the Pittsburgh Steelers.
I have I'm very torn on this. Very, very torn. I am a unabashed proponent of let the kid play. You draft him in the first round, second round, whatever. He's your quarterback of the future. You know you want him to be the quarterback of the future. He's the 20th pick in the draft. Let him play. That said, personally, I do want to see Mitch play with an organization that actually knows what the hell they're doing. You know, I want to see Kenny Pickett play because I know he is the future, but I do want to see what Mitch has when there's an actual sense of you know what you're doing with an organization. And Pittsburgh is a well-run organization. So I am intrigued by that.
College football recap. Last night, more action as the Clemson Tigers beat Georgia Tech in a blowout. But what about the local schools and the debut of Quinn Ewers with the Texas Longhorns? Steve Sarkisian with a nice start before Bama.
He's on 35. Blocked! Swallowed! Engulfed! Picked up! And it's Robinson! Kalen Robinson! Texas on the board!
The Texas Longhorns win in a blowout. All the local schools win. Oklahoma, Texas A&M, my Red Raiders, even though a quarterback is hurt for another consecutive year. Quinn Ewers starts off with the interception, responds with a touchdown in the local college football action. Yep. SMU, Houston, all of it.
Yep. And then, look, obviously there were some Texas fans that were on social media and like, no, I'm not impressed with Quinn Ewers. Like, that was his first start. Like, give the kid a break. He was 16-24. Like, they obviously didn't throw it a ton for good reason. And they had to get ready for Bama. And that's the big one this weekend.
And we'll get into that with the college football kegger at 7:40 this morning. Also this hour, at some point, we're sending you to the opener. Cowboys Buccaneers. I would have entered my name in the staff raffle to try to go to this one. Cowboys Buccaneers opener. We're giving it away. Brought to you by Miller Lite this hour. 2 more tickets in the 9 o'clock hour with Jerry Jones sandwich in between at 8:30 this morning here on Sean and RJ. So that's the local college football recap. Nationally, a lot of blowouts. This was one of the good ones.
Guns it for the end zone. Intercepted! Amari Birdie just intercepted it. 1 yard in the end zone.
What was that noise? What was that laugh?
Yeah. Was that the color guy?
Yeah, it was. Let's hear that again.
1 yard in the end zone.
As the Florida Gators upset number 7 Utah 29-26. The Gators win it with an interception in the end zone, and the entire internet had one joke to make. It's not Cam rising, it's Cam falling, as you had the interception to end it. And how about the Florida State? What a opening weekend for the state of Florida. Yes. I didn't check on Michael Irvin's Canes. We'll ask Michael about them tomorrow. But LSU and Brian Kelly losing their opener in a wild finish with special teams and 2-point decisions costing the LSU Tigers. Florida State is 2-0.
Yeah, well, Miami put up 70 on Bethune-Cookman.
Oh.
The school that gave me a golf offer. That was kind of cool.
Oh.
But the state of Florida had some fantastic games, like you said, and the Gators with the upset of the weekend, if you will, beating number 7 Utah at home, 29-26. And then, of course, Florida State with staving off the LSU comeback to win the game at the end on a blocked extra point, to which Brian Kelly is already feeling it. One game in, and he's feeling it because those LSU fans will put up with absolutely nothing. It's okay I can't believe I'm saying this. The expectations at LSU are higher than Notre Dame. Which, if you're 85 years old or 65 years old or probably even 55 years old, you're like, that is lunacy. This is Notre Dame we're talking about here. Era and Newt and Holtz. But nope, not anymore. The LSU's expectations far exceed Notre Dame. You could go at Notre Dame and make the Final Four every year or every couple of years and get blowed out, and you'd still be okay. At LSU, Coach O won a title, and he got fired 2 years later.
The Texas Rangers are plummeting. Lost their 9th straight game. They got swept in Boston, and then yesterday shut out by the Armpit. 1-0 right here on your home for Rangers baseball. Aaron Judge hits home run number 54, and Rafael Nadal eliminated at the U.S. Open.
Saw the stat. What's the date today, Sean?
Today's date is the 6th.
6th.
September 6th.
Yesterday, Marwin Gonzalez hit a home run. I just saw the stat on TV. He is the first Yankee player not named Aaron Judge to score a run since August 31st.
Since August 31st,
They just
score a run?
They just flashed that up on the TV. To score.
Oh, my God.
To score a run.
Oh, my Lord. Wow.
They had to be a misprint.
They're 5 games up still. 5 games up in the American League East, but Aaron Judge, my Lord, has he locked up the MVP. What a run. Since my Yankee buddy goes, yep, trade him, try to get Soto, Aaron Judge has put the entire city on his back.
So he's got 54 homers. We're exactly where McGuire was after 135 games back in 1998. Bonds was at 57 at the same time. So Bonds hit 73. McGuire hit 70. So I guess that means he's on pace for 70. That seems a bit high with, let's see, 27 games left. He would need 16 home runs. Wow, that's a lot. It's a lot of bombs in 27 games. But the last 3, is it 3 or 4, are here at DFW at the Globe.
Headlines on the home of the Rangers and Cowboys. It's Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. This hour, Sum Tolo is going to Arlington for the opener on Sunday night. If you turn it on, leave it on. That's what Tolo stands for. We're sending you to Cowboys, Buccaneers with Bobby Belt. Bobby Belt will be there. You don't go with Bobby. You're not going to sit next to Bobby, but Bobby's going to join us next. When is Jason Peters going to play? Are the Bucs going to be at full strength? Are they getting Chris Godwin and their left tackle on the field? And what's going on with the Tom Brady relationship with Giselle? Bobby Belt, Cowboys Insider on a Tolo Tuesday next. But first, what better
Lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. Do you think there will be less big company trucks on the road this summer because of gas prices? Well, think again. And those big trucks have insurance companies to protect them, so get the representation that won't settle for less. It's Frankel. Frankel, visit truckwreck.com or call them 214-333-3333.
Jerry Jones live at 8:30 this morning. We have 2 more tickets to give away to the opener, the game that is going to get the highest ratings, the biggest draw, the sexiest matchup, Cowboys, Buccaneers. Bills, Rams may be better, but we know we're going to dominate in terms of the ratings with America's team. We're sending you to Arlington for Sunday night football in the 9 o'clock hour here on Sean and RJ. That's what you get for being a Tolo, and thanks to Miller Lite for the tickets to give away, and thanks to Bobby Bell for being our Cowboys insider, joining us every morning at 7:20 on the Diamond Factory Hotline here on 105.3 The Fan. Bobby, take us through the process of getting Jason Peters locked up.
Yeah, I think that this was something that felt like we were getting the momentum to get this done. I know a lot of Cowboys fans have been frustrated by the fact that it wasn't finished by the end of last week and felt kind of like, oh my gosh, this is something they're going to let slip through their fingers again. I think they were just figuring out small details and the little intricacies of, establishing the ramp-up period and, getting him on the practice squad to start and then, the plan to transfer him over to the roster. So, just little details that they were working on, hammering out, got it done ultimately, and they got their guy. This is a guy that I think that they had interest in before Tyron Smith got hurt, somebody that they could have on their offensive line for depth and somebody that could function as an extra coach. I mean, I know you guys have played some of the audio this morning. You hear him. He sounds like he's genuinely excited about the opportunity to pass knowledge on to younger players, and it's not just rhetoric for him. It's something that he's really, really excited about. And so a really good addition, whether he plays on the field or not, I think, just because of how he can, kind of pass that knowledge on to Tyler Smith and some of these other guys. And, he'll be ready to go. They'll be ramping him up as quick as possible so that he'll be ready to go in case they need him.
But this will be Tyler at left tackle, definitely versus Tampa to start off.
Yeah, no, they're going to give Tyler Smith a crack at this first, and then I think it'll be one of these things where as soon as the ramp-up period's done, they'll reassess, and they say, okay, has Tyler done a good enough job, or is this an instance where things are really starting to flounder and we need to put Jason Peters in there?
What is Tyler Smith's health update, and what have you heard about or seen about the way he's looked in practice at left tackle?
He's moving fine. I haven't noticed him hampered at all by the ankle sprain. I mean, obviously, you see the bulky tape around his ankle. You see that they're handling it, but he looks good moving out there. I wouldn't have known there was anything bugging him if it wasn't for the fact that we've all discussed this sprained ankle, but he said yesterday that he feels good and it's not limiting him at all, which is great news considering it's a high ankle sprain apparently. That's what Jerry had told us, and so the fact that it'd be a high ankle sprain is, you would think that would be limiting him longer, especially that left foot with him playing left tackle. But no, he seems like he's ready to go, says that he feels good, says that he'll be fully healthy, no limitations at all, and he hasn't looked like it when we've gotten a chance to see him out there practice.
One more thing with Peters and Tyler. Let's say, God forbid, something happens on the right side. Who would be the more likely one to move out there?
Between Peters and Tyler Smith, I think it'd probably be Tyler Smith. I think Jason Peters is strictly left tackle at this point. But yeah, that's something that that maybe cross that bridge when we come to a type of thought for the Cowboys right now, because I don't know if they know for sure what they do if, today, for instance, God forbid, Terrence Steele went down. I don't know what exactly they do at right tackle right away.
What's going on with Tampa Bay's health?
Tampa Bay, it's funny, as much as there's a tendency, I think, from every fan base to kind of accentuate their own issues. So I know that there's a lot of frustration here in Dallas about where the offensive line is at and all the struggles that are there. Tampa Bay's offensive line, I don't know that I'd trade places with them right now, just with all the issues that they have. They've got a whole new interior of the offensive line from what they had last year. They lost Ali Marpet to retirement. Alex Kappa's gone in free agency, and you've got Ryan Jensen, who has had that knee injury at center, the Pro Bowl center, and he's going to be out for a couple months. Tristan Wirfs banged up with an oblique, and that's coming off of torn ligaments in his ankle at the end of last season. So their offensive line is pretty decimated, and that's not even including some of the depth behind their guys that have sustained injuries and been lost for the season on the offensive line. And then the big one, obviously, is Chris Godwin. Godwin's, had that torn ACL and MCL near the end of last season, has been rehabbing that all year. He's been on the field with them since early August, but it was just yesterday where the knee brace finally came off, and it was Todd Bowles who said, hey, everybody is trending as if they're going to play. So that's a good sign for the Buccaneers, but I'll believe that Godwin's going to play when I see it. There's just been too much chatter when you talk to folks that I know over in Tampa that have said, man, it'd be a real outside shot of him being able to play week 1. And so I wonder if there's a little bit of gamesmanship there with Todd Bowles saying everybody's trending towards playing, because a lot of the chatter the whole time has been that Godwin was going to be unlikely to go in week 1. But we'll monitor the practice report pretty closely. Russell Gage, their other receiver there, he's healthy, but he's been dealing with a hamstring injury for a few weeks now, and that's kept him out of practice or limited him pretty significantly. So they've been pretty banged up along offense the last month or so, just with Wirfs and Godwin and Gage. And so with that interior of the offensive line as well being brand new, I mean, it does give the Cowboys a chance to take advantage of some instability right now on the Buccaneers offense.
Is Russell going to be active for game 1? Because did he get drug tested after that comment that he made about them being the best wide receiving core in NFL history?
Yeah, maybe the best ever, which is one of the most ridiculous statements I've ever heard. And it's funny, I was talking about this yesterday with Will Chambers. Like, where do they rank in the league now? Like, forget just best ever. Like, I don't think they're like a top 5 receiving unit if I probably ran through it. And so, yeah, I mean, I get if you're talking about just names or whatever. Okay, you got Julio Jones. That's great. Mike Evans, Chris Godwin, they're both Pro Bowlers. Chris Godwin, though, he's just a one-time Pro Bowler. He's been banged up since then, 2,000-yard seasons. And Russell Gage is a fine player, but he's not, any sort of a star. I would have taken the Cowboys receiving core last year over that with Gallup and Cooper and Lamb, or even a couple years ago with Gallup, Cooper, and Randall Cobb and Cedric Wilson. And so, I mean, Russell Gage, he certainly is. There's a difference, I think, between being confident in your group and being confident in your team and being flat out ridiculous. And Russell Gage found that line, I think.
Bobby Belt, Cowboys Insider on the Diamond Factory hotline to get you ready for the opener here on Sean and RJ. What is your relationship advice for Tom Brady and Giselle?
I don't know. The way you guys talk about it, it sounds like I shouldn't give out relationship advice. You guys are always floored at having no wedding ring, or like me having Snapchat, or
I think you're the one
Oxnard, or
you have Snapchat.
Yeah, we've been over this, Sean. Yeah. You were this stunned last time.
Oh. See, he doesn't remember you have Snapchat. I don't remember you're married.
Yeah, I think you're the one to give the advice because you obviously outkicked the coverage. You've gotten away without wearing a wedding ring for 6 years. You're being a California pimp for Zach Wilczek. So, and you work, 19 jobs, and you're an absentee father. So I think you can help out Tom the most. So what would it be?
Slander.
What would you tell Giselle? How would you get her in line?
Giselle, look, I think that, it's pretty clear that Tom's provided for you for a long time.
Yeah.
He's taken that money. He's reinvested it into surgeries to look better for you. And so if, there's a lot of bills to pay there on that front, a lot of surgeons to pay. And, he's trying to go out there and make that money, not have to have you work as hard. Look,
what happens when you're not the breadwinner and she goes, here's the news. I'm the breadwinner in the family.
No, that's the thing. As stunning as it is at him playing, football at 45, I mean, I think Giselle's career is more in jeopardy into her 40s than Tom's would be.
Yeah. Right.
And so, I mean, he may be looking at it like, honey, look, you're not going to have your career as long as I'm going to, so I need to go make this money while we can.
I always wonder, where do models make their money? Like, I have no idea.
What do you mean, where do they make it?
On the catwalk, Chop.
I know, on the catwalk, right? On the catwalk.
What do you mean, where do they make it?
I never see them. Like, I never see them. Like, do they get I know they get paid, but how much money how could you possibly make that much money just, walking down an aisle? I have no frame of reference on the industry. Like, none. Yeah. None whatsoever.
Bobby Belt here on 105.3 The Fan. Other news to recap from the weekend. I saw Micah talking. I saw Talk Lawrence again with the hot noise talking. Dan Quinn talking about the defense. Give us the rest of the Belt news and notes.
Yeah, you've got the. I knew as soon as Tank Lawrence had the underdogs, upper dogs line, I knew that your eyes were rolling into the back of your head.
Yes.
Yeah, look, I mean, there's going to be a lot of chatter from both sides. Like, I think it's funny. You hear both sides right now, Tampa and Dallas, talking a lot about, oh, okay, well, we'll see. We're confident in our group. We think that our guys are ready to go, and both teams are talking about how their offensive line, like, oh, we got great confidence. They're going to be awesome. And the key is going to be, okay, who actually turns rhetoric into real-world results? And whoever does that's probably winning this football game. But, I really liked what Micah Parsons had to say where he was asked about the losses on the Cowboys offense, and he basically said, he was like, look, it doesn't matter who they've lost. Whoever's lost is lost. I can't worry about that. And what the offense does has nothing to do with what we do over here. And he said, even if they score 0 points, I think we're going to win the game because I know we can score points over here. And he's like, so if we have to win football games for them, we got to win football games. And so Micah Parsons is somebody who, as much as he's been a strong, alpha personality since he walked in the door, I feel like he's really taking control of, like, this is my football team and my defense, and we're really seeing it ramp up here throughout training camp and into this first week of the regular season. And so that's something that's been nice to see, is Micah Parsons really taking hold of that and really taking ownership of, this is my defense and this is my team. And so but yeah, we'll watch for the Cowboys this week. Jordan Lewis, he was back out there in the field. He's allegedly supposed to be ready to go for Sunday, so they'll have all their corners healthy. That'll be something to keep an eye on here internally in Dallas. And then also just see if any of that tape starts coming off the ankle for Tyler Smith.
The Cowboys' number 2 receiver Sunday night is
Noah Brown. It'll be Noah Brown, I think, even ahead of Jalen Tolbert. I know, but I mean, it's just, I think when they look at it, they obviously thought really highly of Jalen Tolbert and his ability, but Mike McCarthy even acknowledged last week, said Jalen Tolbert's been up and down, and I think they view Noah Brown as, look, this is a veteran, and this is somebody who's been incredibly consistent and has spent as much time around Dak as anybody else that's here, and so that's where they would feel comfortable. I honestly think number 2 receiver is probably Dalton Schultz.
Yeah.
But in terms of being wide receiver 2, it'll be Noah Brown. But I think we're going to see a lot of 12 personnel, 2 tight ends, because I think that you're not only going to want Ferguson and Schultz in terms of receiving options, but being able to have the two tight ends in there on the offense, you're going to be able to potentially chip a little bit more, help these tackles out, and cover over any deficiencies you might have on the offensive line. But ultimately, playing wide receiver 2, I think it'll largely be Noah Brown and CeeDee Lamb leading in snap count for receiver.
So what you're saying is they're gonna have all the running plays go to Noah Brown's side.
I'm saying bet the under, Chop. That's what I'm saying.
Bobby, in your 105throughthefan.com column, you asked which Dak will show up. Please elaborate on that.
Because, I mean, the thing with Dak right now is we saw in the first half of last year that he was an MVP candidate and that he was somebody that, not just a candidate, he was somebody that the Ringer did a whole series on after the Atlanta game where it was Dak Prescott, if the season ended today, he's the MVP of the NFL. And I think that was a common thought. And then it was second half of the season, he was about as inconsistent as we've seen. And not just that, was playing rattled. And that's the concerning thing. Any sort of issues we've seen with Dak Prescott in the past, I think most people have felt like it's, limitations that he has, whether it be, as a passer or in his ability to read the defense or whatever else, even if I disagree with that. But the larger concerning issue was it seemed like he was shaken in the second half of last year. And so I think it's an important thing to wonder as to which guy is it going to be this year. Has he moved past those issues? Is he completely healthy now? Have they managed his workload better this offseason? Is he going to be prepared to have a fully healthy 2022? If he can do that, if he can be healthy and he can trust his health and not be shaken by that, then I think you're going to see the MVP type of player. And a big part of that's going to be trust in his offensive line. But if he's having any lingering effects of that, or if he's still not trusting his body, basically, and trusting his own durability and his own health, and he's, concerned about running or he's concerned about taking hits, then I think that this is going to be a really tough season for him, a really tough season for the Cowboys. And at that point, you're going to need to ask, all right, what do we do to fix this in the long term? Because we can't have this go on into 2023.
Thank you for the time, Bobo. We'll catch up with you tomorrow. Appreciate it.
I love you all.
Bobby Belt, Cowboys Insider, every day via the Diamond Factory hotline here on Sean and RJ. I loved the football preview in the Dallas Morning News. I don't compliment the Dallas Morning News very often, so I have to like it a lot. Their little cartoon drawing preview has 2 escalators. It's got one with the players going up. Dak, Lamb, Micah, Zeke, Pollard, Diggs, Gallup, Turpin. Until they added Turpin there at the end. It's got Jerry at the top. He's in the middle between the escalator going up and the escalator going down. Going down is Tyron, Connor Williams, Collins, Gregory, and Amari. And he's not on the steps, but he's about to be on the steps. He's on the side of escalator down.
Steven?
Mike McCarthy.
Oh, man.
Now, Mike McCarthy is standing in line with escalator down, and then underneath, just checking out, taking a peek underneath the escalators is a guy with a black shirt and a headset, and that would be Sean Payton. So Sean Payton is creeping, checking out the escalator, but I thought that was pretty creative with the old names, old faces, new names, new faces for the Cowboys 2022 season.
I didn't even notice the Sean Payton thing. I was more, why is the Eagle mascot there?
Right.
That confused me.
Does that mean the Eagles might be going up? They're in the going up line. Okay. So is that saying maybe Philly is going to win the NFC East?
Yeah, could be. 2 things that stood out to me here. First, that you got the morning news.
I didn't. I took this off Twitter.
Okay.
No, I did not.
Okay, I was like, wait a second.
Do not get the morning news.
You got the paper.
I won't even use the morning news to burn to start my big green egg.
And then it was like, wait a second. You went to the paywall?
Except for Michael Gelkin.
Yeah.
Except for Michael Gelkin.
You went to the paywall?
Maybe Calvin here and there.
And then, I wonder how the Sean Payton star is going to fall depending on their season this year. The Saints.
What do you mean? Oh, well, we'll find out at 8 o'clock. As someone has picked the New Orleans Saints to be the number 1 seed in the NFC.
Luna!
Wait until that at 8 o'clock. Gelkin, though, did have all the Cowboy number changes. That's why it's, scary to buy a team jersey. Anthony Barr changed from 51 to 42. Deron Bland goes from 30 to 26. Jake Ferguson, 48 to 87. Hendershot changes from 49 to 89. Turpin went from 2 to 9 or 16. Dennis Houston, 3 to 17. Well, let's go. 71 to 79. Malik Jefferson, 45 to 46. So these are all the different number changes after the league gave these guys more leeway. So there's your Cowboy recap. Jerry Jones will join us live at 8:30 this morning on DFW Sports Station. Jerry live at 8:30. Right now it's time for the College Football Kegger.
College football! We're going to look to throw it. Throws it into the end zone, and it is incomplete. And the Cougars come away with an overtime win in 3 OTs. The Cougars, a sea of red coming over from the far sideline onto the middle of the field as they beat UTSA 37-35.
That is the call at the end of the Houston UT San Antonio game. Cougars win, like they said, 37-35 in triple overtime. One of many Texas schools to get a victory over the weekend. But holy cow, what a I don't want to say ugly or disappointing first weekend of the season, but first weekend of the season I saw a lot of blowouts, Sean.
What's different?
What's different? Exactly.
It's always like that.
Nothing's different. Nothing is different. The average margin of victory was 28 points in the first weekend of the season among games featuring one or more top 25 teams in it. You saw, for example, Michigan State win by, 22 points. You saw A&M win by 31. You saw Oklahoma win by 32. You saw Alabama win by 55. You saw Georgia beat the number 11 team by 46. That may have been the statement win of the weekend.
Yes.
Number 3, Georgia beats number 11, Oregon, 49-3.
What were the rankings again?
3 versus 11.
3 versus 11.
I mean, that's kind of why this has always been my. And look, I hate preseason rankings for this very reason. Like, Oregon probably should not have been ranked number 11. But if you want to have a 12-team playoff, which they voted on Friday to have as early as 2024, you have to sell me that there are 12 teams that can actually win this thing, or 12 teams that can pull an upset. If
if that's the case, then we should just have a 2-team playoff.
I know, right? I know.
Yeah, I thought you were for expansion.
I am, but this is the problem with it, right? We're going to see blowouts. Like, that first round of games is going to be unwatchable. The semifinal games are unwatchable. The average margin of victory in the college football semifinals is 17 points.
Yeah.
Or actually, it's more than that. Like, there's only been 2 games decided by fewer than 17 points. So that's the problem with this, is that these games are largely blowouts. Now, you had some good ones. Florida with a fantastic home victory over number 7 Utah, 29-26. That. Other than that, what was your great game? NC State with a 21-20 victory over East Carolina. NC State was number 13 in the nation.
LSU.
LSU is it.
The LSU game, the Florida game.
The LSU game. This brings us to...
we had triple OT in the call from Houston right there.
Yes, we did. This brings us to Brian Kelly. Brian Kelly is getting showered with booze and blame, and he's passing the buck like he does best. Ironically, the only coach to follow him from Notre Dame to LSU was a special teams coach. The one whose unit was responsible for, let me count this up, 2 muff punts, a blocked 30-yard field goal, and a blocked point after. So not a good day for the special teams coach at LSU, but a great day. A great day for aggressive analytics, because Twitter unanimously almost was on the side of why did they not just go for 2 there. I think this is one of those situations where no matter what, it's going to take a lot of getting used to if this is the new norm. If there's no time on the clock, that you just go for 2. There's a lot of people that just can't jive with that. Like, I imagine if this becomes the norm, I don't know. Like, how do you think that's going to be received?
I think more coaches would go for it than not. I think more would go for 2 in that situation than not at the end there.
Yeah,
That's
I think
my
you're
guess.
right. How would the fans do? Those old hat media guys are going to hate it. The fans might. It's going to be very fickle. Like, did you make it?
Yeah, totally fickle. Hindsight.
Absolutely.
I would have guessed, though, the majority of LSU fans, I don't know, Brian brought us David Hellman. I would guess the majority of them were screaming, go for it.
I would think so.
In that moment.
I would think so as well.
Especially after the special teams issues earlier in the game.
Yeah, I would agree. Number 19, Arkansas, 31-24 over number 23, Cincinnati. Man, there are a ton of Razorback fans in DFW. It is growing by the year, the amount of local kids that are making the trip.
Well, we had the pandemic. Fayetteville. They multiplied.
They did. I see what you did there.
Jason
I appreciate
Peters
that.
saying that, Jerry, their big sit-down meeting to convince him to be a Cowboy centered on Arkansas football.
Yep, absolutely. Quinn Ewers, 16-24. A couple of touchdowns, interception. Texas still getting the victory. Now, the University of Texas, Sean, they are 1-0 on the year, just like Alabama is, but they are not close. By the way, it's 52-10 over Louisiana Monroe. It is already, the point spreads are out for week 2. Care to guess what it is against number 1, Alabama?
I saw 20 or 19.
Yep, that's what I've seen too. 20 points. That is the point spread between this game. And that is, Alabama, so far, 91% of the money on them to cover. 91% of the money so far. Very, very early on Alabama. UCLA.
Ooh. Let's start with USC. For all the Sooner fans who want to laugh at both California teams You could start off laughing at the debut of Lincoln Riley and Caleb Williams as the Californians. Peyton Russell was just out there vacationing saying, 90 degrees feels different out here. It feels every bit of 90. That's why we could not go and fill the Coliseum for this brand new, exciting era. Now, I know that Lincoln Riley's living on the water, and he's a Hollywood celebrity, and he's got the ridiculous contract and probably all the private planes. I get all that, but don't tell me he didn't look in those stands and go, uh-oh. As they're not empty like that in Norman.
Nope.
Ever.
OU had more people for their spring game.
Is this a guess, or is this the attendance?
Well, it was 60,000 for this game. And OU had close to 80,000 for the spring game.
Wow. Yeah, USC and UCLA, the state of college football. I mean, I guess that's why, football in California, it sucks. They should never have two NFL teams. But it goes Lakers, Dodgers, in whatever order. But college football is supposed to be third.
Yeah.
Definitely third. USC football is supposed to be.
USC football is tremendous. It's supposed to be, at least. But, let's see. Penn State had 62,000 at their spring game. Georgia had 68. Oklahoma, spring game this year, 75,000.
Wow.
75,000 for their spring game. And the announced attendance for the USC game was 60,000. That's still a good crowd, but that place holds over 100,000 people, or close to 100,000 people. I've been in that stadium. It is a majestic dump.
What is?
A majestic dump. The Coliseum in LA.
Majestic
dump. It is
dump.
tremendous, but it is a tremendous dump. It's so
like Fenway.
No, Fenway's not a dump. Fenway's a very well maintained
Wrigley
stadium. I've never been. I just hate Fenway for a lot of it. Fenway's cramped. It's not comfortable, but it's fantastic. USC Stadium. I love the history, the torch in one of the end zones. I think it's the east end zone. It's amazing. It's amazing, but it's disgusting. It's an absolute dog butt of a stadium. UCLA, however, Sean, they did not draw. 60,000. They had a low attendance record at the Rose Bowl. 27,000. There are 20,000 season ticket holders that didn't even bother to show up for this game.
Wow.
This is embarrassing.
Who's their head coach?
It's Chip Kelly.
Old Chipper.
Yep.
Well, Chip Kelly and Lincoln Riley not drawing. I'd be worried if I was Lincoln, though. I know it was against a bum. But still, my debut, and I got a quarterback.
First game of the era, of the Lincoln Riley era. You would like for it to draw more, but I guess you could say it's California, man. We got things to do. We're not going to sit there and go to a USC game. It's one of our last Saturdays, Labor Day weekend, one of the last Saturdays of summer. Like for me, and I'm sure for you at the pool, like these are cherished weekend days, right?
Well,
you're cherishing these weekends.
Depends on what you think about global warming, and the ice, the glaciers.
The glaciers.
Props to Mac Brown. Dancing. The Mac Brown dance. This after they gave up 40 in the fourth to Appalachian State, but Mac Brown's North Carolina Tar Heels still gets the W. And Virginia Tech was a mighty program as I was growing up in the DMV. Lost to Old Dominion. And they got their locker room robbed during the game. Virginia Tech loses twice. Old Dominion, and they get robbed.
Yeah. I got to say, I got to give them massive credit. I got to give Vatek mad credit. They played a road game against Old Dominion. Power 5 schools don't play road games against the CAA, the Colonial, or whatever conference it is. They don't do that. So I'll give them credit for that one. How do you lose that game, A? And then the salt in the wound. You get your locker room robbed. Come on.
College football kegger right here on Sean and RJ. It's DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. This is the Expressway. Every day we're going 7:20 to the end of the hour, commercial free. Jerry Jones live at 8:30 this morning. But there's one NFL insider who has picked the Super Bowl champion 4 straight years. 4 straight years. We'll tell you who his Super Bowl matchup is this year and why he has this shocking team number 1 in the NFC. See if you can make money on these picks as we go around the NFL. And where does he have the Cowboys? next.
Let's get you over to
Blinds.com studios. It's Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
8 o'clock hour kicking off Tolo Tuesday. We're live on the Fan Cam, live on Twitch, and live on YouTube. Back from the extended holiday weekend. Hopefully you enjoyed yours. And it's like you're coming back to another holiday. This is one of the best and easiest, I think, weeks in sports talk radio. It's the start of the NFL season. Predictions, guests, including Jerry Jones, live at 8:30 this morning on DFW Sports Station. Tomorrow, Mike Tirico, Michael Irvin. I booked DeMarcus Ware in the final hour of the show. Babe Laufenberg, Mike McCarthy on Fridays. This is why you check out Sean and RJ on your home of America's team. So Jerry coming up at 8:30. But Peter King, a guy that we disagree on as a football insider. I love his column. A lot of reading, but there's some awesome nuggets in there. Peter King, I think he's definitely the only one in the country that can say this. He has picked, ladies and gentlemen, the last 4 Super Bowl winners. Every Labor Day he comes out with his predictions, Football Morning in America. He's gotten the last 4 right. You know how hard that is to do, especially in the National Football League?
Yeah, I mean, let's see. Chiefs were an easy pick one year, probably.
Kansas City over New Orleans was his pick. Kansas City beat San Francisco.
Right. The year before that would have been the Patriots.
Yeah, good. Patriots over Rams. It was Patriots over Rams in that ugly game, 13-3.
Yep. So then he had Kansas City.
Yep.
And then it would have been Tampa over Kansas City.
Exactly. He picked Tampa over Baltimore. It was Tampa over Kansas City.
And then last year, Rams over Bengals.
Good job. I don't know how you can keep all the numbers in the year straight. He had Rams over Bills, and it was, of course, Rams against Cincy. So he got the winners right in 4 straight years. That's pretty freaking impressive. So
yes, it is.
His selection this year is going to be the Buffalo Bills against the Green Bay Packers. He's going, you should be happy about this, in your friend fantasy league over the weekend. You drafted Aaron Rodgers.
Yep.
The Peter King, like you, not terrified over the loss of Devontae Adams. He has Green Bay with their new special teams coach, former Cowboy Rich Bisaccia. This is why Peter, I think, is a great column. He notes in here, Bisaccia, after their debacle against San Francisco, right? They looked like LSU last year in the playoff game in the Lambeau weather, losing that game, in part because of special teams. Rich Bisaccia gets hired, highest special team salary in the league. Bisaccia got the green light to use any player on the roster on special teams as he saw fit. That's how extreme of a change they wanted there in Green Bay.
Yeah, that is a very extreme change.
Yeah.
Could you imagine turning on a Cowboy game and seeing Micah Parsons running down there on punt?
Right.
Could you imagine that?
Bisaccia has full freedom to use anyone the way he sees fit. So he's got Bills, Packers as his Super Bowl prediction.
He's going to have Aaron Rodgers as a holder, so in case they want to do a fake field goal.
And, of course, it's not about the matchup. It's about the game, the winner. He's picked the winner 4 straight years. He's picking Buffalo to win 30-23. So the Buffalo Bills.
That's fair.
Could be Peter King's. Yeah, they're the favorite in the AFC. They're the favorite in the league. I think they're the betting favorite, number 1. That's who he's trying to make his 5th straight team to represent.
That's who he's going with. And look, I don't think that anybody would bat an eye at that one.
No.
If you see the Buffalo Bills, the Chiefs, I mean, there's about a half dozen teams that if you see, you're like, no, okay. All right, I guess so.
Yeah. Let me get to the seeds, though.
Seeds are they're the issue.
I set all that up to tell you he's picked 5 straight years in a row to set it up for what he did at the top of the NFC. But AFC first. Buffalo, the 1 seed. Finishing 6-0 in that division makes all the difference with so many contenders, right?
Yeah.
It's like the NFC East for the AFC, and the AFC West has to go through each other. The team that Bobby Belt and I disagreed about the most, besides San Fran. Our NFC disagreement was San Fran, but our AFC one was Baltimore. He's got the Ravens as the number 2 seed in the AFC. They were decimated by injuries. Left tackle, both their corners, Lamar Jackson. He's got Baltimore at 11-6. The Chargers, 3rd, 11-6. Tennessee 4th.
Wow.
At 10-7.
Wow.
Slight nod over the Colts by virtue of the Titans averaging 35 against Indy in their last 3 meetings. So he's looking at that head-to-head to give Tennessee the AFC South division. Kansas City, the 5 seed, at 11-6. Number 6 seed, Cincinnati, the defending AFC champs. The first place schedule brings Cincy down to earth, but the Bengals will still be a threat. And number 7, the Miami Dolphins. Woo. Forget about just Tyreek and Tua. It's Chase Edmonds rushing for 1,200 yards. He's got Miami at 9-8, getting the tiebreaker over Indy and Vegas. Got the Raiders 9-8 and the Colts 9-8. Wild card, Baltimore over Miami, Chargers over Cincy, Kansas City over the Titans. Divisional round, Buffalo after the bye beats the Chiefs, gets revenge for last year in the Classic. Chargers over Baltimore, AFC title game. Bills beat the Chargers.
All right, so who did he leave out? Let's see. I'm trying to think here. Like, who on this?
He left out the Raiders.
Yeah, I mean, that's not stunning.
Yeah.
He left out Denver. That to me is just, I think
someone in the West.
Someone in the West is going to have to get left out.
Going to have to get left out.
Although, I guess they could all make it. They could theoretically all make it.
Yeah. But let's go on over to the NFC, ladies and gentlemen. Again, Peter King picked the Super Bowl winner 4 years in a row. The number 1 seed in the NFC goes to the New Orleans Saints. What? And Choppy, you can't be destroying this on the radio like you did in your email because he's showing your boy, Jameis Love. Saints have beaten Tom Brady's Buccaneers in all 4 regular season meetings, and none of the 4 has been a 1-score game. Owning Tom Brady. What's that do to Sean Payton's stock if the New Orleans Saints finish number 1 under Dennis Allen?
If the New Orleans Saints finish as the 1 seed,
12-5 is the record that Peter King has
under Dennis Allen, it will put.
Wow.
Oh man, let's say this carefully. It will put Sean Payton into Mike McCarthy territory, where it's like the perception, not how I feel or you feel necessarily, but the perception that he was just carried by his quarterback. The guy who went to the Super Bowl a decade and a half ago-ish, hasn't made one since, had an all-time great as the quarterback. Like, what was going on? Lost a ton of games in crushing fashion, Sean Payton did. But I think that's what the narrative would change on him. Fair or not, the narrative has changed on Bill Belichick. The wagons have circled.
Yeah. To what?
That it was Tom that was the reason they won the Super Bowls, not Bill. I think it was Tom at the end. I think in the beginning, the structure of the organization allowed Tom to basically play a game mistake-free because they didn't ask him to do anything, and that's just how he kind of molded his career. But I think right now, everyone is, at least I am, Tom was the reason, not Bill.
But not thinking that Bill's a bum.
Not a bum.
Hasn't circled around to that.
No.
New Orleans, the 1 seed. Green Bay, the 2 seed, with a record of 12-5. Again, he's got the Packers in the Super Bowl. Number 3, the Philadelphia Eagles, winning the NFC East with a record of 11-6. He says Devontae Smith and A.J. Brown combined to average 14 yards a catch last year. Now Jalen Hurts has them both. The Rams, the 4 seed, at 10-7. A murderous schedule, starting with Buffalo Thursday night. Mike Tirico will be on the call. Tirico will join us tomorrow. He's got Bucs Cowboys on Sunday night as well. Minnesota, the 5. How about that? 11-6 for the Vikings. The 6 seed Tampa Bay. Just too much noise and too many injuries around them. Talent and Brady still make them a factor. And at number 7, Bobby Belt's San Francisco 49ers with a record of 10-7. He says, we interrupt this endless quarterback story to remind you the other 51 players on this roster are pretty good. Tiebreaker, San Francisco over the Cowboys. It's got the Cowboys at 10-7, but we lose the tiebreaker for that final spot to the 49ers. So that'd be 2 straight kind of playoff losses to San Francisco. Wild card, Green Bay over San Fran. Tampa Bay over Philly. Rams over Vikings. Divisional round. Saints over Tampa. Wow, the Jameis Winston trust. Green Bay over the Rams. NFC title game. Green Bay 30. New Orleans 17. And the Bills beating the Packers in Arizona for Super Bowl 57 in Glendale. Wow. I love it. I love the Stones.
I want to say this with all due respect to the legendary career of the great Peter King. It is time to put this old fart out to pasture. Okay, there.
I just told you he picked 4 straight Super Bowl winners. No one can say that. No one's done it.
He's picking one team. He's just picking the favorite. He's just gonna hype it up. Oh, I got the new quarterback. Let's go with him. We got to come with it. There is no way that New Orleans is the 1, Philly is the 3, and Minnesota is the 5. And then
we get surprises every year.
I know. 1, 3, 5, and 7. Lunacy. Peter King has forgotten the number 1 rule of football: the quarterback. It doesn't matter who the other 52 guys are. It doesn't. All that matters.
But you like Jameis.
Oh, I love Jameis. And as the fan text brings up, the Saints are the Eagles with better quarterback play. The Saints are a viable playoff team.
I think they've been one of the most under-discussed teams.
Yeah.
I've never been a Jameis believer, so I'm not going to buy it. But their roster, that's a great comparison.
Yeah, they're the Eagles with better quarterback play, 100%. Minnesota, okay, I can see Minnesota sneaking into the postseason. I can see that. But, man, I'll sell all that San Fran stock. You're going to put a rookie quarterback who's played 1 year since 2018. Okay.
Jerry Jones live at 8:30. But how did you survive the weather? Did you deal with the rain? Did you deal with the hail? And what are the questions that we should ask Jerry about his new left tackle or new offensive lineman, Jason Peters? That's next on The Fan.
Brought to you by state-of-the-art weight loss, that's soda, and by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Do you think there will be less big company trucks on the road this summer because of gas prices? Well, think again. And those big trucks have insurance companies to protect them, so get the representation that won't settle for less. It's Frankel. Frankel, visit truckwreck.com or call them 214-333-3333.
Feature back here. Next to Mordecai off the 48-yard return. Play fake, Mordecai wants it all. Curley has got it! Curley, touchdown SMU!
Part of the local college football action that took place this past weekend. It's Sean and RJ on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Jerry Jones coming up live in 10 minutes at 8:30 like he is every single Tuesday. And we have another Cowboys-Buccaneers ticket giveaway in the final hour of the show thanks to Miller Lite. We're sending you to this monster of an opener to probably watch Tom Brady play for the final time in Arlington Sunday night. I am jealous of anyone who has tickets to that one. We're giving them away in the 9 o'clock hour after we gave away 2 in the 7 o'clock. But a couple of other college football audio clips. Is Spittle here? I saw his door open. Have you seen him?
I haven't seen him yet.
All right. Gavin, if you're in your office and you got that little button that you can push to dump us, dump it if need be, as Peyton's eyes all of a sudden get very large. I think we can play this. This is RG3 getting some props for being kind of the sideline reporter for the Michigan game as Derek Holland's Wolverines roll. And RG3 had a little recap of a touchdown that was scored in this one.
And what do you know, guys? It's an orgy in the end zone.
It's a football term, I guess.
Is it?
Probably not. But I'll say my butt it is.
So I don't know that. I don't know if Jim Harbaugh would approve since he made his quarterback decision based on the Bible. But that is that's RG3 with a little reference for the Wolverines. I wasn't sure we were able to play that. So Peyton, that's on you if we're not. Hopefully Spittle's in the office.
I think it's okay. Like technically it's okay. It's like, is it technically okay? Yes. Is it one of those things that, we'd love to say? Probably not, but it's okay.
Can the word be used as just like a group gathering? Oh, here we go. A wild party, especially one involving excessive drinking and unrestrained
could be.
Okay, excessive indulgence in a specified activity. It doesn't have to just be that with the mind in the gutter. That's Webster.
Yep. So like historically,
yeah.
They were secret rites used in the worship of Greek and Roman deities, celebrated with dancing, drunkenness, and singing.
Okay.
I mean, I love all those.
All right. So sounds like he's cleared. RG3 with that terminology. And then you had Jack Harlow on the set of College Game Day. We're going to have a very uncomfortable Lee Corso discussion at some point in time. I saw Mac Engel tweeting about this. The internet, kind of divided, but that's a future conversation. But Jack Harlow was the celebrity guest. I think this was for Notre Dame, Ohio State. Mm-hmm. And Harlow was asked to make his picks. A few of them he may have made based upon his dating experience.
What do you got, Jack?
Well, I was with Joe Burrow last night, so I'm rocking with LSU.
There you go.
I used to talk to this girl from Cincinnati. I liked her a lot. Cincy. What you going?
I'm going Oregon State.
I'm going Oregon State.
Great pick.
App is short for Appalachian, right?
Appalachian, yeah.
Huh. Well, I do love the mountain range, but I'll go UNC. I could have grown up a Notre Dame fan, and you could not pay me to say Notre Dame today.
Wow.
I'm about to start my tour on Monday. I want to get out of here alive. I'm going to Ohio State. This is a breeze.
So there's Jack Harlow making his picks. One of them, I like this girl from Cincinnati once. Give me the Bearcats.
Yeah. Jack is... So, we have this, so my girlfriend and some of her friends, they are in love with Jack Harlow. They think he is, the cutest little thing. I'm like, I don't know. But he is...
What was that?
I don't get it. He is the rising star of the music world. It ain't even close. It's so close who 2022 belonged to.
Yeah. Jack Harlow,
Jack Harlow. Fantastic. And that's how you want to pick right there. When you don't know anything about what's going on, pick based on who you know or who you knew.
Did
Better
you
yet.
all survive the weather? I can't keep the days straight with the days. I think it was Sunday. Sunday, the rain knocked me out for 4 or 5 hours. I had to go back home, cancel the dinner plans, pay the babysitter for nothing for 2 hours, but I didn't want them sitting in the dark. So 4 or 5 hours of no power, and then hail last night. So and you got a hail hookup, some roofing help.
Yep, K-Post Roofing. You got a problem? You got some hailstorms over the weekend? K-Post Roofing, the official roofer and waterproofer of the Dallas Cowboys.
But the biggest catastrophe would have come this morning, as it is my son's first day of school. Sending him. And as I'm sitting here ready to be free when I go home, no more babysitting after 2 years of 10 to 5, 10 to 7, actually, when he goes to sleep, the school sends a message. We still don't have power. We'll email you at 6 o'clock in the morning to give you an update. So just when we got them all packed up, I'm getting ready to go home and be free. A new chapter starting for myself after work. May not have power at the school.
Oh, I hate to see it. Got to spend another day with that kid.
What a beating.
What a terrible thing to have to happen.
Absolute beating. Fortunately, I have someone that I want to spend time with, and that would be the Hall of Fame owner and general manager of your Dallas Cowboys. Jerry Jones joins us live to preview the Buccaneers and discuss the official signing of Jason Peters next. Sports station and your home of Jerry Jones. Every Tuesday, going 11 years strong on the morning show here on 105.3 The Fan. And Jerry is joining us, brought to you by Ford, built for Texas, built for you. Good morning, Jerry. Happy opening week.
Well, it is good to be on with both of you, and I can't believe 11 years strong. What a way to say that.
All right.
And
you haven't gotten rid of us yet.
That fires me up. And let's get 11 more in here.
Yes, sir.
Yes, thank God. I got to retire then.
Absolutely. Jerry, did it feel like I normally get in a really, you can ask the people around me and my family and my coworkers, I get in a really bad mood when the NFL season is about to end, and it feels like the months after, I just dread it, and it feels like it takes forever because the NFL is my favorite sport by far. But this year, it kind of felt like it went a little bit faster. Did the offseason speed up or slow down for you?
Well, I think that this is the busiest I've ever been. This is my busiest year in terms of just things that involve the NFL. And so I think it is getting busier, and it's getting more convoluted, which is not a bad thing. But there's a lot going on, and it seems the more, let's say, substantive you are, the more you have your fingers in, so to speak, and the NFL does. We're a really substantive point of entertainment. That carries a lot of opportunities with it, but it also means a lot more attention to it. And then, of course, this thing has gotten a little more convoluted relative to putting a team together and keeping it together. You've got a lot of turnover, so there's a lot more personnel work to do than there was 15, 20 years ago. So it's a busier time. It goes faster for me.
Jerry, how much bigger, just an NFL side note, how much bigger can this thing get? Right. I mean, it already dominates. People in our industry make job decisions based upon the offseason and getting ready for the NFL. You, whether you want to take credit or not, keep a lot of us, in the news with your quotes and interviews in the Cowboys spotlight. How much bigger can this get, if at all?
Well, first of all, thank you. I hope so. That's intentional. We certainly want to be on the minds of sports fans. We want to be on the minds of people that are partial sports fans. I want something about the Cowboys in every house organ, every journal, everything that I can put it in, even though they may not be avid fans. When they do look up there and have a choice and look at that television, they'll know the Cowboys are interested enough to be involved in their business. So I like all that, and I think it's important. But there's a lot of growth here, and there is certainly a different way to present, let's say, the games themselves. And the game continually evolves. It does, in my mind, it gets better. So there are all kinds of ways or points about what we're doing here to expand upon or adjust on, get better at.
Is there a take us through this week before the game for you? Is it nervous excitement? Is it anxiety leading up? I know, but the week before, a big vacation or whatever, or a big thing, I get mad anxiety. Is it excitement for you, or are you anxious for this game to happen?
I don't ever leave it. I don't care where I'm located or what I've got, maybe front and center that day. Everything we do stays with you all the time, and you're constantly noodling or constantly making notes as to some of the things you're deciding on. As you know, we're still adding the roster. We did it as late as yesterday. And that's continual. You're continually doing that, continually making those adjustments. But we, from here on out, this team has a chance to still be coming together as late as December in terms of any personnel changes, personnel additions or subtractions. And then you're continually looking around the corner ahead. You can't ever just be sitting here in September and not be looking at, really, if you will, next training camp. And so all of this is a part of it. It's a ball. Don't get me wrong. And I haven't worked a day in my life. I say that to work today since buying the Cowboys. It's a labor of passion.
Jerry Jones with us on Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan. Jerry, can you take us through how you got Jason Peters locked up in terms of speaking with him and what you think he adds to your football team?
Well, he's a phenomenal player. He was in high school. He was defensive lineman of the year in Texas when he was recruited, and he went to Arkansas. Of course, I was there. Really, always had my eye on him and always looking at him. And of course, we played him twice a year, so we really had to look at him. And it was a phenomena. He really wasn't as highly thought of when he came out of Arkansas as he became almost immediately. Kind of a surprise to have this kind of success in the NFL. So bottom line is I've known him very well all these years. And, he played tight end early, so that shows you the kind of athlete. Played defensive line, that shows you the kind of athlete. Mark 2A type stuff for us. And then to continue his he's so efficient. He's just very efficient to have all that athletic ability and that size, and smart as well, and just pretty much got it on. You think the ability to just manage yourself physically and be able to still be playing, and he plays a position you can play a long time if you're efficient and you have the good luck of durability. He does have that. Knock on wood here. And so he can really help you. You can imagine in a position in a game that takes repetition to get better and better and better. You really never quit getting better from the standpoint of mental in the offensive line. Well, look what he brings to a snap when he walks out there and been doing that 20 years. And, boy, you can see it. It just reeks of mental capability.
Jerry, what is y'all's plan for him in terms of getting in shape, and timeline of getting on the field?
Well, we want to be prudent and be recognized that this isn't his first year. In other words, we've got to ease him along. Hooker is a good example of that. But Hooker was coming off an Achilles injury. And so when he came on last year, we eased him into it, and of course he had an outstanding year. But we did ease it into him. We had him in training camp early, and you just saw the kind of patience you want to have, because you don't want to just do the obvious, and that is go out there and have an early setback. And you should honor the years that he's played relative to that risk. With all of that in mind, we'll be hard not to have him in. It has a lot to do with how well Smith's playing at left tackle. It'll have a lot to do with this overall year. It'll have a lot to do with how Tyron Smith is coming along.
Yeah.
And Tyron's going to be able to be out there doing some work relatively soon. And I'm not trying to rush anything, but he is. He's going to be able to keep in pretty good physical position and shape and condition during this time. So you got Tyron, you've got, and then we've got a couple of young guys out there that I want to see some snaps if possible. Hope we don't have to have them. But I think we've got a couple of young guys that will ease along here. So I think this really lets us be in manageable shape at our left tackle, and we could really keep your fingers crossed. We could have this thing pushed up just about right to be really deep and good there by the time we get to getting close to playoff time.
Jerry Jones here on The Fan. Jerry, what have you seen from Tyler at tackle in practice recently?
Well, you see in practice ever since he's been here, you see his power. You can see his shortcomings, but boy, those are really fixable shortcomings relative to technique just, if you will, tricks of playing the game. And one thing that I don't want to underestimate about Tyler Smith is how intelligent he is. This guy's exceptional. And, boy, that plays a big role in how you adapt and how you adapt to really adjust to what you're playing against, not only in preparation for the coming week, but during the game, adjustments, as well as just in his case, getting his foundation right. And, of course, Peters will really be able to help him along the lines there. And our coaching is really oriented toward helping young players. If they have a strength, it's young player strength, our coaches.
Jerry, I know you're very optimistic by nature. Is your optimism for the season the same this year as it is for basically any other year, or is it different this year?
Well, let me just address the first way you stated the question without any issue on it. But I have to believe 1-1 is 3. I can't operate where 1-1 is 2. Now we all know it is physically, but the 3 is where you have to go. Now you have to have optimism to operate out in that world and commit and do things when you got to count on 1-1 being 3. And I'm not trying to play games, but that's where the biggest payoffs is out there. If it's there for everybody to grab, at 1-1 is 2. So here you go. You got to look for the best or look for the best outcome. What you have to do, though, is be ready every time that if you don't get that outcome that you hoped might be there or were optimistic about being there, then what do you have to do? You have to create some kind of net. And I've been fortunate in my life. I've operated with at times without a net, and it didn't get me. But I've had close calls.
What is the net for a lot of questions on the O-line, some inexperience at receiver? What are the and an older running back that, not older, but a running back that people are counting out? What is the net for those issues?
Well, the net is Zeke. The net is running game. The net is play action. The net is giving some help. Those are nets. The net is tight ends. The net is Pollards and running backs and Zeke and others. The net is we've got a quarterback that puts the ball to the best receiver, not necessarily to the best open player, not necessarily the best receiver. Now, if everybody's running their routes out there, then he can get it to the right receiver for the particular defense. That's a pretty good safety net. You got to do that, and you got to get the ball out. The longer you hold that ball, the more you need a veteran offensive lineman. That's net.
Jerry, you mentioned Zeke there, and you've mentioned in the past that, you use the quote, "We go as Zeke goes." The league has gone, very much skewed towards the pass first type game. Are you guys just kind of zigging when the rest of the league is zagging there?
No, but we've had success doing that, by the way. And I know when we first got here, you didn't play small. You didn't play with speed at linebackers on defense. We added smaller players and speedier players on defense. League wasn't going that way. So that served us well. That's just an example. But, boy, that's the art of the deal, is to try to come in with something that gives you that edge, that continued edge. My main thing is I like to see adjustments made during the season and during the games more. And we've had a lot of times where it just seems we were pretty set in how we and what we were doing, and didn't make those adjustments. Now, that's easy to do when you're losing a ball game, is to second guess it. But fundamentally, I like to see us have some flexibility. I think that's, again, going back to that net definition. I think some flexibility, ability to adjust in games when we prepared and it's not working for us. I think all of that will help us, the opposition, from just depending on where we've got a obvious frailty. We've got to go away from that frailty. Now this is just obvious fundamental stuff, but the game is designed to do different things. If you get stopped real good doing what you plan to do, you've got to do it a different way.
Jerry, you mentioned the youth and how your coaching staff is set for that. Before Jason Peters, I'll check afterwards. You guys had the third youngest team and roster in the NFL. Does that get Coach McCarthy a little more grace period to start off with the amount of youth that you guys are putting out there?
Well, I think that I don't need that he needed more grace period, candidly, one way or the other. I think that we've got a team by design. We could have had a different team, as you well documented, and the media has documented, and our fans. We could have had a different team had we wanted to. We signed 4 or 5 of the veteran players that we didn't sign, but we needed to make some changes, and we have. And the best way to make it is with youth. Youth costs you a little bit to play with it, especially early. But we know that too. And so we think this is the best way with this team, this quarterback, this talent. We think this is the best way to go, and it's the best way to go for looking around the corner at the next years to come. So the answer to your question is youth. It fits our design right now, and we're going right to plan as we speak.
Jerry, some would say that, and we benefit from this, as I said to start the interview, that, the Cowboys can be, a busy place, little circus, some distractions. I preface that with this Tom Brady question, as he's been in the news and leaving training camp. With your history of dealing with so-called distractions, is this an opportunity for you guys, Jerry? Do you think this could set Tampa back a little bit with all the stuff that Tom has been in the news and the headlines for?
Well, I think that if anybody is thinking that we have more said about us or more visibility, if they're saying that, that's exactly what I try to do. And I do want to keep them talking about the Cowboys and have from the day I got here. And so, again, I'm smiling and I'm saying it with all the positive in the world. If we've got them talking about us, we're doing our job. And you asked, does that help hurt the performance of a player? Frankly, I've seen it get us players that we might not have gotten, that interest, that visibility. I've seen it work. I know that we get higher intensity at practice when we have thousands of people watching our two-a-days as opposed to not having people watch there. The pride in a player just makes him want to be his best when he's out there in front of 2,000 or 3,000 people.
Yeah.
All I'm saying is all of this goes. I had the pleasure of getting to play on a team that when you practice, you'd have 2,000 people watching you practice, be 50 feet away from you when you were practicing. That caused me, I was an overachiever, to play harder, and I probably played at that level, whereas if it had been at a smaller level, nobody watching practice, I probably wouldn't have been as good a player.
Jerry,
it motivated me.
Yeah.
And so I think it does motivate. You've got pride. You've got all those things. And you need to call on everything to do this game. Now, this is a physical game, and you do have to do unnatural things. You're supposed to get out in front of 300 pounds, not get in front of it.
Jerry, how's Michael Gallup? What's his status?
Well, again, I couldn't be more pleased, at how he's pleased with his status and how his coaches are pleased with their status. And he's just doing really the kinds of things that you'd expect him to do, more than we've expected him to do. And you make, if he could do everything the way he does it at practice in a game and not have injury because he hadn't been doing it enough, then he'd be ready to go, because he can do anything I think you ask of him right now, anything. And so the issue is more of a common sense one, is the longer you wait, the better off you are for having something reoccur, or he's trying to adjust for a sensitive aspect of this injury and cause another injury. Those are the kind of things that you kind of use your judgment, and the great experience that we have with our training crew. Brett Brown out there is, we have two full-time trainers, officially the trainers. One is a rehab trainer, and the other one is Jim Maurer is the trainer. But we're the only club I know of that has a full official trainer, rehab. And he's tickled to death with where we are, and we let him decide whether or not it's time for a player that's really ready to play, that's practicing ready to play, but let's keep him out another week. That's the way we do it.
And you still don't at this time expect Gallup for week 1, correct?
Again, I don't want to at this time. Let's just leave it at that. I don't need to say anymore. I'll get into this business of playing the game of competition and not let the Bucks get prepared for him one way or the other. But we planned all along for him not to be in the game. Let's surprise him.
Jerry, last one. It's kind of connected to the Jason Peters signing. Did you ever have a player where that you rooted against them so hard they gave you fits, or you had a personal issue, they just wore the wrong color uniform? I'm not going to sign an Eagle. I'm not going to sign a 49er. Did you ever have that type of internal debate in the past when it came to maybe adding someone that you guys used to go up against?
No. Not at all. The redeeming aspect in this game, but the redeeming aspect of what a player is, what he's been through to get there, you would expect him to have a competitive demeanor about the teams that he's playing. And it would surprise me if a player could just really have that complete favorable of opinion about a player, about a team that is a division rival in the case of Philadelphia and playing the Dallas Cowboys. On the other hand, I know this, that it'd be an exciting thing. Me personally, I could forget a lot of those kinds of feelings if I had a chance to play for the Dallas Cowboys. And I'm proud that Jason has that same attitude about it.
Jerry, fantastic as always. Thank you so much. We cannot wait. Glad to have you back for another year, and we'll hear you on the station on Friday before the opener.
Well, it's good to be on with you guys, and let's have us a great year. All right?
Absolutely. Thank you, Jerry.
Bye.
Jerry Jones, brought to you by Ford, built for Texas, built for you.
I do hope one thing is known. The kids were in the car when Jerry said 1 + 1 = 3, that the parents had to correct him. Wanted to make sure.
No, it's a life lesson.
Is that a normal? I've never heard that.
Me neither. But we're not millionaires.
We're not billionaires.
We're not
millionaires.
Or millionaires. So coaching young, adjustments, pressure, and math. Your reaction to Jerry Jones with us right here on The Fan after this.
Well, let's get you over to Jeep Adventure Day.
from the MyFitnessStore.com studios, it's Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Final hour of a Tolo Tuesday edition. RJ Choppy fist pumping. Peyton Russell head banging. Hopefully you are listening, enjoying it. We have another ticket giveaway for the opener. Cowboys Buccaneers sometime this hour. Brought to you by Miller Lite. That is for turning it on, leaving it on. That is what Tolo stands for. Thank y'all. Hopefully you enjoyed Jerry Jones, another season with us here on the morning show on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Your Jerry reaction on the truckwreck.com text line at 877-881-1053. The latest Tom Brady comments from his Let's Go with Jim Gray.
Let's go.
You can't stop your life even though sports is happening. I think once football season comes, I really lock in on what I need to do. Man, all this combined with the Page Six, the gossip columns, it makes it sound like Tom Brady is dealing with absolute turmoil in his marriage and his personal life, the fight and the struggle to come back and play football and leave the family.
It absolutely sounds like that.
You can't stop your life even though sports is happening. And I lock in to the season once the year begins.
So, okay, so what he is saying is that he understands that he's neglecting. Is that what he says? But you can't stop your life even though sports is happening. I don't know that I understand that first part of it.
I don't know.
Look, it is evident that there is something going on there. You know, whether it's just tired of each other or she more. I think most likely is. It's a dangerous sport. She's like, dude, you got to stop this. Like, I want you around.
Could be safety, could be time commitment. I don't know. These are the reports out there from the gossip columns that she left their house in Florida, hopped on the plane to Costa Rica.
Left the kids.
Threatening to. Oh, she left the kids.
Well, that's what it said. Like, he's focusing on being the full-time dad now. So that's what the article said. I'll have to go back and double check and make sure that I had that right. But because they're in school.
See that, yeah.
They're in school. What are they going to pick them up and homeschool them in Rotan? Is it Rotan? Is that what's in Costa Rica, or is that Honduras?
I don't know.
It's down there. I know that. It's down there. It's cool. It's supposed to be cool. But,
so,
man, this is, they should not, from our standpoint, right? Giselle, is she, or it's Tom, when he has the kids, I'm sure they have help. This isn't like one person's just sitting with the kids the entire time while the other one's out there having a blast.
Yeah.
I'm sure Giselle and Tom, when they're alone with the children, they might be alone with them sometime, but there's a lot of times where they've got help. That's what happens when you're worth $1 billion.
Will this affect Brady at all? Can the Cowboys, can they capitalize, take advantage of any of this?
Okay, I don't. I'll say this. It doesn't matter how much you, and obviously it's a little different because he's not going through a divorce, but there is no way a divorce does not affect you.
Right.
I don't care how much you love the person, hate the person, want it out, didn't want out, doesn't matter.
Or fighting with your wife.
Fighting.
Or a significant other.
Yeah. But when she just up and leaves to Costa Rica, you're almost at the point where you're estranged. You're almost at the point where, okay, we're at DEFCON 2.
Come back tomorrow.
She come back tomorrow.
They don't travel like we do.
Nope. They could be at DEFCON 2.
They're not booking round trip.
No, they're not. They fly when she calls up the jet and says, I want to leave.
But the most special athletes, the coldest of the killers, when they walk on the field, they really do.
Yeah.
It's like forgetting the last play. There's something mentally they have where they just block it out. Yeah. Kobe Bryant, Eagle, Colorado. Go look at the stats. Go look at the games that he had while that was taking place. Or Brett Favre after his dad passed away. That somehow some of these guys and girls block out the craziest of drama that affect many of the rest of us.
Yeah.
You're sitting there during your job. Am I going to get a text? Do I have to look at my phone? After work, do I have to go home and am I going to get in another fight? All these things, if indeed all this is true, and it seems to be about his personal life.
Yeah, and that's troubling for him because, this is, he's at the end of his career. He is a couple years away from having from Giselle's standpoint, she's a couple years away, or maybe not even a couple years, maybe 1 year away from having her husband home every day, like, helping out and being healthy and being, a husband and a father. And now, like, he says he retired and then he kind of up and changed his mind.
The problem that I worry about the most for the Cowboys is the quote, "I've always used little different spites as motivation for me." That's an issue. That's a problem for us. And all the great ones do this too, right? The storylines this offseason about the Buccaneers are no offensive line. Your wide receiver, Chris Godwin, is hurt. You got old Julio. And gradually here in the past month or two, people are bumping the Bucs down in the power rankings in the NFC. Green Bay feels like they're above them. The Rams definitely feel like they're above them. Where do certain people have the San Francisco 49ers? It feels like Tampa Bay is kind of getting moved down. I mean, when you were out a couple weeks ago, it was this the amount of Vegas money put on them in the under. Now, the over-under was like 11.
Yeah.
So it's not crazy, but Tom will say, everyone's betting the under. Well, some people even put money down for us to lose the most games in the league. So it does feel like, once again, there's legitimate Brady doubt. I'm not going to fall victim to it because as long as Mike Evans is healthy, I think they're going to be fine. You got Fournette, you got Evans. I personally think Julio pretty washed. Even if he has a good start to a season, he's going to get banged up and hurt. And the guy led the league in touchdowns last year. And all this drama stuff, all this wife stuff.
You sell it all you want, man. I'll buy Brady.
Yeah.
I'm going to buy Brady. He is.
When he steps on the field and he goes to that end zone and he gives the let's go to that corner in Arlington.
Yeah.
I'm willing to bet Giselle ain't going to be on his mind.
No, look,
or whatever is going on.
Tom Brady will have a bad year sooner or later. But it won't be because of off-the-field distractions. It'll be because he's 45 years old.
Yeah.
Like, let's be fair on this one.
Or doesn't have help.
I mean, but every quarterback is going to have, like Patrick Mahomes last year regressed. He didn't regress because he wasn't as good. He regressed because he got a little bit unlucky. He had some interceptions. A lot of these quarterbacks do. Tom Brady really never regressed. Like, he just kind of always had the same kind of year. He'll be fine. He'll be fine, and the team will be fine. And if he has a bad year, it's probably more likely due to the fact that he's an old man, or like you said, he's got no help, and a bad offensive line than anything else.
All right, Todd Bowles was asked about all this drama. Now, Bowles, what matters the most is the injury updates. He said, I expect everyone to play. Is that supposed to mean Chris Godwin, who practiced without a brace during the weekend? Tristan Wirfs, their all-world tackle, practicing as well. So Todd Bowles gave that injury update. He was also asked the follow-up. You keeping up with all this Brady drama in the papers?
He's been all in since we got him. He's all in now, so I don't follow the off-the-field stuff. I listen to XM, The Groove, and Soul Town, and Silk Radio. So my off-the-field activities are honestly not even football-related.
So there he is.
A little soft on Todd's part. Yeah, a little soft. That's a little too soft for my liking. But
we can't all be, Kevin Federline like you.
Hey, that's all right. Look, I got the colored hat. I'm gonna tilt this thing to the side like K-Fed. I went to Dreddy's yesterday, so I had one of those like those fireproof rags on top of your head that they give you to put underneath the helmet, and I had the hat on over top of it. It looked straight like K-Fed. I looked like I was at a Can't Hardly Wait.
Did you get a picture?
No, we had to put our phones away, right? Because we were about to drive in these things, so we had already put our phones into the cubby hole.
877-881-1053, truckwreck.com text line. Biggest takeaways from Jerry Jones. I think 1 + 1 = 3 is kind of dominating Twitter and the headlines right now. To me, that's a 50-50 statement. 50%, hey, that's part of Jerry's genius. He sees things differently. Got to hope for the different outcome. It's not just standard. You zag when everyone else zigs. And then the other 50% says, exactly, as a local media member texted me and said, and now you know why this team hasn't done anything in forever. 1 + 1 equals 3. That's how you don't make the NFC title game or a Super Bowl the last 26 years. Ooh. So that, I think, is that's the biggest reaction right now from Jerry on with us at 8:30. 1 + 1 equals 3.
If it is I'm going to have to look into this thing, because if it is one of those great billionaire quotes of all time, because they do have to think differently. You have to think, you don't become a billionaire on accident unless you're born into it. But like, you have to think differently to get and amass that much fortune. You gotta add on your accounting ledger 1 + 1 equals 3 as well, just to get a little bit more of a tax deduction, kind of skirt the issue a little bit more.
All right, the other things I wrote down, but that was going to be my follow-up before Jerry talked about the safety net. But you also have to have the safety net, because my follow-up was going to be, what's the difference between, optimism and delusion? You can't go into every year thinking Super Bowl contender. Like, you got to be honest with your team. I think Mark Cuban lacks that. I think he oversells every single year and puts way too much on his coaching staff and his players, where he believes that like they're a legit championship contender. And it's like, where's your dose of reality? And you wonder that a lot of times with Jerry, but he talked about adjustments. That was a little silent message to the coaching staff. Mm-hmm. And he talked about this at the end of last year. I'll never forget him calling into KMC and blasting the lack of adjustments and going at the coaching staff and seeming like, now part of it I thought was to make the fan base believe Jerry was ticked off. I think it was a little bit of a selling job, but there are many who said, "Oh, that's a threat towards Kellen Moore and Mike McCarthy." And he talked about it there again with us right now. Adjustments that he wants to see. Too many times he's seen them just stagnant and staying in the same thing. And then I was told this in Oxnard. I've repeated it to you all many times. They are taking a different approach in terms of the youth on their team.
Yeah, they are.
Someone stood up and said, we have to go with the young guys. Someone stood up and said, we got to put more of an onus on developing these young kids. We're going to have to count on them. I think McCarthy showed the team his Green Bay Packer Super Bowl tape, and there was like 17 guys with a lack of experience. And he's like, you guys are going to be in these moments. You're going to have to come through. We're going to have to rely and count on you. So this theme of youth, someone has sold that to Jerry for this particular football team. And then the distractions and all the pressure, the Brady stuff, Jerry Jones views it as the way you make diamonds. He does. He said this to us last year at the media party when I was watching everyone else drink the Johnny Walker Blue. I didn't get any. Last year. And we were asking about Hard Knocks, HBO. Like, don't you hate? Isn't this a distraction? You've already been a pain in the ass. And he goes, nope. He goes, there's certain guys on our team who need to elevate their games, and I think the cameras will do that. That Jerry Jones, Michael Irvin, these guys believe that the spotlight will expose you, will make or break you. And all this stuff with the Cowboys in the headlines and the circus.
Joey Gallo.
Go ahead. Take it.
Somehow Joey Gallo went to L.A. and the spotlight went off him, and he thrived.
Yep.
Maybe it was just coincidence. It's very possible, right? Maybe it was just coincidence that he had the hottest streak of the year as soon as he got to L.A.
It might be a coincidence, but it's not a coincidence.
Probably isn't, though. I mean, Joey Gallo.
There's a good chance Joey Gallo, besides baseball, never steps foot in New York City ever again because he hates it so much and despises it. But Jerry Jones, George Steinbrenner, those guys believe, I'm not going to lower the volume. I'm not going to keep us out of the headlines.
Turn it up.
Because who's a gamer? Who's a baller? I'm going to turn it up, and that spotlight is either going to sweat you out of here or you're going to become a freaking superstar. That's the way he views it. So when everyone says the distractions and headlines and your attention whore and all that stuff, he and Michael Irvin, these guys view that as molding you.
I mean, Jerry was, his sort of mentor, if you will, was like an Al Davis type, or Al Davis himself. And then, he was a business partner with George Steinbrenner when they still are with that Legends Entertainment, the concession company.
Yep.
It's not a surprise that he has that turn the volume up, not down sort of viewpoint. And Now, to be fair, when you play for the Cowboys and you play for the Yankees, you better be able to handle the spotlight because that's all there is. Like, whether or not the owner turns it up or down, that spotlight is there, regardless. You play in the most popular team in the sport. And same thing goes for the Lakers.
Yep.
You know, there are a lot of teams last year who underperformed expectations. I only heard about one of them in the NBA, and that was the Lakers. And that's what happens when you play for those three franchises.
All right, truckwreck.com, text line reaction, 877-881-1053. We're live on the Fan Cam. We're live on Twitch, and we are live on YouTube. Yes, we have a Hall of Fame announcement to make. We got news. Ring of Honor, Hall of Fame. We'll tell you what it is for someone you know really, really well. Then crosstalk with the KMC Masterpiece next.
Let's get you over to carsforkids.org. Let's change the life of a local.
Frankel. And Frankel, do you think there will be less big company trucks on the road this summer because of gas prices? Well, think again. And those big trucks have insurance companies to protect them, so get the representation that won't settle for less. It's Frankel. Frankel, visit truckwreck.com or call them 214-333-3333.
Crosstalk with the KNC Masterpieces coming up at 9:40 this morning. It's Sean and RJ on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Thanks for being a Tolo. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. We have the fantasy draft this evening amongst the station. How long is this thing going to take, Peyton? 14 teams starting at 7 p.m.
I have one request for the commissioner of the league, Carter Goodell.
Carter Goodell, the tyrant, ruler, power hungry.
Make the picks 1 minute.
Ooh.
See, I want 30 seconds.
Fine.
Whoa.
Fine.
You
Even better.
better know who you're picking.
Although 1 minute
30
because
seconds, no.
I'm going to be driving and drafting or at practice and drafting. So I don't really want to do the 30 seconds because the chances are I'm not going to have it on the draft at the time.
What pick do you have?
No idea.
I thought you said he got what?
I have the second overall.
I thought it was 9, but then apparently you're 9, and I guess I'm 4. I don't know. I haven't. It doesn't show me.
You have the order, Peyton?
Oh, I don't have the order.
You
Carter
just
put
know
a video.
yours.
Yeah, I just know mine.
So you have the second pick.
Second.
Who are you going to take after Jonathan Taylor goes 1?
Ooh, I might go Eckler.
You might go Eckler?
Eckler or Derrick Henry.
Okay, well, you're Mr. 30 seconds over there. That's what the ladies call you. And now you don't even know who you're taking it to. So now you want to.
Well, why would I give it away? I can't give that away.
What do you have to lose?
Yeah, you know who's going number 1.
You know who's going 1.
Well, then I got to think about who I'm going to take number 2. I got a couple options then.
But you have no disadvantage or advantage for
I'm still doing my scouting reports.
Right. And
Matthew Berry, still listen to him.
So then round 8, you want 30 seconds, and you think you're going to be able to make that selection and that pick. Yeah, good luck with that. So it's the fantasy draft this evening. I think we're going to do it on a Zoom as well for your entertainment with Carter Goodell running things tonight.
I especially like the trident that you put up there as the logo.
Yeah,
he is the devil.
What's your team name?
Saw Dude. With and I got the photo of the guy.
The guy who says it.
The guy who's
yeah. You have picked 9. I have 12. 12 out of 14.
So 9. So I'll probably be down to a wide receiver at that point.
You can draft Zeke again. Me and you in our other leagues, we got Zeke.
Yeah, I didn't pick a running back till like the 4th round yesterday because I just didn't fall right to me, and I wound up getting Zeke. You get Zeke in the 4th round. That was unheard of a couple years ago.
4th round.
3rd or 4th. Can't remember which one it was.
Yeah.
It's unheard of a couple years ago.
Who did you take on the rest of your squad?
It's a keeper league, so I was able to keep Jamar Chase in the 4th because I took him in the 8th the previous year, so you just lose half the rounds.
I've never played keeper league. Is it better?
It's a different strategy because I didn't have a 4th round pick. I think it was a 4th round. So I took Zeke in the 3rd. So my first pick, I had the 3rd overall pick, and since a lot of the other players were taken and kept in the 1st, like Jonathan Taylor, Derrick Henry, I wound up getting Justin Jefferson. So my receivers are loaded. Jefferson and Jamar Chase and Keenan Allen. I'm good to go at wide receiver. Running back, J.K. Dobbins and Zeke and Kareem Hunt. I'm going to need to make a trade.
Matthew Berry likes Zeke. That's why I took him.
Okay.
Likes him. So there you go. I want to see how high Cowboys go tonight in this fantasy draft with us. What's the order? That's what I asked Nick Eatman. What is the order of Cowboys drafted this evening?
The order is going to be, I think CD will go first.
I think Zeke will go first.
Ooh.
Really?
Zeke goes first, then Lamb. The question after that is going to be Dak or Schultz. That's going to be the question.
Schultz was probably the 4th or 5th tight end off the board.
Yeah.
Behind Kelsey, Kittle, and Mark Andrews were clearly 1, 2, 3.
And the other question is going to be Pollard. Who overreaches? Who goes crazy for Tony Pollard? I'm going to guess the order. We'll go Zeke, Lamb, Schultz, Dak, Pollard. Again, you got to change things up when you're drafting in the city of the team. So we got a bunch of, we're the Cowboys radio station. So who's going to go crazy Who's Corey made? I may have just given you Corey's first 5 picks.
Or Gallup. If Gallup's only out one game, do you pick him? Try and steal a receiver?
I don't think do you draft Gallup before Pollard?
I
think you draft Pollard.
Yeah, I do.
What'd you say?
I'd go Pollard before Gallup.
Okay. He just gave away a strategy.
I think it'll be Lamb. Lamb was first yesterday, if I'm not mistaken.
Really?
So I think it'll be Lamb, Zeke, Schultz, Dak, Pollard, Gallup. I think that's how it went yesterday for me in my draft.
Or what about the defense? Does someone pick up the defense?
Yep.
Or do you go defense
15th
late?
round.
Yeah, 15th. Okay.
Yeah, what order is the Cowboys defense going in these leagues?
Honestly, I didn't even notice where it went. I think the Colts defense was very high.
I drafted the
Niners.
I drafted the Eagles defense over the Cowboys in my other league.
Saints defense was up there in my last 2 drafts.
Saints defense was up there.
All right, let's move on. So I put this out on social media. It got all the Derek Collins.
Oh, look at this.
He shows up right after Michigan wins.
Buddy.
Michigan wins their opener. Now he's in here. It's a 2-person show.
Yeah, it really is. 2-person show over here.
Sean and RJ, the only 2-person show with the Metroplex.
And they just said, they're just like, hey, let's just bring in any unemployed baseball player in here to work for us.
Yeah, so Derek Collins will be joining us in Crosstalk for a lot of mess, a lot of smack talk. But over the weekend, my high school back in Maryland decided to induct me into their Hall of Fame. Yes, it's true. I'm a Hall of Famer. The Cambridge South Dorchester High School Athletics Hall of Fame not only recognizes the glory days gone, but I don't want to make my high school look dumb. It's me who messed it up. The Cambridge South Dorchester High School's Athletics Hall of Fame not only recognizes the glory days gone by, but is meant to inspire today's Vikings to soar to even greater heights. Congratulations to the sporting stars recently elected to the CSD Athletics Hall of Fame, presenting the induction class of 2022. And my name is on there listed with my doubles.
Brooke.
My doubles partner who I won the state championship with. Yes, mixed doubles, state championship, getting me into the Hall of Fame. Now,
when is the ceremony?
The ceremony is sometime in October.
And you're gonna miss a Friday show.
I'm not,
or a Monday show.
I'm not missing anything. I made that mistake. I went back and was the commencement speaker. They told me I took too long, so I'll never go back again. Ungrateful principal and school system. I'm a professional radio host, going back, giving them a 15-minute segment that was entertaining. They told me it was too long, paid on my own dime, so I'm not making that mistake. I'm not going back there.
See, this is great. This is great to hear, though, that you're a Hall of Famer. My school decided to take our banner down when they moved schools.
Banner for what?
The golf championship, the state championship that we won.
Oh.
They took
now
it down.
You won it as a team.
We won as a team, yep.
Okay.
So we won that in 1997, and they took the banner down. We moved schools. We got a new school. They took everything from the old.
Why would you not put the banners up in the new school?
Because they wanted. They changed the colors from green and gold to green and white. They just wanted a whole new. They wanted a whole new school.
Says these scholar athletes will be recognized during the homecoming game.
You gotta go to the homecoming game.
The homecoming game, halftime, October 21st. Of
bye
the
week.
Football game.
It's not a bye week.
CSD Athletics Hall of Fame induction class. Once a Viking, always a Viking. So that is my high school Hall of Fame news that came out yesterday.
So hang on a second. You went to a high school and a college that had the same sports slogan.
No, high school's once a Viking, always a Viking, and American University once an Eagle, always an Eagle. Yeah, that's crazy. That's a little bit weird. Now, I do like to point out, I only played this mixed doubles for like 3 matches of my whole high school career.
Yeah, but they were in the playoffs.
I played, in singles. I was a singles player my whole career. I went undefeated.
Were you like the Nick Kyrgios?
But I wasn't. Yeah, I wasn't good enough to win the state championship in singles. I mean, those are kids who are going to college on scholarship. So in order to try to win a state championship, you played in either singles, men's doubles, mixed doubles. So I took the easiest path to get the state championship.
Okay.
I would never have had one otherwise. I'm fully admitting I could not have won one in singles.
You're like the Lincoln Riley of tennis. You take the easiest way out. Like avoid the SEC at all costs.
But Sean, we do have some audio for you.
Oh, God. Here we go. Spittle with Spittle. My son again.
You hear him sometimes, when the Rangers are playing here and there. Jared Sandler had this to say to you, Sean Sharif.
What's up, guys? 5 a.m. Club member Jared Sandler here, and I just want to congratulate my man, Sean Sharif, on getting inducted into the Dorchester County Public Schools Hall of Fame for sheer dominance on the tennis court. Justice has been served. It's a travesty it's taken so long, but to get inducted alongside the likes of the legendary 1958 MLMS track team, as well as one of the stiffest competitors on the East Coast, John Wood, is a true feat.
Well done.
I'm so honored to be a part of a station with not just one, but two members of a Hall of Fame for tennis. As Sean, you join our fearless leader, Gavin Spittle, who stands tall in his collegiate Hall of Fame.
What?
We've got you covered here on 105.3 The Fan. Gavin Spittle with the singles tennis, Sean Sharif with the mixed doubles, and even RJ Choppy playing tonsil tennis with Sarah in the woods up in Michigan. Sean, congratulations. We're all proud of you.
Wait a second.
Whoa.
That just upstate. Gavin Spittle's in his college Hall of Fame?
It's Curry College, right? Curry College, everyone?
He's in his college Hall of Fame. That's
Yes.
much bigger deal than my high school Hall of Fame. He was a college Hall of Fame tennis player.
I believe he is in the Curry College Hall of Fame.
Oh, my gosh. I do like that Jared changed my name in his phone, my contact.
Oh, yeah. HOF.
HOF.
You can, when you sign autographs, when the Tolos ask you to sign autographs, you absolutely can now legitimately use and put HOF in there.
So all the hand comments, all the little racket comments, all the ping pong paddle. Oh yeah, I got all those comments yesterday, but the best comment, the most hilarious one was, yes, but when are you making the school's Ring of Honor? A little shot at Jerry. A little shot. I'm in the Hall of Fame, but I can't get in the school's Ring of Honor. A little shot at Jerry versus Jimmy. Crosstalk with Derek Holland and the KNC Masterpiece next.
Let's get you over to Platinum Ford, who is looking
See Masterpiece featuring Derek Holland on 105.3 The Fan. What are you looking at?
Sean, how many segments today did y'all spend talking about you going into your high school Hall of Fame and why you're not going to go to the induction ceremony?
I spent last segment, thanks for listening.
We were in the middle of show prep. You saw that.
Derek. 6:20 or 9:20, it talked about it. I'm not going back because they disrespected me with the initial announcement. They just put 1999 mixed doubles team, and they didn't put my name. And, I had to take issue with that with the athletic director. And last time I went back to give the commencement speech, they said it was too long. They made me pay for the flight, my own accommodations. And I was like, you're ungrateful. This is why you're so small town. That's why I had to leave. I had to become big time and leave. And I'm not going back.
See, I thought these were going to be nonsensical grievances about why you're not going. Those are pretty legit.
Very legit. Yeah. Very true and petty. Very, very petty. But yes, thank you for inducting me into the 2023 Hall of Fame class.
Do you ever talk to your old doubles partner?
I do not.
How crappy were the rest of your opponents in that state?
Oh, damn, that's rude.
I mean, you can prop yourself up and say you were that badass. It's up to you, man.
Did you ever with your partner?
Oh, my God.
I did not. She was the high school crush, though.
Yeah?
Yeah. And I struck out.
So she knew and you went for it.
I mean, kind of went for it, but...
Does she have a really good second serve?
Did you use a tennis analogy when you told her that you loved her?
There's no 40 love here.
Derek.
This is amazing.
Derek.
Go take a deuce.
How many?
Don't try to put me in this. You guys are in the middle of something right now.
Corey, what's coming up? Come on the show.
Oh, more of that, actually.
Yes.
1040 Baseball Buckets, the original baseball segment at The Fan. We'll have Derek Holland joining us to talk about the end of the Rangers season. And then we'll also do Moral Compass. Are you allowed to destroy your friend's fantasy football draft if they no-show? Because over the weekend, I had a couple of no-shows, and we ended up doing some pretty dirty stuff to their football team. And then we got the Expressway, baby. I spit everywhere. The Expressway is from 12:20 to 1:55.
12:55.
That's what I said. Straight up talk, sports talk with the Holland Tunnel. We're going to feature the new segment, the Holland Tunnel, today, where Derek Holland can talk about whatever he wants.
And give away Cowboys tickets in the Expressway.
And look at this.
Wait, you are in other fantasy leagues, but you had to be dragged into ours?
Yeah, because that's the one that I've been in for like 15 years.
Oh.
And I commit everything to destroying them every year.
Oh, okay.
And making fun of them. And now I have to split my time with two different teams. All this trash I've talked about, Dalton Schultz being a benefactor, ended up drafting him anyway. So, whatever.
At least he jumped in your fantasy league. He wouldn't even jump in mine. But yeah, I come and work with him all the time.
I'm jumping in the draft
Hey, I'll drop whatever and I'll come and work with you.
I'm going to do the eggplant thing.
What's your buy-in number start with, though?
$100.
Really?
Yeah, we don't do anything crazy. Now, with
this is the full season one that's $100, right?
No, when you're
DraftKings.
The DraftKings one we'll do. That's $20, which I'm going to talk about that later. You better get in it.
Is Bassick in it?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, I'm not playing with these guys like
anymore.
Who print out their formulas and pay for sites. Like,
yeah.
no sites, no formulas. Let's just pick off a feel. But Mike has
But
to
they
go.
don't. He doesn't win all the time.
He wins.
It's
like
actually my buddy. That
we
wins all the time.
we do. We do like one. We do 3 a weekend, right? We'll do a Sunday noon, Sunday.
No. We only do it'll be tomorrow. Usually we skip the Thursday game.
Sure.
But going forward now, especially with this week's game, I feel like we got to put that in there.
You don't feel
So
like
it
Mike has
usually
an
starts Wednesday.
advantage with whatever service he's with?
No, because he's still the guy's got to perform. Just because some guy says, "Oh, well, this is supposed to be good," doesn't mean it's actually going to
I
happen.
love how Mike trashes analytics.
But he pays for a site
But
to help with
he
fantasy.
pays for a site to win the money. All right.
But speaking of that, though, let's get to this real quick because you were talking about Jerry Jones
Yes.
earlier, and I wanted to talk about that real quick.
So Jerry said about an hour ago, he looks at life 1 + 1 = 3.
Amazing.
Also,
which means him as a billionaire, what he does is, in order to get the 1 + 1 = 3, he tells his employees he's going to pay them $3, but he only pays them $2, and that's how he becomes a billionaire.
Whoa!
Because he hoards the rest of the money.
Touch on that, Derek.
Well, I'm not going to touch on the money
Not the
part.
tax fraud. Yeah.
But no, it's
Oh my gosh.
The thing is, as an owner, a player, anything, do you think a fan wants a person like that to come out and say, "No, we're not going to be that good this year"? You're always going to be hyped behind your team, no matter what. You always got to believe in them. Every time I've played, we may not have been the best team by any means, but by God, we believed in it. And that's the type of thought process you need to bring to the table. So if Jerry came out, and I'm not trying to defend him because I'm kind of tired of hearing the same excuse every year.
Right.
This is our year, and these guys are in the best shape of their lives. No, I'm tired of all that stuff. The thing is, but you got to come out and you got to say, all right, we are good. This Super Bowl or bust like it is again this year too.
Yeah.
At some point though, it's got to stop. That's why with what I was trying to tell you is if an owner or somebody comes out and they say, we're not going to be good. How are you going to feel about that?
Well, I'm not asking them to. I care.
You said you wanted an honest opinion.
No, I want honest assessment behind the scenes. Does Jerry Jones believe in their meetings that this team is better than last year's team? If he believes that could be a big problem, as everyone else in the world on paper views them as having taken a step backwards. If the Texas Rangers before the year started said, you know what, we are a contender to win the West, I don't view that as, oh, well, good, congrats on the optimism. No, you're idiots. You're a bunch of morons. And there's a difference between optimism and delusion. And I know Jerry's selling publicly.
That's what I was going to say.
But what about privately? Do they believe it? Does Mark Cuban believe? Lie detector. Does Mark Cuban believe that they are just as good as the Golden State Warriors and that they're a true championship, like Final Four contender? If Mark Cuban believes that, then he's foolish and he's delusional. So I hope that's not the case. What is the balance believe? Right? You have to have a certain amount of reality going out on the mound. You're not going to be like, oh, I'm going to throw 92 down the middle to this guy versus another guy. Like, where's the reality balance?
But that's the thing is, so I believe in that. Like you just said, like, all right, I'm going to throw 92 right down the middle and hopefully he doesn't hit it. Like my goal is I'm going to blow this by you, but does it always go that way? No. But I still think saying it, if somebody hears me say like, yes, we're going to win, they're going to want to buy tickets to come and watch that because they believe like somebody from the team is saying it or the owner is saying it. So it's more of a selling point, like you said.
Yeah, I think we're talking about selling versus like with the real mentality. What it's the real belief.
Right, and that's the thing. It's hard to have that real mentality. You can't come into something and say, man, we're not going to be good. That's going to kill all the morale inside that clubhouse, locker room, whatever you want.
I really do think that they believe, like I totally understand what you're saying, but on paper, I really do think, because he said a variation of this like 4 different times leading up to it, that they think getting rid of some of the players that they did will be a addition by subtraction. Like he sells on a lot of stuff and he told y'all that, but I don't think they're selling on that. I think they really think that getting rid of some of those players is a net gain for them.
I want to ask you a question about a circus atmosphere, a crazy atmosphere, because Jerry said he likes more spotlight because that makes you elevate and that can show who needs to be gone, who cracks. Playing sports, RJ and I always argue about pressure. What do you think about that? What was a circus type environment you were in? Is it always a distraction? Is it sometimes? Does it make people raise their game? Does it weed people out? The circus, the pressure.
No, I get that. I think for me, this is me personally, I love those big moments. I felt like that's when you get to show your best. Yes, I've pitched in some big games too. Had good games, had bad games, whatever. But yeah, that's right. That's right. That's right.
That's the first person who's ever countered with. That's right.
He didn't even say World Series.
Yeah.
I just
let
game.
you, because you already
the
knew.
Rangers remember that.
I didn't have to tell you. You already knew. No, but like the big moments, that's what they're there for. Not to be corny by any means, but great moments come from great opportunities. That's what you should always be thinking when you get that chance. And to be out there, those are the moments you get to shine. Now, granted, like you said it before, Gallo, for instance, New York, you know when you go into these markets what it's going to be like. I know for a fact, like for me personally, I did not want to go play in New York. I didn't like that market because I can't be myself. If you can't be who you are, you're not going to go out there and be able to perform. You're not going to be able to have the intensity that you always have. So that's why, like, I got lucky here with Texas. Now, granted, people gave me crap for
because we're not a
always-
real baseball town.
No, that's not true. But it's like they gave me crap for, having a personality and goofing off and such.
Right.
And it's like, if I went and did that in New York, I'm destroyed. They're going to roast me. So going forward which places you can go to, which you can't. Cowboys, that's a major market right there. You're going to get exposed. If you can't handle the media, the coverage, everything that they got, you're not going to last.
You play with different guys, though, that like...
Some guys can't take it. Yeah.
There's no doubt Joey Gallo feels so much better in Los Angeles versus New York.
I mean,
No
he's back
doubt,
to
right?
stinking
But it's
still a
again.
big-
He's back to stinking again.
No, but I just mean like stress-wise.
It's a big market there too. I think those guys in LA probably made him feel a little more comfortable. I've heard Darvish talk about how it was in LA. It wasn't his kind of cup of tea. Like he loved those guys, but it just wasn't his kind of atmosphere. And then he goes to the Cubs, another major market team, and he goes out and starts shoving. So it's just more about getting comfortable there and feeling right with the media.
Go ahead.
Shoving.
I know you want. I can see you.
Yeah.
I can
Don't
see
worry,
it.
good or bad.
I hadn't heard that one
good.
before.
I'm trying to get G-Bag of the day.
I hadn't heard that
missed
one
out on the
before,
last
so
one. I like it.
Who is someone that, I mean, you could feel the pressure about to burst, and they just never change. Calm, cool,
Cliff
elevated.
Lee, Cole Hamels. I mean, think about what Cliff Lee did with us.
Yeah.
First time we went to the World Series. That was a big game, and that dude was goofing off and everything. I'll never forget
He
playing
shoved
catch with
it.
him.
He shoved
He
it
threw,
up.
he threw a knuckleball to me, and it hit me right off my knee, warming up in Tampa in the playoffs, like just playing catch out in the field. Like this dude didn't care. He was a goofball. I love that, though.
All right, Derek Holland and the KNC masterpiece with the Holland Tunnel.
That's right.
Holland Tunnel.
Okay.
And we're going to give away Rangers tickets too, and Cowboys
You're giving away
tickets.
Rangers tickets?
Damn right.
For what?
For the Rangers.
Come
Oh,
on, Sean.
Yeah, I'm going to be at a Rangers game this weekend.
You are
Home of the Rangers.
in the suite.
Nah,
Home of the Cowboys.
Just hanging out in his chairs.
Is it for the final Aaron Judge series?
Nah, maybe.
No, maybe. Listen,
I think legally I need to say no so we don't get in any trouble.
We're back tomorrow morning with Michael Irvin,
Yes, we are.
Mike Tirico, DeMarcus Ware. Which one you pumping the fist for? Mike
Michael
Tirico.
Irvin.
You pumped over Tirico?
Yeah.
I like Mike Tirico.
With Derek
Tirico's
Holland
wonderful.
next on 105.3 The Fan.
Let's get you over to Boomer Jacks, your official game time.
app. From the MyFitnessStore.com studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Mike is in Chicago or on his way back from Chicago. He will be back tomorrow. So you've got me, Kevin Hagelin. You've got Corey Majors. You've got Reginald Atatula. And replacing Mike today, we can only do it with another Major League Baseball pitcher. It is Derek Holland. Good morning, y'all.
Good morning.
Hi, I'm also here.
I said your name
I know. I
already.
just let you know that I am
first.
here. Mike's also probably digesting that pizza still. Like he evidently he went after the Lou Malnati's up there.
Yes.
You strongly suggested.
I
so.
love
Wait,
that
you like
pizza
that?
place.
It's like a soup.
It's delicious.
That is
and
not
I will
pizza.
not listen to any besmirchment of deep dish pizza.
Is deep
That's
dish
not.
soup the best pizza? Yes or no? 877-881-1053. What's
Good
the best
question.
pizza?
Yes. But what a complicated question that was.
You get the
Is that
answer.
our fan question of the day?
That's the
All
one.
right.
I'll post it up on Twitter.
Okay, I'll give you a follow-up question. Jason Peters is here. What do you envision his role with the Cowboys will be? Because I heard Jerry kind of answer that this morning, and I didn't bring all of the clarity in the world to it.
What do you mean? What was the part that you did not quite understand about Jerry Jones' answer?
Well, he did get very much straight to the point where he said part of it will depend on how Tyler plays. And I was like, okay. And then he talked about, depending on who will be back later in the season. And I was like, well, what does that mean? Does that mean like maybe we'll switch out tackles at some point? Or like if Tyron doesn't come back, does that mean we're going to move Tyler into guard? Or is that depending on Connor McGovern and how he's playing? But I did like
all of those answers are correct.
Yes?
That's part of the. It is convoluted, and I think that, and Derek can probably attest to a lot of this too, having been in that situation before. You don't know exactly how people are going to be. You have no clue how Tyler Smith is going to perform as a rookie at tackle in his first game. He might go out there and kill it. And then do you need Jason Peters? Yes, because at some point you're going to need a backup tackle throughout the season. You need, 7-8 pitchers to go into a professional season. You always need backup. So there are lots of options for things to happen, but the whole goal is to make sure Tyler Smith is the guy for the future. But you got to have backup contingencies.
You also can't have the expectations be too high. It's just like you say, he's going to a different spot. Give him a chance to prove himself. I mean, nobody goes out there first. I mean, hopefully he does. Actually, I should take that back. Hopefully he goes out and he's very successful right out the gate. The other thing is, too, with Peters, how long is it really going to take for him to be ready to go?
Because they said 2 weeks, but who the hell knows?
And I mean, here's the thing. We don't know what he's been doing before he signed. A lot of guys, once they think that they're about to retire, they kind of shut it down. Now, I'm assuming he definitely didn't do that. It looks like he's in great shape, ready to go. But it's going to take time to adapt to the plays. He's got to get used to everything that they have going on there. So you can't just assume he's going to jump right in and just fit right in, right out the gate. It's going to take a little bit. And I think it's not going to be ready till week 3 just because it's got to be time to get going.
Which, I mean, I do kind of see the appeal of the troops are returning for the Cowboys because you open against the Bucks and then maybe Michael Gallup back in week 2 and Jason Peters in week 3 or some variation of that. I like the idea of adding, but this was a move I think we all supported just as a basic tenet to your point of
having more talent.
Yes.
Adding Anthony Barr, more
it's
talent.
a great move.
Yeah.
But it's just like somebody coming, though, to the sport. It's like he didn't have a spring training. You can't just jump straight in. This isn't like pick up basketball or whatever. You got to build your way back up. That's the big concern for me.
And last week, my concern was pushing back against people who were like, well, this is a former All-Pro and Pro Bowler. And I'm like, cool. The last of those happened 6 years ago. So you should temper your expectations because I've seen some people go, well, now he can just step right into left tackle and we'll be fine. And that is not how I envision this going. I just like having more depth at offensive line.
Yeah, you can be good. I will say this, man. When I see pictures of him, when I see the man, he looks like 2 refrigerators made a baby refrigerator, and then that refrigerator grew into a giant refrigerator. Like he is huge.
Yeah, football players are massive. Not gonna lie.
And I don't know if have you seen the Ross Tucker story that he tweeted out there? Ross Tucker, good friend of the show. He said, "Quick Jason Peters thread here. Bills signed him as a 320-pound undrafted free agent tight end in 2004. They actually released him at first, cut down to 65. Asked him why he was hanging around in the hotel. He said he was coming back on the practice squad. Midway through the season, they promoted him to active roster, and he immediately became a force. Went from, and Jerry talked about it this morning, at high school defensive player. Then he went and played tight end. Had no clue what he was doing blocking as an offensive lineman, but he was better than most of the offensive linemen. Is young at a very young age. I think that what Jerry said about his precision, like was his hands precision is spot on. He's a big, huge guy, not very movable. Really good hands. So it is nice to have that on the team.
Can I just tell you one thing? And it has nothing to do, like the Ross Tucker thread was really interesting. But can I tell you, because I felt like Jerry read that like before the interview and talked about it. That's just a theory. But I don't like that kind of stuff because Jerry said two things in his interview with Sean and RJ that make me really nervous because sometimes I think we still operate too far in the past. Because he was talking about, like, this is somebody who's athletic enough to play tight end and defensive line and stuff. And I was like, yeah, but now he's 40. So, like, we should probably focus on what skill set he has a 40-year-old. And then RJ asked the same thing about, hey, you've talked a lot about, like, the power run and the league has moved to passing. Are y'all going to be power running a lot? And he goes, no, but we've had a lot of success with zigging when everybody else in the league was zagging. And then he started talking about the 90s again. And he was like, do you remember? Nobody was doing what we did in the 90s. And I'm like, yeah, man, like that's cool. But sometimes I worry, not sometimes, a lot of times I worry that he specifically and maybe this organization gets caught up too much with, hey, well, we did this and it worked 25 to 30 years ago. And you're like,
it'll just work now.
Yeah.
But he also said that the coaches are doing their jobs too. So, isn't that more important? Like,
it is, if that's true, yes.
Derek, my question to you is, how often did Chuck Greenberg affect your game? Did he come and talk to you? Did you hear things that he said about you or Ray Davis or those guys?
So that's the thing. You don't really see the owners too much. I don't know how Jerry...
In most circumstances. You'll admit this is a very different circumstance.
I'm saying. I don't know how much Jerry and those guys are around, with the Cowboys and stuff, but the Rangers guys, you didn't see the owners all that much. Like it was occasional, like, maybe the game started and I went up to the training room to maybe I was going to ice or do something and, oh, there they are. They might be hanging out there for a minute. You very rarely see them, especially, I think, if anything, the most you would see them maybe would be spring training just because they want to kind of see the guys get to, hey, how you doing, whatever. During the season, not so much. Because I think also, too, at the same time, like, players don't really want to sit and interact with the owners at that point. Like, we're trying to play a game. We're trying to win for you. We're trying to do all these things. The last thing I want to do is, like, spend time talking to the owner at the moment right now.
Yeah, and Kevin, my reason for bringing that up is I know Jerry gives off the idea that he is everything when it comes to the Cowboys, right? Like he is everything. But we've talked to enough players when we ask them, "Hey, what's your interactions with Jerry?" The first thing they'll say is, "I don't talk to him that much, but I see him."
Sure.
And we were out at camp. We see this all the time. So-and-so, DeMarcus Lawrence is signing autographs. Jerry Jones walks over, shakes hands, says something, smiles with him, walks off. And that's usually about the interaction that they're dealing with. Now, Jerry's also dealing with coaches, and he's listening to what they have to say. He's getting information from what he's wanting to get from them, how he should be talking about these things. So I think a lot of the stuff that he says are a lot of outside opinions that come his direction.
Now, I want to play a couple of Jason Peters clips real quick, but people are jumping in on a whole lot of topics from the 803. This hurts my feelings, but I get kind of where they're coming from. Deep dish pizza is a lazy person's lasagna. And
that's true.
And from the 682, wow. Calm Bassett gave us some really great insight right there. And so I like the idea.
Calm Bassett. Do I need to start yelling into the microphone and stuff?
Sometimes be like, you know what? I don't want to get off on a rant here, but all right.
You know the easy way to do this? Just sprinkle and deal with it every once in a while.
Yeah.
I might have to. Just the way he does, deal with it.
Absolutely. So I want to play cut one because for some Cowboys fans, this was important. I think it was 4 years ago. He's like, I don't like the Cowboys. They're arrogant. So, of course, this is a quality question. The question was, do you still think that the Cowboys are arrogant?
I mean, I don't really call it arrogance. I mean, they had swagger, pretty much the same thing. The swagger, they go in week in and week out with that swagger. You can tell how the defense play. Dak and Zeke, scoring and everybody showing their emotions on their shoulders. And, I like that, to be honest. That's how we did it in Philly, and that's how we're going to do it here.
Now I get that swagger, but my only question is, how long can you keep having this swagger if you're not doing anything to be successful or take yourself to that next
26
level?
years.
Correct. I know. Trust me, I wear out some of my friends about this because they're diehard Cowboys fans. But at some point, we gotta do something different. We gotta get up there. The swagger. Everybody's got a swagger, but you got to actually back that up.
Can I tell you something? And I know people, this makes them angry, and it might not work. In fact, odds are that it probably won't work. I do think the Cowboys are doing one thing particularly different this year, is trying to lean into addition by subtraction. I've said this many times. They say, now Randy Gregory's a little dicey because they still kind of wanted to sign the contract. So they're like, you just need to accept this language. But when they moved on from Amari Cooper, when they moved on from Lyle Collins, the Cowboys are trying to say our team is going to get better by getting rid of these players for a variety of reasons. It might not work. And in fact, I know a lot of people believe it will not work. But I do kind of think from that perspective, they are trying something different.
Right. But Browns fans, first of all, say thank you for Amari Cooper.
Hit me back up in week 4.
I will.
Okay.
I'll be here. I'll probably be working.
That's probably a good point.
The thing is, though, you got all these guys, you get rid of them, but okay, what's the excuse now if it doesn't work out?
I don't know.
You got there's always an excuse. You got to
coach and staff, offensive
Okay,
coordinator.
when does it become a point where you can't blame the coach anymore?
Oh no,
that's the one thing. Like
it's never it'll always be that way.
But see, that's what sucks. And like I've been on that side. I've been on the losing side, and I've been accountable for my actions. Like trust me, I've been out there plenty of times where I don't perform, and I have to take the accountability. But at some point, like I got sent down for it or whatever. But that's the thing is like I don't know how to really put this, but it's at some point you can't sit here and constantly blame McCarthy.
No, I'm with you, but okay, the one thing I will say about that, I think you're right, for sure. I think you're right. But this was a couple years ago, is because people will get mad and they'll be like, well, why don't you ask Jerry like why he doesn't fire himself? And I was like, no, we literally have asked him that in the past. And he goes, look, I decided when I bought this team, I was never going to work for anybody again. And so to your point, like, who do you blame next? Corey's right. It'll be somebody else because the Jones family will not take the blame to the point where they'll excuse themselves. They'll take blame. He's come on here and been like, it's my fault. But then he says, and I got to do better. And that's the end of the conference. That's as far as it ever goes.
But that's the thing is, so I want to put this into another perspective of you have so much talent on that field. I'm not a diehard Cowboys fan by any means,
right?
But I watch them, I cheer for them. But you have so much talent. This reminds me of the Angels. You have, like, for instance, the Angels have Shohei and Trout, the two best players in the game, and they can't win. The Cowboys have they have one of the best running backs in the game. He was, and now, and Pollard's pretty much taken over on that too. It's how I see it right now.
And in the Dak era, think about this. What are the excuses? Well, Zeke got suspended for 6 games, and in the final game against Seattle, we had a chance, but we just weren't able to make it happen. Oh, then Dak Prescott rolls his ankle, and he's out for this. Every year,
there's something. I get it.
Something, and they'll continue to be like, you know what? And we keep generating cash, baby.
But
they don't have to.
You have such a strong team. There has to be something. You have a great offensive line, or a fairly good offensive line.
You got to they have to find a way, Kevin. They do. They have to find a way to, as a group, do the things that it takes to win.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Coming up next, we will talk with our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola. Plus, I have a John Wetland update for you. We'll do it all next right here in the Fan.
Blasting out 100,000 watts.
Masterpiece on 105 through the Fan is brought to you by Texans Can Cars for Kids, and it's brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. You think there will be fewer big company trucks on the road this summer because of gas prices? Think again. And those big trucks have insurance companies to protect them. So get the representation that won't settle for less. Frankel & Frankel. Visit truckwreck.com. That's truckwreck.com.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan, asking the questions that matter. Like, do you think Reggie was distracted? Because I asked him about drawing an animated fish and calling it Reginald Atatuna. I will let you decide that for yourself. Now, on the Diamond Factory Hotline, brought to you by Ford, built for Texas, built for you. It is our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola. Good morning, sir.
How's it going?
It's good, and I know we have a lot of football stuff to get to, but I need to see if you can help me out because I am definitely a man on my own this morning. Do you think that deep dish pizza is tremendously delicious?
I do, but I don't think it's the best pizza in Chicago because there's other types of pizza that are pretty darn good that aren't in a deep dish.
You know, for a good half second, Mickey, I thought I was about to win the day and you were going to be 100% on my side.
Thanks,
and then
Mickey.
You were not. So thank you for that.
Let's put it this way. It's better than that floppy stuff that comes from New York.
There! We're back in the game.
Yes, we are.
I like to hear it. Mickey, can you tell us anything about, obviously health concerns going into this week? What can you tell us about Jordan Lewis, and are we anticipating that he will be good to go?
I think they're hopeful, but I haven't seen any indication that he is definitely ready to go. He was still with the rehab guys as much as we saw yesterday. So I think we'll get a better indication on Wednesday when they get back, and they'll either Wednesday or Thursday have their one padded practice for the week, and I think that'll give us a better indication where he's at. But it seems like for the last few practices, Deron Bland has been the guy going into the slot. So they've got other combinations, but I think that's probably the one injury at this point, other than the guys we know that aren't going to play, that they have to keep their eye on.
Mickey, have you been? I think a lot of people were kind of surprised last year by the I'm going to say the big when you throw the fullback, the offensive lineman into fullback. They were kind of surprised that the Cowboys were running it effectively, but that was happening across the NFL in a lot of different areas too. Have you noticed them putting McGovern back there? Is there somebody else that goes back there during those plays right now?
Good question. I remember seeing, and not right off the top of my head, somebody else try that.
Okay.
But here, think about this. And I know everybody, like a week or so ago, when Tyler Smith was out with a ankle injury, and Connor McGovern, and this was before Tyron Smith had his injury, and Mike McCarthy was asked about, who the starting left guard was going to be. And his answer was, today it's Connor McGovern. And everybody right away jumped at the conclusion that he beat out Tyler Smith. But I think what he meant was today, with Tyler Smith not practicing, Connor McGovern's the starting left guard. And then after he said that, he went on to say that, but Connor McGovern does so many other things for us. And he said, I think if he would play 10 to 12 snaps a game at fullback, everybody would recognize how good he is at fullback. And he also lines up at tight end for us. So to me, he was saying Connor McGovern's pretty valuable as kind of a backup guy. I mean, on Friday, that last preseason game, he started at center, right?
Yeah.
So if they were dead set on him playing left guard, what do they got him starting at center for? Well, they're looking for a backup center, backup guard, and a fullback that can be active on game day. So, there's part of me that, maybe they get forced into starting him at left guard, but I think they like the versatility he has to be able to handle that fullback spot, because if you look at Mike McCarthy's history at Green Bay, he always had a fullback he leaned on, and he doesn't have one on the roster right now.
Now, we've seen Jason Peters talking about, helping out Tyler Smith. Tyler Smith has already been saying he's taking and embracing advice from Jason Peters. How much help does the mind provide in the room as opposed to just like what Jason Peters can do on the field?
Yeah, I saw him, and I don't know if it was him talking to Tyler Smith and Terrence Steele, but when those guys weren't out there, and I guess the first team, maybe when they were doing some other things, they were listening to whatever he had to say. They were standing right next to him. So to me, I think he can help out a lot, and he seemed like he was all in on helping out. It wasn't like he was coming in like, hey, I'm a 9-time Pro Bowler. I've been in the league, 18 years, and I'm big time, right? And I didn't see that from him, and I didn't hear that from him. He sounded like he was all in on helping those guys. And when he talked about it after practice, about the things they needed to do, make sure you get off the snap real quickly, you get your hands up, you get to your spot, and you focus on the guy in front of you. That's kind of close to Michael Irvin's theory on offensive linemen. All you got to do is get in front of the guy for 3 seconds. He made it sound pretty simple, right? But yeah, I think just having, because think about it, the only other guy that's in the room that's been in that this is more than their third season in the NFL is Zach Martin, right. And that's it. There's nobody else. So yeah, I think he helps out greatly, and probably especially while he's ramping up for a couple of weeks before he's ready to take on whatever role they have in mind for him.
Mickey, I'm kind of curious, how the schedule changes now. You're getting ready for Sundays.
Tampa Bay on Sunday.
No, the schedule's set, Kevin. That one's set in stone. But for the week, how they what's time? What do you start approaching differently as you get ready for this week here?
Well, they'll have their one practice in pads, but from a schedule standpoint, they'll practice Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, or Wednesday, Thursday. They end up having their walkthrough on Saturday. I think that you're more specific at not worrying about yourself as much as you start focusing on the things that Tampa Bay does, or at least the things you think they will do. Your scout team will be out there doing, portraying more of what the Bucs will do than, just kind of give them a general look. So I think that's the part that changes most. And I think the anticipation of the game creates a little more, a little more excitement in these practice than the normal drudgery of the end of training camp and just hitting, the same guys all the time. Micah Parsons, said the other day, he goes, I'm ready to hit somebody I don't like. And I think that probably said it all.
Man, we are amped up. I can tell when you said end the drudgery, I felt like that comment was also for you, Mickey. I just a little bit. I might be off base about that.
Well, you like to start seeing things that are tangible, right?
Yes.
Yes.
And start getting some results. Because what I always like to say is, you're in the off season and you qualify everything you say because the pads didn't come on. Then you get to training camp and the pads come on, but you're not really full contact, putting guys on the ground. And then you're saying, well, I guess we got to wait to see the first game. Well, the first game is here, and we'll start getting some more tangible answers than we've been providing, I think, for the last month and a half.
Awesome stuff. As always, Mickey, we're really excited to get the season going with you as well. We'll catch up with you tomorrow.
All right, let's go.
There you go. Mickey Spagnola right here on your home of the Dallas Cowboys 105 through the fan. We are also, and we're going to be giving away Cowboys tickets to the season opener in our very first Expressway today, starting at 12:20.
And Jerry's Sweet? Is that what you said?
No.
Oh.
For legal purposes, I want to make it very clear that that is not where the tickets are.
Different areas.
Stephen Sweet.
No,
Stephen Sweet.
no.
Somebody.
Charlotte Suite?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, hold on. I think he meant there will be sweet tickets. Like they're really cool.
Yeah,
Is that what you meant? Okay,
yeah.
gotcha. When you
But
said that earlier,
I want
was
to make that
confused.
very clear. Now, we're unfortunately going to have to transition into the no joke zone for a couple of minutes.
Weeks?
Not weeks. Couple minutes. Couple minutes.
Tough crowd.
They got rid of ESPN radio for a reason. Let's not pretend like that's not why. All right. As we move in to the no joke zone, I'm going to give that a minute because we have to move into the no joke zone, I need to give you an update about the verdict or lack thereof in the John Wetland trial. Now, we talked about this on Friday. Texas Rangers Hall of Famer, though they do not obviously publicize or claim that relationship anymore for very good reason. And again, apologize about the language just in case you missed it on Friday, John Wetland is accused of forcing a relative to perform a sex act on him 3 times between 2004 and 2006 when the kid was 4 to 6 years old. So we've been going through the trial. We talked about that last week. On Friday, after the show was over, the jury requested, and they said that we're deadlocked, and John Wetland's attorneys requested a mistrial, which was denied. So they sent the jury back to keep deliberating. And at 4:40 p.m. on Friday, they sent a note back to the judge that said, quote, they were deadlocked and unwilling to budge. Supposedly, one note said the jurors were at 10-2. So, but you don't know which side it was in favor of, though John Wetland's attorney said that most of the jurors did not want to convict him. So he's like, well, it was in favor of our side. Who the hell knows? So it was a mistrial. I have not seen yet if they are planning on retrying this case, but it's an awful situation across the board. If we do the trial again, then obviously you have to go through all this again. You might have to have awful testimony all over again, and we will see what happens on that case. But it is a mistrial for now in the John Wetland case, and we will find out what they decide to do going forward. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Coming up next, I promise we will brighten things up because it's time for Baseball Buckets with Derek Holland and Corey Majors.
Oh my gosh, Aaron Judge. And also, did you see what Bo Bichette did? That's awesome. Next on the Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation.
The Fan.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan is brought to you by Buyers Barricades. If you're in need of traffic control or barricade rentals, Buyers Barricades is a full-service provider taking care of your project or special event, no matter the size, from start to finish. The Texas Authority and Barricade Rentals, buyersbarricades.com.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Mike is still in Chicago. He'll be back tomorrow. But we have baseball buckets with Corey Majors and Derek Holland.
Your attention, please. Ladies and gentlemen. Now batting with baseball buckets, Corey Majors.
Buckets.
Thank you very much, Chuck Morgan. I don't know, Derek, if you've ever experienced that.
That was
Chuck Morgan
awesome.
Announcing your name and everything. It's pretty awesome.
I almost
to
lost
have
my
that.
headphones on that.
He's a good guy. Really like Chuck Morgan, fan of the show.
Love Chuck.
Always appreciate him. The Rangers yesterday lost again. Martin Perez looked spectacular. As good as you could possibly look.
Which was good because his outing before that was clunky.
Yeah, he's had a couple of them that you've been like, but you kind of, there's this moment of, is this the real Martin Perez, or is it going to turn back into a pumpkin? That's a big question all the time. But one of the things that was discussed is yesterday, Hunter Brown went out to the mound for the Astros and was awesome.
Yeah.
In 135 games this season, the Astros have given the ball to a homegrown starting pitcher 99 times.
How many games did you say?
135. They've given the ball to a homegrown starter 99 times. And that's a team that has Verlander on it. By the contrast, the Rangers, 34. Homegrown there, 34. And that includes Martin Perez, who left for a while and has come back.
Yeah.
So he returned, and he's doing great this year. It's nice to see. But that's the thing that we've been talking about, Derek, is, I did a study a while back. I know Gallo made his way up and was and worked out pretty well. You're the last guy that the Rangers developed, truly developed and turned into something in a 15-year period. It's been that way for a while. But Martin Perez says he's excited. You can hear him in his quotes. We know we're not going anywhere this year, but I see a lot of things that are going to make us competitive next year. He's really excited about that and really is committed. It sounds like he wants to be back, but he also sees a crop of young pitchers that think that they're on their way.
Well, one, I hope Sean was listening to that, because that's cool to hear Martin giving the honest perspective of what's going on with the Rangers. Two, got to give credit to Martin, too. This has been an incredible year for him. It's been fun to watch as not only a former teammate and friend, but also being there and being able to see what he's gone through. He's had some success. He's had some failures. The main thing, too, that you can see is he's very comfortable. And that's why he really wants to stay here. He loves what's been being brought to him from this organization, how they're promoting everything and doing everything there. Going forward, too, he actually has probably the best insight when it comes to the prospects that are coming up, the pitching that they got, the homegrown style. That's something that we've talked about, too. We need that big time, is we have to start growing, which I think with Leiter and Rocker coming up, those are going to be some guys that are going to help out. There's other guys. I don't know the prospect system. I don't know these guys that well. That's, obviously playing. It's hard for me to get to see what they've got. But what he's saying is good. This is a good selling point for the Rangers is, yes, we know we're not doing what we kind of expected, but then again, what did we expect from them this year? Did we expect them to be in the playoffs?
I think right where they are is what Kevin and I set our expectations.
There's a lot of Rangers fans who did think, because they saw that $500 million number, that they were going to make the playoffs. But Corey's right. This is pretty much what I thought.
This is what we were telling people was kind of accurate, but it was going to be better than last year, which it is. But I also don't think that anybody expected that Woodward and John Daniels would be gone. That's a very significant change in this season.
Well, the big thing, too, we've talked about this before, is they got to go out and get some pitching. They need pitching in general. The other thing, too, is having the season that they are, there's a lot of guys that are getting experience. And to me, that's one of the best things to do is to experience is getting to experience that failure, getting to get up there. And what's great is you could be very successful in the minor leagues and come up and experience some adversity and get some failures. And then you can come back, and now you've got that experience of being in the big leagues. You know what it's going to take, what you need to do, and that motivation is there for those guys, hopefully. Now, granted, some guys, they they can fold under the pressure of what it's like to be up in the big leagues.
Is this kind of Kevin, this is a weird time because they're out of playoffs.
Sure.
And what do you have left to play for this season? I'm wondering, like, how do you get up for games?
But sorry, I don't mean to cut you off. I know you're trying to ask Kevin this, but I also want to throw this out there. Is let those guys come up and experience that. Bring these guys up. This is the time to do it. You're still facing you got some pretty good ball clubs ahead of you. I know the Yankees to end the season. That's a good time to get some experience against a good ball club with your young talent. So get those guys up and get them that experience, that let them see what it's like up there. I think that's going to play a major role in these younger guys.
And I know this might not seem on the surface like a big thing either. You have 28 games left to play. You're 2 wins away from matching last year. So if you just want to know, like, what is the progress of the Rangers, win your next 2 games, and then everyone is an improvement from last year, and you have 28 games to go. On the flip side, if you want to know how you're going to turn this around next year, and I don't really know what the fix is for that this year and going forward, you also already have 28 one-run losses, which is 2 away from the club record. Think about that. You have a month of the season left, and you're 2 one-run losses away from setting the all-time Rangers record. So if you want to look at, a few years ago when the Rangers were in the playoffs, a lot of people were like, yeah, but they got lucky a lot because they were really good at one-run games. Well, if you're looking for the flip of that, is they have been horrific in one-run games this year. So if you can find a way to start winning some of those one-run games, even closing the gap some, that could be a springboard to next year too.
Well, you got to look at how those one-run losses were too. That's the other thing.
Like yesterday, what were you going to do? You couldn't hit.
Some of these, some of those things are there. Like I've talked about this before. The hitting's there. They can definitely hit. Now, granted, yesterday was not.
Sure.
But you're going to have games that way.
Yeah.
I think right now, if we were looking at the Rangers, they lack pitching. We need more bullpen help. We need more starting pitching. And I hope they go get this guy. Carlos Rodon, I have a feeling, is going to opt out. And if he does, the Rangers got to make the move after him. He has done back-to-back years now of incredible pitching, if you think about it. Look at it.
Yeah.
And I know people have talked about, well, we should go get Verlander. Do you really want an older guy? I get it. He's doing great and what he's doing right now, but aren't you trying to build for the long term?
Yeah, no, absolutely.
So let's get somebody who's going to last.
2 years, Kevin. This is the last 2 years. 132 innings pitched, 157 this year. All right.
Oh, so he's on pace.
Well, hold on. The 130, just so you know, is coming off of an injury. I want to say it was Tommy John the previous year, and then the year before that he had like 30 innings.
Okay.
Maybe.
Yeah. No. Yeah. A couple of years before, we're low 7 and then 32.
He's definitely getting built up, and come next year, since he's already at 150, I bet he finishes 175, 190 at the most.
185 strikeouts the year before last. 201 this year in 157 innings. I'll take that.
So hold on. The incredible thing you just said too, 130 innings, correct? The previous year, and you said 100 and what?
85 strikeouts.
Come on.
That's 12 strikeouts per 9, and this year was 11 strikeouts per 9.
That'll work.
I will absolutely take something like that on, man. So I like this.
I think that's a huge. Now, granted, he is one of my friends, so yes, I will probably try to recruit him to come here because I think he would love it here in Texas. But at the same time, like, I can't guarantee he's going to opt out.
Yeah.
But I strongly feel that he is going to opt out of this.
And at the same point, I wanted to.
He's also the same man that said Elvis Andrus was going to be a White Sox, and then 15 minutes after we left, he was a White Sox. So.
Oh, okay.
That was just him guessing.
I hear what you're saying.
He's guessing on stuff. Derek just kind of knows.
How tough does the negotiation, or could the negotiation be with Martin Perez? Because
hold on, say his last name again.
Perez.
That's the way we're supposed to say it.
Because he said,
yeah,
he said not anymore.
Really?
He said that's wrong.
I'm going to talk to him about that.
Okay. Well, if he tells you,
I'm just kidding. It's his last name, not mine.
But like, you don't. I know you want to make sure.
Holland.
Kevin Hoagland.
Hey, if that's how it's pronounced, I would make sure to tell people.
Drummond.
Corey McGregor's.
That is. You don't want to pay for career years. So the Rangers want to avoid that, but Martin Perez is having a great year.
Correct.
I did that just for you. And he says he wants to be here. So how contentious could that negotiation be then?
Well, the thing is with him saying that, now granted, he's going to want to take care of himself.
Of course.
So there's that, but he wants to stay here. So there's a chance that he could, let's say he gets one deal or one offer for more money, and then he gets pretty much the same deal, but a little bit less. I still think he would probably come for that little less.
Yeah. Okay.
I also wanted to ask if you saw what Bo Bichette did yesterday.
Yeah, so we were talking about that too. That was impressive. 3 home runs, each section of the field. The only time I've ever seen anything like that was good old Josh Hamilton in Baltimore with 4 home runs. So sorry, Bo, you weren't good enough. Hamilton was better. Right?
Yes,
there we go.
Better.
It was in Baltimore too. Yeah, it was both of them happened in Baltimore. It was in the second game of a doubleheader. I love that it just went. I was showing my son this morning because my son's like, "Oh, I have to hit all home runs to left field." I'm like, "No, man, you can hit them anywhere.
You can go anywhere
and actually, hit your first home run, and then we'll talk. But just hit the ball wherever the ball tells you to hit it.
You're too far removed from childhood with that logic of hit your first home run and then we'll figure the rest out. That's too logical for sure.
I can guarantee though, with the pitching side of it, like they did with Josh, once he hit 2 home runs, it was like, all right, we cannot pitch to him. And it's the same thing they were probably thinking with Bo is like, all right, we've given up 2 home runs to him. We cannot give him something good to hit out. And I remember specifically because the 2 pitchers were 2 of my friends. The 3rd home run was off of Zach Phillips, who was actually a Ranger. And he said he was even trying not to get anywhere close to that barrel.
Right.
And the thing is, when Josh is on, Josh could hit everything.
Yeah.
It looked like a beach ball to him.
Yeah.
But I mean, when he was off though, he was ice cold. They swung wherever it started. Now, Darren O'Day came in and he literally said, I was not trying to throw a ball anywhere close to the strike zone. And the ball that he did hit wasn't right there. That's the thing for his 4th home run, which was dead central.
See, and this is why I would make a terrible athlete. There's many other reasons. This is another one. If the game's not competitive, I'm giving it a go. I don't care if he's got 4 home runs and he's going for the record. And if it's 10-2, I'm like, let's see what you got. I think I can strike you out. And then if he goes yard again, they'll be like, why did you pitch to him? I'll be like, dude, it's 10-2.
That's the challenge pitch, right? Isn't that where you're like, now let's see if he does it again.
Well, it's like you guys were asking me before. It's the mentality of I'm better.
Yeah, that's right.
And he went and he was not better.
Yeah. Which sometimes agitates people.
It definitely does. And then Aaron Judge did it again. 54 now. Aaron Jones. I was thinking about fantasy football draft. He did it
Let's
again.
stay here.
54. And
was he on pace for like 65 now or something crazy?
So with that, he's on pace to beat the American League record. Of home runs. And then on top of that, though, let's not forget about Pujols. Pujols is 5 away from
700.
Yeah, he's 5 away from 700. Who breaks the record first? Or gets to the spot, sorry.
Give me Judge.
I'll say Judge just because of what Pujols did to us in the World Series. That?
Why do you always bring that up?
Well, I mean,
why?
That's my connection.
I'm here, so you want to do it now? You want to torment me?
Albert Pujols.
What do you mean? Do you remember that?
I think that thing went through the back of the stadium. Who was the pitcher? Do you remember?
That's why we don't play there anymore.
Yeah.
Because they got rid
of that. No, I think too.
Pujols hit one through the pipes. Plumbing went crazy.
I think Pujols actually will not beat Judge to it, but he gets it. I think he gets 703. The only reason is he's DHing, so he's not playing all the time. He doesn't get to DH all the time. Judge is playing every day. He's hot right now. I think he's going to carry it in there. And gosh, I would say 66.
Oh, whoa.
66.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Coming up next, the Cowboys are great in this key element of football, but is the culture good enough to back that up? We'll talk about it next right here in the Fan.
All day. From the MyFitnessStore.com studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan, where at some point in this hour, we will give away a 4-pack of Rangers tickets. Then in the 12 o'clock hour, we got Cowboys tickets to give away as part of the Expressway starting today, every day going forward right here on 105.3 The Fan.
What's that mean? What's the Expressway mean?
Expressway. From 12:20 to 12:55, no breaks.
What? Like, we're not going to even, like, go to a commercial?
All content, no breaks.
No soda spot or anything like that? Wow.
If you want to integrate your own commercial somehow in there, I would be fascinated to see how that goes.
I'll figure it out.
I'm going to have to use the bathroom beforehand.
That's fine. Or if you need to step out, and we got Derek Holland right here, maybe needing to use the bathroom during that 35 minutes.
Wait, are you proposing that as content?
Yeah, it's World's a Twisted Place.
Like wireless mic down the hallway?
Yeah.
Yeah, let's do. Nah, you don't want to hear that.
The world is a twisted place. You can find some content that probably everybody will get into.
Like where?
Right here on 105.
Oh, okay. All right, cool. Yeah.
All right. So the Cowboys are great at this key element of football, but is the culture good enough to back that up? Plus, I have some questions about if this is a good thing or not.
Okay.
So you showed this statistic to me.
Oh, yeah.
That
was a long time ago at this point, yeah.
These are the leaders in rosters with homegrown players, not including the practice squad. Now, when we were just talking about baseball, we talked about how well the Astros had done at growing their own pitchers and how that's paying off for them. The number one team in football this year with the most homegrown players, and it's not even particularly close, is the Cowboys. Cowboys have 82% homegrown players. Next up is the Ravens at 75, the Ravens at 76, the Rams at 75, and the Colts at 72. Those are the only 4 teams above 70%, and the Cowboys are 82%. So I want to start with this. Usually that seems like a good thing. It's, you have your own players. You don't have to spend a lot in free agency, blah, 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 blah. Yet the Cowboys still find themselves struggling with the cap and struggling with being at any sort of elite level. So is it a good thing that they have so many homegrown players?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's important to be able to develop. And we talked, man, this is interesting because I talked about this with Paxton Pomacall while you were out about, they did it a little different this year. They've added some other players from the outside that have been able to be like stars for this team for FC Dallas. And I think the great thing that the Cowboys are able to do is stay in that window. But what do we talk about with the Dak window? Well, now we're starting to get the excuse of, hey, man, you're going to have to pay the premium for a quarterback. You're going to have to deal with this. Well, you raised and grew that quarterback. It should be working. It should have worked for you at some point. When do you say it didn't work? We have to scrap it and start back over. And maybe they could have done that a while ago, but Dak had already raised his status level so high that I think Jerry was like, that's more valuable than finding another quarterback that could go do things that Dak cannot. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Where I think that he became too valuable to the franchise as opposed to some other things for the team. But the part of being able to grow him is really important. But then what do you look at and say, why isn't that translating to playoff wins, Super Bowl wins, those next phrases? Why isn't that translating? Is it the coaching? Is it because the players you drafted, while they were good quality talents, they never developed any further? Now I look at this team, Micah is an elite star. Like that's, at least one season in,
sure,
that dude showed that he can do something special in football. Well, then what did they do? They added Anthony Barr. I think that dude's a really good player, and I think he's going to be you're going to benefit from having him on the field this year. They didn't change much this season. They didn't change much at all for what this season's going to be. But they did add a couple of elements to the team that I think are going to help.
So there's a couple of things at play, and then I want to play a clip that I think kind of addresses your culture question that I feel like will get a lot of the headlines, and I don't know if I totally loved his answer either. But one of the problems is I think that the Cowboys pad this number out by making decisions that I might not always make.
Like Jalen Smith re-signing for big money?
Exactly.
And then not signing Byron Jones? Or do you agree with that? Because they replaced him with Diggs, essentially. But
yeah, I mean, I think that is actually worked out. I don't like the idea that, we're always going to sign our own first, because I'm like, Okay, but I feel like as long as you don't give preferential treatment where it's not warranted to your own. Like, let me use CeeDee Lamb as an example. Stay with me for just 1 second if you don't mind.
They have to pay him.
No! Exactly. I disagree with that. All right.
You need a receiver.
Okay, well, hold on just a minute. But why does it have to be this receiver? CeeDee Lamb has played 2 years, and for his first 2 years, he has been very good. We would all agree.
I'm so used to you saying he's giving you a big bag of nothing. I was getting ready to jump through the whole.
In this instance, CeeDee Lamb for 2 years, he's been very good.
He's been very good.
Okay. But people are already talking about preparing for the CeeDee Lamb contract as if he just finished back-to-back Cooper Kupp last year's seasons. All right. The last 2 years, he's averaged 1,000 yards per season and 5.5 touchdowns. He's a quality player, especially for how young he is. But we're already setting the stage like, well, I mean, if you let him go, you'd be basically giving up on 1989 Jerry Rice. That's the problem that I have with this, is like going back to the Ezekiel Elliott thing. It's like, well, you can't conceivably let him walk because then your football team would cease to exist. And we've seen it with Jalen Smith. You've seen it time and time again with this team. I am not advocating that you let go of CeeDee Lamb, but I also am okay with let's just see how the next season goes before we have to make these decisions. But whenever you hear Jerry and Steven talk, they're like, well, we already have to start getting ready because we got some contracts coming up. And I'm like, okay, cool.
You can't let CD go. I'm sorry, you can't. The only thing I liked and I wanted to bring it into that was with Zeke, you put the pressure on him by letting Pollard get out there more. Let him see, hey, we can let you walk. We got somebody else there.
And they did.
I know.
And then they went and said, hey, here's all the money you asked for.
I know. I get it. And that's the thing, too, is you got to be careful with some of the contracts, too, is I hate saying this because Zeke is an unbelievable run back. I hated him. I'm a Michigan fan. He was unbelievable in college.
Right.
He came into the NFL, was lights out. He was awesome.
Right.
Still has that there. Yes, he's older. He's taken some beatings, some wear and tear with being a running back. What's the average lifespan of a running back?
I mean, I imagine it's probably shorter than the 4-year average. Yeah.
So you pay the guy, you got him, whatever. Now you got to put the pressure on him. Okay, you're that guy.
But hold on.
But we can't do that to CD. CD is unbelievable.
But and I'm not saying specifically just for CeeDee Lamb. I'm using CeeDee Lamb as an example of the trap that they fall into. But think about what you just said about Zeke. What pressure is on Zeke? Okay, so you're going to cut Zeke, let's say next year. And then do what? You mentioned Tony Pollard. Guess what? Tony Pollard isn't under contract after this year. And so that is part of the issue that I run into with the Cowboys is what are you going to do? If you don't use Zeke a lot and you give all of the love to Tony Pollard, fantastic. What's he going to want? He's going to want a big-ass contract if he has a good season. Are you going to let him walk or are you going to pay? Because if you pay, you might fall right back into the Zeke trap. But if you let him walk, who's your running back next year? And so, at this point, it's too late on the running back. They've already screwed up that situation one way or another. It's you can let them both walk or somehow Zeke has a magical resurgence season. And then I will gladly come on air with Jerry and Steven and they'll be like, I told you so. And I'll be like, you're right. And I was definitely wrong. But the problem that I run into here is they have 81% of their players back, but sometimes I think they're like, well, we can't possibly let Tyrone Crawford go, or we can't possibly let Jalen Smith go. Why? So it's not just about CeeDee Lamb. CeeDee Lamb is just the next example where everyone says, well, you have to keep him no matter what. And I'm like, probably, but let's just wait a little bit to see what that no matter what turns out to be.
And maybe that is too much of 1 + 1 = 3.
Yes.
Is
okay.
That Jerry will believe that, well, that he's just going to grow into a better player. I mean, look at where he is right now. Rather than looking at a player and going, man, I can't believe he got this, where he is right now. Jerry's like, well, he's just going to get better than that. And sometimes you draft a guy very raw and they get to their potential. And that's as far as they ever get, Kevin. And when you talk about Tyrone Crawford, I loved him, but he never exceeded his contract by ever. Not ever.
And somebody brought up Michael Gallup. Michael Gallup is an interesting point, too, because he got hurt, which sucks. But, if you're playing this as a ruthless business game like you need to, that is advantage Cowboys, not advantage Michael Gallup. And you might be like, well, that's a jerk way to do it. Well, I don't think anybody was rooting for him to get injured. But when he did, that does not put the advantage in the player's court. But it did with Dak, and it seemingly did with Gallup, and that just boggles the mind.
That was something I always credited John Daniels with. Was I felt like he really knew what a player's real value was. Like he was like, we're not going to pay that. That's not what that. The market may say that he's a pitcher. Like I'm looking at CJ. I'm looking at Josh Hamilton's contracts.
Except for with Derek,
except for with Derek, it's totally like he had a
did not
team-friendly
mess that up.
contract when they started with. It was always great. But then I'm also looking at this, Kevin. I think you're kind of in the same window too. We're talking about Jason Peters. And a lot of people are having this assumption that Jason Peters is just going to step in and be this guy.
Right.
Kevin was the one that was like, I know Napoli was good with us before, but what has Napoli done over the last few years that's telling you he's going to be that guy again? And then people were like, oh, you're a hater, Kevin. And I was one of them. And it turned out like Napoli was still, he was good, but he wasn't what he was before. And so there was these, that's that level of what is a player right now and what are they going to be, and projecting's hard. That's a really difficult part, is projecting what their contract deserves in the future.
You also got to watch the injuries too. For instance, you talked about my contract. I got hurt 3 years in a row. Of course, it was an easy no-brainer. Like I get it, it's me, but at the same time, like you got to let me go.
Yeah.
Like it's common sense. I'm not trying to say anything bad because I get it. Like if a guy is hurt constantly, you don't want to keep them on your team. You're not doing anything but just hurting us. I get it. So I respected the decisions that were made by the Rangers and everything. Going with that too, did Gallup get paid, by the way? Yep. Okay, so he got paid. He was hurt. I've seen a lot of this happen in baseball too, is they pay guys that are hurt coming off of Tommy John with the expectation of he's going to be better than what he was before. That's a lot to put on somebody, though.
It is.
And the other thing is, you want to put pressure on guys, you got to start drafting in those positions. All right, you know what? We might be done with Zeke or we might be done with Pollard. Let's get another running back that puts that in there.
Yeah,
and that's the one thing, like, I don't want to bring up the Browns, but that's what they did. Now they've got a four-headed monster up there with their running backs. They've got 4 great running backs that could go start anywhere right now.
What about their quarterback?
Yeah. So let's
keep going.
let's keep going. You got me there. Jacoby, you're going to do great this year, buddy. I'm pulling for you. No, but that's the thing is when you got to put the pressure on the guys. I know with baseball, it's different because you have the minor leagues where guys are, okay, this dude's in AAA and he is knocking on the door. We're going to bring him up if you don't start performing. Football, it's a little bit different. They have there is no like true pressure like that, I guess.
I'm hoping that you're seeing this play out in tight end. I don't know that this is the case, but you draft pick Ferguson and you've got Hendershot. My hope is like, do you need to pay Dalton Schultz?
Didn't they already?
For the franchise. Yes.
1 year. 1 year, he's paid as a top 5 tight end.
And so
that's new to me. So that's why I'm trying to learn all that.
So
stuff.
He's got the franchise tag, but word is that like they either were or are discussing a long-term deal for the 4 years, kind of maybe the Njoku money of $12 to $13 million a year. Or are they taking their draft pick and their undrafted free agent and they're like, hey, let's see what we can see from these guys this year. And maybe we can just move on from Schultz, which at least would feel like a step in the right direction at a particular position. Like,
well, I mean, they did it. They did it kind of with Tyler.
I could see that.
I mean, they said, "Hey, we're developing for the future."
And then that timeline was oppressed upon them.
Yeah, and then people killed him for not being prepared right now. And I get that part of it, but they did that, and then they were like, he could fill in at guard, and so they let Connor Williams go instead of paying him. So it's weird, man, that sometimes they nail it, but sometimes they kill it, and then sometimes you're like, man, that was a very, very poor decision. And I don't know exactly who gets the blame for the poor ones.
I just want
who gets the credit for the good ones.
Let's mark that.
Do the Mavs do the Cowboys have their Luka?
Micah.
Yeah. That's okay. That's what I'm seeing in the Twitch chat.
Yeah.
That's what I was curious. Do they have, who is their Luka?
And I'm really hopeful that continues to be the case and that will be hammered home this year.
But you talked about that too you talked about that too before is the defense. I don't know which show it was. I heard it talking about one defensive player, Micah. If you go draft another one, does that make the Cowboys that much better?
As opposed to like an elite
focusing
level
on the quarterback, yes.
Well, and believe me now, we talked about this 4 months ago. It's gonna happen. Cap hit for Dak. When everyone is like, "Who gets paid $40 million?" Last year, cap hit $17 million. This year, cap hit $20 million. What is his cap hit next year? $49 million. What is his cap hit the year after that? $52 million. Then his contract's up, and guess what? He still hits your cap $25 million over the next 2 years. You watch. I believe after this year, the Cowboys will start talking about an extension for Dak Prescott so they can flatten those numbers out. We talked about that months ago because I think that is how they operate on the salary cap. So for everybody who's like, Dak's not the guy, I just think that's what they're going to do.
Or do you take 5 number ones, trade Dak, and go get Joe Burrow?
Okay, I'll tell you what. If anyone offered me any semblance of that deal, I don't even know if I could function properly to say yes. I'd be like, we're the KNC masterpiece right here. That was me trying to say, let's do it while I was choking on it. I couldn't believe that was the offer. Yes, and I would take much less than that. Coming up next, don't forget, we'll give away Rangers tickets in this hour, but also the moral compass. Are you allowed to destroy your friend's fantasy football draft if they no-show? We'll talk about it next right here on The Fan.
Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan is brought to you by Permapeer, and it's brought to you by Frankel and Frankel. You think there will be fewer big company trucks on the road this summer because of gas prices? Think again. And those big trucks have insurance companies to protect them. So get the representation that won't settle for less. Frankel and Frankel. Visit truckwreck.com. That's truckwreck.com.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan, where a lot of responsibility is going to put on Corey right here and right now. We have a 4-pack of Rangers tickets to give away in this hour. Okay, 877-881-1053.
Now!
We'll win a 4-pack of tickets to go see the Rangers play the A's Wednesday, September 14th. You can take part in Texas Chili Company $1 Hot Dog Night. So you can buy tickets at TexasRangers.com, or you can win them for free right now. 4-pack of tickets, now! Rangers, A's, September 14th, 877-881-1053. And we'll be doing that giveaway all week long in the 11 o'clock hour. And in the 12 o'clock hour, we'll give away tickets to the Cowboys game. No.
Later.
That will be in the 12 o'clock hour. But now it is, in fact, time for the Moral Compass. 877-881-1053. This may or may not be directly from the life of Corey. I will let him.
Is.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Are you allowed to destroy your friend's fantasy football draft if they no-show your draft?
All right, Derek. This was the approach that we took this weekend. Our commissioner sent
Rob Manfred.
No, his name's Travis.
Ooh, does your commissioner hate the sport that he's in charge of, like Rob Manfred?
After Saturday, maybe he may really hate us, because
Okay.
Anyway,
Are you guys going to make constant changes throughout the season too?
yes, I will definitely.
Not talking about waiver wire and all that. No, we're talking about rule changes.
No,
and stuff.
rules get voted on day of the draft, and then they stay that way all season.
So nothing changes during the season.
Rules are not made to be broken.
No, the only thing that changes is
So your commissioner actually cares.
yeah, Carter. Oh man, that's tonight. That draft is tonight. With
Why do you sound surprised? You're representing our show. Get it together.
I think Carter named his team Feel Good L Inc.
Who named their team Amy Lawrence?
Peyton.
I thought that was hilarious.
And I named mine the Low T Smith Centers.
Okay. I like the idea of integrating ads into
Trying
there.
to figure out what's going on there. But what happened, Derek? This is interesting.
We'll be
Sounds
the
like
judge
it.
of that.
We're waiting.
We had 2 guys not show.
That's a no-go.
One woke up and was like, I'm still in Nacogdoches. Sorry, guys. And we were like, what? The other one said his...
that was unforeseen?
Yeah.
I couldn't imagine.
My whole, hold on, but you have 4 hours to just waste today doing nothing with us? Yeah, all right. The other guy, his significant other, had some appointment at the last second that was more important than a fantasy draft that you'd had a month and a half to prepare for. All right? So
Do you think it was a doctor's appointment?
we allowed them to get their starters.
Okay.
Once they got their starters, we selected the next sticker we saw for them.
Oh,
Kickers?
dear.
Please, God.
Kickers. I gave one guy Jimmy Garoppolo. He got 3 backup quarterbacks. So Derek, this is all backup. They're not playing. These are dudes one guy. I did draft Deshaun Watson as a joke, but
That's not a joke.
no,
Yeah,
I
it's
mean
not really
he
a
won't
joke.
play until week 12,
11.
Yeah, week 11. So
Against
it's
Texans.
not going to help me at all. So I'm already dropped him. I mean, we're talking the Sam Darnolds. All the backups are just here because he did not show for the draft. All those 2 guys. Then one guy left early. He was like, "You guys just pick for me."
See, I don't like that. I think that's where you guys are too nice to begin with to let them get starters.
Yeah.
I wouldn't even, you get one pick that you want, and that's it.
See, okay, this is good, Kevin. This is what I wanted to get. 877-881-1053. Did we handle this appropriately?
No.
Or should we have gone even deeper on this the way that Derek is? Because they were on the phone. They were like, hey, I want to select this guy. They would call in for their picks.
You
and
could
everything.
call in for your
They
pick,
got
but you
time
can't
for
make
that
it.
during his wife's appointment.
Exactly.
Stop it. No, you got one pick. That's it. The rest of your team, I'm sorry. I'm drafting kickers and defense for you.
See, that's kind of the approach that we took. But I was
you
going
even
back.
said
We were
it.
going even deep into the wide receiver group. We're just random names. Whatever the first name was I saw on the sticker chart, I'd grab it and just say, send it.
But the thing is, you had it planned, correct?
No.
The draft, not the. Not the
it was
picks.
planned. It was planned for a month and a half.
So everybody knows.
Everybody knows every year.
Oh my!
They've
goodness.
all been in
I'm
this
sorry.
league. They've all been in this league.
I just keep thinking about the doctor's appointment could have been valid, but the guy who's like, I just woke up, I'm still in Nacogdoches. Like that's.
He said, I thought it was next week. Next week is.
Do you not
the
set
league's game
reminders?
started.
That's
The
your
league
own
started
fault.
already.
That's,
you
I
guys
would
are way too
bury
nice.
that dude's team.
Yeah.
You should have drafted his whole team and then make it into a free agency, so everybody gets a pick from his team.
Oh,
And that is a really good approach to that.
Yeah, but that's how you lose friendships.
Yeah.
Which I imagine you.
And most-
probably
Wait, so it's
value,
okay to
but-
not lose? You're gonna let them do that? That doesn't lose a friendship too?
Yeah.
You had this
Respect
plan
my
for a month and a
time.
half.
No, I understand that, and I'm not saying that they should suffer no consequences. But at the same time, if you want this league to continue to exist, there has to be a certain level of give and take. Because if you're just gonna you're basically jettisoning that person from the league, right? You give them an awful team, and you know who gets harmed? You in week 12 when you're trying to actually compete for the playoffs, and some other team is playing that team that has nothing but kickers. You know what I mean? Like you're hurting the league in some way.
That's very valid. Or that dude that could have been picking, good players. Now this other guy's stacked because he was getting the picks right after that guy. You got a good point there, Reggie.
But at the same time, I get it. We do need to find a way to punish the people that
They
do
need to
not
be
respect
punished.
other people's time.
Yeah.
And wait, on top of that though, too, is you knew about this. You could have pre-ranked your players, and then you'd leave or it does the draft for you, and then you get your team. You don't have to worry about it. Now you can say, hey, you know what? Sorry, I couldn't make it, but I did pre-rank my players.
Yeah.
So it should be picking for me.
Somebody said y'all need punishment for last place. They won't miss the draft again. The punishment for my league is bad. Our punishment is you get renamed the next season, and you have to pay the winner's entry fee.
What do you mean you get renamed?
Your team name gets renamed.
okay.
Not like you have to run around as Farthead McGee. Is that what Mike always says?
Fartschmo McGee.
Yeah,
Fartschmo
Fartschmo,
McGee.
that's right.
You don't have to go up to restaurants and say 4 for Fartschmo. That's not something that
I
has
think
to
that
happen.
would be McGee in that
But your
instance.
team gets renamed, and it's gross. It's going to be something gross.
What do you think a good punishment is for guys that aren't even around? Like, for instance, I did my draft yesterday. I got guys in Pennsylvania, Ohio, Texas. They're all over the place. How can you make something happen there instead of you got to go stand out in front of a CVS with one of those signs and spin it in a weird costume?
Yeah. Well, every person's a different person, Derek.
Yeah, but
So-
you can't, I'm saying I can't see it. We can't see you truly do that.
Yeah, I would say, the videos are important. The ability for everybody to have a video phone at this point. If you still have a flip phone, what are you doing right now?
Yeah,
What?
but that you can still go out there for 5 minutes, spin it, and then leave, and we don't know that you were actually out there for
Live
a
stream it.
certain time.
You got Twitch right there. We can Twitch this all day, baby.
Not everybody has Twitch.
Get
the guys
one.
that I'm playing with do not have Twitch.
They need to get one.
I agree.
So that's how you could approach that. But go ahead, Kevin.
People are a little bit more divided because I did see some people are like, that's Bush League if money is involved.
True.
Yeah.
I'm very defensive if there's money involved. It's just like playing golf
Any amount of
and
money?
somebody cheats and it's like, dude, we're playing for money. Just play for real. You may not have a good day. So what? Who cares?
How many people do you play golf with that you think cheat?
There's a few. One works here.
Oh, no.
I've been told. You got to be careful with him.
Gavin Spittle. Yeah,
No,
I heard about that.
no, not that guy.
Oh, wait, hold on. Don't give it away. M. Bassick.
No.
No, that's too obvious.
He's actually, I'm not going to lie.
Mike
I
B.
wish he was here. He might be one of the most entertaining dudes to play golf with. I think he because you know how people on the golf course, they treat it like it's a library. You can't be loud.
Oh, okay. I know who this is. Let's, it's only initials though.
Okay.
RJ.
Ooh, no. Well, let's not do first name.
Okay.
Let's just say Choppy.
Ralph C.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wait, you just said initials and then you said Ralph C.
That's a Ralph James.
I could
Choppy.
totally see him.
I've been told we got to watch him now.
You got to keep an eye on
Gotta
that guy. He
keep an
might
eye
step
on
on a ball
Choppy.
every once in a while. No, but somebody said that, I'm in 3 money leagues, and I'll be damned if I miss the draft. That's literally the best part. That's the thing I look forward to the most.
I agree.
This is your opportunity to go hang out with your buddies. You get like a 4-hour window where it's just you and the guys
And
doing
drinks.
the draft and drinking or whatever's going on. You got maybe one of the people that works there puts the sticker up for you. And
I love that. So that's one thing we would do, and
Oh.
I could share that too, is playing with the Rangers and a lot of teams we do fantasy football, and rookies which I know we live in a time where you can't do this anymore.
Oh my God!
Wow, I like that voice too.
Yeah.
That was that
we
felt
could
like
throw
not
that
an
out there.
accident.
But you can't. Yeah, you can't do the hazing. It's gonna hurt these guys.
Oh my goodness.
But they, the rookies would go up first. You had to sing the national anthem. I did it at an ESPN zone in Baltimore in front of the entire restaurant.
Was it always the American national anthem if you were
Yes,
not from America?
but if we were in
did you-
Canada,
Okay.
which we had one draft in Canada, we had to have two anthems, and then you have the rookies would have to put the pick up on there. And it's funny is you always try to find the guy that doesn't know anything about football, so then you get to watch him try to figure out who you just picked. Like, oh, TJ Hujamanzada, put him on there, and then they're like trying to figure out who it is.
Tremendous.
Yeah, so we have our punishment was, I guess, we picked bad players for them.
Okay.
And that's their bench is they don't have a bench. Our guys actually are a little more stacked because we weren't picking the backup Jimmy Garoppolo's. We were going ahead and saying, "Oh, Jameis Winston's still there. We'll snag that guy as my backup quarterback." So things like that. That's the way we approach it.
The more I think about it, I think Reggie's right. Like you got to give them at least their lineup.
It's often like that.
Yeah.
Or maybe they're not.
I know you're
taking
not at the
this
show
league
all the
serious.
time, but
Welcome to the show.
yeah,
Reggie is more often than not technically correct.
Sure.
which is the best kind of correct.
Sure.
Yeah.
He's also his favorite kind of correct. So
I love that.
Maybe they need to take this more seriously. You need to boot them out of the league for 1 year.
that is interesting because
can't do that.
because most of these guys have been in it for 15 years.
But
There's
they're not
one
in
guy.
it to win it.
Yeah.
That's what you care
Yeah,
about.
I do care about it being in it to win it for
Have
sure.
you had to kick out somebody from your league?
Most of them, like every once in a while, one will leave, but no, we've never kicked anybody out. So every once in a while, one will go and we'll replace with somebody else from the friend group that we have. Tonight, I got a fantasy.
So there's a waiting list for
yeah,
your-
there is a waiting list to get
I
in this
like
league.
that.
Yeah, it's about 6 people deep right
So-
now at this point.
So how do you get in it? Like, do you have somebody has to get kicked?
Yeah,
To get
or
that?
they leave or whatever. Yeah.
How big
And
is the
then
league? 12 team?
It's 10.
Oh, you can go to 12.
Wow, that's
No, what the-
stacked.
No,
expansion.
No, dude, we used to be an 8-team league. Imagine
Nasty.
how stacked those teams
Those aren't-
were,
that's
dude.
not
I don't even
fun.
like
It
that.
was
Yeah, that's too much.
Insane.
You gotta
Now
go
we're
to
10.
12 or
No,
14.
man.
14 is really tough
Oh, I
because
don't wanna-
nobody can have a
no.
stacked
See,
team.
We're in a 14-team league for the fan.
I
league
got
this year.
2
It's good.
14-team leagues.
I like this idea. Coming up next, expansion. Should Corey consider growing the size of his fantasy
I
football
don't know if I'm
group?
prepared to do that.
All right. Well, instead, we'll go the direction of it's time for Gridiron Gravy. Could Bill Belichick do the Oklahoma drill? We'll talk about it next right here on The Fan.
Sean and RJ here.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105 Through the Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. When the time comes to sell your vehicle, Classic Chevrolet will buy it for full market value, not a penny less. That's pricing true to their Texas values. It's the right way to do things. So find new roads and visit Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference.
Man, I feel like we should play this for our last segment, the closer segment.
Love it.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 Through the Fan. And it's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy. And we start with, hopefully, Corey not asking where Derek is.
Biscuits and sausage gravy.
We start with the...
I was going to wait till Derek got back, but you know.
Yeah, he's indisposed, I think is the fancy way that you're supposed to say that. Is...
You pooping?
All right, let's start with...
He's taking the Browns to the Super Bowl.
With the Steelers. Mitchell Trubisky is not only one of their captains, he is the starting quarterback. Good news for Kenny Pickett. He did get elevated to backup.
Who's been calling it the entire time?
Sure.
The training that Dave's gave him at Buffalo has set Trubisky up for success with the Steelers.
So does that mean if he fails, you'll take blame for that?
He had 20 more yards than Pickett.
Yes, he will.
He had 20 more yards than Pickett.
In preseason?
And one less touchdown. So I guess I'm not sure why they
feels
decided.
not better.
But they get to watch this guy in practice. Here's one thing I'll say, and you can say, did you say when he fails or if he fails? Because
I think I said when.
Okay. I don't think he's going to fail because Mike Tomlin does not fail. Mike Tomlin either wins or comes out even.
Okay.
And I think that I think the Steelers are going to be.
I think Derek agrees with that point.
Just fine this year again.
Absolutely not. They're not. They're going to be a last place team. I hate to say it.
Bengals behind the Browns?
I think you love to say it.
Actually, I'm not going to lie. I don't think the Browns will be as bad as people think. They have such a strong offensive line, great running backs, good receiving core.
And Jacoby Brissett. We love to see it.
Yes.
He sounds like a Cowboys fan.
And a strong defense. You can't tell me they don't have a good defense.
I won't tell you that. You just don't have a quarterback for most of the year.
Yeah, but
look at the Jacoby Brissett slander.
Yeah, okay. Who are you going to stand up for him? You're going to dump on his opinion from Mitchell Trubisky, but Jacoby Brissett so much
Come
different?
on.
Absolutely.
Jacoby is way better than Mitchell.
Is this the year that Jacoby puts it all together?
No, he's already done that.
Okay.
I think Jacoby has a good year.
Okay,
not great, but a good year, and it's
a good
enough.
Year? Well, you think Baker Mayfield is good too, though.
I see the Browns. Look what he did. Look what he did, though.
I did.
He took the Browns to the playoffs, and he got us the first winning season since 2012.
I don't know. I'm not a Browns historian.
I know, but still, I think with that division, Bengals are probably going to win it for sure. Ravens and the Browns will be right there. I see during the time of Deshaun, Browns go 7-4.
Wow. If they go 7-4 without Deshaun Watson, I think he should stay as their starting quarterback.
His playoff year, by the way, was the only year he didn't throw 13 or more interceptions for Baker Mayfield. So he threw 8 that year. So I hope that's. Listen, man. Every year the Browns are the sexy pick. They always are.
Not this year, though.
Okay, all right.
I'm being
Jacoby
honest.
Brissett, 14-23 in his career. Blame the teams, not the quarterback. I'm guessing.
No, because
wins aren't a stat.
we talked about this
I mean,
before.
they are. You don't have to acknowledge them, but
no, they don't exist.
Think about it. If the Cowboys have a better offensive line, I guarantee they will do better than what their record is.
I mean, I'm inclined to agree with that, but I wonder what the ceiling on that is.
What was the ranking again in that division for you?
Bengals,
Ravens,
Browns, Steelers. Don't put the Steelers in front of that. Stop that nonsense.
Does that mean you think they're going to have a losing season?
No, I don't think so.
Oh,
all right.
Okay.
Very interested to see
Maybe a
how this
9-7 finish.
Well, they play 17 games now, but I hear what you're saying.
Oh yeah, sorry. Let's go 9-8.
Sorry, I feel like
Stop shaming people for that.
I'm sorry.
I won't be coming back here tomorrow.
Everybody's still getting used to this.
Okay,
Kevin.
fair enough. All right, let's go. Let's go from that to Robert Saleh said it is possible that Zach Wilson could start week 1. The thought all along was he would probably miss a game or two, and they would have to trot out Joe Flacco, which is why Saleh got ahead of that. And he's like, no, yeah, Joe Flacco could totally still start in the NFL. But
because we have no other option.
exactly. But they're hoping that Zach Wilson, if he's not busy, will be back and ready to go.
Wait, why
for
would
the
he be
start of the
busy?
season. I don't know, man. He likes to get busy.
Like what?
You know,
Moms.
Yeah.
Allegedly.
Gotcha. I was wondering what that was.
They call him MILF Hunter.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's what's that mean?
Can't say it.
Oh, alrighty then.
I think
well,
my son said
Oh my God.
mindless ineptitude of little fingers. It was something weird that he said. It was
Take
really
that,
quick that he
women.
threw out
Feels
there.
like you need to work on that.
I don't think it was
What is
directed.
happening right now?
Back to you guys.
Well, let me ask you this though: do you think with Zach coming back, they should rush him? If he's your quarterback
No.
of the future,
Yeah, no.
why not just give him the? Okay,
Yeah,
if he's not
no,
ready, let's not put him in there.
Absolutely.
It's
The
just
future's
week
now.
one,
Yeah, the future's now though. You need
right?
to
But
win
you
all the
don't.
games with
You're
him.
putting him at risk of possibly
Yeah.
redoing that.
If we're not
injury.
rushing Michael
listen.
Gallup back, I hope they're not rushing Zach Wilson
I don't know
back.
if you heard Jerry this morning, Derek, but you have to have a physical trainer and a rehab trainer, and then you trust your rehab trainer to tell you the schedule that guy needs to be on in order to make it back. Now,
I don't know if I remember.
I'm
that
always
being hurt.
curious as like if teams are rushing guys back and hey, look, we're paying you all this money, we made this investment in you, we need you to be there, or if the guy just feels like I need to be out there. It's always a weird place to kind of see where they're going, but I agree.
I think it's the other way around. You don't want to rush him because you have so much money invested into him.
Yeah.
But again, I mean, the thing with football versus baseball, shorter seasons, 17 games.
Right.
Or,
And
Yeah,
that's
no, you got
that's
it.
what Tony
So-
Romo would tell you for sure.
yeah, you gotta be careful. Now, granted, here's the thing that's tough is you got to make sure you listen to the doctors because the player is going to tell you he's good to go.
I can play, yeah.
Yeah. I've done it. We've all done it.
Now, let's go and mark that. People get mad at Jerry Jones because they think he spins and sells. I take you to Pete Carroll, who, don't forget, he had no idea that USC was about to get destroyed and go on probation and all that stuff. He's like, oh man, that's just bad timing. I had no idea that was going to happen. People were asking him about lowered expectations as their quarterback is going from Russell Wilson to Geno Smith. And he said, I don't feel like that at all. I don't feel like any part of that is what's true other than the fact that that's what people think. I'm not in that business now. I'm in the business of helping these guys get ready to play. He does not think you should have lowered expectations for the Seahawks at all.
But didn't he also say that Geno Smith and
Drew
Lock were both number ones?
I think he did.
On their team.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He said, oh, this is a tough problem to have. I got two number ones.
Yeah.
Come on.
Part of that's a bigger lie than Joe Flacco.
Because
but
as-
probably only the Drew Lock part.
As Reggie said about Geno Smith.
This is the year.
No, it's not.
That Geno Smith
Continues to exist.
puts
Yes.
it all together.
No. To all of that.
I hope both of the quarterbacks are playing at the same time. And that we get to see
How does that
how
work?
having two number ones on the field at the same time, how dynamic that can be.
All right, let me ask you this.
I would
If you
line up
could
back to
take
back.
the absolute best traits of Drew Lock and combine them with the absolute best traits of Geno Smith, what quarterback do you get?
Still ranking below Dak.
Okay. Sure.
Still
Do you rank him below Baker Mayfield?
right about Baker Mayfield.
Stop it.
Okay.
Gosh.
So Baker Mayfield is the combination.
Yeah.
of
Baker
the best
Christ.
Two very
parts, the
terrible
best
quarterbacks.
parts.
Baker Christ has moved on to Carolina. And that's going to be an interesting week one. Just want to throw that
And
out
on the
there.
third day, he still wasn't good. All right.
Have we been serious at all in this segment?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh.
I think if you read between the lines, there's some very good football points here.
Oh, okay, sure.
Let's go to another football point that I am really intrigued to see how this plays out because I know everyone's saying the right things. Matthew Stafford, who has had elbow issues of the typical baseball variety all offseason, said he's going into the season opener against the Bills Thursday night with no limitations. And that might be the case, but I still think that's something to keep an eye out on if he struggles at all or if he runs into any mechanical issues
for
because of his
sure.
elbow.
Yeah, I mean, if he can't get the ball downfield, like if they're having to change their football approach to because the quarterback can't do what that's what happened with Ben Roethlisberger, right? Like Ben Roethlisberger goes out there and he can't throw the ball deep, and so they're like, well, we're just gonna keep throwing short, and then defenses said, we know what you're doing. We can all we got to do is bring our safeties up, and you guys are screwed.
Well, that's the thing too. It's scary as a quarterback's, the throwing and stuff. He could, if the elbow is an issue, he could create bad mechanics when it comes to throwing.
Yes.
So that's the other thing is putting himself at a risk of something else hurting. So with that being said, if the elbow's hurting, He could be changing the arm slot from his elbow, which creates stress on the shoulder now. Now you're going to have a shoulder issue. We don't know how the severity of this injury or what it is right now. Stop smiling at me. You're killing me right now. I know you're trying to say Ben Rodgers instead of Ben Roethlisberger. But yeah. And so with me, that's the issue. You got to watch the arm there.
The arm, yeah.
So
Arm.
yeah, he's definitely not going to be able to throw long balls. And again, like you said, once they figure that out, it's going to be a little different.
Let's bring back Mike McDaniel. He was a joy to listen to last week.
I love Mike McDaniel.
But I saw no. It's not a bad thing. I just thought it was another.
Screw us over.
No. I thought it was another funny quote from him. Is he has no wins, and Bill Belichick obviously has all of the wins. And he said, "Can there be a larger disparity in career win-loss total?" Probably not. And he said, but I think it would be a bigger deal if Coach Belichick and I were on the field, like maybe doing the Oklahoma drill. But I don't foresee that happening. My favorite part is he said, I don't foresee that happening. He didn't say it's definitely not going to happen. Do you think Bill Belichick could do the Oklahoma drill right now?
Absolutely not.
Man, I'm getting older. I'm getting to that point where I'm like, man, physically, I shouldn't be doing these. Like, people are doing that. Hey, we need to decide our draft order with this combine. I'm like, no, we don't need to do this combine. I don't need to do that. So I think that physically he would run through Mike McDaniel because Mike McDaniel's a small fella. But I also think that he would be too old to do it. So I'm there with you. But Tua is 3-0 in his career against Bill Belichick. So maybe that's going to help out.
Whoa, Bill Belichick's 70. So I think
I don't see that one happening very well.
No, probably not. A couple more updates for you. Trevor Penning, the offensive lineman for the Saints who had to undergo foot surgery, he'll be out until early November. That was something that somebody that the Cowboys had talked about being interested in the draft. And since y'all mentioned combines and workouts and stuff, the International Combine is back for the NFL, and it will be back in London October 3rd and 4th at the Tottenham Hotspur, Stadium. So
I didn't even know it left.
Yeah. Opportunity for athletes from across the globe to get involved in the NFL system as well. October the 3rd and 4th, the NFL International Combine. And then one really cool story is, did you see for their season opener against the Colts that the Houston Texans have invited the Uvalde high school football team to be their guests? Obviously, just awful tragedy that we saw not that long ago. And the Texans are like, how about high school football team? Y'all go ahead and come up to the season opener. So super cool job right there by the Houston Texans. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, don't forget, in the noon o'clock hour, we will give away Cowboys tickets starting with the Expressway at 12:20. And next, what is the ceiling? What is the floor for the Cowboys in 2022? We'll do it next right here in The Fan.
Text away. From the MyFitnessStore.com studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. It's going to be a heck of an hour for us. Coming up at 12:20, we start our maiden voyage onto the expressway. 35 minutes of uninterrupted content. Plus, to kick off the expressway, we will give away Cowboys tickets to the season opener at 12:20 in that segment. But right now, a question for you good folks is, what is the ceiling and the floor for the Cowboys in 2022? Side question, could Sean Payton start this amazing bit?
Oh, man. Sean Payton was on with Kay Adams on her new show, Up and Adams, which
I like it.
I get it.
I love it for all the reasons. And it's on FanDuel TV, which is wild.
It's not a real thing.
I did not know that was a thing.
They were talking about some of the Cowboys improvements that they've made, and they previewed the matchup with the Bucs. And he said, "Quote, Reggie, I like the Cowboys winning this game." Actually, he said, "I like them winning this game," but he was talking about the Cowboys in this. Sean Payton basically setting Mike McCarthy up for failure, right? If they lose this game, Sean Payton can easily come back and say, "Man, I would have done it differently."
This is what I would do if I was Sean Payton, and I would just boldly say right now, anything worse than 13-4 is a disappointment for the Cowboys, and like just set the bar so that when they finish 11-6 and maybe win their division, he's like, but still, feel like they could have done better.
So many things you could have done,
and just set the stage right there. And yes, I understand everyone who's texting in right now. I see you. I appreciate you. That the ceiling is the roof and the roof is the ceiling. I understand all of that.
I like that.
But
for what's the ceiling for the Cowboys?
Well, it does
this
open
year?
up though.
For the flip side, what is the ceiling and what's the floor for the Cowboys? In terms of like, what's the best you could see this shaking out? What's the worst that you could see this shaking out for the season?
I will start with the best.
Okay.
Best that I can see shaking out for this season is getting into the NFC Championship game.
Oh.
I think there are some really tough opponents there. Now, the thing about the NFC is I don't think that anybody really stands out. Cowboys absolutely could jump in there and be like, look, we decided we were going to be bigger than we are this year. We're going to bully some people around in the playoffs. We're not going to let anything slide.
Even the Rams,
Yeah, I think they can. I think they
asking.
can beat every team in this division. This is, the last couple of years it's been this way where I'm like, I think they can beat every team in the conference. And when we were talking to Basham, we asked, Gal Moore had the answer of, we want to be the bullies on defense this year whenever it comes to us getting run through last year. When Basham said it, he said, man, we ran into a buzzsaw, which I think that we've all seen that happen in sports. It happened with the Rangers against San Francisco. They got hot at the right time. Sometimes it is a buzzsaw team, and the 49ers were a buzzsaw last year. Then they said, but you know what else he added to it was, we didn't expect them to come in and be as good as they were. That's something that I don't think you can ever underestimate your opponent if you're a prepared team. And if you weren't prepared for that moment in the playoffs, you were just going to ease yourself into a playoff game, you did something wrong, man. So I think that's like you have to change your mentality and mindset. That would be my best case scenario for the Cowboys. Their ceiling is they aren't in the approach of we aren't prepared for that moment. They are. The worst case scenario for them is that they don't go 500. They're just below. That's their floor is they're just below 500 because of a significant injury.
So CBS did ceiling and floor for every team across the NFL. Their ceiling, 12-5 for the Cowboys, reached the NFC Championship. And their floor is 8-9, missed the playoffs. And do
they have a reason why on that? Because I think it would take a significant injury for that to be the reason.
They think that the offensive line is set up to be the downfall of this team.
So, man, that is the thing that we don't know. We have no clue how this offensive line. Game one, we'll find out. But, man, we don't have a clue how they're. But I think they can't be that bad, right?
I think they can. I hope they're not. But you know how we always say if you have to use if too many times or hope too many times, you could be in trouble. And I keep thinking about it from the perspective of if Tyler Smith shows immediately that he was worthy of being a first-round draft pick,
Hold on. Let's do the other side. If he doesn't,
then
you know. So as you're doing this, I want you to go
and
if
that's
this way, if that way.
That's a terrifying part for me. If Connor McGovern shows that he could actually be a full-time starting offensive lineman.
If he doesn't.
Yeah, and then think about it. If Tyler Biadasz shows that he's no longer going to definitely be the worst part of this offensive line.
If he doesn't.
Well, I can't
see
a positive scenario in which that means the rest of the offense line was so awesome. Okay. But like more likely, if you're looking at the left side of your line and you're like, holy crap, I'm looking at 60%. And every single one of them, you're like, if. And that is the part that makes me nervous. If
Zach Martin finally plays like a Hall of Famer.
You know, I am less concerned about that. As long as he stays healthy, I think he'll still kick ass and make the All-Pro team again. And then I know people have if questions about Terrence Steele. So for some people, 80% of this offensive line is an if. And that might be too extreme, but that is why, like CBS said, 8 and 9. And then just for the record, because this always comes up, and I missed it now because there's a lot of feedback happening. Oh, here we go, from the 940. LMAO, y'all overestimate this POS team every year at this time. I mean, except for like literally the last time we did this when I said they wouldn't win 12 games, and they did and won the division. So I don't really know if that is a factual argument right there.
Well, I just think, too, looking at the division, too, the division sucks. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's been that way for a little bit. No team really stands out. The only team that I feel is going to maybe give them the most issues would be the Eagles.
Sure.
And then looking through the rest of the NFC, I mean, there's only a couple teams, maybe a few, that I think they're going to really be the challenge for them. I don't feel like the Buccaneers are going to be the Buccaneers that we've seen. I feel like there's some issues going on with Brady and stuff that they've been talking about off the field. I think that's going to play a factor into week 1, so we'll see how that works. Hopefully you get the W there. Going out, though, and looking at the rest of the NFC, Green Bay is a team that I don't know if they're ready to beat them yet. And then also looking at the end, the Rams. That's it. I don't really see anybody else that stands in their path of getting to the NFC.
Whereas if they're in the AFC, you feel like it would be
a lot more
daunting challenge. Okay.
Correct.
Oh, for sure.
And that's
add this too. The strength of schedule. How is their schedule?
They have literally the easiest schedule in the NFL.
There should be, the expectations should be very high. If you're a Cowboys fan, you should really, I mean, obviously every year it's that way to begin with, but I think going forward now with the strength of schedule, they have the easiest path to get there. Now, I'm not saying there really is an easy path, but your only toughest challenges going forward looks like it's going to be the Eagles, the Packers, and the Rams.
Okay.
At some point.
I see a lot of people ceiling and floor saying 10-7 to 7-10, which I think is a more limited scope than I think is likely. Like, I think they could swing further on either side. But from the 6-8-2, we have a couple of outliers, but a lot of people say best 10-7, worst 7-10.
I don't like the 10 losses, though. I feel like there has to be some major things happening that they lose 10 games.
But I mean, okay, I'm telling you right now, like, God forbid, this would be awful. Like, put aside Dak, because this house of cards, like most teams, falls apart without your quarterback. Like, let's put that aside. What if Zach Martin were to get hurt? Then all of a sudden, you're 100% for some people ifs on the offensive line. Now, I'm optimistic about some of those. Like, I'm hopeful about Terrence Steele. I'm optimistic about Tyler Smith. But I'm just saying, like, that's the scenario, to your point, where I could see this turning bad quickly, unfortunately. But what do you think about this? From the 6-8-2, the ceiling is 11-6 divisional round exit. The floor is 5-12. And then from the 5-1-2, or excuse me, from the 6-8-2, at best 500 record, worst top 8 draft pick. I will tell you this. I know that people are not as bullish on the Cowboys this year, but I will tell you, there is no way in hell that I think best case scenario for this team is 500.
Did we
even at 8-1?
Did we? Yeah, no
ties. They got to limit. First of all, we got to eliminate ties.
Yes, best case scenario, I think is better than 500 for sure.
Better coached. They have too much talent for that to be an 8-8 team, and they really do. I will also add, last year going into that playoff game, didn't we all agree that we got the worst matchup out of all the teams that we wanted?
Yeah,
and we were looking at that going,
run.
Crap. They finally. They all figured it out too. Like the San Francisco took a while to figure that out, and we were like, "Oh crap!" So like, I think this team has too much talent to to wind up at 8-8. But I mean, I overestimate that. They said that I was the one that overestimates this team all the time. It gave you a pretty reasonable understanding of saying where their floor is. And their floor, I don't think that they are a 4-13 team.
No chance.
There's just that they don't have that kind of build unless Dak.
Sure.
Kevin, I don't think they're a 4-13 team if they lose Zach Martin. I think that they are a worse team for sure, but I don't think they're a 4-13 team.
No, I agree. It is hard for me to envision them getting to 4-13, save for a quarterback injury, which would obviously be awful and sad for a variety of reasons. But if you lost Zach Martin, I could see it spiraling more in the negative direction. But that's why I like to see where people are at. Like, what's best case scenario? What's worst case scenario? I do not think, and yes, I appreciate from the 972, 0-17 is the worst case scenario. 17-0 is the best. That's best case scenario. That's very fair. That is very fair.
It's also technically correct.
Yes, which is the best kind of correct.
That's right.
Could have been an Eagles fan, though, and they could be saying 0-17 is the best case scenario.
Oh, okay. I get what you're saying.
Yeah.
Fair enough. Now, I don't think saying NFC Championship game is the best case scenario. I don't think that's a crazy thing to say at all. It's 2 more wins than last year. And we're saying best case scenario. Corey did not boldly say, I guarantee we'll be in the NFC Championship. He's best case scenario. I think that's feasible.
I also didn't say they'd win the Super Bowl.
Yeah, that's not what I think's going to happen, but it could.
They've struggled to win those 2 games in the playoffs for whatever reason it is. I don't know. I mean, it's always a different reason, but they've struggled to win the next game to get to that place.
It's good to have the visual of, hey, we want to get to the Super Bowl, but let's focus on the playoffs first. Then we can set the bar to the next one and go from there.
And this is a great question from the 214. Do we have talent or do we have names? That is 100% fair because that's something that the Jones family has addressed. Is we got rid of Amari Cooper. He's a big name. Lyle Collins for offensive lineman. He's a big name. Randy Gregory. He's a big name because they didn't think any of the production matched up to the names or the contracts. I do think that the Cowboys have struggled for a long time with we collect names that people project as talent, especially if you're not looking. I think they're working on changing that. Whether or not that plays out this year, I don't know.
Yeah, but isn't Cooper one of the best route runners? Besides the name, I get it.
No,
but he's one of the best route runners.
But when he's out there is the issue that they have. Like, you're right about that.
Yeah, I think that's their biggest factor with him is were you really committed to this thing? Because if you were, we needed you this time, or we needed you here and there. And I think that's that's more of a Jones has got upset with the player. As opposed to,
I mean, anybody would.
Like the Lyle Collins thing, that definitely was the same thing. Is they were like, dude, you've missed, how many was it, 21 games in
out of
2
33?
years?
Yeah. Lyle Collins I struggle with more than Amari Cooper. Like, if people want to stand up for Amari Cooper, I think at least he had production that warranted that level of argument. Lyle Collins, I don't get that argument personally.
And, okay, let's look at talent real quick on this team. Mike he's the best talent on the team for me.
Correct.
Okay. Diggs, I don't think anybody's going to say that at cornerback. It's weird. There are a lot of rankings that put him out of the top 10 and then others that put him in the top 3. But I think that Diggs is an absolute talent.
And NFL players voted him, I think, the 2nd or 3rd best cornerback, and the media voted him the best cornerback last year. So he's got something.
I don't think Dak is a name as much as I do think he's talented. Now, is he Aaron Rodgers? No. Is he Tom Brady? Absolutely not. Is he Derek Carr? Yeah. I'll put him right there in a category alongside Derek Carr this year.
Yeah.
And I think that Derek Carr is talented. I also think that there have been some shortcomings in Derek Carr's career. So that's that for that. CeeDee Lamb, talent. So in a lot of different areas, you do have talent. Maybe you have some guys that are playing over their head. Is Jaron Kearse going to be what he was last year?
Sure.
Or is Jaron Kearse going to turn into what he was before? I think Jaron Kearse is going to be better this year. Is Malik Hooker, who was better at the end of last year than he was when he was coming right off the Achilles injury, is he better? I think he is. He's a good name, but he also put in the production that I was expecting late in the season, and that's why they went ahead and stuck with him for this season. So I think if you look across the team, I think Anthony Barr's not a name. I think he's got maybe another year left. on this team or in the NFL.
Yeah.
And so, like, I think that they have the right collected group. It's just, can they get that mindset of, you know what, we're not what the Cowboys flashiness idea is.
Best and worst case scenario, we had people realistically go all the way from 13-4 to 3-14, which is obviously a ginormous gap. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, the debut on our show of The Expressway. We will have 35 minutes straight with no breaks after this, and we will start with Around the NFC East, and we will give away tickets to Cowboys Bucks. All of it next right here on The Fan.
Coming up on The Fan.
Fan is brought to you by FC Dallas, and it's brought to you by Franklin & Franklin. You think there will be fewer big company trucks on the road this summer because of gas prices? Think again. And those big trucks have insurance companies to protect them. So get the representation that won't settle for less. Franklin & Franklin. Visit truckwreck.com. That's truckwreck.com.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. It is time for our maiden voyage into the Expressway. 877-881-1053. We'll have uninterrupted comments, or I'm okay. Content.
I will comment without interruption.
That's right. I kept thinking about wanting to do driving noises, and I think that was a poor way to start this off because I kept thinking about when cars just driving by. That's not the most productive way to do this. So what we're going to do is we're going to start with around the NFC East, and here's how it's going to work. A lot of pressure on you guys. There are 4 teams in the NFC East. When you guess the correct team, we will give away tickets to Bucks Cowboys this weekend.
This weekend's game?
This weekend's game.
Those are sweet seats.
They are very nice seats.
They're nice seats.
We should be very careful about
Very
that
careful.
to avoid
You're gonna be
any
sitting- you're gonna be-
legal conundrums.
You will be in the stadium.
Yes,
is what we're trying
there
to
you
say.
go. That's what I'm talking about.
So, man, this is going to be awesome. Dude, think about this for a second, Kevin. Sunday night football. The first game of the football season.
Well, that's not correct.
For the Cowboys.
Oh, okay.
First game of the last season of
Yeah.
Tom Brady.
Maybe. That's something that we'll never know the answer to that question.
I mean, I feel
We'll
like
know
eventually,
yeah.
you'll know. All right, so you have the Commanders, the Eagles, the Giants, and the Cowboys.
And if we guess the right team,
you guess the right team, we'll do the giveaway.
we'll do the giveaway.
Am I a part of this?
You're on the show.
Derek Holland joining the show today, ladies and gentlemen.
Just got here.
Do you want to take the guess and maybe potentially give the Tolos tickets to a Cowboys-Bucks game?
Let's go.
Pick a team.
Oh.
One of the 8.
Eagles.
I have information about the Eagles.
Okay,
That's the
Andre
wrong team. Dang it. Shoot. I'll go next.
Andre Dillard will undergo surgery today to repair his broken forearm.
False.
Are you sure? Because it sounded like you weren't sure.
So in my notes, I deleted, it just says to repair his broken, sources say.
It's forearm.
It
It's definitely
is.
forearm.
It is. But that's why I hesitated. And I want to tell
Clearly
you
has
this.
broken sources.
I want to tell you this. The Expressway is going to be awesome.
Yeah.
Don't let the way I've started this derail you from thinking that it's going to be awesome, okay? The timetable is 4 to 6 weeks, and then he'll be back. But also, did you see Brandon Graham getting after it with how he's signing helmets and stuff?
Oh, I haven't seen this.
Okay, it's amazing. He is now
Auto pen?
no, that's our guy. Don't forget it happened. You can pretend it didn't happen. It
I
happened.
don't want one of those auto pen signs.
There's a really big market for
I know.
those. Is Brandon Graham is signing helmets with anti-Dallas sentiment on it. For one of them, he wrote F Dallas on the helmet. So he
No,
signs
it's FC Dallas.
No, this is a different thing.
Yeah.
That is a good point. So he signed a helmet and then wrote that on there. And then he signed another one and gave a more personal inscription.
Did he say Dallas is arrogant?
No, it says Tom Brady is my B. F Tom Brady. F the Patriots. Strip sack goat. All of that inscribed on a helmet that he autographed. I feel like that should be a valuable helmet.
Derek, here is one of my favorite, and I hate it too, but it's still one of my favorite things. My friend brought me his San Francisco 49ers helmet. He got Dwight Clark to autograph it a long time ago. Dwight Clark. Cool. When he got Joe Montana to autograph it, Joe offered to draw up the play, the catch. So he drew the play on his helmet for him and autographed it. So this guy has a Niners helmet that has Joe Montana and Dwight Clark and the play drawn by Joe Montana. And I just thought that, understand as a Cowboys fan, that's a really cool sports memorabilia thing.
Yeah.
I think that's a real creative way to approach that. anybody asks for our autograph, I'm just stunned that somebody's asking, right? But, you get autograph asks all the time. And I love the creative approach to this. So as much as I hate that Brandon Graham did that, that is for that fan.
Yeah.
That's awesome. That's personal.
Yeah,
I hate it.
I like that too. I think that's, the first one, F Dallas that he put on there, it's a rivalry.
Yeah.
Of course
I totally get it.
Like if I went and got Zeke's autograph on a Buckeyes jersey, I'm pretty sure he's going to write something against Michigan.
Sure.
So I'm okay with it. I don't care.
Treasure that.
I think it's a cool thing. I get it. Like, hopefully the Eagle or the Cowboys do that to them, but it's different. I don't know. I just think it's cool. It's unique. It's different. You have your own special thing.
Now, when you guess the correct team, we will give the tickets away. Your options remaining: the Commanders, the Giants, and the Cowboys.
Reggie, your turn.
No, thank you.
You have to pick one, Reggie.
Who says?
Redskins.
That's not the name of that team anymore.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Sorry.
Just pick one.
Derek wants me to pick the Commandos.
All right. He said the Commanders.
The Commanders
Commandos.
is what we were looking for. I have information about the Commanders for you as well.
Man.
Really feel like you guys have overthought this along the way. Feels like a fairly simple answer, but
I'll let the Tolos answer next.
We will continue to go on. Jaguars head coach Doug Peterson says that James Robinson will be available to play this weekend against the Commanders. And clearly, Mike is hyped up for that game because he thinks it's the Jags and Trevor Lawrence's year.
This is the year that Trevor Lawrence finally puts it all
at least then we're only on year 2, and I can at least listen to that.
All right, so this is interesting because I don't think that James Robinson's going to get nearly the same workload that he's gotten in the past, especially with Etienne out there. But coming off the injury, that's not an easy injury to come off of there that quickly and turn it around at the running back position. And I'm very curious as to what their approach is. I think James Robinson is a stud running back for fantasy football if treated the right way.
They said they will gradually increase his reps, but to your point,
so start him on the practice squad like Jason Peters, and then that's the way I would approach that. Is I think you're going to see more Etienne for sure.
And then the Commanders officially announced that Ryan Kerrigan is going to take over as their assistant defensive line coach. We had talked about how he was going to become part of the staff and if he would move up and if his future lie in coaching. Well, we will see, because Ryan Kerrigan is in fact moving up to be their assistant defensive line coach.
How's Robinson doing, by the way?
He is out of the hospital, but remember they put him on PUP, so he'll miss the first 4 games. But they continue to talk about it like he will be back on the field this year. Like,
can you imagine?
We'll see how that goes, but like they're planning on him being able to play this year.
Imagine getting shot before the season and then playing in the season.
I cannot imagine getting shot and then eventually coming back to do regular things,
Yeah.
let alone play football.
Be afraid to do anything.
No. There are 2 teams remaining.
Right. The Tolos have texted in, Kevin, and they all say
Giants.
The Giants.
Yeah, I knew it. That's it.
Is that the one? Because they want to win these Cowboys.
He's
Bucks
really
tickets.
into it. I think this is it.
Yeah,
I think this is one.
Because he's in shock that they guessed it so easy.
Yeah, he's really into it.
I'm in shock that out of 4, it took you the 3rd time to still get it wrong. I've really felt like this was an obvious answer. Evidently,
we'll have to wait.
Giants was
We'll
not
have to wait
obvious?
till the last answer. If Giants isn't the answer, which I'm guessing you're suggesting here.
I have interesting information about the Giants to share with you here.
Can't wait.
Their offensive coordinator, Mike Kafka, not your boy, is going to call play. I don't want to
Please
say
stop
that.
doing that.
He is going to call plays during the 2022 NFL season until your boy sees how much better he would be at it.
I think Kafka should. I think he's going to call him the entire time. But this is their first time to work together. This is Dave's decision anyway. Hey,
and they don't have a quarterback.
And he needs to focus on the entire team anyway. You're right about that. That's their biggest downfall, is that they just don't have a guy that is really capable of doing that. So that's the big deal there, is that Dave's can do the job, but he doesn't need to do that job. I mean, he has other tasks that he needs to make sure he has his finger on the pulse of.
Now, the Giants have lost 6 of their last 7 games against the Titans, which is probably one of the reasons that they're a 5.5-point underdog. Do you believe that the Giants lose again to make it 7 of 8 losses to the Titans?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I absolutely do. And you know what? I'm putting a lot of that workload on Traylon Burks to be the winner for that. I know everybody's like, Derrick Henry's coming back. I want to see some Traylon Burks, baby.
That feels like a lot.
Yeah, I want to see 200 yards.
From the
6 touchdowns.
Okay, well,
would the Giants quit football if that happened?
I think they should. I don't think they will. I think that they should. The 817. I've been sitting in the gym parking lot for 20 minutes. Let's do this, baby. There's only one team left.
Cardinals.
Shut the hell up. It's not the old NFC. I'm a huge Steelers fan. No!
What are your thoughts, Kevin?
It's the Cowboys!
That was going to be my guess. I haven't guessed yet, Kevin. The Cowboys is the
No,
is the guess.
you did guess.
I'm going to guess Cowboys.
The fans guess.
877-881-1053. Thank God. Caller number 10.
Later.
Well, no, now.
Now.
Will win a pair of party passes to see the Cowboys play Tampa Bay on Sunday night, courtesy of Miller Lite. 877-881-1053. You want to be at the home opener, the season opener, Sunday Night Football against the second best quarterback of all time. Call in right now, 877-881-1053.
Somebody asked me to raise my left hand on the Twolo page whenever it was time for them to call, so I did a little late. My bad.
Okay.
But, Kevin, I really feel like you set us up to fail on that one.
Yeah.
The entire time we were thinking, because the way you said it, you were like, any one of these teams, and we just guessed them.
So you think I set you up to fail in the segment to win Cowboys-Bucks tickets, which NFC East team to pick,
Could have been
and
any
y'all
of them.
waited until the last one to pick the Cowboys.
It could have been a trick question.
Yeah, you're a very tricky dude.
You've done a lot of
definitely
tricky
are.
things. If we did guess Cowboys first, you could have been like, wrong team.
Yep.
You know?
Oh, man. So from now on, I need to, write these things down.
Yeah,
and
we
make
really
sure.
need to know what the facts
Okay.
are before we
All
get
right.
into this.
I went to 13th grade. Come on.
I'm proud of you for that. Is Cowboys and Bucks. They will make history in their matchup on Sunday Night Football, which one of our lucky Tolos or Twolos just won tickets to, thanks to 105.3 The Fan. This will be the first time ever the two highest scoring offenses from the previous season face each other in week 1.
Are you serious?
Dallas, 31.2. Tampa Bay, 30.1. First time ever they match up in the season opener.
So this is for me, it's whenever you're excited about that big matchup and then it's like, hold on, that wasn't what I thought it was going to be. And I think a lot of people are going into this going, they were the best offenses last year.
Right.
And then the Sunday night game comes and it's like, 14-13 win. And you're like, because the offenses just aren't the same as last year. Lots of differences amongst what they're doing this year. Chris Godwin, will he be out there? Maybe not. Got a lot of different question marks on this team.
On the Chris Godwin front, he was not wearing his knee brace at Bucks practice, indicating there's a better chance that he'll play. I know Bulls said they're trending in the direction to have all of their players out there. So take that for what you will. But it does sound like there's at least a pretty solid shot that you will see Chris Godwin this weekend against the Cowboys.
If you're a Tolo and listening out there right now, you are also Toloing along with our good friend Jane Slater, who just tweeted out,
win the Cowboys.
So proud of my guy, Dutch Oven. Legit sounds awesome on the Fan today.
Yes.
So she's Toloing right there along with you guys. Just remember that. There are lots of Tolos. Derek's a Tolo.
I am a
Hell
Tolo.
yeah.
Lots of Tolos out there.
I'm always texting in, blowing your phones up because I know how much you love that.
There are some times when I think I'm super popular and then less popular because I'll look and it's like, you have 16 text messages. I was like, dope.
Awesome.
And then 12 of them are all in this thread. And I was like,
Sorry
oh,
about
man, I'm way behind. I just don't ever want you to think I don't like you if I don't respond.
Well, you
immediately.
haven't responded, so I would say yes, you don't like me.
I apologize for that, Derek. And then Jason Peters is getting number 71, so they're moving Matt Waletzko to number 79 if you're following in your program. All right. This is the Expressway right here on 105.3 The Fan, and we've made a bold, potentially dangerous decision right here to let Derek Holland have his very own segment. So I present to you the very first edition of the Holland Tunnel. Hit the music, Reggie.
I have music?
No, he's actually
did not-
busy taking phone
he's
calls
giving
right
away
now,
tickets
so yeah.
right now.
Oh, son of a gun. All right. Well, first,
Otherwise, I know he had an amazing intro. It was top notch, but we don't get to hear it because he had to answer the
Do you
phone.
know
That's
me at
okay.
all?
It's all
There's
right.
no way he did the extra work for that.
Thanks, Jane, by the way.
Plus, we just invented it this morning.
Well, I'll just take it from here then because I still don't have any music.
No.
Do you guys think that sports gaming, like for instance Madden, NBA 2K, the show, all that stuff is actually beneficial for kids when it comes to learning the sport?
Yes. Yes, I do.
Nice.
For the most part, though, sometimes you do wonder if like it's just kind of highlight driven. You know what I'm saying? Like I just gotta hit home runs because then I'll have the best, which actually probably does feed into the way baseball is going right now. So.
But is that teaching you how to swing?
Yeah.
No.
I think it's.
Yes.
It's teaching you how to swing.
It makes it for. Yes,
I think it's more of a timing thing.
That's what I was about to say. Is I think it shows you the timing that it takes for a swing. Now that being said, you still got to physically get your body in that weight, in the ability to get the heavy bat to the ball and all those things. But I think it does give you the idea more than anything, Derek. I think it helps with understanding rules of games.
Correct.
More than it does actually like. Now, I have never worn the goggles.
That's what I was going to get
to
to
bat.
next.
I've never done that, so I don't know.
Thanks for ruining his segment, Corey.
It's fine. It's now it's your segment, so that's cool. You can take over. But I will say with the football side, when you're playing Madden, I've seen a lot of guys. I think I even heard Romo. Now I could be wrong about this. Talk about how it teaches kids to learn the formations and how to look at different defense setups and everything. So I do love that. I think that's a good thing. One of my buddies is actually coaching high school football, and that's something that he's actually incorporated too. Was watching. Video game wise, the playing Madden, how guys set up and then how to set his offense up or vice versa, whatever.
And I do like that because it's far more advanced than the days of Tecmo Bowl where if I was playing football and I was like, all right, now be careful because if the other team guesses our play right, they'll all just explode through the line of scrimmage and destroy us all.
And you remember when you played the hockey game on Nintendo
Yes.
and they'd say icing and you were like, the hell does that mean?
Yeah.
That's a good point.
So you're getting to learn the game. That's what I love about the gaming side of this now is it's connecting people with other people as well. For me, I do streaming and I play with other fans. That also teaches, though, like I said, people the game.
Mm-hmm.
Now, the only thing I get upset about, because we were talking about baseball, besides the VR, because I haven't made it to that part yet. With baseball, it's tough to actually watch how the pitching is because I can go on and when I play against viewers and stuff, I can predict what they're going to throw because I'm so used to my own game calling and watching how people sequence because I'm doing the same thing to prepare myself for when I go out and pitch. But it's not as realistic because, like, to me, a changeup in real life is actually a really good pitch. If you have a good changeup, it offsets everything else. It's kind of a harder pitch to hit, but it just doesn't seem the same way in video games. Now with Madden, that's why I think Madden might be the best one when it comes to that, just because you're actually learning the play formation and how to do all that stuff from there.
The other thing too is when you go and like in the show, you can be Greg Maddux.
Correct.
And that umpire's definitely got calling a strike 2 feet out of the strike zone. Like
Well,
shut your mouth.
Umpires are still just as realistic in a video game as they are in real life. They don't have a certain umpire
You like
in the game.
Greg Maddux, right?
Yeah, he was one of my coaches too.
Most of his strikes were, 2 feet outside.
If you want to talk, okay, so we can actually say that. If you look at, and I think that's what kind of hurt baseball, is once we started putting up the K zone, now people look at that and they think, oh, well, that's a strike because it was on there, where it's just, the K zone is kind of messed up baseball. It should always be off the umpire, except for,
I'm with
go ahead.
No.
Because I was going to say, there's certain umpires that you don't,
I'm with
can't
you
have.
because I immediately think that my team has been robbed and it's a travesty if they would ever like on the Fox box and it would be in there. I was like, BS, that's strike 3. This inning is over. And so I do fall into that trap.
But I get it because, like, there's umpires out there, and yes, I'm going to say, and trust me, he's a nice person. I've talked to him many times, but man, sometimes when it comes to calling a game, it's very bad, and that's Angel Hernandez. We've seen it firsthand. Everybody's obvious that I don't care if I get ridiculed for that, but it's true. The way it works is by listening to how the old school pitchers would tell me, umpires would let you know, hey, today is going to be a quick day, we're gonna have a big zone, whatever.
Really?
Those are the things that you could hear back in the day, and it shows. Like, you get up there, you have to adjust to the umpire. That's why I feel like the K zone thing has kind of messed things up because now it's no longer going off of so and so's umpiring zone. It's now we have to stick to this box, which I love. It's great. Don't get me wrong, but you don't get those calls like you did back in the day.
Yeah,
so it makes pitching a little bit harder.
There was some nuance to the ability to do those things.
Yeah. And that's part of the game. That's why I like having a regular umpire because you're adjusting to him. This is authentic game calling or pitch calling from the umpires. You have to adapt to it. There's going to be times where he's good and there's some times where they're going to be bad. It's just the way it is.
How cool would it be, Kevin, if hitters could only actually hit the pitches in their hot zone and you just had to throw away from it all the time?
Does that mean like back in the day, Vladimir Guerrero's hot zone would have been like touching the dirt in front of home plate?
Vladimir Guerrero's hot zone was literally everything but the middle of the plate.
Yeah.
And this is I'm tooting my own horn. Threw a complete game against the Angels, and he was there. He was my last strikeout, and the pitch was right down the middle. I was like, holy cow. Like, that's great.
Do you think that's why he was so good is because pitchers are told, well, don't throw the ball right down the middle. And so they would play around off the plate, and he would be like, oh, I'll crush that. And if you just threw one right down the middle, he'd be like, I don't know what to do.
They told me not to.
But see, that's why I feel like video games help, because just like you said, now I'm doing my own scouting report of how to face these certain hitters. I know going back in my time facing Alfonso Soriano, if you're going to throw a breaking pitch, it has to be bounced and out in front of the dish because of where he stands. He stands so far up so that he can get those breaking balls that come down. So that was something like, yes, that's where you learn a lot of this stuff is from playing games. Now, I'm not sitting here saying we need to spend all day playing video games, because that's not true. Get outside, play some activities, do all that stuff. We don't need to be cooped up inside.
But Derek, as somebody who obviously has played in the MLB, who's played in the majors, and you play a good amount of MLB The Show, do you feel like PlayStation and whoever builds out that game does a good job of actually getting those tendencies accurate to the leagues?
Yeah, they've done a very good job of actually putting all that stuff together, of getting the players' attributes and everything the right way, their swings, how hot they are. The cool thing too with the show, and I think Madden does this too, as the season is going on, they do a live update of that player.
Yeah,
so if he's doing really good, his stats are going to go up. If he's doing really bad, his stats are going to go down, and he's going to play bad. That is one thing I think that's huge for the gaming side of things now too. Now, with that being said, the next thing I wanted to talk about too was,
we'll work on the transition.
Yeah, I'm a little nervous. It's the first time
you have
here.
to go,
yeah, that's what
So
I
was thinking about kidnapping you, Kevin.
Oh my
How
gosh.
would you react, and what would you do?
I've given a lot of thought to this. Is you have to be careful when you mouth off in these situations. There are some
kidnap situations.
Yeah, because sometimes people are too bold in situations where they're clearly at a disadvantage. Like, wait until if you ever do regain the advantage, then you can talk all the trash you want. But don't openly threaten people to their face when they've already taken the time to kidnap you. Maybe you put you in the back of a car, maybe tie you up, whatever the case may be. That's not the time. This is not a reasonable person. So don't go on the offensive. Wait until you have the advantage because they dropped their gun or whatever.
So Kevin, you're saying that if you're being kidnapped, your job is to be kidnapped and just fall in line.
So what are you going to do? You're going to be like, you know what, you piece of S, I bet you won't shoot me. That's a poor strategy.
Yeah.
You should try to untie the ropes from behind your back or break off a piece of the chair and saw it off. We've all seen all the different variations of how you can get out, dislocate your shoulder, whatever the case may be.
I don't think that's good.
But don't. If it gets you out of a kidnapping situation, it might be okay. But don't openly challenge the kidnapper when they've already shown that they're unstable. Work on your own plan internally. That's just common sense.
And find something sharp.
I'm guessing that's not really what he wanted to talk about, but I want to let you know if you bring up a topic, we'll discuss it.
And I love that. I was trying to kind of put that together with my kayaking trip, where I had a panic attack being by myself. You can't go back to a vehicle. You're so far away. And to get to the finishing point where you want to be, it's still so far away, and it's nighttime. So I remember having my own panic attack while I was out there, because I was like, I can't go back. I've never done this before. I didn't know what to expect.
Single kayak, right?
Yeah, I'm by myself. Well,
what a kayak is?
There was 3 other people with us, and it was just one of those they were used to it. I've never done it. I just wanted to try something new, and then I got out there and perfectly fine throughout the day, having a good time, enjoying myself. And then once it came, time to go to sleep, I couldn't do it. I started freaking out because it's you hear every animal that's out there. You can't go back. You can't go forward. You're stuck.
Which animal were you afraid of the most?
Well, the funniest thing was an armadillo came by my tent, and all you heard was, and I was like, "What the heck is that noise?" And then I got out, and then I saw me covered.
Wait, what did he do? Can you get one more time?
I honestly don't know.
He was like a transformer.
You ever heard of an armadillo before?
Yeah, do you even know what that
is? They
is?
roll up into a little ball.
Okay, I wasn't sure what that motion was.
You're from Texas. I understand you don't love Texas things, even though you're from Texas.
I love armadillos more than some Texans.
You want to go home with an armadillo?
No.
That's a good Jerry Jeff Walker song there. So
I've not heard that.
But that's where the whole kidnapping thing came from. I was trying to put it all together.
You're thinking
see
about
how you guys
kidnapping an
would.
armadillo?
Yes, I want to take one home, have it as a pet, and see
how
if we could
long
do
did
it.
that panic? I'm dead serious. How long did that panic attack last? Because I've had moments where like you're experiencing something bigger than you, and you kind of have this, and then you bring yourself back real fast.
Yeah,
like,
it took a little bit because I ended up putting on like some music to kind of relax myself, and I just remember like, I mean, I was legit freaking out. Like I didn't know what to do, where I could go, because I'm just sitting in my tent with one little battery light turned on and like listening to every sound of nature out there, and like just I don't know. It just took me a minute to figure out like, what do I do? Like I can't go back. If I want to try to kayak by myself, I'm an idiot. If I try to go forward, I'm an idiot. It's the car. Like we had already gone, I want to say like 8 miles that day, and then we still had another 20 miles to go to get to our finishing spot, which they already took our vehicles and put them over there. So it's like,
oh, so
you can't, I'm stuck. Like there's nothing I can do. And I got one of those little, what is it? The satellite phone thing. So if I really needed to, I could, you push that button to
Bear
freak
Grylls
out.
it, yeah.
But I'm like, I'm not doing that. I'm going to look like a complete idiot if I do that.
Yeah.
But it took a minute. Like my one buddy was like trying to talk to me, trying to get me to calm down. I was like, dude, I just can't. Like, I don't know how to get myself. I've never experienced it. I've never had like a panic attack like that. And I just didn't know.
Get your Vecna playlist, Kevin.
Somebody texted and said, "Oh man, Kevin has thought this over." From the 214. I think over a lot of improbable situations, and I'll tell this to you, Derek. Now, it's not helpful in your kayak situation, but I told this to Gavin Dawson once. I don't know if it made us bond or if he thought I was a weirdo. I'm your go-to person if you're in a very strange, unbelievable situation and need help. Like, for example, if you came to me and you're like, "Oh my God, I unleashed the mummy's curse."
Yes.
I'm not going to be like,
Kevin.
"The hell are you talking about?" I'm going to be like, "Okay, what happened and what do we need to do?" Like, I will instantly buy in to any kind of scenario and be like, "Well, let's solve this problem. What do we need to do next?"
However, if you're stuck in the woods, he has no clue how to help you get out of the woods.
Yeah. Correct.
He's going to try.
Sure.
Going to try.
Sure.
But he's not going to be like
I'm not a compass.
as assistive as he is. That the word?
Yeah. No,
Assistive?
that sounds right.
I don't believe so.
As like if like he said the mummies were released. So those are different worlds.
Yeah. That's
Derek,
why. Yep. Go ahead.
Can I ask you a follow-up question? And
course.
I apologize if it's too personal, but like
Never.
is like panic attacks, is that something that you deal with regularly, or was this kind of a new space for you?
This was new for me. I've never experienced
wow.
anything like that. That's why I was saying, like, it hit me, and I didn't know what was going on. I was in a pure, like, I was shaking. I couldn't get my emotions under control. Like, I didn't know what to do or how to handle it. And it was weird. As I think one of my buddies actually works for the Cowboys. He's the one that like started talking to me and getting me off of that feeling. Like, how do you, like, I don't know. It was weird. I see what happened there. I did not.
He's having a serious moment, Kevin.
Yeah, I did, and I heard you chuckle.
Keep going.
Yeah, it was. I don't know. I don't even know how to describe it because it was so weird. I've never experienced anything like that.
And
like even going out on the mound or playing in a game, nothing even close to anything like that. No nervous jitters, nothing.
And somebody jumped in right then from the 682. Thanks for talking about panic attacks. I recently myself just started suffering from these and had no idea how to wrap my mind around it. And that was one of the things that we talked about that I would always talk about with Kavanaugh is, in a weird way, I had the advantage, I guess, of dealing with my depression when I was in middle school. So I had like a long time I had a time to figure it out when I didn't need to take care of myself.
Your own mechanisms.
Yeah.
Okay.
And like my mom was there to take care of me, because I was in middle school. And so like I had somebody there to take care of me. Whereas, if it's later in life, not that people don't still have a support system, but you're still an adult. Like you have a job and bills to pay and everything like that. I at least didn't have any of that when I first found out about my depression. And you could kind of like, lean into it or learn how to fix it without having to stop the rest of your life. Or at least if I had to miss school, it didn't feel as bad as like, well, I have to miss work. Am I still going to get paid? Am I going to be able to pay the rent? Am I going to, like all of those other things. So I think it's really cool that you share that story too, because we're moving closer and closer away to, well, you're having mental problems because you're weak, right? Because like for the longest time, And, I talked with Dak and Solomon Thomas about this, and we're going to play that in a couple of weeks right here on Odyssey, they said you would be told, be a man.
Mm-hmm.
Like, what are you talking about? Be a man.
Yeah.
Just go through it.
That's the thing too, is like, I'm wondering how I would have handled it. And that's why to me, I like talking about it, because it's something that's different and getting other people's perspective of it too. I've never had a panic attack, as far as I know, that anything was like that. Yeah. And seeing some of the people talk about it too, I don't know how I would have handled it if I was by myself. You see some people talking about, having somebody with them. That's what helped them. What if I was by myself? What if it was just me and, my dog? Like, how am I going to sit here? The dog's not going to talk back. How am I going to comfort myself to get myself out of that? Like, it's a really, if you've never had it before, it's scary, to be honest. Like, it's a different feeling, because you don't know what to do or how to stop it, because it just keeps going and going. And it's very interesting. I mean,
a lot of Tolos texting in, by the way, right now with their experiences they've had, saying thanks for sharing this because of what they've experienced too, man. So
it's tough, and that's why I would love to talk to people about it and see what their thought process was. How'd you handle it? How'd you get yourself out of it? And I will say I think a big factor that helped was putting music on, to where I could start like singing some of the words that I know, or something, like get music that and kind of relate to it. That way you can do it. So I think that was it. I have another story of another panic attack, but we'll save that for another time.
And I don't want anyone to get coping mechanism twisted with like fixing it. Sometimes you just have to what can you do to get through in this moment? Like, that does not mean you fixed it or anything like that. But sometimes, like to Derek's point, I just need to make it through this minute or this day or this whatever. And that is something that helped you. People really do appreciate you sharing that with everybody. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. That was the first edition of the Holland Tunnel on our first edition of the Expressway. Coming up next, the C Block with Corey Majors.
Let's do that.
I wasn't done.
Turn your mic on. Next on The Fan.
KNCMasterpiece.com studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, it's time for the C Block with Corey Majors.
Thank you very much, Kevin. I just wanted to point out, Tolo just messaged me on Twitter and said thank you for sharing what you did in the last segment, and then pointed out they have epilepsy. And that can bring out depression, a lot of anxiety for him, and they gave me some ideas on how he handled it while he was growing up. And Lucy has epilepsy, and she's been going through some different changes lately where we're trying to figure out, is it hormonal? Is it the medicine? We have all these things, but there are some other strategies that he just suggested for himself. And I was like, I never even thought about using these strategies for her. And I never thought that her epilepsy and her anxiety could be paired together, and that could be the reason why, that maybe she's concerned about an experience that she has in those moments where she does have a seizure. So that's very interesting. So, man, thank you for bringing that up again, Derek, because that helped me out a little bit. So, and I know that it helped our Tolo, Josh helped him out a lot here too. So, really excited about that, man. All right, so let's get into the C Block with some conversation here. I saw the quote from McCarthy over the weekend that when CeeDee Lamb will be targeted accordingly when it comes to double teams and it doesn't matter. When CeeDee Lamb is there, we have to get him. We can't not try, even if he's double teamed.
Yeah.
But Dak Prescott has a tendency, and Jerry Jones talked about it this morning. Jerry Jones said, what was it? Dak will get the ball not to the first receiver or the correct receiver, but he's going to get it to the receiver that is open.
Did he say targeted accordingly? Does that mean that they're not going to throw him the ball then if he's doubled?
No, I actually wrote that in my notes, and it was the wrong word to write.
Okay.
But he said they are going to target him even if he is in double teams. So I'm sorry for that there. But even if he's in double teams, whenever he's on the field, they will find him and say, you know what? We need CeeDee Lamb now. This is a moment we need him. We're going to go with the guy that we trust.
I don't hate that at all, especially since we were just kind of using CeeDee Lamb as that contract example. He's good. You want to find out if he's great? Let's find out.
Yeah.
That's like if you're going to slot somebody at a specific contract, let's find out. That doesn't mean you're going to pass him the ball every time he's double teamed. But if you're like, you know what? I think he can beat this double team. Go for it. I'm fine with that.
Man, and that is, the double team is not the easiest situation. I can't think of a like when you're getting double teamed in the NBA. When you rise up and make a shot, everybody goes nuts about it, right? And double team in the NFL, you make that grab. It's like, yeah, you should have made that grab. It hit you in the hands. They don't take into consideration. You had to do some things to beat both of those defenders there. But yeah, I'm very interested in how they use CeeDee Lamb this year, because I don't think you just line him up in one spot and go with that receiver. That's a dude that I'm using him just like I would
move.
I use him like I use Micah. I'm saying you're a chess piece that I'm moving all over the board.
So he's the offensive version of he's a football player?
Yeah.
I love it.
Yeah.
I think, too, with the double team, I think it's going to open up other targets, too, which is going to be huge for Dak to have more options as well.
Especially
moving the ball around is going to be just like in basketball. Move the ball around.
But here's the one thing I agree, because it should, in theory, open up those guys. But one thing about it is once you start going, well, because it opened up this guy, they're not going to CD. Now they know how to take CD out of a game. All we got to do is look like just disguise it like we're double teaming him. Dak's going to look and go away. And now we've limited Dak from this side of the field. Dak has to be willing to say, I'm going to deliver it to this guy. There have to be occasions, just like your challenge pitch.
Yep.
Just like whatever maybe it's your changeup, whatever pitch it is that you throw, you got to be willing to just give them a look at it so that they go, we have to honor it. We have to know that could come at any point, that they're going to throw into the double team. And you know what's worse, Kevin? This is very Nolan Ryan. I can't hit Nolan Ryan today. You want them to think, you know what? We can't stop CeeDee Lamb today. There's no way to stop that guy. So even on those moments where you're thinking, we lined it up to stop him, so how the heck did they get it to that guy in the first place?
And it's very deflating.
Yeah. And now that changes everything. That changes their whole plan, because they're sitting there going, if we can't stop him with a double team, and Dak's also delivering to these, so there's got to be a lot of those things. Dak has to be willing to take that risk occasionally. Not too much, but he's also got to deliver the ball to the right spot too, so that he can turn that into a big gain or a big moment in that game.
You also get to see how accurate Dak is by threading the needle with double coverage.
Hope so. And
the accuracy's got to be huge. You got to have that though.
I'm prepared for the fan text to push back.
Well, yeah, that's what's happening right now.
To be an elite quarterback, you got to hit those spots. It's just like pitching. You got to hit your spots.
From the 469 CD, it's him now. He's number one. From the 469, we don't have a QB that can throw into or that will throw into a double team.
But that's another thing. Like, fine, let's put that on the record. Like, you might already think that, but let's go ahead and put it on the record and keep that in mind when it's time to move his contract.
From the 469. Yeah, can you take Tyreek Hill, Jamar Chase, Justin Jefferson out? I'm sure they can try. And you know what? You know who took Justin Jefferson out?
Trayvon Diggs.
Diggs did. So that was. I'm interested to see if he can do the same thing to Chase this year in Game 2. If that's the Cowboys' approach, because the Cowboys have a unique approach. But there are cornerbacks that can, and then there are defensive coordinators that say, we're going to make you do everything else because we know you're unwilling to go away from that.
Yes.
And I think that's what Mike McCarthy may have been discussing there, Kevin, is we need to know that our quarterback is willing to at least give us the opportunity to make a team honor what we're doing. So I'm hopeful. I'm very excited to see what that product is going to be this year.
Are you hopeful beyond? I don't know how much more.
A shadow of doubt?
No. If it's okay to ask this question. Are you hopeful beyond the general hopefulness that takes place at the beginning of a season? Like Derek was talking about that earlier. It's like you don't go into the season and be like, oh, we're going to suck. Like you go in with a certain level of hopefulness. Are you hopeful beyond just, hey, it's the beginning of the year, we're hopeful, and like you really think they're going to follow this plan?
No, when you're asking if I'm hopeful on this, I'm hopeful that the coach is actually committed to that.
Okay.
Like that understands that's something that he can put into his tool belt. Of hey, we have this too that we can go to. Sometimes I'm concerned that guys like Kellen Moore, he only knows a certain amount of things. And I don't know, you ever had a coach or a boss that comes in and is like, hey, did you know you can do this too? And then it like opens up this new, hold on, I didn't realize I could do that. And you think for yourself, like, I'm concerned that the Cowboys have been very limited because they have a offensive coordinator that's like, we can only do this. And Dak, you can only do this, when there are so many other things that both of them can do together. And maybe they just don't know how to unlock that yet.
Do the expectations get higher on Dak now that it's, I don't know how many years Dak's been here.
I don't know.
Do we have anything like there should be like, okay, he's got to start doing this now. We paid him this much money. We got to start getting these kind of results.
Yeah, no, I think we're at that point. I mean, I think it's been at that point for 3 years now.
That's why I was curious.
I honestly I am so intrigued by that question because I have no freaking clue. Because I've heard people who are like, now's the time, to your point, that he needs to step up.
I get it because of injuries, though.
Sure.
You got to give that in there. You got to put those in there. You can't just throw that out there. He did have some injuries he's had to overcome and deal with.
And then on the flip side, people are already making excuses for him saying, well, he's been set up to be the fall guy. So there are some people who are like, he has to prove it this year. There are other people who are already giving him a pass on the year. I have no freaking clue where people are in general. I think we should all just settle in because you have a pretty good idea of who Dak is. And like, I don't know why people struggle with that so much. Like,
what do you think some of that pressure is put on him because of how they've compared him now into I said spring training, but preseason? He's in the best shape of his life again. I shouldn't say again, best shape of his life. He hasn't really done much in the preseason games. I don't think did he even play?
No, he didn't play.
Okay, so it's like if their confidence is already there that high that he's ready to go. He looks really good. Everything. So do you take those expectations into the season and all of a sudden it doesn't go that way? Now what?
Anytime somebody says they're in the best shape of their life, like I instantaneously roll my eyes and dismiss like that part of it. I think that's a dumb thing that people say is because I feel like we hear that every single year. I just like
we have.
What's that?
We've heard it every year.
I just don't understand why we can't all be like, you know what? Maybe about 8 to 12 is about right in terms of where he fits in the quarterback. Because as soon as you say that, people will say, are you crazy? Dak was in the MVP conversation last year before he got hurt. And I'm like, okay. But as soon as you say maybe he's closer to the top end, people are like, are you crazy? He's mediocre at best. And like sometimes I'm like, hey, if you all think he's better than this and you all think he's worse than this and y'all are about split, maybe it's in the middle. Like, I don't think saying that Dak is the 8th to 12th best quarterback in the league is I don't mean it to like offend or be shock jock or anything like that. I think that's where he sits, and I think that people should just kind of be like, okay.
No, he's a good quarterback. There's no doubt about that. That shouldn't be the question. It's just more of now we got to see something happen.
I mean, just don't know why people think that's going to happen now.
Because of what's been said about him going into the season. The hype is real.
Yeah, I think that hype is misplaced then. Like, I really do. This is his, what, 8th? 7th?
Huge negative
No.
Kevin.
This is his 7th season, and he's 29. I think he can get better, but this idea that he's going to explode into this completely different player, I think it's preposterous. He's a good quarterback, and, like, you should plan accordingly.
But it could happen. He could explode and be something very elite.
Okay, but
it
like
can
that's
happen.
a terrible way to plan your team.
Well, you shouldn't have the expectation of that being it.
Okay.
It's not. We need to look at it as, you know what, he's going to have a good
I will
year
certainly
and then
concede
be more
that.
surprised.
I will certainly concede that. If that is the way it happens and then he explodes beyond your wildest beliefs, which
That's the
I wish I
plus.
hadn't
That's
said it
the
like
benefit.
that, then that would be great. But I don't think you should plan for that. I think you should plan for him to be good and be like, and how are we going to set the team up the rest of the way that turns into something?
Agreed.
Somebody did say, man, it's amazing how Kellen Moore was a genius and everything last year for the first part of the season, and then now he's the reason for our downfall. All that stuff. Just interesting. And that's, I think, and I replied back, I was like, that's until he couldn't defeat umbrella coverage.
Yeah.
Like they couldn't, for some reason, they couldn't figure out how to overcome that thing. And that's why I'm like, Mike McCarthy couldn't have helped? Who didn't help Dak? Say, hey, this is how you defeat this defense, or this is how our philosophy, whenever we see it, this is how we're going to do it. They had, from what game was the Denver game? It was like, what, 6 games in? Something like that?
Yeah.
They were like 6 or 7 games in. At some point, they should have been able to finally fix that. And it seemed like that most teams were like, oh, no, we figured that out. Except for NFC East teams. NFC East teams had no clue. They were like, umbrella coverage is stupid. Why would we do something like that? Kevin, I wanted to bring this name up. Have you ever heard of the name John Roberson?
The basketball player? Yes. Mr. Basketball for the state of Texas in 06?
Yes. John
7?
Roberson went up against Luka and Slovenia and beat Slovenia as he clashed
Did
with
they really?
Yeah,
Wow.
they beat
By
Slovenia.
himself?
Pretty much. He had
Oh.
23 points. He hit
that good?
7 3-pointers. He hit
Wow.
7 3-pointers in the game. And Kevin, we covered him at Plano.
Yes.
That was easily my favorite player to ever. He was the best basketball player that I'd ever seen at the collegiate, at the high school level,
Sure.
except for Kenya Martin. But like when I watched this kid play, there was just no doubt in my mind he's going to hit big shots. He could feel it. He was doing it, and he did it in this game too. He did it late in the game. He did it early. He was 5'11". They call him a 5'11" journeyman, and I'm like, no, that's Plano's John Roberson, who was Mr. Untouchable whenever he was playing in high school.
I really thought he was phenomenal. There was a game you were saying you think it was against Allen, where he's standing at the free throw line, and there was like maybe a questionable foul call, and the other coach goes, "Come on, ref, he's not in the NBA yet." Roberson stopped dribbling the ball, turned around and looked at that coach, and I was like, oh. It kind of felt like you done messed up now, Aaron.
Yeah.
Like I was like, y'all are screwed, and he whipped the crap out of them for the rest of that game. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Coming up next, it's time for college football on a Tuesday. Does a 42-point victory get you out of that towing bill? Plus, everyone gets a gift card. Next on the Fan.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105 Through the Fan is brought to you by Permapeer.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 Through the Fan. We got Derek Holland rolling with us today. Mike will be back from vacation tomorrow. Right now, it's time for some college football on a Tuesday.
Today's Tuesday.
Yes.
All day.
That makes sense. Let me ask you this. Do you want to start with Texas? Because Texas might have
Greatest state ever.
the marquee ass whipping of the weekend. Game. Sorry. When they host Alabama, where they're a stout 19-point underdog going into the game. But College Game Day is going to be there. Big noon kickoff is headed there. If people know what that is. Do you think...
Are you suggesting people don't know what College Game Day is?
No,
Big noon
the other
kickoff.
one.
Oh, okay, the Big Noon Kickoff.
And the fact that you put
Don't have
those
a
two
clue.
together
Yeah.
makes me feel like
Yeah,
a lot of
I don't have a
people...
clue. What is it?
Yeah, well, I mean, it's the noon kickoff, so Fox will be there.
Why is that a noon game? If that's the game of the week,
Or
why
it's
isn't
an
that a
11
night?
Central game.
Yeah, I know, but why not have that a night game? Everybody's going to want to watch that game.
Yeah, I mean, Texas has a huge, as the Cowboys of college football, they have a huge fan base. I have no doubt that the ratings for this will be ginormous.
Cowboys, they just destroyed Louisiana Monroe.
Okay.
52-10.
Now, let's talk about that. Do you think that 42-point win in your first start after you quit on your last two teams should be enough to get Quinn Ewers out of his towing ticket? Is his car, he tweeted out, was towed during the game? I feel like being the starting quarterback for your team should be able to probably help
Park
you out
wherever
of that.
you want. Remember when Eric Nadel was like, look where I parked, and he basically parked in the field during that spring training game?
Should you get a sticker that you put on your car that says QB1? And they're like, well,
he's got a spot here.
We were like, man, Kevin, we parked way over there. And Nadel just like basically parked like right underneath the stadium. This is awesome.
Do they not provide parking at Texas? You're the quarterback. You don't have a stadium parking,
should,
or
bro.
what's going on there?
maybe because he's new, he's like, I don't know where to park.
Or are they rookie hazing him?
Oh, they better
Oh,
not.
no.
How's the voice go?
That's not good. We're not going to do rookie hazing.
All right, here's my question, Kevin. I think he should definitely, like, you should have a spot. You should know. You should also know where that spot is. Like, one of my ways to get the biggest anxiety for me is when you say we're going to go to some place downtown. Immediately, I start thinking, where am I parking? And
Okay.
I might even call and say I'm not coming because I don't know where to park. So that's just something I need you to know about me.
Okay, I appreciate that.
My
Just
big
odd.
question, though, is who's going to lose by more points to Alabama this year, Texas or A&M? You can't do a homer call on this one. You got to be honest.
I'm going to say Texas, but man, if you talk to some delusional A&M fans, they'll tell you like, oh, we should be the favorite in that game. And I'm like, what are you even talking about? Like, that's the problem. I just don't want A&M to get to the point where they're delusional like Texas fans. Like, I get it. A&M's history is filled with made-up championships and mediocrity. I can accept that. Many A&M fans can accept that. However, we've reached a dangerous tipping point where these great recruiting classes have convinced A&M fans that we're better than we actually are. A&M will lose a game that we shouldn't on you, all right? So I get it. We're now going to move up to number 5 in the country or whatever. That's cool. I just don't know if it's going to play out like that. I feel like maybe it's a year too early. But I feel like A&M fans are usually more realistic about where they are, where Texas is back. Yeah, where Texas is back every single year. And, like, if they get drilled by Alabama, I'm curious how they're going to accept that.
Kevin, did you just say Texas A&M fans are more realistic?
Than Texas fans, yes.
But, like, is that really worth noting?
No. I mean, anything is, never mind. I don't want to go any further down that. But some A&M fans are falling into a dangerous trap of like, oh, you better watch out. And I'm like, but why? We haven't won anything in forever. So, like, hey, let's make it to a conference championship game before we even say anything,
Now,
maybe.
when you say that they'll lose some random game like that, are you talking about like a game against UTSA, or are you talking about like some random
I feel like
Vanderbilt?
Hey,
or
UTSA
something?
is pretty good, man. Let's not.
I feel like it's
slander them.
those games against like the Arkansas, or it could be. Well, Arkansas is better this year, but
Whopping.
They'll lose one of those Mississippi games when you're like, now we got the momentum, and you're like, not so fast, my friends. And so I feel like Lee Corso's whole bit is for the A&M fan base. All right.
Speaking of, do we need to?
What happened with Lee Corso?
What do you mean? What happened?
Everybody's talking about that. Is that a whole segment?
I mean, have you watched College Game Day anytime in the last 3 seasons?
Is it time to?
It feels
Old
like it's
Yeller him?
been. Well, I don't want to
he
do
could just
that.
retire.
Yeah, I just would like him to just be at the house.
He reminds me of somebody.
Oh?
He runs the country.
Oh, my Lord.
All right, let's continue.
Did he do the politics?
All right,
Yeah, I did.
politics. I did not understand where you were
didn't
going.
expect that
Got
either.
You did. You did.
Good.
All right. Well, you know what? One good turn deserves another. Let's take you to The Ohio State University. That's what you get for that. Is CJ Stroud, cut number 8 right here. This is him revealing his gift for all the team.
I just wanted to do something for the team, so I got everybody a $500 gift card to go to Express. Get y'all own suits, man. Make sure y'all really get some suits, man. Look fly, man. Make sure we all look at the team. So family on 3, 1, 2, 3.
CJ Stroud, potential number 1 pick in the NFL draft, setting up his entire team with gift cards to go to Express, buy a suit, look sharp for the season, or at least for the next game.
I think it's great leadership.
Yes.
Was this?
I also think it's nice that they have one quarterback.
Yeah. Was it his NIL money that he spent on this, or did he like pair up with Express and he was like, "Hey,
I honestly
give me
don't.
these,
I
give
could
me
see it
these,
being
and
the second
this is gonna
one.
be huge for you."
I did not. I could see that being the case. I don't know the answer to that.
What's
but
the
I could,
problem with the second one?
No, either one of them. I just wanted to know the facts.
Oh.
You know?
I would say it's probably going to be the second one for sure. I mean, they're going to get the exposure, bringing that school in there and doing that, their players.
You can't even say it.
I don't
you?
like that. I just can't stand it.
I think it's awesome. I think it was a really smart choice, a decision on his part to go out there and say, "Guys, I want y'all to look fly."
do you
And
think it was a smart decision for him to go to Ohio State?
and block for me. I mean, look at him.
Yes.
Okay.
I'll give you that. Yes. And I mean, it's a very good move that he did too. I think that's good. Good leadership.
Wow.
I have to give him some kind of.
Derek Holland loves CJ Stroud.
No, let's not get that far.
You reported here first.
Great
More than Cade
quarterback
McNamara.
or
Yeah.
the greatest quarterback?
He's a good quarterback.
Okay. Now
Got exposed last year.
we
Michigan.
did he?
How
Oh,
do
in
you do
that game.
against Michigan?
Okay. Now, whenever you talk about adding insult to injury, I think Virginia Tech
Oh my gosh.
gave us a textbook example of that over the weekend. Virginia Tech lost to Old Dominion 20-17 on Friday night.
I think that should never happen.
Agreed. And then
Old Dominion,
Virginia
underrated.
I
Never.
guess
That's never
so.
been said.
Okay, until now. And then Virginia Tech players also had stuff stolen from their lockers during the loss.
From the Old Dominion team?
No, I don't
They
know.
beat them on the field and bullied them and took their lunch?
I
Took
don't
everything.
know that to be the case. I believe they just had stuff stolen from them, not necessarily from the Old Dominion team. That feels logistically unlikely. But they lost, and then they lost their stuff. Tough break. Also, tough break for bettors. Now, here's the scenario. Florida State is playing LSU. It's 24-23. LSU has scored a touchdown.
Yes.
All they got to do is kick the extra point. Then it'll be 24-24.
Ball game.
Guess what? Well, not that. The over-under is 50. So if you make this extra point, it's guaranteed to go in overtime. You're guaranteed to at least push, but more overwhelmingly likely you're going to win the game. It would have to be the craziest play in the history of college football if you went backwards 75 yards. So you got a safety. So you're going to win.
Yeah.
They just have to make this extra point. Let's go to cut 9 to see if they made that extra point.
Boy to snap, Ramlet to hold, to send it to free football. Snap, spot, blocked! Yeah! It's no good! Yeah! It's blocked! Shaheem Brown got his mitt on it! Fire up the war chant and plant the spear! Nose wind! Nose wind!
So what you're suggesting is both teams were in on, hey, Vegas says here's.
No.
Oh.
I'm not suggesting that at all. It was just amazing. LSU scored a touchdown with no time left, and then if you're better, like, oh my God, miracle cover.
Yeah.
And then the extra point gets blocked, and you're like, kickers are dumb.
Yeah, kickers are the worst, man. We've always said this. And our season might rely on a kicker this year.
Yeah, they put a lot of thought into that kicker, too. Do you have kicking thoughts?
No kicking thoughts. Well, it seems like it's a big thing now. Kickers aren't doing their part. But I wanted to point out, too, the wide receiver, I can't think of their name, cleared everything off of his social media of LSU after that game. It was like their top guy is supposed to be, he only got he had 22 yards going into like the fourth quarter or something like that. One catch or something, or 2 catches for 22 yards. I forget exactly who it was.
It's Kayshawn, and you got to help me out here because I didn't watch the game and I don't remember how to say his last name. It's Boutte, so it could be Booty, but it could also be like
Booty.
Butte.
We'll go with Booty.
Mm-hmm.
But he cleared all of his social media for LSU stuff.
Wow.
So tell me if I'm wrong on this. Can he go straight into the transfer portal now?
Yes.
And then he could go play somewhere else if he wanted to. Because that's kind of the situation up in Michigan.
Not in season. But
So
he
if
won't
he'd
have to
sit-
sit out a year. Well, I mean,
that
I
doesn't
guess
make sense. So
technically,
how
if
you-
you count this as sitting out a year, I do not believe you can transfer and start playing in the midst of the same season. All right, I'm going to take you next to Iowa. Iowa beat South Dakota State 7-3.
That's right.
What a game.
You might be like, who cares? Here's why you should care.
Defensive battle.
Even more than you might think, Corey.
The pitchers duel.
It was 7-3. How many touchdowns do you think got scored in the game?
I want to say 2.
Yeah.
Do you? 7-3.
Yeah.
You want to say 2?
No, he just that's just what he feels like.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because it feels like another trick question. Like you started the show off early today
Sure.
with a
Did they
trick
change
question.
the value of touchdowns?
So I'm gonna say, you're looking at me weird. So I'm gonna say 0.
At the end of the first quarter, Iowa led 3-0. At halftime, it was 3-3. At the end of the third quarter, it was 5-3.
What?
And at the end of the fourth quarter, it was 7-3.
Woo!
Iowa
Worst game ever.
became
It
the
was.
first
It's an Iowa
team
football game.
since at least 2000 to score exactly 7 points without scoring a touchdown, as Iowa got not one, but 2 safeties in a game that featured 2 field goals and 2 safeties, and Iowa was victorious 7-3.
I never want to be at a football game that looks like that.
Oh, that was bad.
Then don't go to an Iowa football. This is what they do.
Yeah,
and
It is.
I mean, look.
They also wave.
They
to
wave at the kids.
Yes, which is cool.
They just recently, hired an offensive coordinator. Now their head coach is Kirk Ferentz. This is Brian Ferentz, and I'm sure that he was hired entirely because of his merits and
Yes.
his capabilities as an offensive coordinator, scoring.
He has the same last name as the other guy.
It's incredible, isn't it?
Are they friends?
Maybe, I don't know.
I think that's maybe.
Are you friends with your dad?
Oh, it's his dad? Wow, I didn't even see that coming.
Stands to
Oh,
reason.
welcome to the show.
All right, since we made a mention of Ohio State, we should probably make a mention of Michigan, where Reggie, be prepared to be a fan of Jim Harbaugh. They're going to expand the college football playoff to 12 teams. Could be as early as 2024, but at least by 2026. Jim Harbaugh said, great, I'm all for it. Now, I do believe the players should receive a revenue share from the massive TV deals that have been worked out. You're going to expand the playoff. You're expanding TV deals. You just saw all the money Big Ten got. He said, that's great. How much of this money do the players get? To
All of
which
it.
I'm sure the NCAA is like, hey, Jim Harbaugh, why don't you shut the hell up? But he put it out there into the world. I think it's a good point.
Comrade Jim Harbaugh. That's incredible.
All of it. Good recruiting process right there.
Yeah.
Just got him to see, wow, he sticks up for the players. Let's go there.
He's a man of the people.
He's going to get me paid.
And he's basically treating his non-conference like it's preseason.
Yeah.
We're just going to run different quarterbacks out here and see which one's good.
Which is an interesting thing.
You know why?
You got 2 great quarterbacks there.
That's what they would do.
Yeah.
K. McNamara.
You cannot tell me they're not good quarterbacks.
No,
McCarthy is
I
really
didn't say
good.
that. You said great.
They are 2 great quarterbacks.
So you think both of your quarterbacks are great and CJ Stroud is only good?
Correct.
Okay.
And you know what happens when you have 2 quarterbacks?
Well, when you have 2 great quarterbacks. Is that different?
Yes.
Okay.
If you have two quarterbacks,
then you look to the Bible.
okay. Yeah.
And they tell you how to pick. That's
Yes.
what he said. That is
He
what
did
he
say that.
said.
He did say that.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Next right here on The Fan.
Odyssey app.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105 Through the Fan is brought to you by Buyers Barricades. If you're in need of traffic control or barricade rentals, Buyers Barricades is a full-service provider taking care of your project or special event no matter the size from start to finish. The Texas Authority and Barricade Rental is buyersbarricades.com.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, courtesy of D&M Leasing, it is time for our chit-chat with the fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Terrific. Hagee, how are you?
I'm doing excellent. Thank you very much for asking. Now, I'm going to get to some DraftKings stuff in just 1 second, but y'all were just talking about the 2K game is Kevin Durant. Don't know why I said Trey Lance. Kevin Durant has already jumped in and said, I'm a 96. I'm going to need an explanation on why I'm not a 99. This has become laughable for the Mavericks' presumptive starting five. Tim Hardaway Jr., 77. Dorian Finney-Smith, 78. Spencer Dinwiddie, 80. Christian Wood, 84. Luka, 95. I believe Giannis leads the pack at a 97. Do you think it's odd that the best players in the NBA are not 99s like they are in football, sort of?
No, I think they got to hold 99 like if you had your all-time season or if you do something crazy, right? They're basically saying like Giannis isn't as good as Jordan's best year. And I'm okay with that.
See, I like that. I think it's like he just said too. It's got to be the legends are the ones that are the 99s. That's what you earn. You get the little cards that you play for to make your own dynasty team and everything, just like in the show. I think you should only have 99s for the guys that have actually done something with it. Like LeBron should be a 99, to be honest. I mean, he's the guy that's done so much in the NBA. Why not give him that? I should take that back. Actually, you should wait till after he retires. Then he's the 99. Use the legends as the 99s.
Now, does LeBron not to get to be a 99 right now because he and Drake are being sued?
And Future.
Yeah,
don't leave Future out, Kevin.
This is a weird thing, is that LeBron, Drake, and Future are being sued for $10 million by Billy Hunter, who's the former head of the NBA Players Union for Canada's old colored hockey league. And that is what it was called. So they're making a documentary about it, or they're planning on it. And Billy Hunter's like, well, no, I own the rights to the ability to make that documentary. That feels like a weird combination of words that just were said, but that's a real thing that's happening.
So it's LeBron and Drake. Is it a feature from Future? Is he just laying a feature on this thing, or is he equally
something in the future?
Part?
Something in the future is going to happen.
I see where you're going
here.
with this feature thing, though.
Thank you. I appreciate that, Corey. $10 million. I feel like if I'm Drake, LeBron, and Future, I'm like, okay, here it is, sir. This is
we're gonna
pretty
go
much
make our documentary now.
Oh, that's all you needed was $10 million from us. We got that each in our pocket right now. We pull out our pockets and we go, okay, great. We had that's no problem. But I don't know really the intricacies of all this. I'm sure this guy probably, I don't know if he's got much of a leg to stand on here, but this guy versus LeBron, Drake, and Future, I'm gonna take those three. They'll end up winning this thing.
Hunter says he paid the authors of a book called Black Ice, The Lost History of, and the title's actually really long. Is
a very long title.
Yeah, it says League of Maritimes, 1895 to 1925. It's a lengthy title. So let's just stick with Black Ice for now.
Piece of an encyclopedia.
To buy the rights to that.
It's my favorite car freshener, by the way.
What,
The
Black
Ice? Yeah. Oh, the little Christmas trees that you hang up in the Black
That's
Ice?
a real...
Yeah. And it smells incredible. My wife would say it's overbearing, but I think it's delightful.
Okay. It's just an interesting...
Wait, is it not about that?
No, it's just an interesting choice for people who get in accidents and stuff. They're like, no, I would not like to buy your Black Ice air freshener. My car's totaled because of that. So thanks a lot, D-Wad. I'm surprised. I did not realize.
I'm surprised that you didn't realize it.
Yeah.
Am I breaking news to all of us right now? Did nobody know about the Black Ice car freshener?
Well,
I've seen that.
My son
Yeah.
Carter
Thank
likes
you.
the Cosmopolitan one. It's it looks like it's the stars or whatever, and it's just all over, and it's terrible.
Is there just not new car? I thought that was kind of
No, there's the new car
Lemon
one, which is
Fresh.
nice. Yeah, Lemon Fresh is good.
You pretty much just put the baby in the car for a minute to freshen it up if we need to, right?
Oh, yeah.
Until they poop.
God, yeah. It's gonna be impossible to have clothes that don't smell or something now because freaking kid. Anyways, that's an off-air conversation. All right, so We were talking about this a little earlier, and some people had a limited window of like 10-7 versus 7-10. I think it could go way bigger than this. What do you think is a best case ceiling and worst case floor for the Cowboys this season, like record wise?
I'm going to go on the high end. You're looking at 13-4.
Woo!
Okay,
love it.
On the low end, you're looking at 7-10.
Okay.
Yeah. I think things could go really well for this team. I'm still not sold they could win a playoff game.
If we go 13-4 and don't want to play up for love of God.
Their schedule is still undaunting, and if Washington hasn't taken a step, then I think you go 5-1 in division, and you're 2 wins from my floor already.
Yeah,
and now hey, you win a couple of games on a field goal late that maybe you shouldn't have won, and yes, 13 stretching it. My most likely is either 9 or 10.
Yeah, and all that makes sense. I would probably say at the top, probably 12 like they did last year. It'd be like, dang, dude, if they find a way to get 13 wins out of this thing, it'd be pretty dang ridiculous in my mind. And we're assuming like relative health here, like Dak's not going down and stuff like
does
that.
Your worst case scenario include relative health?
Well, I mean, if we're like worst case scenario, we saw like worst case scenario. What was 2020? You win. What was that? How many games did you win in 2020?
6.
Felt like 0.
It felt like 0.
Yeah.
6, honestly. I feel much better about 2020 knowing we won 6. I thought it was like 3. But I would say the floor is probably about 6. And because if Zach Martin goes down, you get this offensive line is already kind of hanging on by a thread. You get 2 more injuries to the offensive line. Now you're in like full on disaster mode, which to me would be about 6 games.
11 on the win side, 6 on the bad side.
Okay, and I think that's fair. Now, Derek, I know there's something near and dear happening to your heart. What do we got going on with DraftKings? What do we need to talk about?
Oh, yeah. So if everybody that plays football or does fantasy football and stuff, this is another thing I wanted to bring. I've been putting it out there. Gavin, you've done a retweet. A lot of you guys actually have, So I want to do something with the fans and the viewers. The best way to do is doing the DraftKings lineup. So I'll be setting something up starting tomorrow. I do it all throughout the season. It's open to everybody. It's just $20. I think it ends up actually being $25 because you got to pay the $5 for DraftKings. You come in, you compete against all of us. So everybody that's in there, you're competing against them, trying to create the best lineup for that week. That's all it is, just the week, and then you go from there. Winner takes all. That's how we play it. So that way, it could be a nice payday for some people. Obviously, $20 could be gone, but
yeah,
that's just one of the things I want to throw out. I've been trying to put it out there, get more people involved.
Heck yeah, dude, that is super fun. So is that you could do it 1 week? I could do it, and then a couple of weeks later I could do it again.
Off, yeah.
It's not a full season commitment kind of deal.
Get your $20 back.
Go sell your body for
$20.
Plasma.
I did the plasma thing in college. I can guarantee you that. I should still be doing it now, if I'm being honest.
Can we do more than one lineup?
Yeah, you can do as many as you want. It's going to cost you $20 for each lineup.
Yeah,
that's a blast. How many people do you usually have doing it? I mean,
last year, last time we just started this, we only got I want to say 15 because it was new. I was still feeling everything out, how to get it, because I had to set up 2 different ones just to figure out which one actually keeps the people, because it was funny. I kept making it, and then all of a sudden the games would come on, and all of a sudden our DraftKings are gone. So I have to keep it as a private, I figured out, and then everybody just joins, which it's open. All you do is click the link that I provide on my Twitter or Instagram, whatever, and then you jump in, make your lineup, and you go from there.
Nice. And what is your Twitter and Instagram?
Dutch Oven 45.
It's at Dutch Oven.
Yeah.
No,
I don't know if
sure.
you know this or not. You have to put the ad on there.
We talked about it. I am an avid Instagram user now. I have 1 post.
Yep.
Welcome to the future.
I am in the world
up
of
until
Instagram.
that one post, it was just lurking. He was just looking at everybody else's stuff.
Yeah, because people kept telling me oh, I sent you this thing on Instagram, and I was like, oh, I don't use Instagram, and they're like, oh, okay, I just thought you were a jerk for not responding. And so I have 1 post up. It's of the baby, and I was like, that feels worthy, and then I quit posting already. So I'll try and
post something else, man. Go get creative. Walk around town, take some flower shots or something.
Is that what you think?
Is that a euphemism?
I don't know. No, go around, go post some stuff. Get creative.
Okay.
What would flower shots be, Reg?
Oh boy, I feel like Eric is probably the champion of this type of stuff. Eric,
I definitely had an image in my mind when you said this. So did we not all?
Besides revealing in intricate detail what that is, what else do you guys got coming up on the program?
Pure Gold, as always, thanks for asking. We'll have one of Derek's former teammates, Martin Perez, with us at 3:20, the Rangers Player Show, and a lot of Cowboys all the way till 6:30.
All right, love it. Roll home with the G-Bag Nation. We have been the KNC Masterpiece. Make your way back with us tomorrow. Remember that uninterrupted content from 12:20 to 12:55. But please listen to the whole show, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Say flower shots forever, Kevin.
Man, I feel like that'll come back to haunt me.
How'd the baby witchcraft go, Kevin?
Listen.
from the MyFitnessStore.com studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
It's hour one of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Welcome in. Hope you had a terrific 3-day weekend. We're happy to be back with you. Let's talk Cowboys. General at your service. There's Brian Broaddus, Lucius Alexander, Eric Chiafalo, and Carter Freeman along with you. We are the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Good afternoon, gentlemen. It's great to see you. How we doing? Ready to rock?
Oh, we're ready to rock and roll, boys. Fantastic. Labor Day weekend. Got the mind, body, and soul ready for football season, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it's here.
And you guys rocked the BetQL show. That's what I heard on Saturday.
Well, I appreciate that. Broaddus did a lot of heavy lifting, and I appreciate him taking me along for that college football ride. It was outstanding.
Yeah, that's a lot of fun. We with the Cowboys and all that, we like to talk college football here on our show, but to be able to do it for 4 hours straight, and we had some great guests, and that BetQL show was actually a lot of fun to do. You're thinking, man, 4 hours, I don't know, and
I bet you had the time of your life.
Yeah, but once you get going, and once you have the guest, and then once the games, and you're actually reacting live to the games that's going on, and you know that North Carolina App State game was going back and forth. It was a lot of really fun things. So I'm glad to substitute for that weekend, and Eric and Zach will take that thing over. So give them a listen on these weekends for that.
Yeah, not many people know it, but you know Brian knows so much about the Cowboys, and people talk about that. But I'll take Brian in college football over anybody out there, any analyst out there, because of his passion and the way that he works the draft, and the way that he knows so many people inside the game of college football. I also think, you know, it's an amazing thing, and we'll spend a significant time today and throughout this college football season talking about that college pigskin. But it is time to open up this show with Cowboys talk. We are officially inside week one. We have a new player to talk about. Jason Peters added to the roster. Nice little move there, Brian.
Yeah, nice little move for the Cowboys. Protects them in a way that they needed to. You're going to go with Tyler Smith here probably for the first couple of weeks and then see how things go. They've got Jason Peters on a practice squad. They got him on a practice squad contract too, which is kind of interesting as well. Until, it just gives them some flexibility with their roster until Jason is ready to play, and then they can elevate him to the 53 and go from there.
You talk about some genius negotiating right there. And they negotiated for a couple, 2-3 days before they got the thing done. I thought the Cowboys must have been trying to lowball. I had no idea that all they were going to commit is practice squad money. That's like in the hundreds of thousands of dollars.
Yeah.
You know, and so now you get the guy in your building working towards it. But if there is an injury, it's not like you have a signing bonus or anything. Like there's literally no risk of getting Jason Peters in and developing him and working him towards a return to playing for you. And, I can imagine the player and the agent must have been like, now, what are we doing here? This is my guy. He's been in the league for 20 years. He's still one of the top, in the top 25% of pass protecting offensive linemen. And you need a tackle, and you're giving us a practice squad contract to get him in. But ultimately they agreed to it. And I think that speaks volumes about the appeal and the brand of that star Chiafalo.
Yeah. I mean, it shows this guy definitely wanted to be here. I love, he's like, yeah, when I finally sat down with Jerry, we basically just talked about the Hogs. We were talking about the old Razorbacks, our Arkansas connection. He clearly wanted to be here, and he's the type of guy that, from a role standpoint, is pretty much willing to accept whatever. So it's a total win situation for the Cowboys right now. I do start to wonder when you start thinking about best five.
Yes.
Well,
what's that going to look like?
Yeah, best five to you and I, or to all of us, is one thing. Best five to them, I don't know. Yeah, we have to do this because of our job and all that, and talk about it. And I mean, I throw stuff out there all the time, and I'm thinking they don't give a damn what I say about this. But yeah, best five. It will be.
What if Tyron gets healthy? Jerry was talking about that this morning. Yeah.
Exactly. See, and that's what I'm saying. They've got a different idea. I didn't believe there was a battle at left guard. To them, there was a battle. It was a battle at left guard. I mean, that's now. Did I feel like that Tyler Smith was ultimately going to win the battle? Yeah, I did. But now that he's having to play left tackle, I'm not so sure. So they're going with Connor McGovern. But their idea of best five and our idea of best five, I don't think always jives.
Who would be the better right tackle, Tyron Smith or Jason Peters? That's what I want to know.
Well, no, honestly, though, to me, I would play Tyler Smith at right tackle is what I would do.
You send him over
yeah,
there.
that's what I'm saying. Jason Peters is a natural left tackle. The last time he played right tackle was 2006.
So everybody healthy, Peters on the bench to you?
Right. Well, at least until, okay, everybody healthy or everybody in shape.
Sure. Yeah, everybody good to go. We're fit to play.
Everybody good to go. Okay,
Yeah.
now you put me in a different spot.
Okay.
Because I am interested to see what Tyler Smith could do at left tackle. I am interested.
You think he could be better than Peters and Tyron?
I think.
No.
Not.
I would say no.
Well, not Tyron, but right now, you drafted him to be that guy in case Tyron Smith was going to miss week 8, week 9, week 10.
Mm-hmm.
You got me fascinated now by the player. I'm like, okay, you went and got Peters to protect yourself, which is a total smart thing to do.
Yeah.
But you're telling me he's a left side player, and I'm trusting your evaluations. I'm trusting that you guys over there know what you saw in the player. So
Okay.
I'm interested now.
How about Tyron Smith played right tackle his rookie year? Is that too long ago?
Man, I wouldn't go that route.
You can't do that to the guy?
I'm just going to be
Why
honest
not?
with you. I'm going to be honest with you. I don't think Tyron Smith plays.
Okay.
I don't think he plays. But if he did play, I still wouldn't move. I would rather move Tyler Smith over there and let him compete with Steele than I would. Because if you tell me, if you want to play best 5, if you do want to play your best 5, then you take Tyler Smith and put him over there. Because I think right now, for the strength and to help you in the running game and hold up on the edge and those things, Tyler Smith is a stronger player than what Terrence Steele is.
Yeah.
He's stronger.
Maybe twice as strong.
He's stronger over there.
Yeah.
So if you want to run the football and you want to help the tight ends and Zach Martin over there, you have 2 strong guys over there, I'm all for that because they're telling you right now that McGovern competed well enough to win the job at left guard.
Well, I want a situation. I want to believe Chiafalo, they'd find a way to get both Smiths and Peters on the field together because I don't think McGovern or Terrence Steele should be on the field in that configuration. But, these things can be more difficult. And as Brian said, they oftentimes have completely different ideas from what the outside thinks makes sense.
Right. Yeah. And go ahead, Brian.
No, I think we have good ideas. I think there's a lot of people that have good ideas about the best 5.
Yeah.
They don't like moving guys around. Where I'm like, well, wait a minute, you tell me about position flex all the damn time.
Right.
You brag about it. If you want to put your best 5 guys out there, meaning that Tyron Smith's not part of that, go with Peters and put Tyler Smith over there at right tackle.
Okay, so you'd feel better. You feel better at Connor McGovern at left guard than you do Terrence Steele at right tackle.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All righty, good stuff. I'm sure it's a conversation we'll pick up several times here as the season goes on, and chances are all those guys healthy, ready to rock at the same time. If it is, a situation, it probably won't be for long, unfortunately. But in this dream scenario where you all of a sudden are going into the playoffs and all these guys are healthy, you got 2 Hall of Famers in Tyron Smith and Jason Peters, and the numbers say that when they are healthy, they are damn good protecting the passer. Yeah. And I'm not putting McGovern or anything out there, Terrence Steele, while Dak runs around and proves that he can play under pressure again for, a playoff run. If you don't have to play under pressure, hopefully they can figure out a way to make it happen.
At least for 1 week, you're going to have Tyler Smith play left tackle.
Yeah.
At least for 1 week.
Let's see how it goes.
Yeah.
Okay. You think Jason Peters could be ready for week 2? Is that what you just said?
Well, you know what? What if he plays so poorly at left tackle that you have no choice but to say, Jason Peters, you got to saddle it up. You're a Pro Bowl, all-pro player. I'm sorry, you're you at 80% is probably better than what Tyler Smith. That's if Tyler Smith plays poorly. Yeah. I just know what the people in the front office had told me, and I believe that Jason Peters has conveyed the same thing, that he's going to need 2 to 3 weeks to get ready.
Okay, whatever the case, Jerry did a great job selling you on Peters this morning with Sean and RJ. Said he's a phenomenal player. Gave us a little trivia. He was a defensive lineman of the year in Texas. Mm-hmm. Great athlete back there in 1972. Well, he was moving him out of the way on both sides of the ball.
Yeah.
Played tight end early in his football career.
He did.
But Peters also backing off his comments from a couple of years ago over the weekend when he called the Cowboys arrogant. He now is calling it swagger, which is a good pivot. Jerry talked extensively about how good and efficient that he still is. Said he plays a position he can go a long time at if you're durable. And
He has.
And then he spoke extensively about how his 20 years of experience has given him a big edge. And it just jumps off the film like, how efficient he can be in his movements. He doesn't have to be that physically dominant, faster guy that he was early on because he knows where the other guys are going.
Yeah, but
he has 10 times the experience of some of these players.
Yeah, but he has problems with that inside cutoff. If that ball is going to go to the right and he has to get his head across going to the right, that is not one of the easiest blocks for him. Anything behind him, going left, him setting up wide, all those things past that,
it's all real.
No problems.
Okay.
But the stuff going opposite or away from him, I think you need to be a little bit concerned by that.
All right. Ultimately, Jerry said it'll be hard not to have him in the game, but it will have to do with how Tyler Smith is doing and how Tyron Smith is doing, he said.
Yeah.
Do you think Tyron's clearly better than Peters if they're both healthy?
Absolutely.
Okay. He said Tyron's going to be out there getting some work in pretty soon, remaining active during the recovery.
Yeah.
So that's
he keeps
great.
beating this horse, bro. He is fully expecting Tyron Smith to be an early Christmas present for his football team.
I'd like to be proven wrong on that one. That one seems like a really, really severe injury that we're dealing with right now.
Jerry had some fire this morning, though, and if you weren't listening very closely, some of the weird answers were weird because it sounded like he wasn't answering the question, but he was. He was asked about a pass-first league. Are you zigging while the rest of the league is zagging? And he said no, but we've had some success doing that, talking about 2014 and 2016. But then he went and said, I want to see adjustments during the season or during the game. He went back and hit that talking point that he hit with passion and fire the day after the season with Sean and RJ when it all ended against San Francisco. He doesn't want talking about where things went wrong at the end of your wild card loss. He wants Kellen Moore and Mike McCarthy to demonstrate the ability to not only make halftime adjustments, but series-to-series adjustments. And, boy, I really thought he was putting Kellen Moore under a microscope in that situation.
Yeah, he sure in the hell wasn't talking about Dan Quinn because we've seen the Cowboys have problems in the first half with run defense or pass, and they kind of figure some things out in the second half. He clearly had that his eyes pointed at what Kellen Moore and Mike McCarthy were doing there.
He was asked about having the third youngest team, and does that get Coach Mike McCarthy more grace period? And I thought it was a very slick question by Sean Sharif. Jerry answered by saying he doesn't need any grace period. He gave him a huge vote of confidence there, and I'm sure that was intentional because of how he did him dirty over the spring. But he just said going young's in the best interest of the team. It just is what it is right now.
They have no choice, though. They are what they are. They the way they do it, they don't go spend money in free agency. So what do? They draft. They keep all their picks. Obviously, if you keep all your draft picks, you're going to have a young team.
And Jerry acknowledged it. He's like, man, we could have signed a couple of veterans. We chose not to. So we're putting our faith in Will McClay and these guys to make the right picks, and then ultimately in our coaching staff to develop these guys.
Can Tom's dramatic offseason weaken Tampa and give the Cowboys a better chance? Jerry is so sharp still at 82, 83, whatever it is.
I think he's 80.
80?
Yeah.
Okay, in his 80s. He took it as, he noticed the landmine in that question, which is the drama around the Cowboys could weaken the Cowboys. Sean was asking about Tom and the Bucks. Jerry on the fly just interpreted that as, well, if I answered that drama is bad for Tom, people can infer the drama is bad for the Cowboys. So he answered it like from a Cowboys perspective, and he really didn't address it. He just said being in the spotlight this much has its benefits, where maybe you get some players that you otherwise wouldn't. And everybody in the NFL has benefited off of pretty much staying in the spotlight. I know most Cowboy fans wish it was another team that stayed in the spotlight to keep the ratings up, so we could just be about the business of winning. But it is what it is. Couldn't be more pleased with the recovery on Michael Gallup as well. It's just a matter of making sure you don't hurt it, and that's what the added rest is still about at this point. Anything else, guys, from that Jerry Jones interview that you wanted to mention here? We'll talk about it a little bit later on, have some audio cuts for you and stuff like that, but I just had a number of things to point out.
Yeah, I mean, my head was spinning a little bit when we got inside the math class with Jerry, when we did the 1 + 1 = 3 situation, and that took on a life of its own online and on Twitter, and people were kind of having some fun with that one, and it just goes back to his ultimate optimism and his neglecting of anything negative, and so it's 1 + 1 = 3 for Jerry at all times.
Well, I'm glad he at least recognized that what they were doing wasn't working. And they let some veterans go, some good players go because they felt like we need people who are more all in or people that are less injured or whatever it is. And you could have looked at last year's team and said, we were just unlucky. So I think some of that he's like hiding behind, I'm super positive guy, hey, don't get mad at me. But at the same time, they looked at that team with a pretty critical eye over the offseason, Brian.
No, they absolutely did. And that's one of the things I always talk about. The minute you can't evaluate your own team, that's the minute you're in trouble. And so I think there were some things. I do think they took a couple of things personally, though, here. I do. I think that when they got rid of Smith at linebacker, that was something because of playing ability. I think the Collins and Cooper things were more about guys that they were not happy with. So they took that, I think, a little personal there.
All righty. Thank you, guys. We're off and running here on a Tuesday. Lucius has your G-Bag of the Day coming up at 2:30. You can watch us at 1053thefan.com, Twitch, or on YouTube. And we're coming back with Tom Brady on this matchup as he just blowing smoke. It's next in the G-Bag Nation. I want to chat about Men's T Clinic, though, because Welcome back, G-Bag Nation. We have G-Bag of the Day coming up at 2:30. That's 7.5 minutes away. Tom Brady on his Week 1 matchup here. He's chatting with Tim Gray. Of course, he's facing the Cowboys. Segment is brought to you by the Frankels. If you're hurt in an accident, it's not your fault. Call the Frankels, 214-333-3333. Go online to truckwreck.com. When he starts going on and speaking for 3 minutes about how good you are, do you take that seriously, Brian, or is he trying to set you up?
He's setting you up.
Yeah.
But no, I mean, the funniest thing I think that I've ever seen on the radio was what Eric got Dak to do at training camp. He created a fictional team, and he asked him questions about the fictional team, and Dak didn't even hesitate. He just rolled it right off his tongue.
Yeah.
You know, it's like, yeah, they're you watch them on tape, they're well coached and all that. That's always going to be the case.
Yeah.
I mean, there's some things that when these quarterbacks do talk about, like, listen, hey, this pass rush is going to be something we're going to have to deal with. They're like, we're watching the tape. They're like, these guys can cover. There's things you can legitimately draw from that. Deep down inside, though, he's thinking like, okay, Dan Quinn did this to me last year. Okay, let's see if he can do it again to me this time around. I mean, Brady will be ready, but so will the Cowboys. The Cowboys will be ready, but everything that he says is one of those things you kind of take as he's just.
Plus, the Cowboys have never beat him. You know, if you're Tom and you're like, wouldn't you want to just say, well, hey, it's 8 in a row, 6 in a row?
Oh no, he's
like
saying
that.
that. He's saying that. He's saying that to Jim Gray on the break.
Yeah.
On the when they're getting ready to talk, it's like,
right,
Tom, I'm going to ask you about the Cowboys. Okay, Jim, I'll get the answer. You want to know the real answer? He goes, I think we're going to kick their ass. Be honest with you. And then when Jim asks a question, Tom, it's one of the best defenses I think we're going to play against.
Yeah, well, the best thing you can do is go listen to a Brady or a Belichick when they're playing one of these Houstons or one of these Jets or one of these teams that everybody in the entire world, including those teams themselves, know how bad they are. And then listen to the way that a Brady or a Belichick talk about that team. Yeah. And if you didn't know, you would just think that they're talking about one of the best teams in the league. And that's just the way they conduct themselves on the air.
Yeah, I hear you, man. I mean, we could get into the details of what he said, but I mean, I think the most interesting thing is good in all three phases. I'm feeling good about the defense. I'm feeling pretty good about the special teams other than the kicker. But offense right now, like, how would you evaluate that? What we saw in Oxnard, California was not a good offense. And then we get into preseason games and we're not evaluating the first team offense. So, what are you expecting from this offense going into week 1, Brian?
Well, I went back and watched the Bucs game last year, and I saw quarterback movement. I saw a compromised secondary a little bit for the Buccaneers. In some of the, they started getting banged up. They were losing guys.
They were very hurt last year.
Yeah, they were really hurt in that game. I thought the Cowboys did a really nice job, though, of handling the pass rush. With the, there was the movement of the pocket. I thought was really good. Getting the tight end involved was good. I like the fact that they tried to run the ball. When they did run the ball, they had a little success of running it on the edge or to the outside. Don't go inside where all those blocks are tough. Get it to the outside where maybe you get a guy hooked and you get everybody walled down inside.
I don't mean to cut you off, but that was week 1. This team was markedly different.
Yeah.
What's your opinion, Chief? How is this Cowboys team going to go out and look good on offense, or are we going to be like shaking our heads with 6 points at halftime going, oh my God, is this going to be a 17-week phenomenon this time around?
I tend to lean a little bit more pessimistic here on the way they're going to come out of the gates because there's so much new faces. Like, you're asking a lot of Tyler Smith out of the gates to do something he's not going to be overly prepared and familiar with doing. And I'm expecting, what do I expect from Kellen Moore? Probably a lot of rollouts, probably conservative offense, handing the ball off quite a bit. Now, how do you do that? That's a question. Will you try and get to the edges and you can create some big plays with Pollard that way? Hopefully you see that. But I expect to see a lot of running the ball. I expect to see probably a lot of Ferguson, a lot of 2 tight end sets, and just trying to avoid catastrophe. Hey, let's not put, like, what does Jerry come on and say? Hey, we're going to be able to run the ball. Run blocking is much easier. And so out of the gates, especially like in that first half when they're still doing what their game plan is and the score and clock allow for you to just do what your game plan is, I think a lot of 2 tight ends, a lot of running the ball, a lot of probably rollouts, dividing the field in half, making things easier
that adds
on your
to the
quarterback.
mystery.
Well, if your defense sucks, then that game plan that you're just talking about, that conservative run the ball, that's completely out the window. You got no choice, because if all of a sudden your defense sucks and you're down in this game 14-0,
yeah,
and you sit there and say, "Oh, because we need to be patient and do all that," that ain't going to get it done, because they will run you out of the park.
Okay, so check it out. I mean, what Chiafalo was saying is so true, and they're going to change how they've attacked over the last couple of years to more 2 tight ends, more running. What we saw the last time they did that, Brian, was a team that did have bad defensive personnel.
Right.
And that approach kept them fresh and let them play average. Now you have good defensive personnel, good defensive coaching. If you can create the same dynamics, maybe that defense is going to be even better.
Are you better or worse at left tackle right now?
Worse.
You're worse.
Are you better or worse at right tackle now?
Or worse. Yeah,
worse.
So you're going to run worse, but your defense is more talented.
I think you've got guys that are actually better equipped to run the ball. The problem I worry about, though, is all of a sudden this turns into the defense doesn't do a good enough job.
Right. Well, then that's the ultimate nightmare. They're going to go into this game expecting their defense to play extremely well and to offensively just say, let's not lose this game. Let's get to the fourth quarter and see where we're at.
You need to force them to some 3 and outs. You need to force them to punt. You better hope that Turpin can flip the field and maybe make some short field opportunities for you too, so you don't have to drive the ball in this defense.
Yeah. 682 coming out hating. He says, I think a Cowboys fan referring to the bottom rung teams like they aren't one of them is homerism. Now, again, I think any opinion about this team is probably valid because so much stuff is changing and it looks like they could be heading in equal directions, right?
Yeah.
But what you got to look at is just on paper, the way this thing simulates in computers, and if you stack good players versus good players, the Cowboys have a top 5 talent base. And now they're coached well on defense. Dak is getting healthy. Zeke is not compromised. So you can say whatever you want, but you can't just bury your head in the sand and pretend like there's nothing going for the other side. So I appreciate the feedback, but I think like looking at this team and saying, yes, I expect them to be in the playoffs and maybe even win a playoff game, that's well within the range of realistic.
Yeah, be in the playoff for sure. And when you start talking about other team and laughing stocks of the league, like from a championship standpoint over the last quarter century, 100% the Cowboys are in that same boat of all those crap teams. But that's the only place where in the Venn diagram they're equal to those teams. Go look at the regular season win percentages, all these things. Like the Cowboys are not a laughing stock team. They just haven't been to the Super Bowl and won the Super Bowl. And from in that category, absolutely. But go look at the winningest teams over the last decade. The Cowboys are going to be around. They're going to be in the top 10.
214 honest opinion. Who are y'all taking? Real quick, I'm going to have to pick the Bucks. Maybe I'll get excited, but I highly doubt it. I'm going to pick Tampa to win.
Yeah, I'll be picking Tampa all week.
Yeah,
I'll take the Cowboys this week.
Right on. Let's go. It is time now for the G Bag of the Day, curated by Lucius. Sir.
It's brought to you by CBD American Shaman Shop, TexasCBD.com. Fellas, how was your Labor Day weekend?
Actually, great. It really was.
It was great?
Yeah.
Good for you.
Other than the daughter crapping in the bathtub, everything outside of that was amazing.
At least it was in the bathtub. You can always smash those down,
Yeah, dude, but then it gets clogged. That was a nightmare. For my wife, I was just kind of on damage control.
Okay.
Baby turned 1. We made her an indoor playroom. It was epic.
Oh, that's clutch.
She's in her
Beautiful thing
swing
right there,
and doing
Father.
all that stuff. Yeah, it was great.
That's a
big old
beautiful thing.
smiles. Yeah.
All right. Pittsburgh 93.7. The Fan welcomed on Adam Pac-Man Jones. This was a morning show. They ran out of dump, and this is still our winner.
Now, between playing at West Virginia and then playing for the Bengals, there's a lot of people in Pittsburgh that they don't like you as a sports fan. I know you have I
don't like them either.
Well, that's okay. But I know you got people that you do like. You like Vaughn Rivers and Eric Wicks and all that. There's guys from Pittsburgh you're tight with, right?
Yeah, Vaughn was actually with me last night. I don't even think Vaun liked Pittsburgh.
But take me through. You seem to have become one of the, I don't want to say enemy number one, but a lot of people in Pittsburgh don't like you. Does that bother you at all?
Man, Pittsburgh. Eat Pitt.
Oh, jeez. Oh, boy. Wait a minute.
No,
all right.
He's gone because I dumped him twice.
Yeah, you had to go.
Had to go.
Had to go. Yeah.
They're acting all surprised. I can't believe it, Adam. You say you hate Pittsburgh. People don't like you here either.
Yeah.
What do you have to say about that, Adam?
Storm morning show. He woke up with that sauce. Just woke up with it on him. John Daly admits to being drunk on college game day.
Ooh.
He's a Woo Pig fan?
He is a Woo Pig fan.
He's a big Woo Pig fan. He was drunk, toe up.
We said earlier during Martin McGee, we feel like John Daly kind of fits our demographic. And you know what else fits our demographic is what we brought him in for. John, why don't you start us with the hillbilly headlines?
Well, I'm not going to lie, I'm drunk.
Is that my fault?
No, I had a few before that. But this is unbelievable, man.
Yeah.
You know, when a cop pulled me over, he said, "You've been drinking a little." One time I said, "No, I've been drinking a lot." But listen to this.
He admits to being drunk and has a DWI joke for you right there.
Wow, that is prime
Was it
John
9
Daly.
o'clock in the morning when that show starts? What time does that show start?
It is one of the first ones out of the gate.
Jeez.
Yeah.
That's an early Saturday morning there. I don't think he slept that night. I think he just walked right over to the set after whatever bar he was hanging out in and doing
He's
his
got
thing.
a really nice bus. I'm sure I parked that bus there at Fayetteville and probably was ready to go.
He stays true to himself.
He does.
And his son's on the golf team.
He is.
At Arkansas.
Good player.
All right.
I think he needs to be a regular.
Oh, yeah. But, you know, I think I saw...
He might not wake up some days.
But see,
He's not here.
wait a minute.
We have college game day afternoon with Mike Daly.
He needs to be a college game day after dark is what he needs to be. After dark.
Yeah, so he wakes up with that sauce on him.
College football is the best place to drink, man. You got the campus to walk around.
Yeah.
There's cool bars close by.
Yeah, if you got a nice,
it's 11 in the morning.
Yeah, absolutely.
Let's see. We got just University of Pittsburgh head coach. He has some smoke for ESPN after the game. Felt good when you win and you can talk some S. He did that.
Incredible game. How do you best describe the atmosphere, the stakes, and what your team did there in that fourth quarter?
Well, you know what? It was a great atmosphere out here. I can tell you that. Our Panther Nation stood out. You know, I saw some stat that was going to be 75% West Virginia fans. You guys messed that up on ESPN for sure. It was certainly all Pitt here today. And, you know, appreciate what the fans did today. They helped us win that game. I wasn't excited about how we played as a football team. We got a lot of things to clean up. But we told them it was going to be a fourth quarter brawl, and that's what it was. Went right down to the last second of the game, and our guys made some great plays near the end of the game, and that's what counts.
Coach, just so you and I are clear, I got nothing to do with estimating crowd sizes. I just read highlights and
you don't. Hey, ESPN disrespected our fans, and they showed up today, and I'd love to see that.
Huge, yeah. The fans are fired up. The fans are Pat Narduzzi guys now, Brian.
Narduzzi, they're all fans. Yeah, absolutely, right there.
It's a hockey name.
That is I'll tell you what, though, he's kind of one of those guys too that's kind of like he'll rub your nose in it, guy. He came from Michigan State.
Class it up, Pat.
He doesn't class it up very much.
All right, Lucius, what do you say? Another nominee? We're going to vote?
Yeah, I'll do another nominee. This is Tuesday, but Sunday was a church day, you know, so I'm just going to roll this one on over. You guys heard of Urshers?
Yeah.
You know about Urshers in the church?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
They bring the buckets, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Urshers or ushers?
You know, both of them the same thing. Tomato.
Okay.
You know,
I think sometimes in the South they get called Urshers.
I know. Somebody asked me to be an usher the other day. I didn't know. I was like, okay.
Let me get some Ursher. Okay. We got an Ursher's church announcement. Don't ball up those dollars before you put them in the offering plate.
Right.
Stretch them out a little bit.
Yeah.
You know, makes it easier for us so we can go eat after work.
Can you please stop balling up and folding up and so we can't even figure out what it is? It's going to be $1 just laid out in there. It's all right. It won't hurt our family. We had to go to Family Dollar and buy iron. To iron out all the dollars because we can't even.
I'll call Cap right there, by the way. I'll call Cap. You didn't do
that. You didn't buy $1.
Yeah, you didn't do that.
Yeah.
What they are. I work in the trustee ministry and we trying to go to Golden Corral too. By the time we iron out all the dollars, everything is closed. And we don't even cook on Sunday no more. So just lay it in the plate. It's still going to be $1. Amen?
Amen.
Come on, y'all. Let's just get along. Come on.
Amen.
Help us out. Because
Amen.
we ushers. We ushers.
We Urshers.
Amen. We here to serve you.
You heard what I'm saying?
I understand what you're saying.
You get the sauce now? We Urshers. I'm here to
I
serve
stand
you.
corrected.
Man, Golden Corral after church was a tradition.
Oh my
unlike
gosh.
any other,
Yeah,
man.
we went to Ryan's and Golden Corral.
Ryan's.
Fire, bro.
And still the cookies, you put some in the napkin. put it in your pocket.
Yep.
You walk real stiff so you don't all swoosh up. Yeah.
Is it our two-time champion Pittsburgh radio with Adam Pac-Man Jones? John Daly drunk on College game day. University of Pittsburgh head coach had smoke for ESPN there, Pat Narduzzi. Or Sunday, church, don't crumple up the dollar. I'm voting for my guy, John Daly, one of my top 3 fat athletes of all time.
Oh, he's a legendary one. Absolutely Mount Rushmore, no question, in the fat athlete game. I like the 817 saying John Daly shows up to work drunk and it's funny and cute. I do it and I'm an alcoholic.
Exactly, right?
John Daly for the victory.
Yeah.
Lucius.
He's the type of gentleman that has a flask on him at all times. Yeah, I'll ride with that fella, John Daly.
3 O'Brien.
Yeah, absolutely. John
It
Daly.
is now unanimous. Friend of the fan, John Daly, now a unanimous G-Bag of the Day champion. His goal is to make it to 5-time status, at which point he'll be nominated for the G-Bag of the Year and immortalized once again in G-Bag Nation lore. It is time now for Krusty's Corner with Brian Broaddus. Where are we headed with that, sir?
Yeah, I'm going to see how comfortable my guys are with this football team. We'll do that next.
Coming up Wednesday morning on Sean and RJ, the playmaker, Michael
Even though shortages and demand are driving up prices, Classic Chevrolet will never charge over MSRP. Not now, not ever. Experience the difference today. It's Classic Chevrolet.
Oh, thank you, Lucius. Time now for Krusty's Corner with the former Cowboy scout, Brian Broaddus. Here he is, Brian.
Thank you very much, Sean. Appreciate that. I also like to say we have another Love of the Star podcast coming out tomorrow. So Bobby and I are going to take care of that tonight and get another one out for you tomorrow morning. So keep an eye on that on all your Odyssey platforms and stuff like that. Love of the Star. Got your Dallas Cowboys. I teased about trying to make my guys tell me how comfortable they are with this football team, the Dallas Cowboys. And what I want to do, guys, is I want to go through each one of these positions. And I'm just going to say the position, and I want you to tell me if you're comfortable or not comfortable at all with these positions. Okay? Does it work for you guys?
Yeah. Yep. It does. And I'm a comfort guy, man. I go for comfort in just about anything.
Everything you can do with comfort, you're going to be involved with, right?
Yeah. It doesn't have to be sexy as long as it's comfortable.
I love it. I'm with you about comfortable. I'm with you.
That's why we both wear Crocs.
That's exactly, much to everybody else's dismay, I think.
That's right. Except for Post Malone's. He's a big Croc guy,
He's a Croc guy, too, yeah.
And you're a big Post Malone
But
guy.
see, I have an excuse because I'm old,
Right.
Yeah.
Which is good. I don't have that.
You don't have that.
Just got to roll with it.
He's also at security. What if you guys have to dip real quick? You know what I mean?
That thing's just blowing off.
Oh, no, we put these things in four-wheel drive, baby. We got the strap on there.
Oh, you got the strap. You gonna run in them Crocs like that?
I
will be hiding it in the parking lot with the Crocs.
I will
the versatility
tell you,
of the Croc, baby.
Hey, Eric, to be honest with you, I saw how you wear your Crocs with the strap up top.
Right.
So I started doing that, and it's actually an easier way to wear.
It's an easier way to wear them. But in a pinch, you got to start. You got to sprint somewhere. You got to get on the. You got to get on your horse. Boom, strap down, four-wheel drive that thing, and let's rock and roll.
I ain't sprinting anywhere.
Oh no, for
sure.
sure.
I'm beyond the sprinting.
I'll tell you what, that's not.
You
a
gonna
bad
stand and
payoff.
fight, huh?
Shuffle quickly. I'm going to die on that hill, as they say. I'm just going to die right there.
I like that as a bet payoff, specifically just for Broaddus, even though it'd be funny for really any of us.
What if I have to sprint?
Yeah, like a
I'd get
40-yard
injured.
dash, or
I'd
40-yard
get injured.
dash.
You know I'd get hurt.
Well, that would add to the funny, I would imagine, for the rest of us.
Like
you pull a hammy
hamstring?
or something.
Are you kidding?
You catch a cramp 20 yards in.
Yeah, don't push yourself too hard, man. It's not like you're trying to try it out for the Cowboys or something.
Like,
Relax.
We just need you to do like one of these rich Eisen 40-yard 40-yard dashes.
Okay. Well, maybe we'll see that. That might be something to pay
I'm
off.
putting a list together for bet payoffs, and I'm going to add that one to the list.
Thanks. I appreciate that.
In Crocs.
You got in Crocs.
High knees.
Strapless.
A little karaoke.
Strapless Crocs. All right, General, tell me, how comfortable are you with this defensive line?
I'm very comfortable. Yeah, on a scale of 1 to 10, make that a 7. Got a nice new mattress that I'm laying on here with this defensive line. It's not pillow top. It's not goose down or anything, but it's a nice mattress right now, this defensive line. It's got promise.
I'm extremely comfortable with it. The only place where you still have a little bit of a question is where you at from a run-stopping standpoint, from an interior defensive line kind of deal, but you feel much more comfortable with where they're at right now. So I'm confident. They haven't really shown it yet because they haven't had the chance, but I do feel like they're going to be much better at stopping the run. The pass rush, I think, is incredible. The depth there, how fresh these guys are going to be. So I'd be probably 8.5 out of 10.
Okay. So both of you feel like, though, that, and I know you know where I feel about this defensive line. I feel like they've gotten better, but I'm with you guys about how it's going to play against the run. Show me, because it'll be a big test.
Mm-hmm.
This week will be.
I think it's trending up. Okay. It's exciting.
And we know how good of a run defender Tank is, and for most of the year you didn't have him.
Right.
And now you're going to get him there. I think you saw plenty from Sam Williams as a guy who can set the edge for you.
Sure.
Hopefully your linebacker plays better with LVE, getting Jabril Cox in there. So in general, I feel really good about that front seven.
We need internal improvement from the defensive tackles, though, and we've only seen them really crush Biotish or McGovern.
Right.
Yeah.
So it still
Rookie.
remains to be seen. I'm hopeful enough to where I'm to the bordering on confidence that the Gallimores, the Odighizuwas, and the guys that they have on the interior are going to be enough to where not the best run stuffing team in the league, but considerably better than what they were last year, which I think was like 21st or something.
Eric, where's your comfort level with the wide receivers?
Wait, what'd the gang say? Did he ask the gang that question?
No, I did not ask the gang.
You did not ask the gang that
No,
question.
I just care about what you guys think.
We are the gang.
Gang. They can worry about their own damn team.
And I'm gonna tell them you said that.
I just worry about this damn team. Yeah,
there you go.
Okay, for the wide receivers.
That'd be interesting. I'll follow up on that. That's a good plan, though. I like that.
For the wide
Wide receivers, comfort level, wide receivers.
Like probably a 4.
Doesn't sound too confident.
No, I mean, how could you be until you see Michael Gallup come back and be himself again? There's a question mark there, and so you're going into a game with Noah Brown being your number 2 wide receiver, and you're going to get a heavy dose of Jalen Tolbert, who Mike McCarthy says has been inconsistent, and maybe Dennis Houston, who no one knew who he was until 3 weeks ago, and it's not like he's bursted onto the scene. And oh my gosh, we might have something special here. Like you're living in a world where Dalton Schultz is your number 2 wide receiver right now.
General,
you went with 4.
I went with a 4.
4. There's a depth issue here. I think if they stay healthy, you have a chance that CeeDee Lamb's going to break out legitimately into the top 10 of all wide receivers. And I think Michael Gallup is a really nice number 2. Okay, so I'm going to give it a 7, assuming you have Gallup.
So you feel just as good about the wide receivers as you do the D-line?
Yeah.
That's a good question.
I hope you're right. We're going to the Super Bowl, boys. Let's freaking party right now.
I tell you what, I think I would go on the level of 6 right now on the comfort level with the wide receivers. I feel like that they're going to have somebody out of that, and I'm not including Noah Brown in this because I think Noah Brown will be fine playing because I think when they use him, he's going to be able to block on the edge. When in the running game, he's going to help with the big body stuff. I think he's going to be able to make enough receptions. They're going to need one of those guys like Tolbert, Fehoko, Houston. They're going to need one of those guys to be there, to step up and be that, like the Cedric Wilson thing. Like, wow, where did Cedric Wilson come from?
Yeah.
Kind of a thing. They're going to need one of those guys to step up here.
And that's the one fun part about having such a young team and so many position groups where you're developing guys is you can feel one way now, but everything's still out in front of them. So your minds can be changed extremely quickly because it's not like, hey, we've seen Fehoko for 5 years. We know what he is. It's a lot of guys where, hey, maybe he's a 4 or maybe he comes out there and he's a solid 7.5 and we're working now.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. But I'm going to throw those tight ends in there too. I know it's a separate category and stuff, but I think
that matters. Yeah,
they're going to use those guys.
Schultz plays more like a slow wide receiver than an actual tight end.
You're not wrong. Okay, secondary.
Man, this is fun because I think Malik Hooker's going to have a good year. Let me go 8. I don't know of the last time I felt this good about a secondary.
Yeah, and part of why I feel really good about the secondary is because of how good I feel about the front 7 and the pass rush, and those obviously work hand in hand together. So I'm predicting the Cowboys to have a top 5 sort of pass rush in the sport, and so that's going to help the DBs as well. But even on their own, Diggs, Brown, Lewis, Bland even, I feel really good about. And the safeties, as you mentioned, that's one of the spots that I'm most excited about, where you got 3 guys you feel good about, and they're all going to play quite a bit because we know how Dan Quinn likes to play it. Curse, Wilson, and Hooker. So I would say probably right around the same way I do about the D-line, which is in that 8.5 range.
The thing about it is, to win this game, I think your secondary is going to have to play really, really well. I mean, you talk about the pass rush. When you watch Brady play, and we'll get into more about Tampa tomorrow with their breakdowns and stuff, but when you watch that, when teams have been able to cover on the back end and make him hold it just a little bit, you're either going to get pressure where he throws it away or you're going to get an incomplete pass. The more that you make him have to hold the ball, the harder it is for him. He's just going to say, I'm going to live to fight another day. So if you can hold up on the back end against these receivers, make him hold the ball and then have to get rid of it, not to take a sack, I think that's it. That's going to be key. Everybody's talking about the offensive line, which line could hold up. I think it's which secondary plays the better in this game. I really, really do.
I like that.
Okay. Cheech, how about the offensive line?
Oh, man. I would probably be similar to where I feel about the wide receivers, which is about a 4. Other than Zach Martin right now, I don't know that I definitely don't feel great. Maybe I feel good about a couple of these, but for the most part, I think like I am I'm extremely scared about the way this offensive line is right now. And that can change as well because we don't know about Tyler Smith. This is on the front end without having seen it. So maybe he's a beast and all is going to be well come Monday morning. But the way as it sits right now, I am deathly afraid about this offensive line.
Gavin?
Give me Jason Peters in there. I might get up to a 5 right now. I'm about 350.
350. I tell you what, I think the offensive line is I always say this, I'm more worried about the right tackle than the left. I'm going to go 5 on the offensive line. I think they find a way to get it done this weekend. This weekend, I'll be interested to see how it is going forward once Peter starts to get healthy. But I have more confidence in the other 4 than I do the right tackle. But I think it's right around a 5 right now. So
love it.
Okay, one more real quick if I could. Just one more real quick.
Sure.
How about the running backs?
Oh, man. I'm at about, I'd say 6.5. You know, heck, yeah. I think if you flipped it and had Pollard be your every down guy and Zeke come in for obvious passing situations where you needed the added pass pro, I'd be up around an 8.5.
Yeah, I'll probably be right in the same range right there. And Pollard might be more of a wide receiver, so maybe I need to skew up my wide receiver number a little bit because acknowledging Pollard is kind of one of these wide receivers. But, yeah, probably about 6 or 7.
Yeah, I think you're going to see more from Pollard, though. I do think they're going to try and move him around a little more. Him, Turpin, hopefully they will get that together. But I think that you're going to see some open field plays from both of those guys. So I'd probably go with 7 on the running backs right now. But
right on.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Sir Eric Chiafalo, set to lead us in a college football review show for 16 minutes when we return. Chief, where are we headed with that?
Yes, sir. RG3 was the MVP of week 1. How the heck did that happen? No car is safe in Austin, Texas. And when I say Baylor, you say Bears?
That's right. Let's talk about Twin Peaks before we do that, though.
app.
From the MyFitnessStore.com studios.
Let's do this.
You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
It's hour 2 of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a good one. It's time to talk some college football. Here he is, Eric Chiafalo.
Man, what a beautiful thing. College football being back. Saturdays now filled from 11 a.m. until, for crazy degenerates like RJ Choppy, probably up until about 1 or 2 in the morning. You know,
depending on if Hawaii plays that game.
Yeah, you're up late chasing, and you're just trying to
Fresno.
fix the problems from earlier in the day. You end up perpetuating those problems. You wake up Sunday and you feel terrible. But now, and you didn't really have much redemption Sunday. Now we get redemption NFL Sunday coming up this weekend, where you drop the ball with your bookie on Saturday. You hope you bounce back on Sunday.
Whew, double or nothing all the way through.
That's right.
Living on the edge, baby.
Living on the edge. And me and Broadus had a hell of a time watching college ball together, doing the BetQL college football show.
That was a lot of fun.
And
and
a blast.
If you're able to get that, and I know that Eric and Zach are doing it but anytime you need help, I'll be happy to come on that show, because that's a lot of fun, the interaction that you have with the guests, and then also the live wagering stuff when lines are moving and things like that. It kind of gets you going that way, but it's a lot of fun. The show, and you're talking about these games like in live time and stuff like that, real time. So it's kind of fun.
How many of the players do you know from just watching the draft prospects, the guys coming up?
Oh, quite a few.
Yeah.
And I'm not going to lie. I had 46 pages of notes.
What?
For this?
It was amazing.
For this show.
Wow. He sent them to me the night before, and I was like, dear God, this is beautiful. I mean it. He carried that show for 4 hours.
I just, like I said, there's a lot of things. If you ask me which one, I love auto racing. I love college football. I mean, my LSU Tiger game, that was a nightmare game to watch the other night, but you get through it and all that. But I felt
so bad for you.
I just love watching college football, and I know a lot of people love pro football. I have nothing against pro football. I had a whole career in pro football, but college football to me is like you're talking about getting up at early, tailgating, whatever, 11 a.m. You start that early game, and then I've carried those games until 1 in the morning when Hawaii's playing or Fresno's playing, one of those Mountain West games or something like that. So. Yeah, college football to me is an all-day Saturday thing for me.
Yeah, and there was a lot of good games, plenty of blowouts, as there always is, especially in week 1 when you get some real lopsided sort of teams going up against each other. But there were some really, really good ones. So on a serious note, before we get to some of the funsies here, some of the stuff that took place, you have the Pac-12 playing from behind already, where Oregon gets absolutely smashed by Georgia. Georgia looks good. I think you might have an underrated quarterback situation going on in Stetson Bennett. But and Georgia's got a tight end who's 6'7", 270 pounds, and he's hurdling people. It is just not fair. And Oregon got absolutely smashed. Utah loses in Gainesville versus Florida.
Yeah, that was a tough one, man. Interception right there in the red zone. I mean, they're in field goal range to tie the game. And Kyle Whittingham, the coach, and then they go for it, though. They throw an interception. Florida did a great job of playing goal line defense at that point in time, coming up with the interception. We might be thinking about the Pac-12 a little bit differently if, in fact, Utah, and Eric, you and I mentioned this, the heat and humidity could be a problem. It looked like that Utah handled that pretty well during that football game.
Yeah. But Florida was good. Florida
got a quarterback.
They got a quarterback. That was one of the big takeaways for me this weekend. Florida's got a quarterback and FSU's got a quarterback. You saw that firsthand Sunday night with your LSU Tigers, and what an amazing game that was. And Brian Kelly looking like a schmuck. It seems like everybody's rooting against Brian Kelly. Like even LSU fans find themselves like pulling for their team while simultaneously rooting against their own sideline. Well, because he's such a bleeple.
Yeah, I had all my old Notre Dame friends all texting me during the show during the game at the end and go, "Well, you got what you deserve by hiring that guy." And you're kind of like, well, they've got some issues there at LSU as far as with the whole thing. They're supposed to have a really good defense, and it isn't really good defense right now. They lost players. They lost player to a celebration with Mason Smith.
Yeah, their best player.
Their All-American defensive tackle. They get us tackled for a loss, Gavin. He jumps up in the air to celebrate, comes down, blows out his left knee.
Oh, no.
All-American.
The Martin Gramatica?
Yeah. All-American defensive tackle. LSU, give them credit for coming back in that game, but all they did was make an extra point, and they couldn't even do that. That's tough.
Coming out of halftime, Brian Kelly says, quote, "We can't play any worse than that.
Yeah.
I don't think. It is my first game. Maybe we can." And then they went out and farted the end of that game as well. That's the other thing. Special teams in college football matters so much,
It does.
especially in week one when
Sure
it's
did.
like you haven't practiced, you don't know what's going on. There's so many blocked punts, muffed punts, blocked kicks, extra points. And it's just mayhem when you talk about the App State Tar Heel game.
Yeah,
And
LSU fans were like making fun of the Florida State. There was some. We were starting to see video clips of how they were practicing punt returns, and they have a super soaker, like one of those guns. So the guys are catching punts, but they're using the super soaker to like squirt water on, for concentration stuff.
Okay, I'm gonna need a visor coach.
Yeah,
sounds fun.
Well, LSU fumbled 2 punt returns, so we're making fun of Florida State practicing, but then we fumbled 2 punts ourselves. So.
Yeah, that's the way she goes sometimes. The new top 25 is out. You have Alabama number 1, Georgia now 2, Ohio State 3. They win, but they don't look overly sharp versus Notre Dame. Then you get Michigan at 4, and you get Clemson at 5. So that's where it stands right now. Speaking of Michigan and the Wolverines, that takes us to this weekend's MVP, and I believe it has to be Robert Griffin III, former Heisman winner, Baylor Bear, NFL Rookie of the Year. Now he's a broadcaster.
It's kind of fun what he did. See that what he did?
Oh, I saw what he was doing.
Yeah.
He was having himself a good time. And we'll make fun of Baylor here in just a moment. But RG3, so we all found out there was 2, I think we all found out together this weekend that Michigan has an orgy and Washington has a Penix. And they're both quarterbacks.
Both quarterbacks.
So we have a Penix playing quarterback in
Penix is
Washington.
from Indiana.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then we have an orgy, and the orgy is actually local. He played at Saxe.
Okay.
There's actually a long lineage of orgies dominating at Saxe for quite some time here in the Metroplex.
Sexy.
So him and his brothers are really, really dominant. RG3 was on the call for Michigan and Orgy's game, and RG3, I think he was doing sidelines. He was having himself a good time.
And what do you know, guys? It's an orgy in the end zone.
Very, very quickly,
Going for it.
To my Michigan buddies that were watching this game, they said it was pretty much just constant throughout the game. It was very heavy-handed. RG3 was going to make sure he got to show love to Orgy as much as humanly possible.
Sexuality slurs.
I love it. Bring some personality and fun into the broadcast.
Yeah, he brings the energy, man. RG3, and we heard this behind the scenes when he was going from NFL to doing some TV stuff, and there was it was an arms race for all these networks to get him because apparently when he was trying out, he was incredible, and it was out in full force on Saturday. So congratulations to RG3. Unfortunate for the Bears though. For Baylor, they win the football game, of course, but that's what happens when you play Albany in week 1. The problem was, I believe they did cover. But at one point, the viral photo that went around was of when the team's running out onto the field, the cheerleaders are holding up the Baylor Bears, and they have Bears all misspelled. And so everybody was kind of taking that and having fun with it. They have Bears being spelled Baers.
Okay.
So just a simple vowel switch there will do it.
That's the brand, right? The construction equipment or something like that? Bear?
Yeah, that's right. Or they do the paint, right? Bear painting?
Bear paint, something like that.
So that was fun for all the other Texas schools. They got to make fun of Baylor, but then they all got to turn their attentions to the University of Texas because after the game, former Southlake quarterback and now Texas quarterback Quinn Ewers tweeted out, "How'd I get towed during the game?" And everybody's like, "Wait, what?" And then they asked the running back about it after the game, Bijan Robinson, and they just said, "Hey, I'm pretty sure Quinn Ewers' car was towed during the game." He just says, "That sucks. I get dropped off." So Bijan Robinson has his own sort of valet system. He's got the Lamborghini.
He's got the Lamborghini. So if you get the Lamborghini towed, that could be some problems.
You don't want to leave that in a parking lot either.
Absolutely not.
After the game, head coach Steve Sarkisian said, well, he's got to park where he's supposed to park. Pete Thamel did the Lord's work on this, investigated it, and he's come out and said that, he says, quote, "I did some deep investigating, and I found out there was a parking pass mix-up between Quinn and his family. He put the wrong parking pass on his Porsche. So the Ewers family took a little family trip to the tow lot, which was at the Texas softball field. and $200 later.
You got to get there when they're putting it on the hook because you just give them the cash and get them to lower it.
Oh, dude.
I was able to do that.
Those
one
guys
time.
were hustlers a little bit.
Yeah, a little hustler in there. Yeah, I don't blame them.
The college campus towing is no joke.
Yeah.
I worked on a just slightly off campus student living at UNT, and it's just left and right, tow.
Yeah.
Did you call on people to get towed?
It's a fundraiser for them.
Yeah, it is. No, I've never made the call to say, hey, please come tow this car.
Okay.
But I know those people do exist. Now, we also had a little bit of a...
They usually go outside in their car and like check out things to see if you're getting towed yet.
Yeah.
Yeah, they usually have a phone in their hand.
Walk the dog.
Something gets, they get real interested in being outside all of a sudden.
They hear that sound that.
Yeah, my dad used to go wash the side of the house off.
Yeah.
Wait for the police to pull up.
And then tell them what happened. Yeah, I was out here. I was there.
I just happened to be outside when they pulled up. I don't know. Anything I can do to help. Virginia Tech played Old Dominion on the road for some reason. Not sure why Virginia Tech is playing at Old Dominion.
That, man.
Get a check.
Yeah. Well, no. I mean, Virginia Tech's probably paying Old Dominion to be able to play, but you get these home and home situations.
You get the home and home. You give us 2 or 3, we'll give you 1.
Well, Virginia Tech, after the game, a lot of their players went into the locker room and realized like our stuff's gone.
Yeah.
There was a little bit of a road locker room robbing situation
that
happened
went down.
In
Mexico to the Cowboys.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and during a game. Yeah.
I don't know how long ago was that?
It was during a preseason game. It was a while back, but yeah, they had a problem. They got a bunch of stuff taken out of their locker room and during the exhibition game in Mexico.
See, I could see the home fans doing you dirty because they're sick of you whooping them on the field, right?
Yeah.
Especially if you were like on the team and you're taking it personal.
Well, Old
you want them to
Dominion-
go home and at least know they were in a fight one way or another.
They stole your gear and stole the game. Like Old Dominion won the
Old
game.
Dominion won the game too.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
nice job, Old Dominion.
Nice. Yeah, that's a bad deal. You're Virginia Tech. You go to Old Dominion. You get railed. You go into the locker room
Your
and
stuff's missing.
your cell phone's not there.
Ouch.
And you're just like,
hopefully you got that stuff backed up.
Gosh, what an absolute nightmare that is. So that was fun. People were making fun of USC as well. Lincoln Riley's first game at the helm for the Trojans, and the Rose Bowl was anything but filled. The Coliseum. And
the Rose Bowl wasn't filled either for UCLA.
That is also true.
That was bad as well.
But you look around, and apparently, I mean, they say there was 60,000 fans there. I don't know. When you look at the still shots of the stadium, like in the middle of the game, second quarter, and there's like nobody there.
Yeah.
And so everybody was kind of wondering, like, man, Lincoln Riley looking up in there. It's a little bit different than looking up at an OU game. It doesn't matter who OU's playing, how crappy of a school. USC, It was playing Rice in this particular game, but you can just see the difference if you're Lincoln Riley showing up to an OU like spring game is going to feel like a packed house and a fun environment. In this USC game, they show you, hey, Rice is coming to town. We're not really going to show up and watch your games, bro.
Yeah, I wonder if how that's going to play for the Big Ten. Are you going to get those? I'm probably going to get the crowd when you play a Michigan or somebody like that, right? But what about some of those?
They're
other
front running fans though. If they're
they got a lot of other things going on than going to football there for sure.
Yeah, that ain't that. You're going to have to win to get those guys in there.
Yeah, that's 100% what it is.
Did you guys see the new stadium at San Diego State?
No.
They built a stadium that has no shade. There's no shade to the
anybody?
For anybody. It's an open air stadium that has absolutely no shade, and it was 103 degrees
in San Diego.
At this game, and so
Weren't
they
expecting
were
that.
showing the fans all huddled underneath the stadium and stuff like that, but there's no shade in the actual stadium itself.
That's
Dang,
pretty
that thing
wonderful.
opens up.
Yeah,
but you're just like, hey, we're in San Diego, bro. It's gonna be like 75
it's once a
and beautiful
decade.
every single day here.
Yeah, global warming.
We want to work on our
That's what it
tan
was.
usually.
Yeah. Some people are texting in saying they'd rather be Penix than Orgy, and a couple of people are saying they'd rather be Orgy than Penix. Do you guys have a preference here? What's your last name? Do you want it to be Orgy, ORJI, or Penix, PENIX?
Well, for the record, I'm changing my name either way. No disrespect to the Orgy family out there in the Saxe area, you said, but I'd be changing my last name. I'd rather go with Penix, though.
Okay, so you're a Penix guy.
Penix,
Brought us.
yeah,
I'll probably
it's
change it to
Penix.
Penix. Yeah.
It's Penix.
Not for the sake of this conversation.
Okay.
Brought us up. We go out into the Pip Cup where Lucius resides.
Yeah, I'm rising from the ashes like a Penix for sure. 100%.
Yeah. All right, very good. Yeah, I was talking to my wife about this. She was like, well, in Mexico, like the way they do it, at least in her neck of the woods, the X makes the SH sound.
Yeah.
So she's like, in Mexico, they'd actually be the penishes.
Yeah.
So just
I said like I knew that.
like
I really didn't. I really didn't. Yeah.
So okay, so I guess we're all in agreement here. We all would rather be a Penix than a part of the orgy family.
100%.
All right, very
there
good.
he is, Eric Chiafalo with a college football review show here in the G-Bag Nation. We got to chat with the Rangers pitcher who's having a great season. He is the real deal. Martin Perez will join you next on 105.3 The Fan. I want to chat about D&M.
your appointment and save 25% during our summer air duct cleaning special.
Welcome back. It is the G-Bag Nation here on the Fan. Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. If you are hurt in an accident and it's not your fault, go ahead and call the Frankels at 214-333-3333 or go online to truckwreck.com. Okay, Chiafalo, we have Best of the Weekend scheduled for 3:40.
Yes.
Martin Perez is running late. Would you like to start Best of the Weekend because he might join us at 3:45?
Yeah,
Okay.
we can do that. Absolutely.
Right. Let's do that.
Let me readjust my bearings here. I love a little audible at the line of scrimmage, man. Are you kidding me? This is beautiful. You see what the defense is rolling out? Sorry, coach. We're going to Plan B here. It's all right. Plan B is going to be badass.
This is when I run to my teammate. Hey, man, where am I supposed to go? Where do I line up, fool?
Just draw it on your hand real quick.
Right here. I'm good.
That's beautiful. Okay, well then here, how about this question? Is it the most liberating feeling as a man getting to urinate outside? And when was the last time you peed outside? 877-881-1053. It's one of my favorite things in the world, and it's one of the built-in advantages that a man sort of gets to have compared to our counterparts.
Can we catch a case doing that?
Absolutely. One of my buddies did in high school, and it was less than ideal for him. But like, not that it's legally allowed, but just that like from like being inconspicuous, being able to pull it off. It's probably easier for us than it is maybe for the ladies. And so it's something that
I'm a fan. No.
Yeah. I mean, I think we're all fans of this, right? The outdoor pee. And I am curious, when was the last time you gentlemen got to participate?
Last Friday.
Really?
Yeah.
Last Friday. So like leading into the weekend.
Yeah. Yeah. Because the backyard stuff, I took the dogs out back and they're running around doing their business. And like, I drink Topo Chico like it's that, I seriously, I'm addicted to Topo Chico, the
solid beverage,
the water, the mineral water
fairly
stuff.
good advice.
The same way that John Daly's addicted to like Miller Lite.
Yeah, exactly. And so I it just had to go to the men's room, and the dogs were still going. I said, why not? So
there was a day last week where I did, and I regularly do.
Are you surprised by this?
No, I'm happy and I'm thankful. Like I didn't know. I'm not dealing with like Walchuk, who I know is probably peeing outside right now, listening to us on the Odyssey app with you guys. Like I didn't really know what to expect. I'm really happy about this.
My backyard's pretty private, and on top of that, I know as soon as I open the back door, 11-year-old, 1-year-old. Mom, dogs are all like, hey, blah, 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 what, and I'm like, come on, man, give me 2 seconds to use the restroom.
Yeah.
So now I just use the restroom before I open. So now, bang, I'm there immediately. I just need to wash my hands real quick.
That's beautiful. The reason why I asked this question, and Lucius, I do want to get your thoughts on this, is because we had a legendary red card situation in soccer over the weekend. A goalie in England became the first person in 150 years to get a red card for peeing in a bush during the match.
Oh, wow. This must have been like a smaller side where they were playing at an actual park. Not Queen's Park. It's an actual park.
I mean, I guess he was overhydrating. Connor Masico. And he was saying like, hey, I wasn't in the public's vision. It wasn't like I was just brandishing my parts out there. But the referee's words after the match were, if he'd asked me, I would not have sent him off. So like the ref was like, hey man, let's just talk about some of these things before. And he took it upon himself to say, I got to take a leak. He found the nearest bush mid-match and he did it. They caught him. Red card. You're gone.
I'm calling rubbish on that red card.
Me too.
Bollocks, mate. Was this in England?
I believe so. Yes, I believe so.
He's probably had a few too many pints before the match,
Yeah.
That's having a good time. Right. Hey, man, come on. Don't take it so.
I like the idea of John Daly at some point taking a leak on the set of
how bad,
college football show.
How bad were the opponents just not to get the ball down at his end while he was doing that? You know?
You might have had a man down or something. Yeah, like what was the context?
Yeah.
Was the ball in play?
Was the ball in play?
The ball was in play.
Wow.
The ball was in play. Now I don't know
in his midfield.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. Or just a lot of confidence in the fact that he's got a powerful quick stream.
Yeah.
And he's not going to be lollygagging around by that bush. Lucius?
Yes.
Outdoor peeing?
Yeah, it was a couple of weeks ago. I was at Joe Pool, Lynn Creek.
Nice.
Yeah, for like 2 days.
Beautiful.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I peed against a few trees.
Absolutely.
They look great. You know what I mean? Like, hold on, fellas. Let me right here real quick. Then everybody stands and waits for you as you find a proper space.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You could do it in golf.
Yes,
too.
very
Golf's
much so.
another one
for
and,
sure.
and nobody says anything when you're doing it in golf.
No.
Nobody just.
Yeah.
You just
No. No,
keep it moving.
when you're golfing and the guy goes into the restroom, you know he's going to be in there for a while because
Yeah.
he's not just going number one ski.
Right.
No
I
one
like
one skis in the bathroom at the golf course.
I like peeing in the airplane sinks.
Really?
Yeah. How about that one, fellas?
Why is that?
It's proper. It's right there.
It's the right
It's
height.
perfect. It's right there, right height. Don't make like you should make the toilet sit like this.
No, what are you doing?
Yeah.
Wow.
It's soap in there.
I
You'll be
fly
okay.
all the time.
Do you rinse it thoroughly?
I give it a little shake.
No,
You'll be all right.
the sink, not the.
I give it a little wash through, I guess.
All right.
Man, that is good, Luke.
He knows what's going on in
He
those
does
rooms.
not.
Yeah.
He's lying.
Be careful
He
out
does
here.
not lie.
That's cap.
Anybody that uses the bathroom in the sink is not washing the sink
you
out.
should ask that old lady that I am married to. Are you peeing in the sinks again? No, I'm not. I promise you I'm not.
It's turned into a little edition of Restroom Revelations here.
It has.
Lucius Alexander.
817 wants to know if you sit while going outside as well, Chiafalo.
Wow.
Oh, that is shots fired. That is a fair question, though it's not a fair question because I always preface by saying it's only in the comfort of my own home in which I'm doing the sitting while peeing. My wife she's always talking smack about me with our friends and stuff as well, where it's like, oh yeah, Eric will just sit and pee anywhere. I'm like, not anywhere. I'm not Mr. Public Bathroom. Oh, I can't wait to find the nearest gas station to sit on the toilet to pee.
Yeah.
Absolutely not. It's only in the comfort of the own
Are you
home.
sitting because you're like finishing an email or something like that? You're like, I gotta sit around. Or is it just I just want to sit down and pee?
So there's a couple of reasons why I do this. One, it's a little bit more comfortable. It's 100% more cleanly because there's no splashback. There's no none of that. I don't have to lift the seat because when you lift the seat, what happens? Your fingers go under the seat and there's oftentimes some leftover dribbles under the seat. So that's disgusting. And so you don't have to worry about it. And then the second thing is every once in a while you sit down thinking you just had to one, and all of a sudden the surprise two
What
arrives.
about the splash?
And it's a beautiful
Jeff,
feeling.
What about the splash up that you're creating then? What for the people that do lift the seat? You're creating splash up. Is what you're doing
there.
Yeah.
No, there's much more splashing going on if I'm standing and peeing into the water. The
yeah,
ricochet.
that's in our bathroom over here that we work in.
No, but I'm talking about into just the normal toilet. You're peeing into that water. That water's going to splash up and get up under the.
Wow.
And I'm always kind of getting it on this. I don't know, man. It just feels cleaner. It feels a little bit more comfortable. And then, like I said, maybe the most important thing, you get that surprise two creep up on you, and then you're like, okay, let's settle in.
I thought that might be an opportunity for you to just make sure, Seems like those things can sneak up on you.
Yeah.
I don't never want to get caught peeing. Sitting down. Bro, not even when my ankle was fully broke. I'm leaning against the wall. I don't care, fam.
No, I do think about it sometimes, like, man, if somebody walked
you
in
don't.
right now. No, I swear I do.
Not think.
I have thought about on the toilet being now. I've sat down on the toilet and peed and think to myself, like, man, somebody, like, if somebody did, like, walk in or whatever, like, not my family, but just like a random, they'd be like, it would be an uncomfortable situation. It would be vulnerable. I would feel embarrassed, no question. But yeah, that's only in the comfort of my own home. So no, when outside peeing, I'm a stand-up peer. And really anywhere other than my house and then that one time at Walchuk's ex-girlfriend's apartment, I pretty much stand and pee everywhere else.
Some people are a little self-conscious of the sound that it makes,
Yeah, that's funny to
It'll
me.
wake people up.
Yeah.
And, that's what the text is saying. Like,
Well, you don't pee in the water.
Oh, I don't care.
You go in the side area there of the bowl.
So I pee right directly in the middle.
Me too.
Everybody's gonna hear it. It's like a damn racehorse.
Brought us a little bit pee shy in that way, where you don't want people in the living room to hear you peeing directly into the water, so you'll pee kind of on the wall of the toilet.
If you don't, you could aim it for the wall there, and then you don't have to make all the noise.
Okay, no, don't get me wrong, that's a heady play.
Yeah,
and some people probably think about that.
You wilding right now.
It's not something I really
what are you
think
doing
about.
on there talking about peeing in the sink at the airport? The airplane.
Hey man, they should have made it. It's the right height. height.
It is the right height. I never considered it.
All
Lucius.
sinks are the right height. I'm not, like, I'll look at the toilet and walk right past it and go to the sink. Facts.
Oh man, that's too good. Okay, let's see here. Moving on from the outdoor peeing, we have Jaeger Bomb hot dogs making an appearance. This could be the MVP of your tailgate. This is a new thing. It was kind of a viral video that went down over the. Yeah, so basically what this guy is doing, and you can check the video out. He's boiling up these hot dogs, okay?
In Jaeger.
Well, he's doing it initially in the water. Once he gets them boiled up in the water, he pokes holes in them. He puts them in a jar, and then he pours Jaeger into the jar of the hold up dogs, and then he pours them all into the pan and fries them up like normal. The only other thing he does though is he puts Red Bull into his ketchup and makes it like a Red Bull ketchup. So he kind of spikes his ketchup with the Red Bull.
He needs to be stopped.
This guy's a bit of a wild animal, but people were loving it, and they say this is going to be the new wave of sports tailgating, where you're boozing and grubbing simultaneously. It's really an efficiency thing.
This guy started it with the dog straw last week, and this guy's just advancing the ball forward. He's taking advantage of a viral opportunity.
That's exactly right. Yeah.
I don't know if that sounds good at all. A hot dog that's like a black licorice flavor. Black licorice liquor. Is that what Jaeger is basically? That's nasty.
Is there? Yeah,
you only drink Jaeger to party.
Is there a liquor that that you think would be respectable as maybe not a Jaeger dog, but a tequila dog, a vodka dog, a whiskey dog?
Fireball, I think, is the only thing I want to taste with food.
Fireball would be because Fireball already tastes like a Red Hot. To me,
it's
the Red
nice,
Hot candy,
actually.
The easiest one to shoot for sure.
Yeah,
it's low in the liquor. Only got half the liquor.
Yeah, it tastes. It is a little bit candy like. So okay, very good. And then we did have our guy Scottie Pippen. Man, he plays all the games, but he stays catching L's.
This has got to stop.
It's a tough one, bro.
Yeah, I feel bad for him.
Wow. I feel bad even reporting this situation, but it is my obligation. Bringing the people the news. And this weekend's news was, of course, Scottie Pippen's ex-wife being in Miami, seemingly getting cozy on a date with his old teammate's son. And of course, that's not just any teammate. That is Michael Jordan's son.
Yeah.
The ex-wife,
Jeffrey
Larsa
Jordan.
Pippen. Yeah, Jeffrey Jordan. They are seen out and about Miami doing the thing. And she's doing all the young stuff now. She's going from old Scotty to, she's like, all right, let me go future. And then she's doing like just NBA player after another, just getting younger and younger. Exactly.
Yeah.
Just like Tom Brady. He just keeps getting younger and younger. I don't know how he's doing it, but he's doing it.
He's ready for another trade. That's what this is all about.
So yeah, that was bad. Everybody felt bad. Honestly, I think at this point we're done like making fun of Scotty and we just feel bad for him, man.
Yeah.
Like, are you kidding me?
I never brought this up because I was
Dawson. Damn.
I was a huge fan of Scottie Pippen. He played for Portland for 2 or 3 years there towards the end. So I know a couple of his teammates, and they told me like 15 years ago, this was already happening like when Scottie was at the top of his element, even when he was a player and he was making tens of millions of dollars. Like they would go to clubs or whatever, and the girls would always be like, wow, Scottie's weird. Like they'd be at a gentleman's club, and even the strippers would be like, yeah, I'll take his money, but he's like jealous and clingy, and like there's something weird about his personality that just gets preyed upon by women nonstop.
His last name really rhymes with simping too, by the way. It's really awful, man.
I guess, but now it's like somebody needs to do a full-on intervention with this dude. He's getting rapped about in songs and...
Yeah, by the way, you're wrong for this, Lucian.
Wicked, 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 wicked.
We got to run, nation.
She is wicked, 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 wicked.
Martin Perez show is coming up next on 105.3 The Fan. Let's talk about my friends, though I love these guys.
Even though shortages and demand are driving up prices, Classic Chevrolet will never charge over MSRP. Not now, not ever. Experience the difference today. It's Classic Chevrolet.
Thank you very much, Lucius. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. We are standing by for Martin Perez, who was exceptional yesterday. 7 innings, 1 run allowed.
Jeez.
I was talking with some Tolos there on the G-Bag Nation Facebook page, and I don't know, they were throwing out numbers like what it would take to bring him back, 2-20, 3-36, something like that. I don't know what one great season after 10 disappointing season gets you, but I know for this team and for the history they've had with Martin Perez, they want him back. He probably wants to be back. It's one of the questions I look forward to asking him now that he's made it almost the entire season with a sub-3 ERA. I think it came down to like 2.8 yesterday.
Yeah,
but this is a must-have guy, right?
You know, if you're starting to talk about, I don't think he's been the problems. And I know we've had Eric on and Jared on and CY and guys like that, and just kind of talking about the direction of where this team goes. I think Eric said something good the other day. He's like, man, this team, it could hit. You know, it could score runs, the pitching. But I don't think Martin Perez has been the problem with the pitching. And so if you bring him back, but maybe you got all those, and I'm being too ambitious about all those young guys that will hopefully get here sooner than later.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm okay with the young guy.
You got to hedge your bets a little bit, though.
Yeah, I'm okay with the young guy rotation, but I'm also okay with a guy that was a 31-year-old all-star. If somehow, some way, through all his years here in Major League Baseball, maybe he found something.
He's like the pitcher Nelly Cruz. It just took him until he was 30 to figure it out.
Just, you know, he's right at 166 innings. His all-time high for innings was in 2016 with the Rangers at 198. He has not been the problem. I mean, I sat down and watched the replay of that game, you know, last night. By the way, the Astros suits were horrible looking. But I'm watching him pitch, and you know, the breaking ball and the command of the pitches, and they're in a 1-0 game the whole time. And I'm just thinking, just somebody help him out here.
Yeah.
But he's done a great job of going out there and giving you the starts you need. And I don't think it's a problem having him back.
682, you don't pay for career years. Chances are he'll never be this good again. I get that, and I think that's why the number wouldn't be $30 million, which is what a pitcher that would consistently put up these kind of seasons get. So I don't know, but I think there's probably a sweet spot in there, and Perez, you know, could bet on himself again, and if he would do it again, then he'd be a free agent at 32 with back-to-back sub-3 ERA seasons. Then maybe he would get a huge deal. So it'll be really interesting to see how the Rangers handle that. Reason to believe maybe the Colts are going to break into something great. Do you guys have a pick of like who your team that's going to go from like borderline playoff to real Super Bowl contender is going to be? I think I'm going with the Colts after reading this story in The Athletic.
Oh, how about what they thought about Carson Wentz?
Yeah, it's more about
they are being. I mean, if you're a Washington Commanders fan,
yeah,
and every time you hear a Colt, I've never heard more players for a team get on a quarterback and talk about how bad the culture or how bad the player was.
Yeah, and you can't help but see that between the lines when they're talking about Matt Ryan. And the premise of the story is how much better it is this year with a professional quarterback that knows how to prepare and can see who's open and can really command a huddle as like a true alpha leader.
Right.
And I've been tough on Matt Ryan because in the fourth quarter, he's had some brutal moments over the last 5 years, most notably in the Super Bowl. But I think, you know, the way that he prepares like Monday through Saturday and what he brings to the table, I think is going to get this Colts offense like super powered along with that running game. I think they're going to be that team that gets elevated and is like greatest show on turf type of vibe.
Yeah, the Colts are definitely one of those teams for me that I am much higher on this year. I think just swapping out Ryan or Wentz for Ryan is a massive upgrade. I love what they have with Michael Pittman Jr. I think he's one of these young wide receivers that's going to be really elevating his name amongst some of the best in the sport when it's all said and done. We know about Jonathan Taylor in the run game. They bring a really, really good defense to the table. And so
And they have the easy division. Remember, like I think the Titans are going to be a team that kind of takes a step back. The Texans are the Texans, and the Jags are going to be better this year. And by better, we mean they're going to win like 6 or 7 games. So that's probably the easiest, maybe the easiest division in the whole sport.
I think so.
So I really like what the Colts are bringing to the table. And one of the things that, one of the numbers that's interesting. So the Colts led games. The Colts lead games often last season despite finishing 9-8, dramatically missing the playoffs. So basically what it is only the Bills led for more snaps than the Colts did last year. So, like, the Colts were constantly in the lead in most games, and then there's a fumble fart situation, Carson Wentz, whatever it may be. So, this is a really good team. And people always give Chris Ballard so much credit. Their general manager is a young dude. Well, there's a reason, because look at their roster.
Yeah. He's amongst the most respected.
Pretty sharp.
Yeah, he's really good. Zach Kiefer covers the Colts in The Athletic, and he got some players, some off the record, to talk about it. One offensive player, it's night and day compared with last year. At training camp, Ryan was full-time quarterback, part-time coach, constantly tutoring the wideouts and tight ends. Honestly, it's easier that way, Ali Cox said, because you're better off just doing what he tells you to do. Wide receiver Michael Pittman Jr. was caught on one of the Colts in-house cameras echoing the same thought. Just do what Matt says, he said. Last year, we were out there running the plays, but we were basically just playing football. I mean, we could just run around and make plays. This year, we're trying to be as organized, be at our spots and at our depths, because that's how Matt likes it and how he commands it. And that's what he expects, so you better be there.
Well, that's the thing about it. Matt Ryan's to the point now where he can't move as well. So if you're not on your spot, then he's not going to be able to scramble around and find you.
Okay, yeah.
I think that's why he's so insistent on where guys need to be, because he wants to throw the ball where he knows he could throw it. I mean, I could say he just can't move like he once did.
Yeah, I know
and
that
so
feeling.
that's scrambling around, not good for Matt Ryan.
Look, guys, I'm old.
Yeah.
Okay.
No,
I'm going to
that's
stand here.
Honesty, the truth.
If you're in the perfect spot, I can slide one way or the other and get a little winded to throw it at you. But I think if this story gains traction, the Colts are that good. When we get to the end of the year, it could be the absolute end for Carson Wentz. He couldn't handle watching Nick Foles win the Super Bowl. That broke him. To watch now Ryan come in and have a master class on how to lead an offense and get everybody on the same page and get them to follow you, if things don't go well for Carson Wentz, I think that'll be the end, not only psychologically for him, but for his value around the league and how people look at, what Matt Ryan was able to do. Any other teams out there, Chiafalo, you see is taking a big jump?
I like the Baltimore Ravens quite a bit this year, and I think that's one that most people around the NFL community are jumping on. The obvious reason is they were the most injury-riddled team in the sport last year. Like, they had no corners, their offensive line fell apart, they had no running backs, then Lamar Jackson goes down, and everything is just sheer chaos. I think most people are probably expecting maybe Cincinnati come down to earth a little bit, and then the Browns without Deshaun Watson probably not being very good. Pittsburgh, Mitch Trubisky, battle line probably not very good. So Baltimore, I would have winning that division. Lamar Jackson healthy, Ronnie Stanley back healthy, J.K. Dobbins back healthy, Marcus Peters, the corners. I'm excited about what the Ravens got going on a little bit. And the question about them is, can they keep doing it without wide receivers? They got Rashad Bateman, and who people are high on, but that's still a question. And then Mark Andrews, maybe the best tight end in the league. Then they draft Isaiah Likely, who from a fantasy standpoint, I'm sure we've all done our drafts for the most part, but that's a guy you pick up late because they're going to run a lot of 2 tight end stuff. They got the rookie Isaiah Likely, him and Mark Andrews. They're going to run the ball quite a bit, Bateman. But I think Baltimore is absolutely the team outside of the Colts that huge step from last year.
Yeah, they got healthy, and now they're going to probably make a push back to the top of the AFC. 817 Chiafalo, I saw you had Jersey Mike's. What's your sandwich of choice, the number 13?
Yeah, I went, I'm not familiar with the numbers. Dawson had a nice little move today where he brought the squad a bunch of Sandos, and so I think we're going with the Italian right now, and I usually either go with the Italian, Mike's way, the same way Broadus does it,
Yeah, that's the number 13, the Italian.
Yeah. Okay, there you go. That's what I'm rocking on right now. Or just a classic Philly cheese, man.
Yeah, the guy up the street on the one on Central, just like 2 blocks away, is a huge Tolo.
Beast.
And I was in there. He's like, hey, you want to take some sandwiches for the guys? I was like, shoot, yeah, boy.
Yeah.
So he loaded me up. So thanks to those guys.
I do want to shout out Buc-ee's because a couple weeks ago when I went to Austin, me and the wife, we swung through the one in Temple.
Okay.
And I was like, ooh, what's this? A Texas cheesesteak burrito. which is basically a cheesesteak, but instead of the bread and it being a sandwich, it's a tortilla and it becomes a burrito. And far and away, I would say the best cheesesteak I could get in town here.
They're doing some nice work over there.
Go to Buc-ee's, get the cheesesteak burrito, and then just thank me later.
I usually get the chopped brisket, but I'll mix it up next time I'm through.
Well, they're not shy about putting a bunch of steak in there. They load it up. It's tasty. I didn't know what to expect. My wife had a bite. She damn near ended up eating the whole thing. And then on the way back from Austin, she was like, hey, we got to stop and get another one of those. They're incredible.
All right, Cowboys Twitter, are you buying what Kellen Moore has to say about your guy Turpentine? It's next here in the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. I got to chat with you about
from the MyFitnessStore.com studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
It is hour number 3 of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan, and it is time now for a little bit of Cowboys Twitter, where we look at Cowboy stories that might not deserve a full segment, but are definitely going viral here across social media. And I am Gavin Dawson at your service at ease. There's Brian Broaddus, former Cowboys scout, Super Bowl champion. Lucius Alexander is in the Pimp Cup at Master Control over there with an old school MTV hat on. Eric Chiafalo is along with you, Carter Freeman. And along with you, we are the G-Bag Nation here on 105 through The Fan. Do we have this Sean Payton audio, Lucius? Him talking about the Cowboys and Buccaneers week 1. We'll get to that audio. Oh, we got that audio? Okay, here's Sean Payton talking Cowboys. He was on with Kay Adams' new project, Up and Adams, and everybody's retweeting it.
Now the Cowboys, lots of talent, offensive line drama, of course, with injuries. What's holding them back?
Yeah, well, look, they had a great season last year, and it's just it's always disappointing when you put together what they did statistically, both sides of the ball. They improved so much defensively under Dan Quinn, and that you don't win that first playoff game. So that kind of overshadows all the things that went on that were really positive. So, look, I think it'll be interesting. I like Dallas in this game. I think Dallas's defense is improved again. I think Dan does a great job. Those guys play with great speed to the football. They'll turn it over. I like them winning this game. Tampa's got a tough stretch here in the first 3 weeks. I think they go at Dallas.
Yeah, he just talks about Tampa from that point, and I think it's very interesting that he mentioned the defense has improved again, but didn't really go into the offense. It was just on to Tampa at that point. I know defense is going to lead the way, but I wonder if he has belief that this offense is going to be good, Brian.
Well, he said statistically it was disappointing to do all the things that they did on both sides of the ball and then not be able to. So, yeah, I think that, it's, he has to be real careful when he's talking about the Cowboys.
Yeah.
And good for Kay to get him to admit. I reached out to Sean, and hopefully we can get him on the show this sometime here very, very soon.
He is doing media, though.
He is.
And I feel like the storm's kind of blown over. Right?
Yeah, I think so. I think so.
Maybe we'll get a chance to talk a little bit more about that and other stories inside Cowboys Twitter a little bit later on here on your home of the Cowboys and Rangers, 105.3 The Fan, because joining us now is a pitcher who was really good for the team yesterday. 7 innings of one-run baseball. He's been good all year long.
Yeah.
ERA 2.82 during this all-star season. Martin Perez here with you on 105.3 The Fan. And good afternoon, sir. How you doing?
How are you guys? Everything is good, man.
Right on. Congrats on a terrific season. How does it feel now that we're into September and this success carried all year long? How you feeling out there?
Good, man. Good. Just trying to not change anything. Try to stay with the same routine and not trying to do too much on between days before I have to start. But everything been doing good, man. All the things that I've been doing with my pitching coach and with the coaches here has been doing a really good job, and I just trying to enjoy more I can.
So, do you think you were having too much fun earlier in your career between starts, or what do you think?
No, but when you're young, you're trying to do too many things, and at this point of my career, I already I've been doing this for all year and just trying to stay with the same plan, trying to, I don't want to add nothing on my stuff or on my routine because the way that I've been doing for these 5 months, been doing a really good job. So that's what I say, you're don't trying to do much and stay with the same plan.
So you feel like you got this figured out now at 31. That's what that is, right?
Yeah. I think, sometimes it takes time for the players to mature or to learn and to be consistency. So now I know how to pitch and then when you find a way, then you know how to pitch and where you need to throw the ball, how you see the hitter, what they're looking for, everything, and it's gonna be it's gonna be easy when you go out there and pitch because you have a better idea.
Martin, you you made the All-Star team this year, and how exciting was that for you? You know, you've battled all these years, and you go out there and you get the opportunity to pitch an All-Star game. It had to be a great experience for you.
Oh yeah. I mean, hey, believe me, guy, I was not expecting. I was not like expecting to make to the All-Star, because that was not one of my goals. One of my goals was be healthy all year, but I think the job that I do in the first half of the season, that gave me a chance to represent the Texas Rangers in the All-Star game, and I was pretty good, man. I see a lot of teammates. I see a lot of guys from Venezuela, and a lot of coaches that I know before my career. So it was really fun, and I really enjoyed it a lot.
And I was going to ask you, Martin, yesterday you get in these games where they're so close and so tight. Did you feel like you needed to grab a bat yesterday and go up to the plate and try and help yourself?
No,
I kind of felt like that you were doing everything else. You're holding your team there.
That's baseball, man. Sometimes you're gonna go and you're gonna perform like how I did yesterday, and not every time you're gonna win the game. So my job is just come here, prepare for the game, and give a chance to my teammate to win the game. That's one of my goals. So if I do a great job at the end of the night, I wanna win. I'm gonna win the game as a teammate. We're gonna win together. So every time when I go out there and compete, I just want to compete for my team, because I want us to win as a team. So I don't like to go out there and just win as by myself, because I don't want to look selfish, And we played really good game yesterday. We both sides. I mean, I think Houston pitched good too, and we did good too. So they hit the ball better and they win the game. So, but that's baseball.
Yeah, I still think you had a triple in you myself. I think you could have got up there and got a triple. Got yourself on base.
Believe me, guys, I don't know how to hit the ball. I've been trying for like 25 times, and I only got just one hit. But it's too hard to hit the ball. I mean, that's the hardest team in baseball.
Well, especially with guys like you pitching. That stuff you got's nasty. I wouldn't want to face you either.
I just trying to not make them comfortable against me.
Well, Martin, what is it like? You play a team like the Astros so many times, 4 or 5 times throughout the year. What is that from a chess match standpoint? Like, what is it like when you get to, okay, now this is my 5th time playing this team?
Yeah, I just, trying to move the ball, than trying to, overthrow my pitches or overthrow hard like this. I don't try to throw too hard to this guy. Just trying to hit my spot. Set all my pitches, or trying to see what they're looking for, throwing one pitch away, and I can see if they're looking outside or not. Like, you gotta be really smart with these guys, because these guys can hit, and this is a playoff team, and I mean, they got really good lineup. They can hit a lot, and they got smart hitters. So yesterday, that was one of my plan that I always have in my mind. Like, just don't lose your focus. Hit your spot and don't leave nothing in the middle, and attack them. But I think when you attack the good hitters and a good team, the only choice that they have is just they have to swing your pitches, and that was the one thing that I was looking yesterday, and work. I mean, I think we did a great job.
Martin, I know you got engaged earlier this year. Congratulations on that, by the way. And I'm curious, what's the pro tip on making sure a proposal goes smoothly?
I just, I wanna be good, man. I feel that I'm a family guy. I used to have a married before, and doesn't work the way that I was looking for. Maybe for both sides, I maybe was too young when that happened, and I think for me, I feel that I love that woman, and she gave me everything that she have, and I give her everything that I have, and the most important thing is when you have the communication with the woman you have is next to you. So she made a lot of things easy for me, and I think we're in the same page. I mean, we look the same team, we look forward, man, just to create a family and to live our life like as a family. That's what I'm looking for because I mean I've been through for a lot of things on my career and my life and now it's time for me and for my family to create something that where you can live or create something that you can feel good after baseball and I think it's time for me to do it.
That's a great answer, Martin. Thanks for sharing that.
Yeah.
Now, are you doing the barefoot hangout or the barefoot workout with some of the other guys on the team? We heard some players are doing that.
Not really, man. Not really, man. They do it, but I don't really do it.
Okay. Now, I do believe you are a ranch guy.
Yeah.
Have you ever ridden a horse bareback?
Oh yeah, but not too much. Not too much because I don't wanna lose my career for something that I can control, that I know that is not gonna be good for me.
Yeah.
So I'm trying to not do it too much. Every time when I ride my horses after they got training. Like they training for like a 30-40 minutes, and then after I can jump on the horses and walk a little bit. But I don't like to do nothing crazy because I don't want nothing stupid happen,
Yeah, it's very wise. Yeah, it could be rough out there. I saw a guy thrown off one once on a trail ride in Montana, and it was one of the most terrifying things I'd ever seen. Who's your favorite sports player of all time?
My favorite sport player of all time is gonna be, I'm gonna say, all-time player. Damn, that's a lot of guys, man. But I can say maybe Jackie Robinson.
There you go. Yeah. Terrific answer.
Yeah. I think he do a lot of things, and he make our careers easy, and that's why that's why nowadays it's not a rule for people that want to play baseball.
Yeah. No. Well said. What's your favorite sport other than baseball?
My favorite sport other than baseball is the name is in Venezuela we do some sport with the horses. The name is Toros Coleados. It's 4 horses fighting to get the cow, the nail of the cow, and they're just trying to leave it in the like thrown to the ground. It's really like a hard sport, but I grew up with that, and I think that's another thing that I can maybe do it after baseball.
Is that kind of like a rodeo sport?
Something like that, yeah. Something close, yeah. But it's really hard, yeah.
And
Martin Perez here with us on the Fan, yeah.
Yeah, Martin, aren't you a big soccer fan as well?
Excuse me?
Are you a big soccer fan?
Yeah, I like it. Yeah.
Did you happen to see the goalie in England over the weekend that got red carded for peeing in a bush during the match?
Oh my God! Yeah.
Yeah, that did actually happen. It's the first time in 150 years, I believe, that something like that has happened.
Oh man!
First of all, do you feel like that's deserving of a red card?
Really nice, man. I think I was one of the best.
Okay. How often does Martin Perez find himself on the mound wishing that he was in the bathroom because he had to go number 1 or number 2 so bad?
Not too much, man.
Yeah, but, quick work. 10, 12 minutes, we're back in the dugout.
That's a good point.
Oh, yeah. I just trying to, I think, like I say, if you attack quick, your position player, they're going to have a chance to hit the ball or to go and get a bat and we're going to have a chance to score because it's hard when you go out there and you stand up for like a 30, 40 minutes and then you're not going to feel good because, too much time stand up and then you're just going to come here and then you got to make a swing and then 3 quick outs and they got to go out there for 30, 40 minutes more. You don't enjoy the game.
No.
Yeah, and you got to enjoy it.
You do. Martine, it's always great to chat with you. We love your answers, and we hope you're on the team next year. Is this where you want to be? Do the Rangers have a good chance of re-signing you right now?
Yeah, they know that. They know that, and everybody knows that. We just,
Awesome.
we just need to check the numbers and write the numbers and see what is gonna be, and we move forward. But they know that I want to stay here. People know it, and I love the city. I love the fans, and it's an honor for me to be part of this organization again, because this organization gave me the chance to play a professional baseball play for the first time in my life, and be here again is really good. Feels good.
Well, I know that makes a lot of our listeners happy, Martine. Continued success. Thank you so much, and give him hell. We'll be pulling for you.
All right, brother. Thank you, guys. Have a good day.
There he goes. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, and for being on with us, Martine, we're going to give him a $100 gift certificate to Pluckers. They got 7 of those in location, so I hope he goes and gets himself some wings with that new fiance, right?
Yes, sir.
There you
Yeah,
go.
it'll be very romantic. And, of course, our Rangers Player Show is presented by the Texas Can Academies, right off the car, not the kid. Okay, we're coming back with the top 10 list, maybe some other sports stuff here on 105.3 The Fan. But I want to tell you at Diamonds Direct right now, you can get 5-year zero-interest financing on any purchase. That's right, a limited time. Buy anything.
efficiency. Contact Willard Heating and Air Conditioning today at willardac.com to schedule your appointment and save 25% during our summer air duct cleaning special.
Welcome back, G-Bag Nation. Here we go. It's time for the top 10 at 420. Segments brought to you by the Frankels. If you're hurt in an accident, it's not your fault. Call the Frankels at 214-333-3333. Go online to truckwreck.com. Here he is, Eric Chiafalo.
Yes, sir. In for the Wooly Bully today in his top 10 list at 420. And to be honest with you, fellas, I'm leaking a little bit of confidence here. I might need to pivot. I'm just...
Sexers getting after you.
I'm a little bit, yeah, bro. They're getting after me, and we celebrate on September 4th. We all celebrated together as a great nation, National Macadamia Nut Day.
Oh,
and so I thought we were going to do a top 10 nuts list and have a great time, but I don't know if that's possible. Now I got some sports for us, of course, but yeah, because I mean it's like you get the 469. What kind of disgusting question is that to a baseball player? Eric loves bathroom stuff too much, okay? Which is probably fair. But then the 775 says, professional sports players don't want to be interviewed with questions about peeing, okay? You've talked about peeing twice in the last 45 minutes. Real professional broadcasting, huh? Why don't you ask Perez what type of butt wipes he uses? Really sick, man.
Well, that one
really
wouldn't be funny, you know? And I think we've seen the reaction from at least 95% of players. I don't think we've had a player turn their nose up at it yet.
No, and to be honest, I think that might be the first time I've asked one about like having to go in the game, but it was topical because we just had a guy doing it in soccer.
Yeah.
On the pitch.
Yeah. He's not just making it up.
Yeah,
guys.
it's not like I'm just making this stuff up. I'm taking things that are happening in real time and bringing it to the floor. Yeah. I felt like it was a necessary and pertinent question.
Yeah. What do you think we are, amateurs?
Yeah, I mean,
no, they do. They really do. Yeah.
Now listen,
they're not calling us professional at all.
I'll speak for me and Walchuk. I get like people will say like it's a middle school show or elementary, and I'm in on that. But you guys prop us up to at least being, you know, like a high school.
No, you guys
show
tried out for the job. I mean, you won the job. Yeah.
Yeah. So I don't know. Maybe I should pivot from the. Should we do the nut list or should we not do the nut list? Like I'm a man of the people here. If we shouldn't do the nut list right now, we don't have to.
Oh, National I love
Macadamia
it. Yeah.
Nut list.
I love a good nut. You know.
Me too.
Cashews, almonds.
There's a lot of really good ones. Okay.
Macadamia, yeah.
The people have spoken. Sorry, 775.
Pistachios, good ice cream.
National Macadamia Nut Day was on September the 4th.
Sunday.
So what's your favorite of the nuts? It's a great snack. I mean, there's so many varieties to them now, which is very, very exciting. You get these different flavors, like the cashew. You get the regular cashew, or you can get like the honey roasted cashew.
Oh, that's sick. Yeah.
With all the almonds now, all the almonds come in like a million different kinds of flavors.
So are we voting for the best possible dressed up one, or just in its natural state?
So the list that I have is just in its natural state. But if you guys have a particular, like, you're like, hey, I like the habanero almond.
So you can't include
That's
this
fine.
in the thought of the trail mix variety stuff, right?
The trail mix is a bit of a combo platter of nuts.
See, that's I think all together it really makes it even better. I'm a big fan of the trail mix variety.
Okay, so you like just like a multiple
I don't like
nuts
them,
at one time?
You just want the M&Ms in there.
I don't.
You're picking them out.
Oh no,
That's me.
No. I don't want Southwest Airlines to hand you the bag of the nuts.
Oh, those are great nuts. What are you talking about? You talking about the honey roasted peanuts?
I trade those in for the
honey roasted peanuts are amazing, bro.
I trade those in for the pretzels.
With a Coca-Cola?
I trade them in for the pretzels every single time. But yeah, if you put it with other stuff, if you put it with like the raisins and the M&Ms and the other things like that, I think, and the cranberries and stuff, I think you got something going there.
Yeah.
I think you got something going.
Now, I don't think this is a real nut, but if it is, it needs to be number one.
A sneaky one?
The corn nut.
Ooh,
corn nuts fire, bro.
Corn nuts are
that is a
crazy.
terrible. No, that's
The
a terrible
picante
thing.
ones they're doing.
It's a big crunch with the corn nut.
I like
right?
the ranch ones.
That's
but
damaging teeth. That thing.
It is damaging some teeth. I am always a little bit scared every time I bite one of them.
Yeah, you're spitting out blood and teeth after you take a bag.
It makes
of
you
those.
stronger, man. It builds
No,
character.
it doesn't. What are you talking about in there?
Sure does. Makes the teeth stronger. You ever take them to their limits, bro.
Fight through a little adversity, bro.
Hey, I like walnuts. I like walnuts.
Yeah.
How about that one?
That's a good one.
Is that a good one?
The walnut?
Yeah, they said it's
Yeah,
good
bro.
for your brain. That's why it's shaped like a brain.
It is. It is. It looks funny when you open it up.
Okay, this is good. You guys got this is really, really good here. Okay, so we have the list. I have the list in front of me. Okay, I'm glad we're still doing the nut list. This is going to be exciting. Now, I do want to throw in a couple of sports topics here. The first of which is Odell Beckham Jr. tweeting just like an hour ago. And everybody keeps asking him, hey, where are you going to play this year? Where are you going to play this year? Well, we have Bills and Rams on Thursday night, and those are the two most rumored teams to like maybe get his services. And he says, Odell Beckham Jr. tweets, whoever wins on Thursday. And then he says, like, can't wait, hope these guys have a great season and all these different things. But now it's like maybe there's more stakes on this game on Thursday night. Winner gets OBJ.
I kind of like that. I tell you what, though, but that's just two teams that are getting better. I mean, they're always going to get the best players, in my opinion. The guys that are on the fence are like, oh well, I'm going to wait and see what the Rams or those are your Super Bowl favorites right there, right?
Absolutely, yeah.
Man,
and Odell Beckham's at a
the
point.
49ers in there on this.
I don't think I want him. Like if the Cowboys were like, hey, we're getting Odell Beckham Jr., I'm like, okay, can we keep him in bubble wrap till Christmas? You know, that's what I'm thinking. I don't want him to play.
He wouldn't be with you till November, right?
Okay.
I think we're still kind of in that mode right now of trying to deal with that injury.
Yeah, it's going to be a little while. And then we were talking a little bit of tennis with the Hockey Hawk there a few minutes ago. We got some ladies tennis going on right now. And over the weekend, we had Nadal go down in the U.S. Open.
He did.
But it was
bad.
It was at the hand of an American, a great American, Francis Tiafoe. And biggest win of his life, no question. It was really, really fun to watch. And Nadal, credit to him, because he's been a monster this year. And this dude, when you think about all the injuries and stuff that he's been playing through, this guy's being kept together right now with like glue sticks and scotch tape. And the fact that he had such a good run up until this point, pretty impressive. But the more impressive story is the backstory on Francis Tiafoe, the American who beat Nadal. And he's from the DMV area, but
DMV?
Yeah, the DMV, like the Washington,
DC and everything.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
the Beltway Boys.
There we go, the Beltway Boys. So this
DC,
is
Maryland, Virginia.
Yes, that's what it is.
Okay, got it.
Yeah,
never heard that.
So
people in Baltimore don't say they're a part of that area. Like not Baltimore, but people in that area, they still don't like.
Okay, they're not claiming it.
Yeah, they don't connect with it like that.
Oh, I didn't realize
that place
that.
is trash, by the way. When I say Baltimore, I just want to put that on there. What a trash existence.
So
allegedly,
his parents, Francis's parents, they immigrated from Sierra Leone in the 90s. They escaped the civil war that was going on in their country. His father got a job on a construction crew that helped build a junior tennis champions center in Maryland.
There you go.
Once that was completed, his dad became the janitor of the tennis center. Okay. And he was given a spare office or storage room to live in on site.
Wow.
So he could be there to open and close the
management knew
building
it?
each day. Yeah, they gave it to him.
Living
Like,
in
hey,
a storage closet.
we want you to be here at open to close every day, so we're going to give you a place to stay here.
There you go.
And young
He was like, I'm
Francis-
also going to need some training for my son.
Right, which is basically what happened. And the son lived with them in the storage closet.
Wow.
And for a decade.
Dedication.
For a decade, they basically lived out of that storage closet from 4 years old all the way up. Once he became 8 years old, the dude was being trained heavily. Next thing you know, he's beating Rafa Nadal in the U.S. Open.
Dang.
But what a wild story that is, huh?
Yeah.
His dad's the janitor of the tennis club, and he lives in the storage closet of the tennis club where he janitors, and then his son ends up being the stud of the entire place.
It is so difficult, I think, to get great tennis coaching, like the kind of, round the calendar coaching. It's very expensive. So if you want to break in, it's not as expensive as like racing or horse racing or whatever, but it's dang close, and you see that King Richard story and what Serena and Venus's dad did to get his daughters into the super popular training center in Florida. And it's pretty tough to imagine breaking through. So anybody that does break through that tennis scene that's not sitting on millions of dollars to pay for the training and everything, it takes, I think, a really unique type of story.
Yeah, that was when I saw that today. I was like, "Holy smokes! This makes the victory that much sweeter when you start getting into the details and the backstory of this gentleman." So, congratulations to him. And now we get to the topic at hand, the top 10 list at 420.
And we miss you, Wooly Bully. If you're wondering where the Wooly Bully is, he's recovering from a Vegas weekend of bachelor debauchery. And I might need to pull up our texts here.
We do know he's alive because we've got multiple texts from him.
Yes, we can confirm that he is alive.
He is booking a guest currently.
Yeah, so he's sort of working from home. The only text I've really personally received from him since he was gone was one video of him at the Steve Aoki pool party where it was just boozing. And then yesterday at 6 p.m., I just got a text that read simply, "My body hurts." So that's how Walchuk's been doing on his Vegas bachelor party Labor Day weekend. Now, while he was in Vegas, we all as a country celebrated National Macadamia Nut Day. So here it is, the top 10 best nuts ranked. And these are good. Now, a couple of these, like, you don't expect to, like, you don't even, like, do you think of a coconut as a nut?
No.
It's a nut.
Yeah.
It's on the nut list. Comes in at number 9.
It's fantastic.
It is. And I'm not a coconut water fan.
I do like the water.
So I don't like the bottled of the water, but whenever I was in Mexico with my wife and they got the trees and they're just chopping down coconuts, boom, they crack it open, put a straw in it, and that is freaking delicious.
Yeah, eat the guts out too. It's real good.
Boom, there it is. I'd never seen it all go down. I'm like, this is awesome. It's
great for hydration.
How do they make the hole? Do they got a drill?
They're kind of hacking away at it. They're so I mean, there's a little bit of work involved, at least for the way that we were doing it where my wife's from, and but it was delicious. I'm like, she's always drinking out of the bottle, the coconut water that you can buy.
Yeah,
I don't find that to be any good, but a straw and a real coconut, absolutely delightful. Comes in at number 9. The pine nut, by the way, I'm not familiar with the pine nut, but that's considered the 10th best nut according to Americans.
I believe those are the pine nut. My neighbor has those on his ranch in Mexico. So I think if you went snooping around there, found the right spot, you'd find those too. But he said we don't have them very much in America.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, then that makes sense why I've never really heard of it. At number 8, we have
Those
the
are
walnut.
edible? The pine
Yeah,
nuts?
yeah, you got to like prepare them the right way.
Wow.
They come out of a special kind of cone.
Interesting. I'll do some more research on this.
Yeah, pine cone
on
doesn't
this
look
pine nut.
appetizing at all.
The walnut Lucius at number 8.
Yeah, that's my guy.
It's a solid one right there.
Yeah.
Got the hazelnut at 7. Now, I've never had a hazelnut. I've had the hazelnut flavored things, but I don't know that I've ever actually seen a hazelnut.
Yeah, it seems delightful.
Yeah, but I've had it before, like as frosting on a donut.
Oh, there you go.
Not bad.
Or like just as a coffee creamer, the hazelnut coffee creamer.
I don't drink coffees, but the
that's
donut,
right.
the donut was excellent.
The peanut, just run-of-the-mill peanut.
Okay, very good.
Coming in at number 6.
Pistachio's got to be top 3.
Pistachio's top 3. You're calling it right now.
There's something gangster about a pistachio.
It is, especially in ice cream.
Now, do you like to work for your pistachio, or do you just want do you want it to be the unshelled version?
Not the same unshelled.
Okay,
I don't know why.
So, okay, you're working for it. And I will say, like, they got some ice creams, like pistachio ice cream.
Yeah, no, let's go.
Yeah, really, really tasty.
You know, they say meat on a bone, like on a steak bone, tastes better.
Right.
And there's something about that shell, I think, that does something. It retains the freshness or something. But you get
The
a
oil.
handful of pistachios
The oil, yeah.
and throw them in. It won't be as rewarding as that one little that you pry apart, in my opinion.
I agree. Same with, like, the sunflower seeds. You can get them unshelled, but I kind of want to work for it a little bit.
Yeah.
Number 5, the almond.
Yeah.
Terrific.
Yeah.
The most
Fantastic.
healthy. Got good healthy carbs in there, good healthy protein.
Yeah, but that you talk about the almond, but you mentioned the coconut. Nobody a fan of the almond joy.
No.
No, I like almond joys.
That's the coconut, chocolate, and that
Almond.
on the almond.
Yeah.
I've never seen one purchased. I'm still of the belief that it's been the same
So it's
boxes
really
for
like-
decades.
So it's like a 1964 candy. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
I think they're good.
It's really a laundry. They're really in there just running money.
It's good, man.
I'm going with this theory. No one's ever actually had an almond
No one's
joy.
ever bought one.
Remember Halloween? You're like, what? It's for real?
That's an immediate trade candy.
Yeah.
That's
Oh, yeah.
Mom, do you like
love
these?
them.
Mom and Dad like those. Trust me on that.
Yeah, the almond at 5, and the almond's really, really good and extremely versatile. You can get it in a sweet flavor where you can get it chocolate covered, or you can get that thing with like some type of like spicy seasoning flavor.
Cayenne
that is
kind of
incredible.
stuff, yeah.
Yeah, cayenne, whatever it may be.
It goes in Rocky Road
Oh, it goes with Rocky Road so good. Oh my gosh, it goes so good. The pecan comes in at number 4.
Hey!
That's the most underrated of the nuts to
Yes!
me. Get a
The
chocolate covered pecan,
Yeah.
and like the consistency of it, it just kind of melts in your mouth a little bit.
Sure.
The chocolate covered pecan is
In
damn
a
near
pie,
undefeated.
it's undefeated.
And they're in your neighborhood. Like somebody has a pecan tree in your neighborhood, and you get nice with that neighbor, and they'll let you just go over there and shake some out the tree.
Yeah, but then
Especially when you're a
again,
kid.
you go over there on your own and not get that permission.
Oh no,
you're gonna get a gunshot blast into the hip.
Don't do that,
Yeah,
bro. That ain't worth it.
Yeah.
541 says, I don't know where the 541 is, but they're saying, bleep y'all, I just bought an Almond Joy.
That's what I'm saying, bro. I love them.
I do too.
I love them.
I'm on that. Yeah.
BS.
Number 3.
BS. Did you call BS him buying it?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
He's part of the conspiracy.
The macadamia nut comes in at number 3.
Okay.
Macadamia nut cookies outstanding. The cashew comes in at number 2.
Yep.
Delicious.
Very
And
good
number
for
1,
diabetes too.
Lucius Alexander. It is the pistachio.
Yeah. Seems like a mafia boss with these pistachios.
Oh, for sure,
Yeah.
bro.
Love
my,
it.
My dad's all about that. He was a big
Mafia guy?
My dad's the one. It is in his blood a little bit.
Tony sends his regards.
No, my dad's the one that turned me on to nuts as a child.
Okay.
Just constantly.
It's a safe space.
Yeah. And so I thank
And
you,
you've been to
Dad.
therapy since.
Yeah.
There he is.
You
Aaron
got over it, bro.
Giafalo with your top 10 at 420. You're doing well. Here we go. It's time to go around the NFL. Top stories from pro football next in the G-Bag Nation. Let's talk about our friends at D&M Leasing. Any local area code in 35 lease, dmautoleasing.com.
Autoflex at 234-1234 and let them show you how they're helping people save money every day.
Get the latest info on your favorite DFW sports teams, contests, videos, podcasts, and much more. Check out 1053thefan.com. And thanks for turning it on and leaving it on. The Fan.
Even though shortages and demand are driving up prices, Classic Chevrolet will never charge over MSRP. Not now, not ever. Experience difference today. Classic Chevrolet.
Thank you very much, Lucius. Pardon me. We're giving away Cowboy tickets in the 5 o'clock hour, so stay tuned. You know, we go 35 minutes uninterrupted every evening at 5:20. We call it the Expressway. There'll be a lot of entertainment in there. We got to go, though. It's time to go around the NFL, brought to you by Metter Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram.
Let's go around the NFL, G-Bag style, on 105.3 The Fan.
Warren Sharp posted the 10 most accurate quarterbacks last year. You know, he really dives into the stats. Dak Prescott comes in number 10. Burrow, Murray, Carr, Cousins, Herbert, Tannehill, Ryan, Tua, Goff, and then Dakota. It's great stuff here for, you know, hopefully a return to the top of his game and even more, because, you know, we never want to see what happened late last year again till the end of his career. The next time Dak plays like that, we'll be like, oh, the end is close. Prescott remains a top 10 quarterback, writes Warren Sharp, though. His ability to handle pressure sets a high ceiling for his production. Prescott's adjusted net yards per attempt while facing pressure, 4.8, ranked second in the league. Can't rattle him. He's all man. On dropbacks versus pressure, Prescott was also sacked at the 8th lowest rate. So he's the man. But here's the deal, Brian. Prior to Prescott's calf injury, the offense averaged 6.57 yards per play. And afterwards, it dropped to 5.67 and 0.05 EPA per dropback, which was about a 80% drop in his expected points added per dropback, which was massive. I'm sorry to cut you off.
No,
sir.
you didn't. You were telling the story there, and I with what we've known about what's about to happen with this offensive line and the questions that we all have about it, Dak is going to have to be at his absolute best, and whatever superpower he has to be able to get rid of the ball when it's under pressure and be accurate with it, he's going to have to muster that up, I think, very, very early in this season.
If I could ask for one thing, I think even more important than running, it's we need plays to get the ball out quick.
Yeah.
You help him out.
Yeah.
He's great at scrambling and doing whatever it takes, and he's going to get lots of practice because turnstile steel is on the right, you know.
And Unknown Smith is on the left.
Yeah. So, you know, I think, you know, those numbers are really good, and maybe a little chicken soup for your Cowboys soul here as we're 6 days away from Week 1. Here's Eric Chiafalo with Second Down.
Speaking of Week 1, Chris Godwin off the knee injury for the Buccaneers. Will he suit up and take on the Cowboys Sunday night? That's a great question, and he was asked about it, and that's exactly what he said. So that's a great question. I don't think any of us know that yet. In the grand scheme of things, I don't think it matters that much. I'd love to be out there, but the second half of the season is the most important. So I don't know what they're doing with Chris Godwin here. I don't know if they're just playing the funny games about whether or not he's going to play, but it's like secretly, of course, he's going to play, or maybe he's not going to be available. But we know that some of the weapons for Tom Brady, the faces look a little bit different. I'm sure he'd love to have a familiar guy in Chris Godwin out there, and I think it would be a huge advantage for the Cowboys if he's unable to go. Huge. But they're going to play this coy probably right up until game time, I would imagine.
Jerry was trying to play coy this morning talking about Michael Gallup. He said, we've said all along we don't expect to have him. We didn't expect to have him, so maybe we'll surprise him. But he spoke at length about not wanting to tip off Tampa either way. So
yeah,
it's kind of lion season again.
Absolutely.
Sorry.
I think you're in a situation where with Godwin, if you go back and watch that Tampa game last year, boy, he was not very good. And he dropped there was a deep pass he had that he dropped. There was the fumble he had that gave Dallas the opportunity to drive the ball the length of the field to kick the field goal.
Oh, that's right.
They were going in. I mean, Tampa had the game in hand, and they were going in to score. And he fumbled the ball and gave Dallas the opportunity right there inside like the 7-yard line or so. I was trying to remember all these plays, but he had a rough game against the Cowboys last year. So it was AB, the one that was the killer against the Cowboys. So hopefully anytime you don't have, and I'm going to sit there and be honest, anytime you have players, they're your best players that don't play for the other team, and they're your opponent. I'm all for that. I'm not hoping for injury or anything like that.
Yeah.
But as a personnel guy, you honestly sat there when you got the injury report and Friday rolled around and you saw guys were out and they were big time players. Inside you cheered.
Yeah.
You did. You're like, gosh, okay, let's take advantage of this right now.
I remember cheering in 10 years old when Richie Gillespie couldn't pitch for the second best team in our league. I was like, sweet.
Like
Richie's out tonight. Yeah.
Richie mowing you guys down.
Oh, he was tough. Yeah, he was
like
the
a
only
kid?
shot the Cardinals had. Yeah.
Was he throwing the ball like 90 on you?
He was bringing it.
Sounds like Richie had a hose.
He was bringing it. Okay, here's Brian brought us a third down.
Yeah, speaking of Sunday night here, by the way, I hope you guys can listen to our Cowboy pregame show, too. I'm looking forward to doing that again this year, so excited about that. It's at 4 o'clock, by the way. But on Sunday night, the Buccaneers and the Cowboys, we've talked about this a little bit. The matchup will be historical in one specific way, and this comes to us from Pro Football Talk. According to the NFL, it's the first time in league history that the top two scoring offenses from the prior season will meet in week 1. Last year, the Cowboys averaged 31.2 points a game. The Buccaneers were at 30.1, and they started the season opening night last year with Tampa winning 31-29. So we'll see what happens. I don't know if the Cowboys will be able to put an average up about 31 points a game, but something good to shoot for here as we go forward.
Great stuff. And talking Cowboys Bucks, we're giving away tickets coming up in the next hour. Stay tuned for the cue to call when we come back here in the G-Bag Nation. It's hour number 4, Peter King prediction. What did the Monday morning quarterback have to say? It's next in the G-Bag Nation.
That's right, Dawson. We are giving away Cowboy tickets in the 5 o'clock hour thanks to my delicious friends over at Miller Lite, the only beer of the Dallas Cowboys. That is correct. Each and every
Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
It is hour number 4 of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. General at your service. Week 1, it is time to talk Cowboys and Buccaneers here on The Fan. There's Brian Broaddus, former Cowboys scout, Super Bowl champion. Lucius Alexander's in the Pimp Cup. Eric Chiafalo, Carter Freeman, along with you. We are the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Look at Trinity Rodman knocking home goals for the USA. That's fun. Okay, back to Chiafalo for some Cowboys content.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. I have a Cowboys sabermetric stat of the day to bring you here in a few minutes. That's going to make us feel so much better.
And I have in my hot little hand the cue to call. It's not now.
Woo!
It is some point in the next 55 minutes.
Oh, the good people, the delicious people over there at Miller Lite are bringing you a Tolo to the Cowboys game for free. Tom Brady's what we all assume to be his last time in Dallas. But maybe not. Knowing him, we're going to wake up in 15 years.
Playoff game.
And his team's going to be coming to town, or maybe a playoff game. I like where your head's at there,
Maybe he'll be the Giants quarterback next year.
Yeah, maybe he will be. Maybe he will be. Now, I woke up this Labor Day morning yesterday, and I was ready to have a great day. Popped open the Peter King Monday morning, football morning in America. Excuse me, it's no longer Monday morning quarterback. That's Albert Breer's vehicle. So Peter King's doing the football morning in America. And I'm like, all right, let's get a little football for breakfast here. This is exciting. He's got his preseason predictions going on. Peter King, okay? The King, who was going around all the training camps, okay? He's seen all these teams up close and personal. He's the one who reached out for the handshake and the dap up on Josh Allen, and Josh Allen didn't see it. He got left hanging. Yes, that Peter King. Now, he's supposed to be a knower of all things football, and so he has his predictions as he sees them. Who's going to be in the Super Bowl? He's got the very easy pick of the Buffalo Bills, and he's got maybe a less easy pick in the Green Bay Packers. That's who he has playing in this year's Super Bowl. Now, how does he have the playoffs looking? What's the seeds going to look like? Who's winning the division? Who's going with the wild card? Well, in the NFC, shocking, his 1 seed is the New Orleans Saints.
Wow.
So when we're talking about teams, Dawson, earlier that you feel like were maybe not very good the previous year and then are going to be very good this year, who's going to be those teams? We mentioned the Colts. We mentioned the Ravens. I'd like to throw out the Vikings in the NFC as well. I think that might be a little bit better. But Peter King will tell you New Orleans is going to be the single best team in the National Football Conference, at least for the regular season.
Well, that would be a lot of fun. Jameis Winston healthy, right? That's what we're doing at quarterback.
That's what we're doing, yep.
And we saw a couple of weeks ago, like it's one of the best rosters on paper. They've done a really nice job transitioning without Sean Payton, man.
I think they're going to struggle a little bit, though. Defensively, they could be fine. I just worry about Sean Payton, that factor of him calling plays and how he's willing to take more chances and things like that.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah. I think an interesting pick by Peter.
Yeah, they are going to be a fun team because it's like, okay, Jameis Winston's coming back. You know, they got a pretty good roster, especially defensively, but can they continue to be one of the top defensive teams? At some point, you would think that defense needs to take a drop off, but they got some really good players. They added Tyrann Mathieu, and then offensively, Jameis back, Alvin Kamara healthy. You get Michael Thomas back. You add Jarvis Landry. You draft Chris Olave, so you have more weapons now, you would think. But I mean, I don't know. I was pretty floored when I saw New Orleans going 12-5 and being the number 1 seed in the NFC, according to Peter King. Now, second in the NFC, he's got the Green Bay Packers going 12-5. Third, at 11-6, he has the Philadelphia Eagles.
Look at that. Yeah.
So at this point, we know, according to Peter King, the Cowboys will not be winning their division. And then the 4th seed in the NFC's got the LA Rams. Now you get to the wild card.
I can deal with that, not winning the division. You know, you still have a successful season.
Right, yeah. It's not the end of the world. I mean, in this scenario, Philadelphia wins 11 games. Maybe you win 10 games, you're wild card, you're the first wild card, and you go and you have a run.
Now, at this point, are you thinking that Peter King has lost his credibility by putting the Saints in the number 1 seed, Brian?
No, I think that in this day and age, you got to do something just a little bit different. Yeah, it's easy to put the Packers or anybody like that.
Well, he did the easy Super Bowl thing. So he's like, let me shake it up. He's like, but my regular season.
I think it's fun. I think it's fun because what happens, you pick these games, you pick these records and all that, and people might remember for a minute, and then they just completely forget about it. Nobody's going to remember a year from now that Peter King picked the Saints unless the Saints actually do something well.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's a ballsy deal right there by Pete, because that could backfire in a big way. Now, wild card NFC, according to Peter King, Minnesota Vikings 11-6, boom. Tampa Bay Buccaneers 10-7, boom. And in the last wild card spot, the San Francisco 49ers at 10-7 go ahead with Trey Lance and are the final representative in the NFC playoffs. And he does say, by the way, tiebreaker, San Francisco over Dallas, because he does have Dallas being 10-7, much like San Francisco, but he's already got the tiebreakers worked out to where Dallas is going to be on the outside looking in. So according to Peter King, the Saints are the best team in the NFC, and the Cowboys are missing the playoffs.
It keeps happening every other year. You know, I've been trying to condition myself to expect that, because I'm trying to fight through the homerism tone and be like, no, the Cowboys don't make. Now, the tough part is they still have a lot of good things going for them, even though they lost Lyle Collins and Amari Cooper. It is still a very, very good roster. Can I really pick them to miss the playoffs going into the season? I don't think I can. I could see them not winning the division. But 10-7 with a tiebreaker, I guess that's the only way it could happen, where they still have, you know, a double-digit win season, but something quirky happens with their tiebreakers and they miss out.
So that's where Peter King's at on this. I wanted to also throw this out there before we get to the positive Cowboys sabermetric of the day. We have Cynthia Freeland, who's the NFL Network analytics expert, and she has the total, the win total projections for every team in the NFC. And so what she's done, her and her computers, they got together and they simulated each regular season NFL game 1 million times, meaning they have simulated the regular season over 270 million times.
Who did this?
You the most accurate. This is Cynthia Freeland and her computers at NFL.com and NFL Network. And so this is how she has it playing out. She's got the Packers being the best in the NFC with 11 wins, their ceiling being 13 wins, and their floor being 9. She's got the Bucks being the second best team in the NFC at 11 wins, ceiling 12, floor 8. She's got the Rams winning 11 games as well. And she's got the Philadelphia Eagles winning 10 with a ceiling of 11 and a floor of 7.5. Okay. Right behind them is, of course, the Dallas Cowboys.
Yeah.
She's got them at 9.6 wins. So that rounds up to 10. She's got the Cowboys and the Eagles very, very neck and neck. And she's also got the Cowboys in this scenario making the playoffs because she has them as the 5th best team in the conference. So she's saying by the hair on their chinny chin chin, the Eagles get the division championship, but that the Cowboys are a wild card team. She has their ceiling being 11 wins. She's picking them at 9.5 wins, and their floor is 7 wins.
That's 2 in a row saying Eagles. The 2-5-4 coming in. Dallas is winning the East. No way the Eagles have a better quarterback than we do. I mean, Drew Brees missed the playoffs 3 years in a row as being the best quarterback in his division. I don't think the quarterback matters for everything. You know, you have to have a good team, and the Eagles have one of the best offensive lines. You know, I think Jalen Hurts with a great offensive line is better than Dak Prescott with a bad offensive line. Call me crazy.
Yeah, and that's the thing that we have to be careful of. If we just assume a little bit of progression from Jalen Hurts, hey, he's going to improve at least a little bit. And one of the things I think that really holds back Jalen Hurts as a quarterback is the processing of things. Things are moving too fast for him. He's not seeing things fast enough. But now, if he does actually have the best offensive line in the sport and potentially the best rushing attack in the sport or a top 5, then, I mean, things are going to be made much easier on him than Dak. And to me, if you were talking about, because like the Eagles for sure have one of the best rosters in the league. Taking out quarterbacks, the Eagles are one of the top rosters in the sport. Comparing them to the Cowboys, the Eagles are far and away better right now. It's the neutralizer at quarterback that makes you start thinking otherwise. But then you go, okay, I mean, yeah, if we're talking about Pat Mahomes, if the Cowboys have Josh Allen, if the Cowboys have a top 2 or 3 quarterback in the sport on their team, now you're talking about it being a real equalizer.
But yeah, the Cowboys have the better quarterback, but they don't have the best quarterback in the league. They got, by most accounts, the 8th to 11th best quarterback in the sport, depending on who you ask.
Yeah.
I think if you're really talking about trying to have the equalizer that's going to make your roster seem more comparable to the Eagles, you need to have a quarterback that's not maybe 9th or 10th. You need to have a quarterback that's maybe 2nd or 3rd. And you don't have that.
No. I mean, think about like back when Troy Aikman was in the conversation for, having great years. And like all the way down in those rankings in year, 5 for Troy Aikman in 93, 94. Go back and look at who those quarterbacks were that were maybe just outside or just inside the top 10. And remember how you looked at those players. There is such a love affair and a homerism with Dak Prescott. We can't be more objective about it. Like, if you're a top 3 or 4 quarterback, you're like Russell Wilson, who while Seattle's roster was on fire because Brian's former intern John Schneider couldn't draft his way out of a paper bag, they ended up with a horrible offensive line, mediocre defense, and 2 wide receivers. And Russell Wilson was like, hold my beer, we're going to the playoffs. 4 years in a row, post-Super Bowl, right? That's what that level of quarterback does with a decaying roster, right? Now, Dak Prescott, I think, has significantly more than those Seattle teams did. Mm-hmm. The bar should be, watch me carry this football team. Dak has not showed up to this level. He's capable of doing that, in my opinion. As much as I like him, he's my guy. I love everything that he's bringing to the table. But, when I look at the text and people are jumping all over me like, you're crazy, General, it's like, who do you think Dak Prescott is? How the gap from 1 to 10 is light years bigger than the gap from 10 to 20. Dak falls in that middle third of quarterbacks, in my opinion.
The thing about that, when you look at Philadelphia, as well as they played at the end to get into playoffs, when it came for the time for the playoffs, they had to try and run the ball to win, and they couldn't beat Tampa Bay because we know how difficult it is to run the ball against Tampa Bay. Mm-hmm. Then it became on their quarterback to have to go win the game, and he wasn't capable of doing that.
No.
And see, that's the thing about it. That, Philadelphia in that game, I remember they got less than 100 yards. They ran the ball, I think, 17 times. They were down 31-0 by the time
they're not winning a playoff game. No.
Yeah. See, that's right. What I'm saying. When we start to talk about the quarterback and how they can or cannot make a difference, I've seen Dak, when he has no running game, at least move the football against Tampa Bay. I watched this guy in the playoffs last year, Philadelphia, Hurts. He couldn't move the ball.
You're right.
Once their team went away from the running game, he was dead in the water. And I think that's how people are going to play him this year.
You could find plenty of moments, though, where Dak looked just as bad from the start of October.
But I'm just saying, if my hope, if I'm a Cowboy fan, that in the argument that says you have the better quarterback, I do feel like that if it turns into throwing a football to win a game, Dak can throw a football to win a game.
Agreed.
I don't think Hurts can.
100%.
But Dak needs a running game too. Dak is better with a running game. Hurts, they're not going to win a game, I don't think, without Hurts having the ability with a running game to help him. But you look at who they play. I think they beat the Giants twice. They beat the Jets. They won some games. They won some games there. They made themselves a playoff team. But I just look at Hurts and I'm thinking, if he has to throw the ball, can he win? And they went out and got receivers and done all this. This might be one of the things, like they got all those DM receivers and none of them could get the ball.
Yeah.
That might be when at the end of the year, we might all look back at this and say, damn, they got all that offensive firepower that they could throw. But you know what they're going to do? They got multiple first-round picks. They're going to go draft a quarterback.
Yeah.
That's what's going to happen.
Dak had some really good games last year carrying this team, and at the end of the year, he ended up with a total QBR, which pulls into everything, of 54.6.
Yeah.
Above average, while chaos was happening around him. Nice job.
Yeah.
Jalen Hurts, for all of his failures, was at 48.5. He's going to pick up a few first downs. He's going to take what the defense gives. He's going to avoid the mistakes. And with a great offensive line and a better defense, I think, than the Cowboys have, that's going to be enough to win the division. Everything you said is true about his inability to win from the pocket, though. That's why they won't win a playoff game.
Yeah, I think they've set themselves up. That's why they did what they did in the draft in order. They didn't take the quarterback this year. They're waiting to see how how Hurts plays this year. And if he's good enough, if they can win a game, win the division, and win a playoff game, then maybe that tells you the direction they need to go. But if they win the division and don't get anything out of it, then you're going to see them with a new quarterback this time next year.
Agreed. Now, one reason to be very, very excited about the Cowboys, this comes courtesy of RJ Ochoa, and he tweeted this out, and this should make us all feel much better. And it doesn't matter what Cynthia Freeland and her computers are saying or what Peter King is saying, because
Philadelphia is a very popular pick among all the national media.
Yeah.
Very
Which is kind of what, like, I kind of like that. If you're the Cowboys, I want them to be a little bit underdoggy here. But RJ Ochoa tweeted out over the weekend, last time the Cowboys won the Super Bowl, their quarterback was in year 7. LSU lost in their head coach's debut, and the Super Bowl was in Arizona. Well, how about it, boys and girls? Dak Prescott, he's going into year 7. LSU did, in fact, lose the debut for their head coach for the first time since the last time they did that, and the Cowboys went and won the Super Bowl. And this year, the Super Bowl is in Arizona. So today's sabermetric stat of the day, Cowboys going to the damn Super Bowl, boys.
I love when RJ does that. RJ Ochoa. We got Cowboys tickets, giveaways coming up in the next 38 minutes or so. So stand by if you want to be at Cowboys Buccaneers, courtesy of Miller Lite. You're going to want to be caller 10 when I give the cue to call. The Expressway. We'll take a look at the top Cowboy storylines of the day as we open this week of preparation. Then we'll get LA Live, Lucius Alexander. Bobby Belt's going to check in at 5:30. And we are back right here on 105.3 The Fan. I want to chat about Window Nation, though.